Driven by a deep hatred for monsters, Isuki Tenma suffered through a tragic childhood forced to witness his parents get brutally slaughtered in a savage attack. For over 10 years, he lived in total isolation nursing his rage. He patiently waited for the day of his awakening, a crucial ceremony that grants ordinary humans extraordinary power. On that fateful day, while countless others faced crushing disappointment or walked away with completely useless abilities, Isuki actually succeeded. But his joy instantly evaporated when he looked at his status. His level was 0 and it would seemingly stay that way forever. It felt like the door of hope had slammed shut right in his face. But that 0 did not mean weakness. Quite the opposite, actually. Isuki was gifted an ability far more terrifying than any high rank: the power to copy skills. With this cheat code, he can analyze and steal the abilities of any opponent, paving a path to infinite growth and revenge. With this power, he can copy any opponent's abilities, opening a path to infinite strength to achieve his ultimate revenge. Also, thank you to Nguyen Ngoc Lei for buying me a banh mi. Now those terrifying memories begin to flood back. On that fateful day, mysterious black rocks fell, right out of the sky. Soon after, giant pillars of purple light shot up and defensive barriers were deployed everywhere. But the actual tragedy struck when monsters known as Calamity Beasts shattered those barriers, invading the human world. They were led by the devastating demon Ringa, slaughtering humanity without mercy. In the chaotic, bloody memories, desperate screams echoed. "Run, Dad!" The streets instantly turned into a living hell as those terrifying creatures tore everything apart. Blue monsters ravaged the city, causing absolute panic. Suddenly, a colossal beast roared fiercely, targeting the helpless survivors. Swirling blue energy exploded outwards, ruthlessly swallowing a woman who was desperately holding her child. As her life faded away, the mother painfully let go of her grip, leaving behind her very last words. "Run, Isuki." With that, he jolts awake from the horrifying nightmare, his heart pounding in his chest. His friend beside him kept calling his name, and his worried girlfriend turned around to ask what was wrong. He merely brushed it off, saying it was nothing. She tilted her head, her blue eyes filled with suspicion. "Are you sure?" He still had not fully recovered, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. "Why are you crying then?" she asked. His glasses-wearing friend leaned in closer, whispering to bail him out. "You are just sleepy, right? You are usually asleep by now." But they called a sudden mandatory school assembly. More importantly, that speaker up there is dressed so weirdly. On the stage, the man began lecturing on history. He explained how after the Calamity Beasts appeared, certain people gained the power to fight back, becoming known as awakeners. 10 years ago, the largest monster assault occurred at the north bank of the Lam River, drawing awakeners from all over. They united across the river and pushed back the threat in an epic conflict known as the River Crossing War. Although attacks slowed down afterward, the number of falling rocks has spiked recently, signaling another massive threat on the horizon. A large-scale war might be coming soon. The smart-looking friend leaned over to whisper some insider info to Isuki. "That guy is Izumi Nento, the supreme commander of the northern continent. Do you seriously not know your own leader?" Izumi Nento. The name sounded familiar, but Isuki had imagined a hunched old man with a long beard, not this eccentric character. His friend nodded, acknowledging his weirdness, but reminded him that Izumi Nento was actually the very first awakener. Thanks to him, humanity first learned about the mysterious rocks and Calamity Beasts. His friend's eyes gleamed with pure admiration. "He is the absolute strongest awakener. Even Taiwa Jin, honored as the light of humanity, was his direct disciple." Up on the stage, Nento announced that recent studies show even normal, unawakened people can trigger an awakening. By simply touching one of these falling rocks, you have a chance. I came here today to let you all try. Step up, awaken your latent powers, and dedicate yourselves to the war against the brutal Calamity Beasts. With a sudden wave of his hand, the ground cracked open and a brilliant golden light erupted into the sky. Guarded closely by security, a massive rock rose. The students gasped in awe, wondering if this was real magic. It felt surreal, like a dream. Many silently prayed, begging to be chosen as one of the lucky awakeners. His friend grabbed his hand, smiling with hope. "Did you hear that, Isuki? We finally have our big chance." Before his friend could even finish, Isuki silently stepped forward, leaving his companions completely stunned in his wake. They called after him, telling him not to leave them behind and to get back in line properly. As he walked past his girlfriend, his cold aura and eyes flashing with an eerie red light sent shivers down her spine. A menacing, almost crazed smirk spread across his face as he realized his long-awaited day had finally arrived. The time finally arrives. At the testing area, a student touches the giant black stone, but nothing happens. The proctor looks on. He coldly calls out, "Fail next person." Down below, the crowd starts whispering in panic after seeing their best student fail. That guy broke the school record in his very first year. If someone with crazy physical talents like him can't do it, then there's no way the rest of us stand a chance. Maybe physical strength doesn't even matter here. Still, it's too early to give up hope. Another female student pulls her hand away from the stone in absolute despair while the proctor coldly rushes. The process. Next, next, next. Heavy dread and confusion fill the air as one failure piles up after another. This is bad, not a single person has awakened yet. I thought this was supposed to be easy, please don't tell me. Our entire school is going to fail today. Ignoring all the nervous chatter, the sunglasses-wearing proctor loudly calls out the next name. Next up is Hikaru Oi. Hearing his name, the crowd immediately starts murmuring with a lot of serious concern. Nobody wants a guy like him to awaken. He's a massive bully, and if he actually gets powers, everyone is going to be in deep trouble. Up on the stage, Hikaru Oi steps forward and places his hand on the giant stone. Suddenly, violent blue lightning crackles and erupts around him, shocking everyone watching. He smirks, thinking proudly to himself, "With this kind of power, Izumi Nento and that gorgeous lady next to him will definitely have to respect me." Then, his status screen pops up, Hikaru Oi level 0 human. Elementalist lightning gift rank 2 combat status unreleased. Attack 3 agility 4 defense 2 magic power 3 making a total of 12. The blue-haired assistant watches and reports. She speaks into her communicator, telling her father they finally got one. Average stats at level 0 are 5, but his is 12. Well, that is certainly better than nothing. Basking in his newfound glory up on the stage, Hikaru smugly lifts his chin. He yells out, "Hey, old man, Nento got nothing to say to me. Am I the first awaken here?" Suddenly, a dark shadow flashes past. It moves with blinding speed, making Hikaru freeze in shock. He can't believe anyone would dare to ruin his big moment. He spins around, his face twisted in pure rage, screaming at the newcomer to get his dirty hands off the stone. He asks if the guy wants to die. Completely ignoring him, Isuki calmly steps forward and touches the testing stone. The crowd below erupts in whispers, wondering who he is. That is Isuki Tenma from Class 5, and he is totally dead. Once Hikaru targets you, it is over. But amidst all the noise, Izumi Nento narrows his eyes, sensing a strange aura. He feels an unbelievably intense wave of emotion coming from this young student. Isuki places his hand on the cold stone. His glowing red eyes shine with absolute determination. He swears he will never forget his hatred for those beast disasters. He has etched everything from that day into his mind, showing a level of resolve that leaves Izumi completely stunned. This kid is on a whole different level compared to the others. Suddenly, the commander's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the unbelievable sight unfolding. Behind Isuki, a massive wave of brilliant blue energy begins to gather, shaping into a giant, majestic god of war holding a sword. The black stone starts to warp, glowing intensely as it gets enveloped by a massive lotus-shaped energy field. A blinding explosion of light blankets the entire school, forming a truly stunning protective barrier. Everyone is frozen in shock at this 100-meter-tall pillar of light. Seriously, who wouldn't be? The students stare up in awe. It is way more spectacular than when Hikaru awakened. Down in the crowd, his two best friends cheer out in pure joy. The boy with glasses laughs, saying it is exactly what he expected. Meanwhile, Choha, the blue-haired assistant, is utterly stunned. She stammers that this only happens when the rarest class of all the Order Breaker appears. Meanwhile, Izumi wears a knowing smile, eager to see what this kid can actually do. Watching this legendary scene unfold, Hikaru grits his teeth, his face twisting in absolute jealousy and humiliation. Meanwhile, Isuki's consciousness drifts off into a mysterious spiritual space. Say, Akisara jitted atop a blue lotus. He wonders where he is and if he actually awakened. The system screen materializes before him, showing his details. Isuki Tenma level 0 human with a fixed class. Class Order Breaker. Gift Nirvana special rank. Level is permanently fixed, but stats will increase upon acquiring. New skills, which also cleanse all debuffs and fully heal his wounds. Another notification suddenly pops up. It is the rank Z skill Absolute Mimicry, which analyzes enemy attacks and grants corresponding counter skills. Looking at his completely blank stat sheet, Isuki is left totally speechless and confused. Attack 0, Agility 0. Defense 0, Magic 0, everything is literally 0. But right then a barrage of new system alerts flashes. He has acquired the rank Z skill, Absolute Mimicry. His special rank gift, Nirvana, activates and all stats increase by 200. Attack over 200, Agility over 200, Defense over 200, and Magic. No stats over 200, total capped 800. Figuring out his power mechanics, Isuki grins with absolute confidence. So that is how it works. Whenever he acquires a skill through absolute simulation, he gains stats through Nirvana. Even if leveling up is off the table, he can still. Clenching his fists, his eyes burn with fierce determination, ready for the brutal path ahead. He might not know where this level places him among other awakeners, but he is going to wipe out the Calamity Beasts without a shadow of a doubt. He has finally awakened. Back in reality, a blinding flash of light erupts from the stone, forcing everyone to shield their eyes and scream in pain. At the very center of that brilliant blue Glow, the towering silhouette of Isuki gradually emerges amidst the swirling shards of pure energy. Hikaru stumbles back, cold sweat dripping down his face as he stares in absolute disbelief. No way, not that guy. Nearby, the blue-haired assistant trembles, covering her mouth, unable to hold back her shock as she looks at the measuring device. These numbers are just impossible. For a rookie awakener, this is absolutely unheard of, but that boy is definitely a. Cutting her off, Isuki stands proud and tall, adjusting his tie with the effortless elegance of a king. The girl finally manages to gasp out the final words, the strongest in the history of all rookie awakeners. The status window pops up, displaying terrifying stats that leave everyone in the room completely stunned. Name Isuki Tenma. Race human. Level currently unfixed. Class order breaker. Special rank gift unrevealed. Active skills unrevealed. Attack 200, agility 200, defense 200, mana 200, total 800. The entire academy erupts in absolute shock. Cheers echo everywhere as Tenma's stats skyrocket. Someone shouts that they cannot believe their school actually has someone this incredible. This is a miracle that will go down in school history. Meanwhile, Hikaru grinds his teeth, his face twisting with pure envy. That bastard stole the cheers that should have been mine. Completely losing control, Hikaru fires off a sudden attack, shooting lightning straight at Isuki right in the middle of the crowd. A loser like you should stay a loser forever, he screams with murderous intent. I will take you out with my new skill, Silver Snake. But Isuki just stands there, calmly observing the incoming strike. The system immediately begins analyzing the rank C skill, Silver Snake. Absolute simulation activated, analysis progress at 27%. Isuki's eyes flash with focus as data rushes through his head. 57%, 69%. The lightning strikes the wood, detonating in a loud blast but missing completely, leaving a scorched mark on the wood. But Isuki is already gone. Everyone looks around in confusion. One student gasps, asking where Isuki went. There was just a sudden flash of light and then Tenma vanished. Where is he? Suddenly, Isuki's silhouette looms directly behind Hikaru. The system ticks up to 88%. Hikaru breaks into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. He is right behind me. Why can I not move? Isuki leans in close, whispering a chilling threat, his eyes glowing crimson. If you were a Calamity Beast, I would have killed you 100 times over. Count yourself lucky that you were born human. Hikaru collapses to the ground in terror. Isuki casually walks away as the crowd whispers, wondering how Tenma did that. Did Hikaru get so scared his legs turn to jelly? Shh, keep it down or we will get in trouble if he hears us. 94%. Isuki walks calmly through the students. 99%. He figures that since it is only a rank C skill, the analysis speed is quite fast. Blue electricity crackles around Isuki as the notification pops up. 100% complete. Obtained rank C skill, lightning breaker. Two nearby boys shield their eyes, one of them joking that it is glowing again and he is glad he brought sunglasses. Isuki sits in his mental space, realizing he is forcibly pulled into this domain every time an analysis finishes. Silver Snake analysis is now fully complete. Lightning Breaker has been acquired. The detailed skill window pops up right in front of him. Lightning Breaker Level 1. Active effect allows the user to absorb rank C or lower lightning attacks directly into their body. When releasing the absorbed energy, his agility increases by 50%. There is also a passive effect. Each time a rank C lightning attack is absorbed, agility increases by 5%, currently standing at 0%. Lightning Breaker Level 1 acquired. All stats increase by 10, removes all debuffs, and fully heals all wounds. Isuki stands proud, shining brilliantly as he spreads his arms. Cracking blue electricity wraps around him, contrasting with Hikaru, who sits helplessly on the floor. Hikaru gapes in sheer terror. His bodyguards are just as stunned. Isuki is now completely enveloped in lightning. Those sparks are even brighter than Hikaru's. How on earth did he learn a skill like that? Isuki's stats continue to climb. The system updates, showing his stats shooting up even further. Attack rising from 200 to 210. Agility, defense, and mana all jump to 210, bringing his total to 840. The sky suddenly turns pitch black. Everyone looks up in anxiety. It was sunny just a second ago, and now a massive object is plunging through the storm. A gigantic black monolith hurtles straight down. It tears through the stormy sky and crashes directly into the school grounds. Monsters start pouring out of the rock. The blue-haired girl screams out orders, wondering why those boulders are crashing down right here during the assembly. Emerging from the stone block, a blue-haired girl screams out her orders. Why are these boulders even here right now? At this assembly, the school immediately calls for an evacuation, sending everyone rushing outside. The campus looks exactly like a drill, leaving absolutely no room for doubt. Her face pale with panic, the girl with glasses turns to say their target is us and they need to run right now. Fighting is not our strong suit, the man calmly replies, pointing out that if they flee too, everyone else will completely panic. He points out that a schoolboy over there is actually calmer than any of them, while the panicked crowd continues to flee. Isuki walks right against the crowd, heading straight toward the danger, leaving the girl to wonder why he is not running away. A massive rock slams into the schoolyard with a heavy crash, shaking the ground as dust explodes. His friends try to pull him away. His bespectacled friend screams that a Calamity Beast is coming and they need to leave. But Isuki looks back with pure killing intent. He declares he will wipe out every single one of them while Rikiru cries and begs him to run before he gets killed. She is right, he only just became an awakened, so he is no match for them and should leave this to the professionals. But Isuki just looks back with absolute determination, giving her a brief, reassuring look, telling her to simply trust him. His friend grabs the blushing girl and drags her away, screaming in frustration that he should not blame them if he dies. Leaving him behind feels crazy since the enemy is a walking mass murder weapon, but Isuki just flashes a terrifyingly confident smile. He is actually thrilled, realizing this will be his very first real fight since awakening, and blue lightning begins to crackle around him. Looking up at the sky, he thinks about the monster type that killed his parents, feeling strangely lucky to face them. The system screen reveals a level 10,369 skeleton soldier with a double defense bonus. The monster also possesses a rank B skill called Bone Fire, backed by some incredibly high combat stats. Isuki drops into a combat stance, his eyes glowing with a fiery red defiance as he gets ready to engage. He wonders if he should test out his newly acquired skill, instantly charging forward to unleash a devastating lightning strike. Screaming the name of his Thunderbreaker skill, the destructive force collides head-on with the massive beast. Gritting his teeth, he vows not to let anyone else die as he lands a crushing blow to shatter the skeleton. The monster is sent flying with a massive crash, smashing straight into the school building and kicking up a huge cloud. The onlookers are absolutely stunned, and the female assistant drops her jaw. Talk about an overpowered introduction. A brandy rookie just blasted a Calamity Beast away with a single hit, making them wonder if they even need to run. Watching from the sidelines, Nento analyzes Isuki with a sharp gaze, noting that his speed and power are on a different level. Still, defeating a skeleton soldier is not that simple, especially since these monsters possess two very annoying abilities. First is their defensive passive buff, and second is a terrifying spell that can turn anyone into ash on contact. The beast roars as a blue flame erupts, unleashing its signature bone fire to reduce his entire body to ashes. As Isuki is completely engulfed by the blue inferno, his friends scream in horror, thinking he is done for. The enemy laughs maniacally, mocking him for not knowing his own limits and claiming he will be burned to ashes. But inside that sea of flames, Isuki's system is calmly analyzing the attack, tracking the progress step by step. He stands there taking the hit directly, noting that taking damage actually speeds up his system's analysis rate. The blue-haired assistant breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes as the analysis reaches 57%. Even a level 10 awakened would not survive a direct hit like this as his flesh begins to peel away. Gritting his teeth, Isuki endures the agony while the analysis hits 77%, refusing to die here as a rookie. He feels the intense burning sensation of his body melting, yet he pushes through the pain at 81%. Through the blinding pain, a memory of his mother flashes. Meanwhile, Nento narrows his eyes, sensing something is off. He wonders if Isuki is holding back just as the boy suddenly raises his head while his flesh begins regenerating. Once the analysis hits 100%, it is over for the monster, sparking a wave of hope among the onlookers. A blue lotus suddenly manifests on the battlefield, making everyone wonder if this is too much power for a mere rookie. Some thought it was foolish to hope, but seeing that mysterious blue flower again suggests another miracle is about to happen. Isuki steps right out of the lotus with his body completely healed, curiously wondering what kind of skill he scored this time. The system notifications flash as the analysis finishes, confirming he has successfully acquired a new skill called Black Wall. At level 2, this active skill constantly covers his body with protective ice by consuming his mana pool. It completely blocks rank B or lower fire magic while granting a 10% defense boost against those elements. Unlocking Black Wall level 2 also boosts all his stats by 20 and instantly cures him of all negative status effects. It completely heals his wounds. His stats: Surge Attack goes from 210 to 230, and Agility climbs from 210 to 230. His defense and mana reach 230, boosting his total stats from 840 to 920. He clenches his fist, feeling the power. Just moments ago, even his strongest full-force blow could not crack its defense, but with this massive attack power boost, he can definitely do it. The brilliant blue aura of the Energy Lotus suddenly erupts, expanding to completely cover the entire ruined schoolyard. Isuki floats in his spiritual space, his body rebuilt with raw muscle and surging vitality. Outside, his friends jump up, cheering in excitement. They shout that he is still alive and can actually win this. This total recovery of his is nothing short of a miracle. The blue-haired assistant watches in absolute shock, wondering if he has a self-healing skill when she thought he only used lightning. They say order breakers are the most mysterious class, but this guy stands out exceptionally even among those rare anomalies. Her eyes are glued to Isuki, burning with intense curiosity. To recover so flawlessly from those injuries, what are his actual limits? Would he heal even if a limb got severed or if his brain was completely destroyed? She desperately wants to know his limits. The skeletal monster roars furiously, charging forward once more with pure killing intent. Isuki stays completely calm and simply raises his hand. A massive wall of black ice suddenly erupts, completely blocking the monster's dark flames. The blue fire crashes hard, creating a steam explosion. Through the thick rising smoke, Isuki's glowing red eyes flash with terrifying focus. He instantly vanishes, moving at an impossible speed. He leaves only faint trails of blue light in his wake. In a split second, a brutal lightning-fast strike shatters the beast's body. Isuki summons a massive ice sword, bringing it down in a decisive lightning-charged strike from above. The monster is completely torn apart. Bone fragments fly everywhere, burning in the blue lightning. The watching students stand there, completely stunned, unable to believe their eyes. He got behind that disaster beast in a flash, almost like he teleported. Only a high-level awakened could even attempt to track him. Sweat pours down their faces in sheer terror, and the assistant stands frozen, unable to track his movements at all. Is this guy seriously just a rookie? Meanwhile, Izumi Nento watches Isuki with deep admiration after this spectacular victory. Not only can he manifest heavy armor to protect himself, but he can also shape ice weapons of any form he desires. It is a god-level skill that perfectly fuses ultimate offense with absolute defense. Amidst the ruined schoolyard, Isuki stands quietly. His friend Rikuru runs over, shouting his name in sheer panic. Rikuru throws his arms around him, letting out a massive sigh of relief. He tells Isuki how incredibly glad he is, admitting he was worried sick, but Isuki looks around asking where Seiya is. Rikuru looks thoughtful, mentioning that she was watching the fight earlier, looking like she was about to burst into tears. Isuki spots Seiya standing far away in the back of the crowd. He wonders to himself if she is actually upset with him. Meanwhile, Assistant Choha remains completely speechless. This kid just took down a high-level monster that would normally give a level 10 awakened a brutal fight. Izumi Nento quickly orders Choha to stay behind to assist with the cleanup and to tell the principal he is taking Isuki with him. Back in the yard, Rikuru reassures Isuki, saying there is absolutely no way Seiya would be mad about his victory. She is probably just worried about being left behind, so she went to take her awakening test. Isuki can only let out a heavy sigh. He quietly mutters that he hopes so. Just then, Izumi Nento steps forward, looking Isuki up and down before addressing him. He asks if he is indeed Isuki Tenma. Facing the powerful commander-in-chief, the air turns incredibly tense as they lock eyes. The watching students start whispering immediately. Look at that, they murmur. The legendary commander-in-chief is actually talking to him. Is he going to take him on as a student? Another scoffs, saying there is absolutely no way that is going to happen. His only student is Taiwo Jin, the strongest hunter alive. No matter how powerful Isuki is, that will never happen. Sensing the serious vibe, Rikuru awkwardly excuses himself to go find Sei, leaving the two of them alone in the courtyard. Nento looks at him with genuine curiosity, noting that he is quite special. Isuki tilts his head, repeating the word with confusion. Nento's eyes grow incredibly sharp. He can feel a heavy aura radiating from the boy, filled with raw anger and resentment. He looks directly into Isuki's eyes and demands to know the reason behind all that deep, unresolved anger inside of him. Isuki falls silent. Dark memories from 10 years ago flood his mind, back when monsters brutally slaughtered his parents right in front of him. They died trying to protect him. Flashbacks of his younger self appear, tears streaming down his face as he watched the horrific tragedy. He recalls that fateful day, clearly explaining how he was almost killed himself before an awakened stepped in at the last second. Choking up, he visualizes the agonizing moment his mother vanished forever into a raging sea of fire right before his eyes. She told him to stay strong and keep moving forward on his own. The young Isuki stood frozen amidst the burning ruins, completely broken. His parents died because of those monsters. His deep, agonizing pain slowly hardened into an absolute burning rage. Bitterness and grief consume him. He remembers screaming out in pain as the terrifying shadow of the demon loomed over him, sealing his fate. He knew this creature was the absolute root of all evil. His eyes burned red with pure hatred as he remembered his oath from years ago. He swore he would definitely slaughter this demon. Now Isuki grits his teeth, a single tear rolling down his resolute face. He wants to wipe out every last one of them. Nento quietly watches the boy, asking in a low voice, even with your heart consumed by rage, do you still weep? Isuki wipes away the tears, explaining his strange condition. Ever since he watched his mother die, his left eye could no longer cry. The left eye went completely dry. But his right eye, it started crying on its own. He can never forget his hatred for the beasts. This pain keeps his burning hatred alive. Nento nods, then makes a highly unexpected offer. He asks if Isuki wants to train under him. He promises to bring him directly into the elite Salvation Alliance, offering him the immense godlike power needed to take his ultimate revenge. Isuki repeats the legendary name in absolute shock: the Salvation Alliance. Nento explains that this massive organization was created to fight the beasts more efficiently. The government of the southern continent gathered the absolute strongest. They recruited the most powerful awakened hunters from all over the globe. It is basically the official military force against the Calamity Beasts. Its members are known as the Savior Army. They get access to incredible resources, private training grounds, and devastating weapons. Plus, the pay is insanely high. Even a basic trainee gets 10,000 gold coins every month, enough to buy a brand new car. But of course, that kind of cash doesn't come for free. There is always a catch. Let's see how high the stakes really are. These saviors are expected to constantly risk their lives on the front lines, protecting humanity from the relentless beast hordes. Honestly, Isuki does not care about the money or the fancy gear. To him, only one thing actually matters. He clenches his fist, eyes burning with determination. He wants to be on the front lines, slaughtering those monsters himself. He's going to become a savior. Nento then begins to explain the brutal selection process they have to face. Every February, they hold a massive national tournament. Over 10,000 hopeful applicants show up to compete for a spot. Competitors earn points based on their combat performance, but only the top 100 will ever earn the right to become saviors. Isuki immediately asks what the highest score in history is. Nento goes quiet, his eyes narrowing behind his mask. He warns that the record is too crazy to use as a baseline. Then he points to a massive number on the screen. The ultimate record is 115,000 points, set 11 years ago by the legendary Taiwa Jin. You pass with 30% of that score and rank first with 50%. Isuki freezes at the familiar name. Wait, he knows this guy. The image of the legendary hero flashes in his mind. Taiwa Jin, the strongest hunter, the light of humanity. Is that the savior Rikaru talked about? Nento warns him seriously. Taiwa Jin is a complete monster. Comparing yourself to him will only bring despair. Still, Nento tells him to have confidence because he can stand equal to him. Isuki looks straight ahead, declaring his ultimate goal. He loudly proclaims that he will surpass the legend Taiwa Jin. Nento stays quiet, eyes narrowing as he watches this new spark ignite. He remembers the old days with Taiwa Jin. That kid had become a legendary hero, with every young hunter now desperately trying to follow in his footsteps. But just following behind won't win this war. Eventually, a new sun must rise to replace the setting sun. Nento looks at Isuki with high hopes. He can't wait to see if this kid is the dawn they've been waiting for. Soon, the two stand before a massive glowing dome. It is an incredibly imposing, futuristic, spherical structure. Isuki gasps in awe, asking what that massive structure is. Nento explains the harsh truth behind the monster invasions. Those giant stones act as portals, linking their world directly to the beasts. Just killing the monsters isn't enough. Leave those portals completely open and more beasts will flood through. He points toward the massive dome facility nearby. It was built to completely contain active portals. Hunters will periodically enter to clear out any monsters that leak through. This keeps the overall threat level controlled, making it the perfect hazard-filled training ground for the newest recruits. Isuki nods closely, studying the entrance. It's basically a training ground. Nento confirms, calling it a status stage. The danger is unpredictable, with monster counts and levels fluctuating wildly. The interior is deadlier than it looks. Scattered bones and shattered weapons paint a grim picture. The beasts inside this specific stage are incredibly ruthless. It has the highest rookie death rate of any simulator here. That is why they call it the Rookie Graveyard. A digital scoreboard nearby displays the records. Back when Taiwa Jin was just a rookie, he cleared it instantly. His clear time was exactly 3 minutes and 14 seconds, setting an impossible standard for everyone else. Nento looks at Isuki, laying down a brutal challenge. If you want to beat his shadow, aim for 3 minutes flat. Isuki silently walks toward the massive gate. Nento yells after him, reminding him of what it takes to survive. 3 minutes, that is all he has. Isuki silently walks toward the entrance gate while Nento calls out after him, hoping he survives. Clear this within 3 minutes and I will take you as my apprentice. The arrival of these two sends a huge wave of whispers through the crowd. Everyone starts pointing. Look, is that the rumored rookie next to Mr. Izumi? No way, unless he is a top-tier hunter like Taiwa. No way is a rookie qualified to stand next to Mr. Izumi. Isuki just glances around, completely unfazed by their judgmental stares. He is actually surprised by their reactions. Is this guy really that famous? He stops right in front of the level board. The screen displays a level 10 Calamity Beast inside. Level 10, he muses, that is only 2 levels higher than that skeleton soldier. Exactly how strong is it anyway? Isuki casually walks forward through the glares, but it seems like nobody else is willing to enter. Why is everyone just standing around? Before long, the crowd starts mocking him, wondering if this fresh rookie actually thinks he can do it. With that kind of attitude, he must have a high-level hunter carrying him. Honestly, some onlookers wish they could get a free carry too. Others scoff, guessing he only came to flirt with the pretty receptionist, using his decent looks to act like a total big shot. Isuki ignores them and walks up to the desk. The gray-haired receptionist looks him up and down with deep suspicion as he makes his request. She blinks, asking how many challengers are in his party. He simply tilts his head and gives a blunt one-word reply. Just me. The entire lobby instantly goes dead silent. The receptionist's face tightens as she assumes this rookie is just messing with her. She scowls and tells him to stop playing around. This is not funny, she snaps, accusing him of trying to hit on her. She warns him that even though this is an artificial dungeon, it is still a deadly zone where people get seriously hurt or even killed. He could literally lose his life. Isuki just stares at her, completely baffled. What on earth is this girl talking about? Behind him, the crowd bursts into mocking laughter. They jeer at him, joking that some idiots actually treat dangerous dungeons like dating spots. Usually guys like this get a good scolding and run away with their tails between their legs. But Isuki is different. He fixes her with a cold glare, his voice perfectly flat. You are misunderstanding, he says, because I have zero interest in you. I came here purely to clear this dungeon. Flustered and embarrassed, the receptionist covers her face, though she still tries to save face. She tells him he does not need to play tough, offering her contact number if he agrees to just go home. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent radiates from the boy. His eyes turn pitch black, warning her not to make him repeat himself. He does not care about her phone number, he just wants to enter. Terrified, the girl trembles as she hands over a registration bracelet. Fine, she stutters, but do not blame me if you die. Isuki sighs, wishing she had just listened from the very beginning. He hates repeating himself. Behind him, the crowd continues to jeer as he steps toward the gate. What an absolute idiot, they sneer. He literally had a hot girl's number handed to him and he threw it away just to play the hero. A level 0 rookie going in. Trying to take on a level 10 dungeon is pure suicide. Most of them are betting he will run back screaming in under a minute. Standing before the massive steel doors, the chatter fades into the background. Isuki is completely focused, radiating a strange quiet confidence. Some whisper that he has a special rank gift, but others quickly dismiss it, arguing that gifts are just minor bonuses compared to actual levels. No matter how rare a skill is, it means nothing if the hunter's level is low. Isuki calmly steps up, preparing to scan his device. With his registration completed on the bracelet, a quick swipe is all it takes. A sharp beep echoes through the quiet lobby. The screen flashes bright blue, confirming that the entry request for the awakened hunter Isuki Tenma has been approved. He slowly cracks his knuckles. Exhaling a cold breath, he locks his gaze forward. He only has 3 minutes to get this done. Time to make a move. The digital timer on the screen starts ticking up from 0. In a flash, Isuki lunges forward like a bolt of lightning. He leaves a trail of pure, crackling energy in his wake as he crosses the threshold into a shockingly massive open cavern. It is much bigger than he expected. Even if it is just an artificial simulation, this is his first real battle inside a dungeon. His senses sharpen to a razor's edge as a shadow looms ahead. Right on cue, a massive wooden monster erupts from the ground. The system identifies the target as a level 4 Kodama beast. Without wasting a single heartbeat, Isuki launches himself directly at the monster. His enhanced stats give him an overwhelming advantage. With his total power sitting at 174, he swings his weapon. His razor-sharp ice axe cleaves straight through the wooden beast, sending it crashing down. A cold, confident smirk plays on his lips. Turns out an axe really is the absolute best tool for chopping wood. He challenges the rest of the pack surrounding him. Meanwhile, back outside, Choha looks at her father with deep concern. Why did he let Isuki enter this specific highly dangerous zone? Nento quietly replies that the boy claimed he would surpass Jin, so he naturally sent him to the very first dungeon Jin ever cleared. Choha shakes her head. Unless that boy can somehow break the very limits of humanity, catching up to Jin is absolutely impossible. Her father just listens, wondering to himself if his daughter truly believes Jin has already climbed to an entirely different unreachable realm. Surpassing Jin is impossible. No way. This makes Izumi Nento wonder if Choha truly believes Taiwa Jin has already gone that far ahead. She remembers him with a tense, tight expression, wondering if he is even human. She once thought Jin was kind and approachable, but she witnessed him slaughter a level 97 disaster beast in the blink of an eye. Those eyes, she cannot shake them. His glowing red stare still haunts her mind, cold, completely detached and godlike. Those eyes do not belong to a human. As Taiwa Jin's towering back fades into a brilliant, blinding light, they look more like the eyes of a god. Nento quietly observes Isuki weighing his raw potential. The kid possesses a latent power that easily rivals Jin's own. But right now, he is nothing more than a rough, unpolished gem. If Jin is a godlike savior protecting the weak, this new kid is a demon consumed by absolute hatred, Jin's polar opposite. Nento silently sizes him up. He watches Isuki grip his severed monster head. In the dungeon, Isuki exhales in disappointment. These monsters are just too weak. His absolute simulation skill does not even trigger for low-level trash like this. Then a massive shadow looms. Two glowing red eyes rise menacingly right behind him. Isuki pivots instantly, unleashing a blinding lightning slash to counter. As the beast crashes to the ground, he looks down, asking himself if that is really all it had. He squints at the corpse, highly suspicious. Are level 10 beasts really this pathetic? No, if it were that easy. This place would not be known as the Rookie Graveyard. There has to be more. Suddenly, a red system warning flares. A B-rank self-regeneration skill is detected. Absolute simulation immediately kicks in, starting the scan. Progress is at 5%. Isuki flinches as a massive wave of energy erupts right behind him. The wooden beast he just killed is rising. It regenerates, growing even larger and leaving Isuki stunned. He literally took off half its head. How is it healing? The monster's updated stats flash, radiating pure threat. It is a reborn Kodama level 520. Its defense is down 50%, but its self-regeneration is boosted. Stats show 110 attack, 100 defense, and 60 magic power, totaling 450. He grits his teeth, knowing it is never simple. He instantly triggers his class defense skill, Black Wall, before diving from the sky like a spear. To stop its regeneration, he needs to deal overwhelming burst damage. Analysis progress hits 17% as his blades blur. He tears through space, pushing progress to 19%. He channels everything into his sharp ice gauntlets, charging forward. A brilliant slash cuts the darkness and progress ticks to 21%. The massive beast takes the hit. Its body splits open under the raw pressure, leaking dark energy. Isuki lets out a crazed, bloodthirsty grin. His eyes burn crimson. He is going to tear this thing apart until there is absolutely nothing left to regenerate. He unleashes a relentless storm of light-speed slashes, completely trapping the towering beast in a cage of steel. The Kodama shatters into a million pieces, utterly annihilated by his overwhelming force. Standing in the debris, Isuki tries to catch his breath. Maintaining Black Wall has drained a massive chunk of his mana, but before he can rest, the earth violently rumbles. The wooden colossus rises again, even stronger than before. It roars, sending deadly razor-sharp roots tearing through the ground. Isuki flips through the air, barely dodging them. The analysis bar reaches 60%. He mutters in pure frustration, "This stupid thing is a total pain." His eyes narrow as he notices a pattern. Every single time the monster regenerates, his analysis speed spikes. He quickly adjusts his plan, a cold determination taking over. He will drop Black Wall to conserve his mana. He will rely on Lightning Step to evade its strikes while keeping his distance, buying enough time for the analysis. It is a risky play, but it is his only way out. He checks the progress bar, 75%. He is running out of time before his 3-minute limit is up. It is time to gamble everything. He unleashes both Lightning Step and Black Wall at once, hitting the beast with absolute force to trigger rapid regeneration. This is the fastest way to max his scan. But a sudden crushing blow sends him crashing to the dirt. Pain flares through his entire body. If his mana bottoms out before the simulation finishes, he is dead. 80%. He spins through the air, barely escaping a cluster of wooden spikes. 85%. He charges headfirst into the danger. If he dies here, then that is just the limit of his worth. His eyes flare crimson as he prepares his final desperate gambit. A massive explosion of pure lightning detonates. Blinding light fills the field. Isuki is thrown back, coughing up blood, cursing as the world spins. Wooden roots impale his flesh. His mana bar is completely empty, but the analysis finally hits 99%. He smiles through the blood as a bright alert flashes, 100% complete. It went exactly as planned. Absolute simulation does not even need mana to activate, making this victory completely his. A giant bloom of green energy explodes as the system screen announces self-regeneration. Analysis is complete. He has officially acquired the Explosive Lotus. Immediately, the skill details appear. Explosive Lotus level 2 active effect consumes mana to deal explosive damage to nearby enemies within a 5-meter radius. Power scales directly with the mana consumed. Passive effect: every time Explosive Lotus defeats a level 1 or higher living creature, all skill ranges increase by 1%. Standing on the Divine Lotus, Isuki's body is completely healed. With Explosive Lotus, level 2 acquired, all stats increase by 20, clearing all negative statuses and fully restoring every single injury. Glancing at the terrified beast, a final system screen pops up. Explosive Lotus has been activated. Isuki calmly clasps his hands, focusing his entire raw power into a single point. A giant fiery lotus explosion swallows the target in a blazing sea of fire. The wooden monster completely shatters and turns to ash under the extreme heat. Standing in the rising smoke, Isuki wipes blood from his lip and coldly notes the Explosive Lotus isn't half bad. He stares in shock at the giant crater he made. This much power with only 1/3 of his mana makes wiping out weak disaster beasts incredibly easy now. He never expected absolute simulation would actually restore his completely depleted mana. Suddenly spotting a green crystal drop, Isuki stands there frozen, wondering what this could be. Meanwhile, outside, the receptionist frantically checks the timer, hitting 2 minutes 9 seconds, noting it has been nearly 3 minutes since that rookie went in with absolutely no sign of exit. They should quickly call the rescue team. Choha is incredibly anxious, sweat dripping down her face. She doesn't think he'd lose to level 10 beasts. But clearing the stage within 3 minutes seems completely impossible. Suddenly, the entire system flashes a brilliant green, with a message announcing a brand new record. Izumi Nento and the crowd stand frozen. He squints, gasping in sheer shock. This is impossible. Choha drops her jaw, looking at the actual result. Did he really clear it? Meanwhile, let's be real, who wouldn't be shocked by a level 0 rookie pulling this off? Stage challenge, successful, difficulty 10. Challenger Isuki Tenma, time elapsed 2 minutes 14 seconds, updating the stage record. As the massive gate opens, Isuki steps out in tattered clothes, his cold gaze completely smoking his rivals on the leaderboard. Rank 1. Isuki Tenma, 214. Rank 2, Taiwa Jin, 314. Rank 3, Sohai, 717. Everyone around them starts whispering in utter shock. He actually survived. Is that green liquid on him the blood of a disaster beast? How is he a whole minute faster than Taiwa Jin? Isuki walks right up to Izumi Nento, looking straight at him to make a request. Will Nento officially guide him now? He smirks slightly, the dried blood on his face making him look even more resolute. Master Nento smiles with satisfaction behind his mask, leaving Choha standing nearby, completely shocked. Well done, as expected of my student. Her father is actually smiling. How long has it been since she last saw this? The other students keep whispering. No wonder he broke Taiwa Jin's record if he is Izumi Nento's disciple. But even as a disciple, as long as his level does not increase, there won't be any room to grow. Suddenly, the receptionist walks over with a deeply flushed, apologetic face, presenting an elegant wooden box. This is a gift for breaking the record. Please accept it and forgive my rudeness. Isuki calmly accepts the gift, his expression softening slightly as he asks if he really gets to keep this. No worries. A level 0 rookie taking on a stage like that definitely seemed reckless. I am a complete stranger, so my death had nothing to do with you, yet you still tried to stop me. That shows you cared. The girl bows shyly in response to Isuki's thanks. It is nothing. Choha suddenly cuts in to break the atmosphere. She turns to walk away, calling out that she will leave him behind. Folding her arms, she gives him a stern warning not to get cocky just because he became her father's disciple. Indeed, a stage of this level seems far too easy for you now. Shall we raise the difficulty? Nento nods in agreement, looking toward the massive structures in the distance, noting that he is now ready to challenge those advanced stages. Advanced stages? Isuki asks in surprise. As the three of them walk across the campus, Nento begins explaining the harsh reality. Level is not the only thing that dictates a disaster beast's power. The most crucial factor is their species. Pointing at images of ferocious monsters, he explains that mindless species acting purely on instinct are easy targets. But then images of warrior-like beasts appear with an imposing pressure. Some species possess an intelligence equal to or even far exceeding humans. They are much more troublesome than your average brainless disaster beasts. Normally, Choha takes over from her father to explain this world's mechanics. Awakeners and Calamity Beasts are at their core, basically the exact same kind of creature. But currently only humans are granted specific classes. In other words, stats vary wildly depending on the species. She narrows her eyes at Isuki, bringing up his next big challenge. High-level stages feature incredibly powerful species and highly intelligent Calamity Beasts. Their difficulty is on a whole other level compared to ordinary stages, and since almost all high-level stages in the northern continent are located in District B, that is his next destination. When she asks if he has any questions, Isuki's eyes flash with a cold, brilliant blue. As chilling thoughts cross his mind, he wonders if the two beasts he just defeated lacked any real intelligence, especially since they did not scream when they were attacked. Did they truly lack pain receptors? And if so, do the highly intelligent ones actually feel pain? Suddenly, a heavy pitch-black aura rises around Isuki, causing Choha to turn completely pale with fear. She wonders what this terrifying aura is and what he could possibly be thinking. Meanwhile, a crowd whispers in another district. They are gossiping about a powerful figure, hearing rumors that Master Izumi is sending Isuki to a high-level stage. Breaking Taiwa Jin's record is certainly impressive, but almost all high-level stages in District 4 are controlled by one dangerous man. Even worse, every single awoken warrior who enters those stages mysteriously goes missing. Rumor has it that he quietly eliminates them. That heartless man is none other than Riji Kinoshita. Hearing the name, one of them quickly shushes his terrified friend. He warns him to shut up before they both end up killed. Meanwhile, inside a lavishly decorated room, a man named Reiji Kinoshita sits back with his legs crossed, letting a subordinate shine his shoes. He is the son of the governor of Northern District 4, Reiji Kinoshita. He arrogantly sips his wine as his subordinate asks when they will depart. Reiji boasts that since all stages in District B are under his control, he will set off whenever he damn well pleases. He sneers with a mocking smirk, exuding pure tyrannical arrogance. To him, waiting in line is only for the worthless commoners. Back to Isuki, who slowly opens the box. A soft click echoes under the cool shade of the trees as they sit together. Isuki is stunned to find a familiar item from his past. Watching his reaction closely, Nento asks if he recognizes it. He has seen a karma stone before. Isuki looks at the glowing green crystal, comparing it to the one in his hand. Yes, he says. After defeating the Calamity Beasts inside that stage, an identical stone dropped right in front of him. It was a perfect match. He lifts the deep green crystal toward the sunlight, carefully examining its vibrant clear color. Suddenly, Choha leaps to her feet, her eyes wide with utter shock. An intermediate tier karma stone dropping in. A beginner stage, Isuki is completely puzzled, asking what a karma stone actually is. Choha sits back down too. Explain. She calls them experienced stones, realizing that as a rookie, he probably has never heard of them before. An illustration reveals the rules of this world. Whenever a calamity beast or an awakened warrior loses their life, their corpse releases karma, which is a form of invisible energy that acts as experience points. Absorbing this energy is how you level up. In other words, a karma stone is simply a crystallized container of that experience. Drawing energy directly from a karma stone is a highly reliable method for awakeners to rapidly raise their levels. But strangely enough, these stones never form naturally in the wild. Choha looks up at the sky, deeply puzzled, searching for an answer. Nento suddenly speaks up, suggesting that the stone might actually be Isuki's unique gift. Isuki looks at them, blankly repeating the word. Nento continues to explain this strange anomaly. Normally, the karma of a defeated foe is immediately absorbed by the victor, but even though Isuki crushed those beasts, he did not level up at all, meaning no experience was absorbed. Yet, generated energy cannot just vanish into thin air. He looks at them both, presenting a mind-blowing theory. If his guess is correct, the beast that attacked the school was actually absorbed by the other awakeners present, meaning them. Suddenly, the stone in Isuki's hand glows with a brilliant green light. Since his stage is a completely closed space, Isuki could not absorb the experience he generated, and there was no one else around to receive it. Thus, it condensed into a physical stone. Watching Isuki from behind, Choha is deeply conflicted. If he really cannot level up, then how on earth do his stats keep multiplying? Before she can finish, Izumi Nento cuts her off in a very stern voice. Choha, an awakened one's unique gift is top secret. You have not forgotten that rule, have you? She turns pale and apologizes immediately. Turning to Isuki, Nento warmly tells him that he can keep or sell the stone. It is his choice. Nento then mentions he must leave for a major summit with the commanders of the 5 continents, so he will be away for a while. In the meantime, Choha will look after him. But before leaving, the master has a few critical things he wants the young man to remember. He lays down some ironclad rules. First, keep their relationship a secret. Second, never reveal his special gifts to anyone else. Third, conquer at least 6 high-level stages before he returns. And fourth, do whatever he thinks is right without any hesitation. Because no matter what happens, his master will always have his back. Isuki grins with absolute confidence, his gaze filled with solid determination. He firmly replies that he understands. Cut to a brand new location, the Flint execution ground in Northern District 4, where a crowd of block students are furiously shouting. They got here first, so why on earth are they being locked out? The bodyguards in dark glasses coldly announce that this stage is reserved for Reiji Kinoshita's son. Everyone else needs to go home. A blue-haired student refuses to back down, gritting his teeth. Who cares if he has money? Does he think he owns the place? The guy is not even here yet, so why can they not just go in first? Suddenly, a massive figure looms from behind. It is a giant named Takeru, his eyes glowing red with intense pressure. Meanwhile, the student is still screaming that he does not care about some rich kid. If they do not let everyone in, he will report this to the Awakened Association. But Takeru does not care at all. Without a single word, Takeru unleashes a devastating punch that rips through the air. His face is twisted in pure savage brutality. His massive muscular arm drives forward with unbelievable power. The impact is deafening, utterly crushing any hope of defense in an instant. A blonde student collapses to the ground, completely pale. How is this possible? Did his B-rank Earth Spike skill do absolutely nothing? Takeru stands tall like a solid wall of steel. He coldly tells them that a weak attack like that does not even itch. The beaten student looks up, trembling in cold sweat before this freakish strength. Earth spikes are supposed to pierce anything. Is this guy a monster? Showing absolutely no mercy, the giant Takeru steps forward and violently grabs the poor student by the head. His brutal grip forces the boy to cough up blood, screaming in agony. The surrounding crowd watches on in absolute horror. Two high-level students, levels 7 and 8, were taken down just like that. This massive guy is on a completely different level. It is Takeru Aga, one of Reiji Kanoshida's top executioners and a level 12 metal element mage. No wonder he is so terrifying. Takeru lifts the beaten student high with pure disgust, growling that he will break anyone who enters the stage without Reiji's permission. If anyone tries to resist, they will end up just like these two trash heaps. He stands proudly among the rubble, barking orders. Let this garbage rot right here and do not even think about helping them. Behind him, his lackeys burst into cruel laughter. They tease him to not go too far, warning that someone might report him to the teachers for picking on weaklings. Takeru merely scoffs at their warning contemptuously, tossing the unconscious student aside like a useless piece of garbage. But right then, Isuki steps in and catches the falling body. His calm demeanor completely shocks Choha, who is right beside him. The surrounding crowd stares in shock. Who is this guy, and did he not hear the warning? At level 0, he is dead meat. Plus, the beautiful girl next to him looks incredibly familiar. Takeru glares at Isuki, his eyes burning with intense bloodlust. He warns the rookie that nobody gets through without Reiji's permission, advising him to turn back if he wants to stay alive. Isuki looks him dead in the eye, calmly stating that he must defeat him to get past this gate. Choha quickly reaches for her phone, offering to contact the North B district manager because this kind of behavior is unacceptable. But as Isuki raises his hand to stop her, his eyes glowing with a sharp, determined blue light as he tells her is not necessary. His master told him to do what he thinks is right without hesitation. He gently hands the wounded student over to Choha. He calmly tells her to take care of the injured. Now watch, even the brutal giant Takeru is starting to sweat. He is staring at Isuki's completely hidden status screen. Who is this kid, and why is a level 0 rookie standing so fearlessly? Does he have some ultra-rare class? Takeru tries to shake off the pressure by reminding himself of the massive gap in their levels. He wonders why he is even feeling pressured when he is 12 levels higher than this kid. That stat gap is insurmountable. Takeru's status screen flashes, showing a massive total stat of 605. He glares at the boy, trying to assert dominance, but his pupils shrink as he detects a monstrous, terrifying aura radiating from the young man. Shock and fear quickly take over. Before Takeru can even react, Isuki moves like a sudden hurricane. His blurry figure is reflected in the giant's wide eyes. Instantly, Isuki drives a devastating punch straight into the giant's face. The shockwave of the impact rattles the entire area. The watching students gasp in sheer disbelief. Can a level 0 hunter really be that fast? Even level 8 players cannot track his movements. However, the moment Isuki's fist connects with Takeru's skin, a strange plume of white smoke begins to rise. Isuki narrows his eyes as he realizes his powerful blow was completely stopped. The giant blocked it using metallization. Takeru lets out a triumphant, smug smirk. He locks his metal hands around Isuki and growls about the boy's speed. Not bad, Takeru thinks. He slams a heavy fist down, unleashing a massive shockwave. Isuki quickly leaps back but struggles to withstand the blast. Landing in a defensive stance, Isuki calmly plans. He must find a tactical way to take down an enemy over level 10. He needs to boost his speed using Lightning Pierce. Right then, the glowing system interface suddenly flashes, starting the copy process. It displays Isuki Tenma, a human with a lock level of 0 and 1,000 total stats, now detecting a C-rank skill. Absolute simulation activates. The analysis progress starts at 1%. Lowering his stance, Isuki focuses with eyes burning with fierce determination. Is this opponent actually threatening enough to trigger his copying skill? He must get serious, dashing forward like a swift, silent ghost. The analysis progress jumps to 5%. Normal attacks will not penetrate metallic defense, so he decides to target the exposed flesh. The ground shatters under Isuki's feet. He launches himself forward as Takeru swings down a massive metallic fist with a smug grin. Takeru mocks Isuki as a weakling who lacks speed. But suddenly, crackling blue lightning completely envelops the young fighter. Isuki accelerates in a flash. He catches the giant completely off guard just as Takeru assumes the boy has reached his limit. Lightning Pierce activates. Isuki slams a lightning-clad punch right into Takeru's ribs, leaving his massive opponent gasping in sheer shock. No time to harden. Isuki refuses to let him recover, unleashing a rapid, relentless storm of heavy blows upon his opponent. The analysis climbs rapidly from 25 to 66%. Watching from the sidelines, the crowd is utterly stunned by his performance. How can a level 0 use skills from another class? His speed is insane, they cannot even track him with their eyes. Takeru grits his teeth in agonizing pain. His face contorts in disbelief as he desperately tries to activate his metallic defense in time. A level 0 cannot be this fast. Takeru realizes he will lose, driven completely into a corner as he panics in despair. The pressure pins him down. Takeru cannot even scream, desperately yelling for his allies to stop standing around and help him. Pure rage takes over. Takeru channels every ounce of his remaining strength into a final desperate gamble to turn the tide. He must try that forbidden move. A massive wave of dark energy erupts, his deafening roar shaking the entire battlefield. Takeru's entire body transforms into a gleaming black metal. The system's analysis progress instantly shoots up to 88%. Standing tall in his new form, Takeru mocks his opponent. He boasts that being pushed so hard finally unlocked full-body metallization. This ultimate armor boosts his defense by 50%. Even better, his passive gift adds another 50% when standing still. His total defense is now over 500. Takeru's eyes glow with a sadistic light as he stares down at Isuki. He threatens to slice Isuki in half, but as a reward for helping him evolve, he promises a quick and painless death. A defense of over 500 at level 12. That is basically an unkillable boss in a low-level zone. He is a monster. The crowd loses all hope, whispering that no one can break through that armor to defeat him. But Isuki just smiles. The analysis meter hits 99%, completely unfazed by the terrifying defensive boost of his opponent. This full-body transformation requires massive mana. If Takeru dumped all his stat points into defense, his mana pool must be empty. Takeru snaps in fury, feeling deeply insulted. He yells that this is nonsense, refusing to believe a level 0 could read him. The analysis hits 100%. Glowing with a brilliant aura, Isuki calmly tells him not to worry about a thing. He will not use a boring stall tactic to drain Takeru's mana. Instead, Isuki promises to end this fight in an instant. Suddenly, a giant blue lotus materializes once more. It wraps around Isuki in the middle of the field, drawing gasps from everyone. The mystical flower glows brightly. The crowd holds its breath, realizing the level 0 is about to unleash something truly spectacular. Is this a level 0 skill? It does not look like an attack, leaving everyone wondering how he plans to win. The system screen flashes a completion notice. The metallization skill is fully copied, unlocking a brand new power for him. He acquires Purging Darkness, level 1. This active ability allows him to launch a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. Traveling at just 1 meter per second, the sphere pierces through any opponent in its path, while completely ignoring their defense. The passive effect is even better. Defeating an enemy with higher defense than his own will permanently increase the sphere's speed. Isuki realizes this skill is incredibly lethal. If he can land a hit, bypassing defense means he will deal massive damage. But at 1 meter per second, even a child could dodge it. This means his timing must be absolutely perfect. But looking at the stationary punching bag standing right in front of him, Isuki smiles. Timing is not even an issue. His eyes turn razor-sharp, radiating a heavy wave of killing intent. He's about to crush that absolute defense into dust. Instantly, his status screen flashes to life. The system updates his stats after officially integrating the power of Purging Darkness. All of his base stats increase by 10. The skill also cleanses all negative status effects and fully heals his wounds. With his attack, agility, defense, and mana all soaring over 250, Isuki is now stronger than ever. He reaches his hand toward Takeru as a lotus of pure energy erupts around him. Try dodging this, activate Purging Darkness. The surrounding crowd starts whispering in disbelief. They have never seen that skill before. So this is the fabled Order Breaker, the most mysterious class of all 4 paths, but can a level 0 skill actually pierce a massive shield, especially the barrier of a level 12 defense expert? But looking at his confident face, this must be a killer technique. Right from the center of a lotus, a jet black orb begins to form, radiating a strange and eerie light as it floats. It drifts slowly through the air, heading straight for the giant. The onlookers sneer. Is that really all he has? Just a tiny little marble? Is he kidding us? What a disappointment. Takeru sneers with contempt, confidently standing his ground. Did he really think a pathetic little orb could make him move and cancel out his special defense gift? How naive, Takeru thinks as he flexes to show off his polished metallic armor, growling a fierce threat. The orb gently taps Takeru's chest, his arrogant grin widening, mockingly telling Isuki Tenma he is about to die a pathetic death. But in an instant, his smile vanishes, replaced by pure horror as the orb sinks deep into his metallic flesh. Fresh blood sprays everywhere as his steel armor shatters, forcing him to scream in absolute agony while Isuki Tenma stands watching him. The giant collapses at his feet as Isuki Tenma speaks coldly. He told him to dodge, and since he is human, he only targeted his arm. Had he been a Calamity Beast, Isuki Tenma would have aimed straight for his neck instead. Takeru clutches his bleeding arm, screaming in pain while Isuki Tenma walks away without even glancing at the frozen minions. Why are they still staring? They need to take him to the hospital right now. Isuki Tenma's eyes flash with cold cruelty. A chill runs down their spines as he tells them to get lost. Terrified, the guards quickly carry their boss away. Cheers immediately erupt across the crowd. He actually won a brilliant victory, and that arrogant jerk got exactly what he deserved. A few other awakeners quickly swarm him, eagerly asking if he wants to form a three-man team to clear dungeons, or perhaps join a duo. That way he will take home a much larger share of the experience points. They desperately try to persuade Isuki Tenma. The blazing stone execution ground is brutal and the monsters inside are tough. Every monster in there has a defense rating just as high as Takaru's, but a healer could keep his mana full. That way he could spam those explosive black orbs infinitely. Isuki Tenma narrows his eyes as a brilliant strategy takes shape. High defense is actually perfect. The flight speed of his Purging Darkness skill increases every time he defeats a high defense foe. He can fully maximize his skill speed right here. Seeing him stand in silence, the recruiters grow anxious and press him. They demand to know who he will choose, but Isuki Tenma simply gives them a cold, flat refusal. He is going. But get this, he actually plans to challenge this insanely dangerous high-level dungeon completely solo. They mock him, whispering that beating Takeru made him way too arrogant and that pride always comes before a fall. Since they do not meet his grand standards, they leave to find another party, while Choha rushes to stop him. She warns him with deep concern, questioning if his limited mana pool can survive against so many high-defense monsters. Since every beast inside is just as tanky as Takeru, Isuki Tenma casually tells her not to worry, he will be fine. Choha snaps, blushing to hide her concern. She is only asking because her father will blame her if he dies. She walks off to treat the wounded, letting him do as he pleases, but she leaves him with one final warning. The Stone Tribe lacks intelligence but attacks in massive hordes, so he must keep a very close eye on his mana. Isuki Tenma nods, placing his hand onto the gate console, and the system immediately grants his solo entry request. Isuki Tenma is cleared to enter, and as the gates slide open, he gazes into the dark, swarming abyss. Massive stone golems immediately begin surrounding him, a brutal greeting from a high-level dungeon with terrifying monster stats. These Calamity Beasts are leagues above anything he has faced. One roars and charges, flashing its stats onto his screen. It is a level 9 stone golem with a unique rank 2 gift that converts all mana into pure defense. Boasting nearly 300 defense and 0 mana, Isuki Tenma raises his hand high to test his theory on these targets. He needs to see if these rock monsters trigger his Purging Darkness passive as a beautiful purple lotus blooms again. Activating the skill, the tiny black orb drifts out at an incredibly slow pace, heading straight toward the lumbering golem. It effortlessly drills straight through the thick stone chest, instantly vaporizing the golem as the orb suddenly begins to accelerate. Ripping through the next targets, the skill speed increases by 100%, bringing a satisfied smirk to Isuki Tenma's face. It works exactly as calculated, and though the savage horde rages onward, Isuki Tenma stands calmly amidst the crackling energy fields. These slow, clumsy targets make the absolute perfect prey for Purging Darkness. Meanwhile, the system continuously flashes victory notifications. The level 9 stone statue is defeated. Purging Darkness flight speed increases by 100%. The level 8 statue falls, adding another 100% to his speed. After sweeping the minor mobs, Isuki stands in the ruins, checking his mana status of 110 out of 260. He quickly calculates that one shot costs 50 mana, leaving him with just 2 blasts. He calmly scans the field ahead. 2 monsters are rushing him while the hidden worm has not appeared yet. Only 3 enemies remain. Isuki channels blazing energy into his palm with absolute determination. He must take down both of them with one shot. The massive blast pierces the ground, sending a violent shockwave through the air and completely blinding the battlefield in dust. Using the smoke screen, he charges straight ahead. His eyes flare with a murderous red glow as he makes his move. "Take this," he roars, unleashing his final blow. The energy sphere obliterates every single obstacle in its path, and the system flashes notifications. The level 9 and level 10 stone statues are destroyed, boosting speed by another 100%. As the dust settles, Isuki collapses onto the ground, gasping for air. This exhausting feeling right before running out of mana is incredibly brutal. He can only hope that he will unlock some kind of mana recovery skill in the future to keep himself from completely collapsing. He sits up, looking at his newly upgraded skill screen with a satisfied smile. His speed is now 5 meters per second, allowing him to easily chase down fleeing targets. With Purging Darkness at level 1, its flight speed has increased by 500%. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him. Isuki shivers, turning around as the ground shakes violently and dust explodes into the air. Under the crushing weight of this new enemy, a massive stone entity rises. The red alert screen flashes with danger. It is a level 28 giant golem with a B-rank skill and 777 total stats. Isuki quickly rolls to escape. It nearly stomps him to pieces, but he instantly triggers a buff Thunderbreaker active. His agility boosts by 50%. Facing a monster of this scale, he tries to strategize, wondering if he can actually take this down with a single Purging Darkness shot. He narrows his eyes, scanning its rocky body. Maybe he stands a chance if he can aim directly for the head. Spotting an opening in its attacks, Isuki leaps high and screams out. But the moment the glowing orb leaves his hands, he realizes his mistake. The orb is simply too small. Even if it penetrates, it will barely deal any real damage. The golem roars, swinging a massive hand that tears the air and hurls him straight up into the sky. Isuki breaks out in cold sweat, and honestly, can you blame him? He is completely helpless in midair. Hanging by a thread, he immediately activates a protective barrier. Dark Wall is online. A sharp explosion rings out. The blow from that rocky fist sends him flying backward. He instantly teleports to salvage his position, spitting blood from his lips. He grits his teeth as the system begins copying the beast's power. This big guy is tough. The system detects B-rank skill, gigantification, initiating absolute mimicry at 1%. Suddenly, a smug grin creeps back onto his face. So its massive size is just the result of a skill. Well, this just got a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, in a luxury mansion, a panicked subordinate is sweating bullets while yelling into the phone. What Reiji Kinoshita snaps, pushing up his glasses with a cold, piercing glare. He reminds him that he hates loud noises. The servant bows, trembling, offering 1,000 apologies for the sudden outburst. It is just so unexpected, he stammers. Ri demands to know what happened, his cold composure finally showing a hint of disbelief. The subordinate drops a bombshell. Someone has defeated Oga and forced their way inside. Ri frowns, his hand tightening and shattering his wine glass. Oga always boasted that nobody under level 30 could ever break his defenses. What is he doing? Ri wonders if a level 30 awaken has actually shown up. The subordinate quickly tries to analyze the situation, noting that with all the recent falling debris, every high-level player is way too busy handling disasters to be here. Besides, the people entering the Flint execution ground are almost entirely rookies. There is no way a level 10 newbie could have defeated Oga. The panicked servant begs for just a bit more time to gather some proper information on this, but Ri coldly cuts him off, staring into the distance with a calculated look. There is no need for that. Even if they are level 30, we still have a powerful force on our side. The Flint execution ground is known for incredibly stubborn disaster beasts that drag things out. If they leave immediately, they should make it in time. However, since this intruder's identity is still completely unknown, the subordinate suggests they proceed with extreme caution. Ri's eyes glow with a menacing purple light. He warns him that they are leaving right now, and not to make him repeat himself. The servant trembles violently, sweat pouring down his face, and quickly obeys. Ri throws on his coat as he walks out. An overwhelming aura radiates all around him as he declares that he will make them regret ever crossing the Kinoshita clan. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Isuki stands in the glowing light of a level up, breathing a sigh of relief that he no longer has to run. He won't have to scurry around like a rat anymore. Just as the beast dissolves, the system completes analyzing his new rank B giantification skill. Isuki narrows his eyes to examine his updated status window. But instead of granting him a brand new skill, it looks like something else happened. His clear orb has actually ranked up to 2 stars. Let's see what kind of new effects this upgrade brings to the table. Level 2, Clear Orb launches a perfect sphere on a locked trajectory, piercing straight through enemies while completely ignoring their defense. Even better, its size adjusts by spending more mana. Plus, the passive flight speed gets a huge 200% boost now at 500. A smug grin spreads across his face at this massive upgrade. His passive stat just jumped from 100 to 200%. Best of all, he can now freely control the size of this piercing orb with his mana. Blue lightning crackles all around his body. It is time to test this baby out. His status window glows intensely, flashing to announce a massive breakthrough in his overall power. He has unlocked the level 2 piercing orb. All stats get a plus 20 boost, curing all debuffs and completely healing his body. His attack, agility, defense, and mana stats all shoot up from 260 to 280. Talk about an absolute stat boost, bringing his total score to 1120. Isuki leaps into the air, channeling every ounce of energy into a giant sphere. Burning through his entire mana pool, he aims to finish this with the most devastating piercing orb he can possibly muster. The concentrated energy sphere swells to its absolute limit, roaring violently and shaking the very air. He unleashes the attack. A massive beam of light pierces the ground, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Isuki drops to his knees, panting heavily. His mana pool is completely drained to 0, but a satisfied grin spreads on his face. Oops, maybe he overdid it, just a little. Amid the rubble, notifications stream and confirming the level 15 giant stone golem is defeated. His clear orb speed spikes. It gets another 200% speed boost. He can barely believe a full mana attack could create something so monstrously huge. Snatching up his loot, he starts calculating. The orb now travels at 7 meters per second. Clear this stage twice more and it becomes as fast as a speeding car. His new passive skill grants a 200% speed increase every time he beats high defense foes, bringing his current speed to 700%. Walking through the settling dust, Isuki realizes he has seriously underestimated passive effects. He used to ignore them, but these passive buffs are proving to be insanely useful. He dives deeper into his skill synergies. The passive effect of Lotus Burst actually expands the range of all his abilities. This means his clear orb can reach even further. For every living creature above level 1 that his Lotus Burst slays, his skill range gets a neat 1% boost. Isuki stares out at the horizon, imagining the absolute peak of this power. If he keeps stacking this passive range buff, he could eventually snipe disaster-class monsters from tens of thousands of meters away. Talk about absolute uncontested dominance. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon entrance, the electronic bulletin board flashes a message that leaves everyone utterly speechless. Stage cleared by a single challenger, Isuki Tenma, in an impossible time of 3 minutes and 1 second. A brand new record. The crowd of hunters outside descends into pure chaos, staring in disbelief. 3 minutes and 1 second is completely impossible. Even an elite 5-man squad takes over 10 minutes. Did this guy seriously wipe out every single monster in one shot? He just shattered Taiwo Jin's record of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. What kind of freak is he? Look, he's coming out. All eyes lock onto Isuki as he strolls out looking completely relaxed. But wait, how is he still only level 0? Is that clearance? Notice some kind of system glitch. He doesn't have a single scratch on him, just slightly dusty clothes. There is absolutely no way he beat that dungeon. Suddenly, Choha walks over to him, her eyes shining with deep admiration. He cleared it completely unscathed and broke Jin's record yet again. This guy never fails to shock her. Choha adjusts her glasses, eyeing him curiously. That run was incredibly fast, she notes. Isuki just shrugs off her intense gaze. Yeah, those dungeon monsters had pretty weak defense, so taking them down was actually a breeze, he says, scratching his head. He spots a glowing creature resting on her shoulder and points to it. Hey Choha, what kind of bug is that? Choha spins around gracefully, a refined aura radiating from her. My class is a Shikigami user, she explains proudly. And this little creature is my summoned familiar. She lets the butterfly flutter onto her hand and calls its name Tamaku. Isuki reaches out to touch it, completely amazed. It is his first time seeing a familiar, and it is honestly beautiful. But then his face turns serious, catching her completely off guard. He asks what kind of awakened classes actually exist out there. She stares at him like he is some kind of alien creature. Seriously, how can he not know something so basic? Flashing a charming smile, she holds up 3 fingers to give him a quick, much-needed crash course on the subject. For the naive rookie, awakened jobs are broadly divided into 4 main types. With his abilities, he really should have seen 3 of them by now. Choha begins her lesson on the classes, starting with the elementalist, who can control 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She points to a lightning user as an example, like Isuki Tenma's classmate here, noting that Oga was also one of them. These elementalists make up the vast majority of all awakened ones, boasting the highest baseline combat strength out there. Moving along with her lesson, Choha introduces the second class, the Shikigami user. They can summon loyal spirits that obey absolutely no one but their summoner. Choha's status screen pops up, showing she is a level 6 Shikigami user with a level 15B rank Tamaku Shikigami. These spirits are usually bound to their masters from birth. Smiling confidently, Choha turns to Isuki Tenma to ask if he has any questions so far. Isuki Tenma glances at her stats and bluntly points out her level is lower than her own summon. Is she seriously supposed to be a veteran awakened? Choha freezes in place, absolutely paralyzed with shock. Does this guy have absolutely zero filter? Quickly trying to regain her composure, she rubs her forehead and explains that Shikigami absorb experience to level up, meaning they are practically always a higher level than their masters. Right then, Isuki Tenma's eyes flash with a dangerous blue light as he realizes that in a fight against a Shikigami user, taking down the summoner directly is way faster. Choha suddenly shivers as she senses a dark negative aura leaking from him again. What is wrong with this guy? Isuki Tenma quickly suppresses his killing intent and calmly asks if that is all, since she has only explained 2 classes. Choha gets serious again, resting her hand on her chin. The third class is the most mysterious with almost 0 data, and she looks directly at Isuki Tenma to confirm. It is his class, the Order Breaker. It is highly mysterious because every single Order Breaker possesses completely unique and different abilities, just like his signature Blue Lotus. Some can freely manipulate their physical size at will, while others can summon endless clones or even stretch their limbs freely like rubber. She then displays a skill ranking chart for them, for normal classes where skills are divided into 4 ranks from C to S, but Order Breakers exclusively wield only Z-rank skills, which exist completely outside the established system. Choha's gaze suddenly sharpens behind her glasses as she warns him that Order Breakers are treated carefully because of their unique skills. If an enemy figures out their abilities, they lose their greatest weapon. Folding her arms, she explains that is why her father scolded her for asking about his skills, calling him an absolute anomaly even among order breakers. After all, she has confirmed he can use at least 3 different skills, and 2 of those belong exclusively to elementalists. Isuki Tenma stands frozen, sweating as he realizes his teacher is not here to save him, and he will be in serious trouble if she keeps digging. To change the subject, he quickly asks what the final class is. Choha mysteriously places a finger over her lips and tells him she will only reveal it once he sees it with his own eyes, calling it a fair punishment for keeping all his secrets to himself. Isuki Tenma can only click his tongue and agree. Choha then reassures him that the students he rescued are all safe and sound, before asking what his next move is. Isuki Tenma casually replies that he is planning to run this stage a few more times. Choha looks at him in utter disbelief. He seriously has no idea that all cleared stages have a strict cooldown period. Since this particular stage is massive, he cannot enter it again for at least 2 days, instantly crushing Isuki Tenma's hopes. Honestly, you can't blame his disappointment. He finally understands why Kinoshita monopolized the gates to boost his stats. Focus on upgrading his Lotus B instead. Isuki Tenma looks around and asks Choha if there is a stage packed with monsters. She puts her hand to her chin, pondering his request before suggesting a notorious spot, the Locust Wasteland. Inside this desolate wasteland, the monster levels are actually quite low, but their numbers are absolutely overwhelming. A conservative estimate puts the locust count at over 100, forcing many hunters to retreat the second they arrive. Choha looks at Isuki Tenma with deep concern, warning him that without a massive area of effect skill, he will struggle. Isuki Tenma just gives her a confident smile, since he has exactly that. He is absolutely ready to go now. After all, he has never shown her his Lotus B skill, so she has no idea he has a massive area of effect attack. As the surrounding hunters whisper in shock, Choha asks again if he is really going to throw his life away. Isuki Tenma simply turns around and walks off, telling her not to worry because he will be perfectly fine. The other hunters watch him leave in absolute horror, wondering if this crazy rookie truly feels zero fear. More importantly, once Reiji Kinoshita finds out what happened to Oga, he will surely retaliate, so they need to move fast. Get swept up in all this trouble. Right then, in a quiet corridor, Reiji Kinoshita appears, his face shrouded in deep shadows. Is there really not a single soul left? His subordinate trembles, reporting that yes, the target seems to have gone somewhere. It has only been 30 minutes since then, yet he cleared out the entire Firestone execution ground. Reiji Kinoshita gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. This is completely unbelievable yet true. How is this possible? Damn it, that brat is making a complete mockery of me. He turns his back, barking a cold order. If he used any skills, there will definitely be traces of magic left behind. Contact Charles the Hunter and tell him to track that guy down. Reiji Kinoshita's face contorts with absolute rage. No matter what, we must capture him alive so I can show him what a living hell feels like. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a hiding assassin shivers in fear. No one told him Reiji Kinoshita had such terrifying allies. He regrets this job. He should have never taken this assassination job. Collapsing onto the dirty ground, he gasps for air. Covered in deep wounds, without his Earth escape skill, he would already be dead. He scans his surroundings with intense caution. Having made it this far, he must be safe. Suddenly, a massive fanged maw of a pitch-black beast opens wide right behind his head, preparing to swallow its prey whole. The giant black wolf death hound clamps its jaws on his throat. With one final gasp, the assassin falls silent in the dark alley. Charles the Hunter steps forward casually. It seems you have something to say. Death hound, loosen your grip. On the ground, the bloody assassin trembles as he asks in utter despair how they managed to track him down. Standing with his back turned, Charles replies coldly that his death hound has an action of 4, incredibly sharp sense of smell. Adjusting his hat, he radiates the dangerous aura of an elite predator. Hunter Charles can easily sense the stench of death radiating from guys like him. The assassin weeps miserably, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he begs, "Please do not kill me." Charles looks down with cold crimson eyes, muttering that it is a pretty tough request. Kinoshita will get angry. Besides, Death Hound has not tasted human flesh in quite a while. A deadly gleam flashes in his eyes as he orders his beast to eat. The wolf lets out a terrifying howl, lunging forward to finish off its pathetic prey. Suddenly, a system notification pops up as Charles stands by his summon, showing it finally leveled up. Death Hound is now B rank, level 16, with skills like Death Scent, C rank, Rebirth Desire, B rank, with stats at 250 attack and agility and 150 defense and magic. Charles calmly picks up his phone, reporting that things are done here, but his expression shifts to surprise at the news from the other end. He was gravely injured. That stubborn Oga guy, did they actually manage to strike his weakness? Fine, I am on my way. He points forward, barking a command to his loyal death hound. Move out. New prey has finally appeared. Moving on to Chapter 7. The Locust Wasteland. Isuki Tenma stands before a massive dome structure, wondering to himself if this is the place looking out at the calm, endless wheat fields. With fields stretching as far as the eye can see, he wonders if there are really that many locusts around. Walking beside him, Choha explains the basic survival guidelines. Calamity Beasts seem to have a tendency to choose their favorite environments when invading this world. Therefore, predicting the monster type based on the terrain is one of the most essential skills for any awakened. Isuki Tenma nods, agreeing with her. Choha adjusts her glasses, her face written with deep worry as she adds that there is not even a reception desk here. Yes, this stage is so incredibly dangerous that it is actually up for decommission. Isuki Tenma is quite curious. Comparing the levels, it is only level 13 below the Flint execution ground, so why the extreme decision? Choha continues to explain that in normal stages, you can easily escape if you are unable to win, but pointing towards the swirling dark mist ahead, she warns him that the Calamity Beasts here are exceptionally aggressive and ridiculously massive in numbers. To illustrate the terror, an image of a surrounded warrior flashes on screen. If you let your guard down even slightly, you will be swarmed by countless locusts and torn to shreds. A horrifying image of a skull being picked clean by insects appears, showing how they will gnaw right down to the bone. Yet completely unlike the worried Choha, Isuki Tenma flashes an excited, eager smile. So there really are hordes of monsters here. Choha stands completely dumbfounded. What is wrong with him? Is he in a rush to throw his life away? Clenching his fists, Isuki Tenma stares ahead with resolve, declaring that he is not desperate enough to get eaten by bugs. Watching him casually step through the portal, Choha sighs, trying to reassure herself that judging by his attitude, he should be fine. She looks down, whispering to herself that he entered the stage willingly and she already gave him all the advice she could. If anything happens, it is entirely on him. Suddenly, Choha's eyes widen in sheer panic as she remembers a critical detail. Wait, what should she do? She forgot to mention that the locusts will keep multiplying endlessly unless he defeats the Fae boss. She absolutely has to go inside and warn Isuki Tenma. Choha spins around in a hurry, intending to chase after him into the dungeon portal. But she immediately freezes in her tracks when the menacing figure of Charles appears. She turns to chase Isuki into the dungeon gate, but she freezes. There, standing right before her, is Charles, and a giant death wolf stands blocking the entrance. Charles wears a sinister smile, his glowing red eyes piercing into Choha with pure menace. Threateningly, "My lady, I am looking for someone." Meanwhile, Isuki Tenma stands in the middle of a desolate field inside the stage, staring at the scene before him and muttering that it is a complete mess. Isuki Tenma rubs his hands together, his sharp gaze radiating confidence. "Wake up, you bugs," he calls out, "because I am here to destroy you." Standing before the arid field filled with tattered scarecrows, he observes the enemies. Their individual levels are shockingly low, but they still meet all the conditions for his Lotus Burst, so it does not matter. The system panel pops up, displaying info on a massive swarm of demon locusts, starting from 22,301 to number 22,309. Level 1 and 2 insects, 0 rewards. Looking up at the sky, completely blacked out by the monstrous swarm, Isuki Tenma gasps at the sheer, staggering numbers. He immediately channels his mana, a blazing lotus erupting brilliantly in his palm. But this actually works in his favor. Isuki Tenma pivots into a combat stance with a calculating look. The more they gather, the easier his job becomes. Once they enter the Lotus Burst range, he will crush every single one of them at once. Just as the monsters swarm down, he yells out with absolute resolve. Right now, a blazing red light explodes in midair, activating his signature skill. Notifications rain down, confirming the total eradication of level 1 and level 2 plague locusts, using his Lotus Burst, boosting his skill range by 1%. Standing amid the ashes, Isuki Tenma looks at the notification panel with total satisfaction. He checks his newly upgraded skill stats. Lotus Burst level 2 now consumes mana for explosive damage, within a diameter of 10.5 meters. This boost means he just wiped out 10 targets. The range of his Lotus Burst has expanded to 10.5 meters, not bad at all. Isuki Tenma narrows his eyes, calculating his remaining resources. Against these weak pests, using 10% power is enough. With his mana at 252 out of 280, and his recovery rate, he has 10 shots left. If each blast clears out 100 mobs, he can expand his range by a staggering 1,000%. He ponders the dungeon rules. With no cooldown here, his grinding will go smoothly. Suddenly, Isuki Tenma pauses, a frown on his face. How strange, the challenge clear notification still has not popped up. Instead, the system suddenly flashes a brand new warning. C-rank skill, Mother's Dying Wish detected and initiating analysis. Absolute simulation is now active with analysis progress at 1%. He glances around, sensing a sudden spike in pressure. Are there still survivors left? From the deep cracks below, dark mist and shadowy beasts begin to swarm Isuki Tenma once more. A sudden strike forces him back. Isuki Tenma grits his teeth, his mother's dying wish, actually the boss's skill. He let his guard down completely, assuming this zone had no boss. Isuki Tenma focuses intently, scanning the ruins for any trace. It is lucky he can keep expanding his skill range using Lotus Burst, but he still has no clue where the boss is hiding. Changing his tactics, he lets his hands turn to burning stone. He will flush the beast out. By obliterating every last one of these small fry, he will force the boss to show itself. A massive explosion erupts, clearing everything around him. The system updates his progression. Level 1 and Level 2 demon locusts have been thoroughly crushed, boosting his skill range by 220%. Isuki Tenma stares at the status screen, his eyes shining bright. His Lotus Burst now covers 16 meters in diameter. Its power scales directly with the amount of mana he consumes. Surveying the ruined field, he wonders why the boss still has not appeared even after clearing 10 more waves of pests. Deep underground, thousands of glowing eggs begin to crack open as a fresh wave of locusts prepares to crawl up. They swarm out of the pits. The system reports another wave has spawned while his analysis progress reaches 27%. Isuki Tenma calmly checks his energy bar. He can still unleash Lotus Burst 9 more times with his current mana. At 232 out of 280, he clenches his fist, the flaming stone plates grinding with power. No matter how many times you bugs respawn, I will wipe you out completely. Isuki Tenma roars amidst the rising flames, vowing to turn them all to ash. His explosive strike drops like a falling sun, wiping out everything in sight. Demon locusts are eradicated, adding another 1% to his range. Continuous Lotus Burst explosions violently shake the very earth, clearing everything in his path. The status panel flashes Lotus Burst level 2 now deals massive explosive damage. Within 54.5 meters, his passive range is now up by 990%, making Isuki Tenma sweat. He calculates that he has cleared 9 massive waves, but his remaining mana has depleted to just 50 out of 280. That leaves him with only one final shot. Staring at the massive black swarm rolling in like a storm, he grits his teeth, cursing that there is absolutely no end to this. Isuki Tenma looks around with a grim expression, still unable to spot the boss. Retreating to fight another day after completing his analysis is an option, but Isuki's eyes harden with pride. That is only what weaklings would do. He concentrates the blazing flame lotus energy into his petrified palm. No matter how many disaster beasts there are, he will destroy them all. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts across the field. A blinding light completely shatters the darkness. After unleashing such a devastating strike, Isuki collapses to his knees, gasping for air. But the nightmare is not over. Black energy violently surges from the ground as another wave of monsters crawls out. Their numbers have not decreased at all. With the analysis progress at 91%, Isuki watches the tiny crawling beasts. What is going on here? Every single monster crawling out of the rubble is only level 1 and incredibly small. It is like they just hatched. It all makes sense now. The giant boss is a level 13 queen locust capable of infinite replication. Using her C-rank mother's will skill, she can easily command up to 110 demon locusts at once. Isuki grits his teeth. Infinite regeneration means all his efforts are completely useless unless he can take down the boss itself. His mana is practically gone, but the analysis bar climbs to 99%. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashes. The system announces the analysis is 100% complete. He has unlocked the magic detection skill, spanning 1100 meters. Thanks to the Lotus Burst passive, every detected enemy restores 10% of his mana. Isuki smirks at his new skill. Now this magic detection is just unfair. The range is well over 1,000 meters and his mana will constantly replenish. Resting his hand on his chin, his eyes flash with calculation. This passive skill is perfect. Ignoring the boss to continuously farm the small fry for infinite stats actually sounds like a great plan. But looking at his fully restored status, Isuki shakes his head. He cannot keep waiting. It is time to end this. With his stats boosted, he stands tall. It is time to put his brand new power to the test. He channels his magic detection to locate the boss. Massive shockwaves of energy ripple outward, scanning every corner of the battlefield. The scanning waves cut right through the thick dust, locking onto the queen locust hiding deep beneath the earth. Isuki's eyes flash with an icy blue light. He points directly at his target, now fully exposed to his magical senses. Dark purple energy wraps around Isuki as he roars. Trying to hide behind a shield of your own children is utterly useless. A brilliant pink lotus shoots forward, tearing through the night sky. With his passive skills active, this shot cannot miss. His orb will easily bridge the 120-meter gap. The projectile is guaranteed to make a direct impact. The attack pierces the earth, striking the nest. Sensing mortal danger, the queen locust screeches and desperately crawls to the surface. Isuki charges forward, his stone armor crackling with fierce blue lightning. His eyes are cold, carrying a ruthless smile. "Checkmate," he mutters, delivering a thunderous punch that completely shatters the giant boss. Green fluid splatters across the battlefield. He stands in silence, watching the remaining locusts scatter in absolute panic. Without their queen, they are completely leaderless. Bracing his stone arm, he channels fire to sweep away the stragglers, promising to reunite them with their mother. With the cleanup complete, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. His skill ranges have received a massive boost. His explosive radius is now over 65 meters, and his projectile range has reached 131 meters. A detailed display pops up on screen showing off his newly upgraded and overpowered passive skill. Isuki picks up his loot, deeply satisfied with the haul. This run turned out to be an incredibly profitable harvest. Once the cooldown resets, he plans to return and push his passive power all the way to 5 digits. He steps into the blue portal, setting a new record of 17 minutes and 7 seconds. He worries it took too long. Cho must be worrying her head off right now. He smiles gently, imagining how she will pretend not to care. She always acts so tough, but she's actually incredibly sweet. That stubborn side of hers is honestly pretty cute. Stepping through the portal with a bright smile, he calls out, apologizing for making her wait. But he suddenly stops. Standing before him is Charles, his eyes burning with absolute bloodlust, holding a severely beaten Cho by her throat. The villain sneers, asking if he is the one Jai has been looking for after clearing the stage alone. Charles laughs maliciously at Isuki's shock, boasting that his arrival couldn't have been timed more perfectly. Charles boasts about trying to torture her for information, but she absolutely refused to break. The bastard mocks that she has more guts than most men. Isuki glares, telling him to remove his filthy hands. If he lets her go now, Isuki promises to only leave him half dead. Charles merely responds with an arrogant sneer. With an arrogant laugh, Charles calls him a level 0 rookie who shouldn't act so tough. But Isuki is already moving. Energy explodes as he blurs forward like purple lightning, warping the air. Stunned by this speed, Charles breaks into a cold sweat, barely able to scream in terror. Just as the wolf lunges, Isuki throws a punch. Wrapped in pure lightning, the system immediately alerts him, detecting a B-grade Shikigami Death Hound. Absolute simulation activated. Analysis progress is 1%. Isuki locks his hand around the snout as progress hits 12%. That giant wolf is a summon, meaning that Hatted Guy is a summoner. Charles narrows his eyes in dread. Isuki's skills have 0 wasted movement and insanely high speed. No wonder Oga lost, he had no time to even metalize. Regaining his confidence, Charles sneers and tightens his grip on Choa's throat. He still has Death Hound and a hostage. Seeing his friend in danger, Isuki grinds his teeth and yells as the analysis progress reaches 34%. Right then, the Death Hound wolf roars furiously, opening its fanged mouth directly at Isuki with a vicious grin. Charles is sure of victory. Death Hound's bite can crush any enemy with defense below 30, so prepare to lose an arm. His smirk instantly vanishes, his eyes widening in pure shock. What is he doing? Instead of dodging, Isuki uses a petrified arm to block the bite while his other hand charges an energy orb. He fires the blast right inside the wolf's mouth. A blinding light erupts with a cry of "Die." As the smoke clears, Isuki calmly looks at the fallen beast. Progress hits 77%. Without a summon, a basic summoner is defenseless. Charles stands frozen, staring in sheer disbelief. Does this guy really not know that being a rookie? But then the wolf begins to stir. Charles sneers to himself, knowing his beast is already regenerating. With the B-grade skill Rebirth Desire, Death Hound's revive time is cut down dramatically. Suddenly, the monster leaps up, lunging from behind Isuki as his master laughs, telling him to stay careless and become prey. But in this critical split second, Isuki's senses are already active, having previously triggered his magic detection. Thanks to those waves, he effortlessly kicks away the lunging wolf, keeping the skill active since he got it. That was definitely the right choice. He glances at Charles as the analysis progress reaches 95%, knowing the process will soon end. If the Blue Lotus appears from absolute simulation, the enemy might get suspicious. Across from him, Charles trembles, sweat pouring down in pure helplessness. He has power and speed, outmatching Death Hound plus detection skills too. He cannot even land a simple surprise attack. Backed into a corner, Charles frantically squeezes Choha's neck. He uses her to threaten him, warning that if Isuki resists, she dies. Isuki narrows his eyes, calculating his final move. He is determined to finish the entire analysis without letting the Blue Lotus appear. But right then, the system alerts him. Analysis is complete on Death Hound Eater. He has acquired a new skill, Shikigami Eater. Activated by direct touch, it lets you steal the opponent's summon. Flashing a smug grin, Isuki controls the energy. He wonders if he can control its shape now. The analysis is done without revealing the Blue Lotus. A bright and glowing status window suddenly pops up, confirming he has acquired Shikigami Eater. Level up. All stats increase by 20. Since absolute simulation was incomplete, status removal and full recovery failed. Isuki's eyes flash with blue light. He notes that skipping the Blue Lotus cost him his recovery. But since he already fully recovered in the previous stage, he can still fight at almost full strength anyway. In the previous stage, he can still fight at nearly full strength without needing any extra healing. Watching the rabid wolf lunge again, Isuki calmly reaches out. This skill clearly allows him to steal another summon. Isuki begins gathering energy to manifest a glowing lotus, murmuring that, in this case, he will take your dog. He slams the lotus into its head, and a surging green energy completely wraps around it. Seizing the momentum, Isuki delivers a powerful lightning kick, launching the monster away to clear some space. Witnessing this, Charles grinds his teeth and screams in rage, calling the beast useless and questioning why he fed it experience. He immediately squeezes Choha's neck to threaten her, his face twisting with pure murderous intent as he warns the bastard that if he resists any further, her neck will be broken. In pain, Choha still tells him not to worry. Seeing his friend in peril, Isuki calmly raises his hands in surrender, telling Charles to keep his hands off her. Charles flashes a sick, triumphant grin at his submission, saying if only he had been this obedient from the start, then she would not have suffered like this. Isuki narrows his eyes and glares coldly at his enemy, asking why he was targeted in the first place, having no recollection of any past grudge. Charles just casually stares, revealing the conspiracy while still trying to probe him. I might as well tell you anyway, since you will be meeting him very soon. Lord Rigi Kinoshita Rigi is absolutely furious because you dared to enter the game zone in North District B without any permission. I am Charles, and I am here by his direct orders to arrest you. Isuki's face immediately tightens at that familiar name again. Rigi Kinoshita Rigi, he needs to meet him face to face. Meanwhile, Charles just sneers at him. He threatens him brutally. You will see him soon, but only as a broken corpse after Death Hound bites off your legs. If you still value this woman's life, do not even think about using that strange ice shield to protect yourself this time. He orders his ready-to-strike beast, Death Hound, tear both of his legs off now. But suddenly, a strange light flashes. Isuki's eyes burn with a powerful red light. Death Hound, prove that you are truly worthy of becoming my new Shikigami. A glowing lotus crest appears on the wolf's forehead. Its eyes turn crimson, filled with complete loyalty to its new master. In a sudden flash, Isuki moves like blue lightning, scooping up Choha and saving her from Charles in a spectacular move. Charles screams in absolute horror as his own beast betrays him. Damn it, why are you attacking your own master? Isuki calmly pats the black wolf's head. Good job, buddy. Holding Choha close, a chilling wave of murderous intent begins to erupt from Isuki's body. I will make you pay 10 times over for all the pain you caused, Choha. No, make that 100 times over. You will regret ever touching us while begging for your life. Charles collapses, ground face completely pale, desperately pleading, wait, let me explain. I had no choice but to follow orders. If we cooperate, I can easily lure Rigi out for you. Isuki just stares down at him with a cold, mocking, red gaze. That is a pretty tempting offer. Believing Isuki fell for the trap, a sinister sneer spreads across Charles's face. He spots an opening, draws his weapon, and launches a desperate sneak attack. Die, you little brat. But Isuki remains perfectly calm, seeing right through his pathetic scheme. I alone am more than enough to crush Rigi Kinoshita Rigi. He turns and calmly orders the wolf, Death Hound, give him the exact same treatment he gave to Choha. Now it is feeding time. Charles screams in terror, completely breaking down as he begs, my hand just slipped, please give me another chance, I will apologize. But ignoring his desperate pleas, the wolf Death Hound just growls menacingly and steps closer. In his final moments of despair, Charles screams through his tears, Death Hound, have you forgotten who raised you? The massive beast simply opens its giant jaws full of razor-sharp fangs and lunges straight at his former master. Isuki calmly carries Choha and walks away, not even bothering to look back at the horrific scene behind him. Suddenly, Isuki stops. He senses a lurking presence nearby. You have been following me since I left the game, right? How long do you plan on hiding? Why don't you just show yourself right now? In the quiet dungeon, a faint rustling sound comes from behind a patch of golden wheat. From within the stalks, a mysterious cloaked figure slowly steps out with an embarrassed chuckle. Looks like you caught me. Meanwhile, Isuki is still holding Choha tightly. Isuki narrows his eyes warily. Are you with that guy from earlier? The stranger frantically waves his hands in panic. No, I am not your enemy, let me explain. But Isuki coldly turns away, unwilling to waste any more time. He simply orders his wolf, I do not have time for this. Death Hound, follow me when you are finished eating. The stranger watches Isuki in complete awe. Even a wild, savage beast like that obeys his every command. This powerful man might actually be able to help me. He quickly runs to catch up, hoping to introduce himself. I am Iberia, what is your name? That battle was so cool, even if it got pretty terrifying for a second. You are that mysterious guy who defeated Takeru Oga, right? I am Isuki Tenma. Iberia excitedly leans in with an offer. Can you help me? I will pay you very handsomely. I can offer you Kama stones or even a rare weapon. Seeing Isuki walk straight past him, Iberia's face drops. My dad said anyone would help if the price was right. Was he lying? In his memories, his blacksmith father's advice echoes a good reward always requires a bit of creativity. Like a cup of water in the desert, you must offer a sword to the vengeful and medicine to the wounded. That is the ultimate reward. Snapping back to reality, Iberia claps his hands in sudden excitement as it hits him. He blocks Isuki's path, pointing right at Choha's deep wounds. Walking with an injured person will only slow you down. The nearest hospital is tens of kilometers away. He pulls out a scroll, radiating a gentle blue light. I happen to have a rare healing item right here. Isuki suddenly stops dead in his tracks and turns. I can save her. Isuki stares back, his gaze sharp with deep suspicion. Really? Iberia nods in absolute confirmation. Looking bright, Iberia says he can't fully heal her right away, but he can save her life. As Isuki sets Cho down, Iberia begins bandaging. Isuki asks if it works through clothes, but Iberia explains these are no ordinary wraps. They are rare Kama tools made of Shadow Clan ice and Kodama bark. Isuki watches curiously as Iberia continues to explain. He asks if Isuki is newly awakened since he knows so little. Weapons like guns are completely useless against monsters, since modern firearms have no effect on Calamity Beasts, rendering them useless. Luckily, crafters can still create gear from relic shards and monster remains known as tools. 4 tiers of gear glow beneath the forge's flames, categorized into 4 distinct ranks based on the creator's skill and the materials used. Starting with the most basic rank, common items are like ordinary weapons, except they can actually damage monsters. For rare tier gear, like a rare long sword, it will boost the wielder's stats. A majestic blue greatsword appears, a rare Kama tool called the Ocean Sword, boosting agility and mana. Epic rank weapons, like a glowing red demon sword with dark energy, boosts stats and grant special effects. The blood sword heats its blade by absorbing blood, cutting enemy healing by 50%. Then a magnificent golden holy sword appears, representing the ultimate goal of crafters, the unique tier. This legendary holy sword heavily boosts attack speed and agility, while granting a passive effect that seals infinite mana. Iberia smiles proudly. Crafters may lack combat skills, but they are incredibly rare. Because they forge these gear, all awakened respect them. Isuki narrows his eyes and asks directly about Iberia's father being a crafter. Iberia scoffs that his father is no ordinary blacksmith. Most people cannot forge a single unique item in their lifetime, but only 10 people across 5 continents can. Iberia proudly raises 3 fingers, claiming his father made 3 of those legendary items. That is why he is called the Crafting King of the North. Suddenly, Isuki turns away to inspect another item, leaving Iberia frustrated. He asks if Isuki is even listening as Isuki picks up the crossbow taken from the corpse, ignoring Iberia's complaining about how rude he is. Isuki murmurs that this is the crossbow used by that dead scavenger. He closely examines the weapon to plan his strategy. Iberia asks if he is really unfazed after hearing about his father. Usually, people flatter him instantly. Isuki notes that this weapon will let him limit his use of the clear orb. Looking closer, Iberia adds that it is a rare tier Kama tool. Although nameless, it automatically converts ordinary arrows into magical projectiles, so there is no need to worry. This rare hunter's crossbow grants 50 agility. Suddenly, the weapon dissolves into glowing energy blocks. Iberia reassures him that it is a feature as bound gear automatically stores in pocket space and summons instantly. Isuki offers a brief thanks, calling it convenient and thanking him for healing Cho. He says he must find Riji Kinoshita next. Startled, Iberia gasps, admitting he thought he had misheard that name earlier when Isuki mentioned it. He warns that it takes real guts to challenge Riji Kinoshita in North District B. Isuki calmly asks if he is, telling him to back down. Iberia pauses, looking directly at Isuki, and says their goals might actually align. Isuki wonders if Iberia offended him too, but Iberia shakes his head and proposes a partnership instead. He wants Isuki to team up for the national tournament qualifiers starting in 2 days. Isuki remembers Cho mentioning them. He has been grinding non-stop to prepare. Turning to Iberia, Isuki asks what the tournament has to do with Riji Kinoshita. Iberia explains that qualifiers are continental and the northern region's venue happens to be North District B, his main territory. As the district administrator's son, Riji Kinoshita is naturally aiming to make a grand entrance in this official tournament. Besides, his older brother is already a savior, so failing to make the top 10 would disgrace his family. Isuki listens carefully as Iberia explains that this is why Riji is taking over every dungeon in District B. But why do you want to team up with someone like me? Isuki asks, knowing he has been surviving on his own. Iberia excitedly declares his confidence. He explains that his instincts prove Isuki is incredibly strong and together they can win. They will definitely clear the qualifiers. Iberia notes that Isuki is younger and still has plenty of time to try again. So why is he so obsessed with this year? Iberia's expression turns somber as he prepared to answer. Memories of his legendary blacksmith father flash in his mind. Ever since he was a kid, he watched him forge. Every completed piece was a flawless work of art, and his admiration for his father only grew deeper over time. An image of Iberia wielding a weapon flashes. He had always dreamed of becoming an awakened warrior. He dreamed of battling terrifying monsters on the front lines using the very Kama tools crafted by his father. But deep disappointment clouds the young man's face now. Just a month ago, he finally awakened his powers. Excited, he asked his father for a weapon, but was told it was too early. Only true saviors could. He said she could never use his Kama tool. Iberia cried, recalling her father's harsh terms, but she didn't give up. She kept begging him. Finally, her father gave her one condition: pass the qualifiers this year and she wins it. She clenches her fist with pure, absolute determination. This is why she has to win the qualifiers this year no matter what. Isuki Tenma narrows his eyes, analyzing her situation logically. With such an elite father, she must have plenty of other options. Teaming up with a level 0 like him makes no sense. But Iberia sighs, explaining how incredibly strict her father is. Before she left, her father warned her. She must pass using only her own skills without relying on his famous name. If she relies on strong teammates using his reputation, she gets nothing. That really is one strict father. She sighs, deeply worried about her situation. On top of that, rumors say most of the top competitors are already bought out. The corrupt Riji Kanashida paid them all off. The remaining fighters are either lone wolves or already locked into fixed squads. That left her with absolutely zero options. But wait, Iberia's eyes suddenly light up as she looks right at Isuki Tenma. She heard that 2 days ago someone crushed Takeru Oga, one of the 4 pillars, and shattered the dungeon record. She dug up information endlessly until she tracked him down. Hearing this, Isuki Tenma raises his hand. He is in. Teaming up is fine, but first they need to get his injured friend to the hospital. Iberia gladly tags along. She declares them a dream team and immediately starts brainstorming. They definitely need an epic name for their new duo. She suggests combining Isuki Tenma and Iberia into Ibiton, though that sounds like a grocery store. Maybe Ibisu instead. No, too weird. What about Ten Maria or Tenive? Isuki Tenma is exhausted. She talks even more than Rikuru. Then she gasps. Since they both have a Y, they should call themselves Double Y. Isuki Tenma just mutters in disbelief. He wonders how Rikuru and Sei Kisaragi are doing and if they are joining the qualifiers. Meanwhile, over at a training ground, Rikuru suddenly sneezes. Sei Kisaragi asks if he caught a cold, but Rikuru figures someone is talking behind his back. He suspects Isuki Tenma. Sei Kisaragi's face softens with deep worry. How long has it been since that terrible tragedy? She never expected they would be apart for this long. Rikuru smirks and teases her, making her blush instantly. He laughs and asks why she didn't just visit Isuki Tenma after the monster raid. Exposed. She blushes red. Whoa! Sei Kisaragi immediately fires a violent blast of water. Rikuru leaps away, shouting that surprise attacks are cheating. Sei Kisaragi coldly fires back that they are in training, so any opening is on him. Suddenly, their master cuts in. The giant mechanical arm master stops them, reminding his students that the national qualifiers start in just 2 days. This is absolutely no time for playing around. Sei Kisaragi summons her energy, her eyes burning with pure excited anticipation. She is thrilled to finally test her skills against other awakened elites since sparring with Rikuru was getting old. She wants to explore the bustling North District. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Riji Kinoshita, who is opening a suitcase. Inside are sinister black magic stones. Nearby screens display Sei Kisaragi at level 11 and Rikuru at level 10. Riji Kinoshita's subordinate nervously reports that Takeru Oga is late. This is highly unusual. Something must have gone wrong. Riji Kinoshita grinds his teeth in fury. A dark, suffocating aura erupts around him. Those useless idiots failed again. His loyal subordinate asks if they should search for him. Riji Kinoshita instantly snaps, forget him. He's useless now. The qualifiers are his top priority. If he fails, his father will lock him in the hellish isolation cell again. Regaining his composure, Riji Kinoshita asks about his scheme. Out of 3,113 competitors, how many joined? 87 high-level fighters have agreed to cooperate. As ordered, every single one of them is level 5 or higher. A twisted smile spreads across Riji Kinoshita's face. He commends his loyal subordinate as the only one he can truly trust. Gripping the final Karma Stone, his eyes burn with raw ambition. Crackles of purple lightning erupt around his body. The sudden surge of power is enough to crush anyone. Riji Kinoshita is now level 12 with total stats at 603. Back at the hospital, Isuki Tenma stands in silence after rushing Choha to the emergency room, his head bowed in heavy guilt. Isuki Tenma bows his head in deep regret, unable to hide his overwhelming sadness in front of his mentor. Izumi Nento stares solemnly at his hospitalized daughter. He asks Isuki Tenma what he wants to do, offering to handle the culprit himself. Isuki Tenma's gaze turns ice-cold, completely locked with resolve. "No, master, please leave the culprit for me to crush." He wants to settle this score personally. Nento turns to leave, his powerful voice commanding Isuki Tenma to explain everything later. Standing nearby, Iberia is utterly stunned. She just realized that the legendary Northern Commander is actually Isuki Tenma's teacher. No wonder the boy did not flinch at the mention of her own father. Izumi Nento is truly a mysterious powerhouse. I definitely need to get his autograph later, he thinks. Inside the hospital room, Isuki stands by Cho's bedside, explaining that this is why he decided to join the national tournament qualifiers with Iberia. "I see," Nento replies. "Choha, how are you feeling?" Choha smiles softly as the spirit butterfly Tamaku rests on her shoulder, glowing gently. "Tamaku healed me, so I have already fully recovered. It is also thanks to Iberia, who used a rare Kama tool to treat me." Nento suddenly turns to stare intensely at Iberia, startling him. "Since you have that rare Kodama bandage Kama tool crafted by Aiden, you must be his son, right?" Iberia breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to maintain his noble composure. "This man knows so much about Kama tools and even knows my father. I must show a dignity worthy of being the eldest son of the Grand Creator himself." He proudly flashes a confident thumbs up, declaring boldly that, "Yes, I am Aiden's father." The room instantly falls dead silent. Nento, Choha, and Isuki stare at Iberia in sheer speechless disbelief. "You got that backward, buddy." Blushing red as a beet, Iberia covers his face in sheer embarrassment, stammering out that he is sorry Aiden is his father. Nento coughs to clear the awkward tension. "Well, either way, I am deeply grateful you saved my daughter. Once the qualifiers are over, let me visit Aiden with Tenma." Sitting down by the bed, Nento waves his hands, urging the two boys to leave. "You guys have to prepare for the tournament. Right, off you go. Choha and I will come watch tomorrow." Iberia and Isuki walk away, filled with burning determination, promising they will absolutely pass the qualifiers. Watching Isuki walk away, Choha quietly reflects on how much he has changed. Her father had always kept a close eye on Tenma. Back when he was with Jin, he always brought her along to those meetings. Childhood memories of Izuki flashed through her mind, deeply shaped by his early traumatic struggles. Whenever Tenma faced a monstrous Calamity Beast, a terrifyingly powerful self-destructive urge would surge within him. Images of Sei Kisaragi and Rikuru looking at Isuki with deep worry resurface, but only when someone he wanted to protect was nearby would those dark impulses begin to fade. Choha looks at her father, finally understanding his deeper intent. "That is why my father placed me by his side, to be his friend." Smiling gently down her palm, she realizes her role was to become his weakness and the person Tenma wants to protect. The person he wants to protect. The mood suddenly turns dark as Nento reveals a grim truth. "By the way, regarding that beast attack at Tenma's school, it has been confirmed as a deliberate plot, not a coincidence. What more and more traitorous hunters are defecting to the Calamity Beast faction. And though the scale varies, similar attacks targeting other Supreme Commanders have erupted across different continents as well." Nento stands staring out the dark window, his voice heavy as he notes that humanity's future currently looks pitch black, yet a spark of hope shines in his eyes. Tenma will surely light up the darkness. He will become a true beacon of hope. The scene shifts to a massive arena viewed from above, the qualifier venue for the Savior League National Tournament in North District 4. Isuki walks through the bustling crowd, amazed by the sheer scale of the event. "There are way more people here than I expected." As soon as word spread that Nento Izumi would be watching, many who originally sat out suddenly changed their minds, and the number of contestants skyrocketed from 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Ri stands high above, looking down with a sinister smirk. "Izumi, Nento is that old man throwing this many wild cards into our plans. Don't worry, sir, they are just late registering trash who decided to join at the last second. They have no time to form teams, so we still hold a massive numerical advantage. I ordered all our recruits to tie a red ribbon around their right hands to easily identify them as our allies." Down in the crowd, Rikuru Horino is on his phone, wondering if red ribbons are the hot new trend, and if they should wear them too. Since Nento Izumi is watching, Isuki will probably show up. Meanwhile, at the main stage, the host, Soryu Shinshihara, loudly announces, asking everyone for their attention as he explains the rules before the preliminary round begins. A large screen flashes a map. Soryu Shinshihara continues introducing the arena layout, which is split into two zones, the outer ring and the inner sector. In the first phase, participants will start from 4 different directions in the outer ring. as the brutal rules are finally laid bare. First, it is a race against the clock to breach the inner sector. The second you cross, your rank will lock onto your bracelet, and only the 50 fastest runners move on to Phase 2. Standing in the crowd, Rikiru narrows his eyes at his wristband, surprised it has such a high-tech function. Sei Kisaragi anxiously adds that eliminating thousands of competitors right at the start is incredibly brutal. Meanwhile, Iberia urges Isuki. As the broadcast continues, each person is limited to 2 comma tools. Team up with anyone, use any means necessary. To win. Isuki, look over there, Iberia says, pointing toward Ri, who is busy issuing commands to a group of hunters. That is Riji Kinoshita. Right now, he is instructing his lackeys to obstruct and sabotage anyone running ahead of them. Iberia whispers his plan to his bought and paid for allies. Either way, they need to penetrate the inner zone as quickly as possible. The plan is to launch a surprise attack the very moment Riji Kinoshita lets his guard down after they get inside. But suddenly, Iberia's jaw drops in pure disbelief as something unexpected catches his eye. Isuki is on the move. He casually walks right up to Riji's squad, leaving Iberia in total panic. Wait, is he even listening to him? Who is this guy? Riji's men grow tense, noting he lacks a red ribbon. Up in the VIP stands, the first stage officially begins. Examiner Soryu Shinshihara watches closely, noting the growing number of young bloods eager to join the Salvation Alliance. Encouraging, but numbers mean nothing without real strength. High-tier expert Akira stands with folded arms, his gaze dripping with sheer arrogance as he looks down at the field. In his day, plenty of participants reach over level 15. Soryu Shinshihara questions that claim checking the old records. Turns out there were only 2 back in Akira's year, Taiwa Jin, who reached level 21, and Akira himself. Akira was only level 18. He smirks, claiming that is exactly why things get boring without some exciting new recruits. He hopes to find another monster like Taiwa Jin in this batch. Soryu Shinshihara scoffs, a once-in-a-century genius does not just appear out of nowhere. Akira suddenly turns to Izumi Nento, asking about a rumored student from the northern continent who defeated a level 8 skeleton. This rookie allegedly beat a high-level monster right after awakening and became Nento's personal disciple. He asks if the rumor is true. Level 8 right after awakening sounds absurd, but Nento sits up straight and calmly confirms that it is the absolute truth. Akira wonders with excitement if that legendary rookie is among the current candidates. The second disciple Nento has recognized since Taiwa Jin. He must possess some truly freakish talent. Soryu Shinshihara quickly scrolls through his tablet, looking deeply thoughtful, wondering who it could be. Rikiru Horino's profile pops up, level 10 metal elementalist. His gift is just average second-rate, so it cannot be him. Next on the list is Sei Kisaragi, a level 11 with a first-rate gift. But she is a support-type water elementalist, so probably not her either. Soryu Shinshihara stops his search at a standout name. Surely the mystery disciple has to be this girl Kana Hanyu, a wood elementalist. She holds an unusually high level, currently sitting at level 16. Nento merely stares at the screen in complete silence. Soryu Shinshihara gets flustered. Is he wrong? But Kana has the absolute highest level among all the active participants. Suddenly, Akira spots something incredibly bizarre on the roster. You won't believe this, but there is actually a level 0 participant registered. Soryu Shinshihara sighs, noting there is always some curious idiot who joins just to get instantly crushed and forced to withdraw. Down on the field, Riji bursts into loud laughter, mocking Isuki. A level 0 actually thinks he can compete. He asks if the kid got lost. Isuki says nothing, silently raising his arm to reveal his equipped magic crossbow. Riji's eyes go wide in absolute terror as he recognizes the weapon. It is Charles's gear. Who on earth is this guy? Isuki's eyes glow with a chilling blue, asking if Riji has been searching for him all this time. Riji grinds his teeth in rage. He refuses to believe a level 0 trash defeated Oga. He figures someone sent this brat to mess with him. He waves his hand, ordering his subordinates to seize him. The lackeys confidently boast they will make him regret messing with them. Violent purple electricity surges wildly around Riji. He mutters that he has no time to waste on such weak trash. Surrounded on all sides by the hostile crowd, Isuki stands completely still, his expression remaining entirely unbothered. Up above, Akira watches the screen and notes coldly that 3 level 6s and 2 level 7s are surrounding a single opponent. To him, the outcome is already obvious. He says if the kid begs on his knees now, he might survive. Iberia breaks into a cold sweat, worried sick for his ally. He figures he can take down one opponent himself. But even if Isuki is strong, taking on 4 at once is impossible. He reaches into his bag, deciding he has no other choice. He must use his trump card. One of Riji's goons steps forward with a sneer, mocking the opponent's low rank. He expected a formidable challenge in this trial, but the first obstacle turns out to be this level 0 piece of garbage. Isuki's face is cast in deep shadow as he utters a single freezing command to get out of the way. The goon freezes in shock for a second before bursting into hysterical laughter at the sheer audacity. Up above, Akira watches closely. A smirk of interest plays on his face as he enjoys the kid's guts. Watch closely, because things are about to escalate. But the goon lunges forward with bloodshot eyes, screaming that he is going to smash his skull open to see what is inside. Instantly, a thunderous punch connects with a crisp, brutal impact, planting itself right into the attacker's face. Isuki stands over his fallen foe, eyes glowing with overwhelming power. Watching this absurd display, Akira is left completely stunned. An opponent 7 levels higher taken down in the blink of an eye. The surrounding hunters begin to panic. Handa was level 7, so how did a rookie do that? Someone yells not to panic, claiming it was just a cheap shot. The fire user screams and unleashes his full power, a B-rank maximum output flamethrower meant to burn Isuki to ashes. The sudden blast of fire erupts violently, catching Iberia completely off guard. It is too fast to even activate the Kama tool. The bystanders smirk as the massive flame swallows Isuki, thinking this is way too much overkill for a level 0. But dying in the qualifiers is just business as usual, so they should only blame their own arrogance for being weak. Yet, as the thick smoke begins to clear, the smug hunters suddenly realize that something is completely off. Standing right in the middle of the raging fire is Isuki, completely safe behind a sharp wall of dark stone. Iberia cheers with relief to see her teammate unharmed, amazed that he completely neutralized such a massive area attack. Isuki stares back at his enemies through the sharp stone barrier with a freezing glare telling them to back off. System notifications flash rapidly, showing his defense increased by 10% after blocking the B-rank fire skill with Black Wall. His total power level reaches 1271 as Isuki calmly walks forward, calculating his next move. He got an extra 31 defense points but needs to test if the passive effect triggers twice against the same skill. The fire hunter points a trembling finger in utter shock, unable to believe his target does not have a single scratch. He wonders if that icy shield is really Isuki's skill, since there are no water mages anywhere near them. Isuki stands tall, extending a hand in a bold, mocking challenge to fire that exact same spell at him again. He promises not to block it this time, which drives the fire user absolutely insane with rage at being mocked. The hunter demands to know if Isuki will keep his word, and Isuki simply smirks, confirming his promise. The angry hunter pours every drop of his remaining mana into his ultimate B-rank skill, the overheated flamethrower. Isuki stands perfectly still as the intense flames wrap around him, unbothered by the slightly stronger heat. To him, it is still just a basic fire spell. Within seconds, his entire body is swallowed by the inferno. The massive explosion of energy has the other hunters shaking in their boots, whispering that this is way too serious. They reckon the attack power must be around level 8, leaving the pale, sweating caster completely out of mana. He spent every ounce of his energy on this ultimate attack, feeling like it was a total waste on a level 0. But as the smoke begins to settle, the smug look on his face vanishes as he stumbles backward in absolute terror. Isuki is still standing there, completely unscathed, calmly taking notes on how his unique skills actually function. He realizes the passive defense boost of Black Wall does not trigger twice when hit by the exact same attack. Now that his little experiment is over, Isuki decides it is time to put an end to this pathetic fight. The exhausted fire user collapses to his knees, unable to comprehend how his ultimate move was brushed off so easily. Another hunter leaps forward, claiming he has spotted a weakness in Isuki's defense, and charges with blazing hands. He unleashes a rapid B-rank barrage of fireballs, forcing Isuki to summon his dark barrier once again. He mocks their attempt to overwhelm him with numbers right as a massive, deafening explosion rocks the entire arena. The attacker grins wickedly, absolutely convinced that a mere level 0 must be running completely dry on mana by now. He believes they can win simply by wearing down Isuki's defenses until he cannot summon that shield anymore. But his smirk quickly fades when an iron grip suddenly clamps down on his arm, paralyzing him with fear. The hunter gasps in sheer terror as Isuki closes the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Isuki is already doing the math, confirming that even a barrage of fireballs only triggers his passive boost once. Suddenly, a massive brute steps up, roaring that if speed is Isuki's game, then raw power is his. Isuki stares coldly through his stone mask and calmly asks if that pathetic blow was truly his maximum effort. With a single effortless sweep, Isuki slams the massive brute into the dirt, leaving him coughing up blood. He notes that his defense only increased by 31 instead of 34, meaning the calculation uses his base stats. His total defense has now reached 372, a massive boost from blocking those fire skills. He spots 2 new lightning mages approaching, talk about perfect timing to boost his lightning defense passive. Meanwhile, the terrified minions panic and start running for their lives, screaming that Isuki is hiding his real stats. Isuki's eyes glow with a cold green light as he asks if they really think they can escape. Desperate, the 2 mages turn around to launch a C-rank lightning spell, hoping his stone shield cannot block electricity. But their attack only feeds him as notifications pop up showing his agility increased after absorbing the lightning spell. With total stats at 133, agility at 341, and defense at 372, Akira watches the screen with a tense expression. He stares in absolute disbelief as Izuki crushes higher-ranked awakened ones like it is absolute child's play. Sweating bullets, Akira watches him stand among the fallen enemies, wondering what kind of monster Isuki really is. Meanwhile, Isuki calmly inspects the electricity crackling around him, realizing his passive skill only triggers once per target. Standing among the knocked-out thugs, Iberia is completely stunned to see everyone on the floor. He quickly cheers in admiration, admitting he expected a brutal struggle instead of this total blowout. A trembling masked thug points a shaky finger at Isuki, demanding to know what terrifying power he is using. Insisting that a level 0 could not possibly do this, the thug begs to know Isuki's true identity. Iberia steps up and smugly asks if they really want to know who they are leaving, Isuki totally confused. He proudly declares they are Double Y, the duo destined to rule the northern continent. Isuki immediately grabs Iberia by the collar and drags him off, ignoring his complaints about ruining his big moment. The left-behind thug is just speechless at how incredibly cheesy their team name is. Meanwhile, Rigi dashes ahead, completely clueless about the storm heading his way. Still, he cautiously notes that the mysterious crossbow belongs to Charles, vowing to look into it after the trial. Suddenly, another hunter speeds past Rigi, smirking that he has easily overtaken another slowpoke. The speedster brags about his supremacy over muscleheads, only to be caught off guard by a sudden sound. A violent burst of purple lightning strikes from behind, sending the speedster crashing hard into the dirt. Smoking and battered, the fallen runner wonders who could possibly stop him at absolute full speed. With a brutal thud, Rigi stomps heavily onto the speedster's back, looking down with pure disgust. He sneers that this is what happens to anyone arrogant enough to run ahead of him. Rigi orders his team to group up and save their energy for Phase 2 instead of wasting time. Watching from above, Choha sneers at Rigi, questioning the upbringing of the district administrator's spoiled son. Nento silently watches the arena, noting that since Rigi did not break any rules, they cannot intervene. Meanwhile, Rigi's lackeys gloat that the weaker candidates cleared the path, leaving their team completely fresh. Soon, a massive crowd of candidates swarms toward the giant structure at the center of the desert. Rigi stands smugly at the entrance of the inner zone, assuming the rest of the trial will be effortless. But his peace is shattered when a thunderous shout echoes through the crackling lightning. Startled, Rigi breaks into a cold sweat as an overwhelming pressure locks onto him from behind. He spins around in a rage, demanding to know who dared call his name as the crowd panics. The crowd parts to reveal Isuki, and honestly nobody expected this kid to survive. The onlookers are absolutely stunned that a level 0 actually made it this far. Rigi grinds his teeth in disbelief, refusing to accept that this trash survived. He reasons that it is impossible for a level 0 and a level 7 to defeat so many guards. Veins popping on his forehead, Rigi deduces that Isuki must have simply bribed his way through. Rigi sneers at Isuki, demanding to know how long the level 0 trash intends to tail him. Standing right behind Isuki, Iberia grips his magic bracelet, deeply aware of his own limitations. He knows he only survived this far because Isuki effortlessly obliterated every threat on the road. Without Isuki, Iberia would have been disqualified instantly, but Rigi simply waves them off with disdain. Rigi claims he is too busy for trash, but promises to leave behind a few friends to play. Behind his glasses, Rigi's eyes flash with malice as he orders his thugs to finish the boy. The hostile hunters surround Isuki, mocking him for having the guts to speak Rigi's name. They promise to teach the rookie a painful lesson, while Iberia turns pale from their massive numbers. Seeing 80, 90, or even 100 angry enemies surrounding them, Iberia totally panics. Without a word, Isuki grabs Iberia by the collar and forces him to duck down. Blue lightning erupts as Isuki charges forward, closing the distance to Rigi with blinding speed. With a devastating kick, Isuki sends Rigi flying into the air, completely freezing his minions in shock as Iberia looks on. The crowd of candidates stands frozen, staring at the overwhelmed Rigi in disbelief. Standing tall among the fallen, Isuki looks unstoppable. He radiates a cold, murderous intent, staring down the enemy with glowing eyes. He tells them quietly, "Maybe I was not clear enough. Let me make myself perfectly clear. Until we settle this score, I am not letting a single one of you leave this place." Elsewhere, Seiya Kisaragi catches his breath on his knees while Rikuru collapses onto the ground in the 4th tier. The Red Ribbon Gang block them. They got in first and shamelessly blocked the path again. If they had run solo, they would have been taken out long ago. They barely made it to the 5th tier inner area. Gasping for air, Rikuru stares at the leaderboard in total disbelief, completely stunned. They thought they were moving fast, but others were even quicker. In 3rd place, Ogaku rests his giant mace and sighs deeply. He grumbles about only making 3rd place, but Akagami, holding the 2nd spot, just teases him about being hungry again. He literally just ate. Then Nia directs everyone's attention to a blue-haired girl sitting all alone in the distance. She is in 1st place and has already reached level 16. Suddenly, Seiya Kisaragi and Rikuru shudder as they feel a strange surge of energy. Knowing Isuki, he is definitely operating alone, but if he got cornered like they did, wait, someone is flying their way. A figure gets blasted right out of the arena. The system screen flashes, showing Iberia entering the 6th tier inner zone. Crash landing into the rubble, Iberia screams in absolute terror. Hearing that familiar name, Sei Kisaragi and Rikuru widen their eyes in shock. They wonder if he just shouted Isuki's name. And yes, that is exactly what they heard through the chaos. Through the thick cloud of dust, a heroic figure emerges. Looking at him from behind, there is absolutely no doubt it is Isuki. Standing defiantly under the pouring rain, Isuki blocks the path with a dark, intense glare. "Until we settle this once and for all," he says, "I am not letting any of you leave." Up in the VIP booth, Examiner Soryu watches silently. The rookie is just one step away. So why is he so obsessed with Reiji Kinoshita? Nearby, Choha anxiously monitors Isuki's status on the screen with a worried face. Izumi Nento remains calm, quietly ordering his elite fighter Akira Haitan to step in and help if the kid ends up in danger. Akira Haitan stares at Isuki in awe, mentally comparing their skills. The rookie's insane speed was honestly hard to process. He moved at a speed that defies belief. Akira Haitan wonders if he could have pulled off something like that at his age. Reiji lowers his head, his face twisted in pure, unbridled rage. He mutters about Isuki constantly interfering and warns him to prepare himself. He looks up, eyes flashing with crazy purple magic. "What is about to begin is not just a fight," he declares. "It will be your absolute total submission." Instantly, hundreds of Reiji's red-eyed followers step forward to completely surround Isuki. It is a brutal 100 versus 1 showdown. Isuki barely pays them any attention as his own killer aura erupts. Passing this preliminary exam is just a side quest. Right now, exact revenge is his absolute top priority. Losing his mind, Reiji points his finger and screams out, "Go get him. Tear that bastard to shreds." Amidst the blazing arena, Isuki Tenma stands tall and defiant, facing down the massive army of hunters encircling him. One aggressive minion lunges forward to strike first, shouting that no one gets past him and Isuki's head is his. He unleashes his C-rank Fire Fist skill, but Isuki effortlessly blocks the blazing attack, leaving the thug completely horrified. What he screams out. In a flash, Isuki counters with a heavy punch, sending massive shockwaves through the air. The devastating blow smashes directly into the hunter's face, knocking him flat instantly while the crowd watches in utter shock. Panic spreads. One punch was all it took. But they try to rally. "Do not panic, we have the numbers. There is no way they lose to a level 0 trash." As they swarm, Isuki calmly looks down as the system notification flashes. Perfect. He blocked a C-rank fire skill using Blackwall, granting a permanent 10% boost to his defense stat. As the mob rushes him, Isuki raises his hand to end this farce, triggering his devastating Bursting Lotus skill. A massive earth-shattering explosion erupts from his palm, instantly blowing away every single hunter in the vicinity. From a distance, Isuki's teammates watch the colossal blast with wide eyes, wondering if that raw power really belongs to him. Even the top-tier hunters are completely flabbergasted by the scale of the blast, questioning what kind of explosion this is. Through the rising dust and smoke, Kana Hanyu quietly observes the devastating aftermath of the blast with sharp, mysterious eyes. The examiner panics while analyzing the battle data. How could a level 0 recruit unleash a devastating blast of that magnitude? More importantly, how is he using skills outside his class? Choha and Nento watch closely, their eyes filled with shock. No one knew Tenma possessed such massive area of effect skills. Now his insane confidence during the Grasshopper Desert battle makes sense. Looking over the devastated battlefield, Isuki quickly assesses his next move, knowing the real trial is still far from over. Just how many trump cards is he still hiding? 30% power is more than enough since his opponent is human, meaning he has to hold back so he does not accidentally kill them. As the dust settles, it reveals a devastating scene with hundreds of defeated hunters scattered across the ground. Isuki approaches Reiji with threatening, glowing eyes, whispering that only he is left now. Reiji backpedals in terror, sweat pouring down his face in sheer shock. Over 100 hunters wiped out in an instant. What kind of monster is this guy and why? The young hunter stands tall, murderous aura filling the air. He asks if Reiji really thinks he is the one stalking him. "You targeted me first and brutally hurt my friend," Isuki says, warning that he will return every bit of that pain today. Reiji screams in a mad frenzy as purple lightning erupts around him, shouting that he is the young master of the Reiji Kinoshita family. He claims everything here is under his control, meaning he never even needs to waste his time fighting mindless monsters. With karma stones provided by his wealthy family, he easily reaches ranks normal people could never hope to touch. Channeling all his power for a final blow, he yells that they are on completely different levels, promising to kill him with his B-rank skill, Purple Lightning Cannon. But Isuki closes the distance like a bolt of lightning. The system alerts that a B-rank skill is detected, initiating mimicry replication with analysis progress at 1%. Moving with blinding speed, Isuki delivers a heavy blow that sends Rigi crashing to the wet ground, screaming in agony. He is completely broken. There is absolutely zero chance of winning against this kind of insane speed. How is he level 0? In total despair, he opens his mouth and screams for his guards to hurry up and save him. Suddenly, a massive hunter named Forty with glowing red eyes steps in, decided to ignore the rules to save his employer. Rigi laughs maniacally, seeing his savior, boasting that Forty is a level 35 awakened who will tear his enemy apart. Back in the observation room, Nento senses the escalating danger and immediately issues a strict order to his subordinates. Akira acknowledges the command immediately. Meanwhile, Isuki senses a massive wave of magic energy rapidly closing in on him. His analysis reaches 19% as multiple figures leap out from the pouring rain to join the chaotic battle. Through the thick smoke of the battlefield, Isuki stands completely unfazed amidst the debris of the clash. Just a few feet away, Ha effortlessly restrains the guard, trying to interfere casually, signaling for Isuki to keep going. Isuki steps right up to Rigi, his eyes glowing with lightning energy as he delivers his cold final judgment. No rescue is coming. None. Tears and snot stream down Rigi's face as he loses his mind in pure terror. He desperately begs for mercy, screaming that his father is the district administrator and his brother is in the elite alliance. Talk about brutal. With one heavy blow, Isuki slams his head straight into the ground, completely ignoring the empty threats. Leaving the young master unconscious in the pouring rain, Isuki coldly walks away, wiping the sweat from his cheek. Finally, his friend's debt has been fully settled. Watching this on screen, Choha blushes deeply with raw emotion. Her eyes sparkle, knowing he did all of this just for her. Meanwhile, examiner Soryu Shinchihara strokes his beard, watching her closely. Soryu Shinchihara wonders why the boy is staring right at the camera. Did he actually defeat the powerful Rigi Kinoshita heir so easily? Checking his system, Izuki makes a strategic choice. If he pauses the analysis progress at 99% right now, he can save a full stamina recovery for the second round. After pausing the system, he notices C.A. Kisaragi rushing in. She panics, seeing the absolute chaos on the field. Hearing her familiar voice, Isuki turns around with a start. Sweat beads on his face as he looks down to find Sei-a Kisaragi staring up at him with teary, worried eyes. Her voice trembles as she urges him to go inside before he catches a cold, looking at him with deep concern. He smiles, happy to see her again after so long, just as a notification reveals he has reached rank 7. Out of nowhere, Iberia dashes forward to hug him while crying hysterically, while Rikiru stands nearby with a massive grin. Iberia loudly cries that he missed him, glad his buddy is safe, while goggles-wearing Rikiru glares at him with extreme annoyance. Sparks literally fly between the two as Rikiru snaps, demanding to know why Iberia is hugging his friend so tightly. The boy steps back, confidently flipping his hair and declaring that he is officially Isuki's designated partner. Furious, Rikiru grabs Isuki by the shoulders and shakes him, calling him a traitor for teaming up without him. Sei-a Kisaragi giggles nearby, finding it refreshing to see him making friends. Meanwhile, the other two start bickering like children. They demand to know if he really made a duo, asking for their team name. Rikiru scoffs at such childish ideas. Iberia puts his hands on his hips with a triumphant smirk, claiming that of course they have one. As Isuki stands sweating in the middle, begging them to stop, Iberia winks and proudly reveals their group name. She proudly boasts that she worked incredibly hard to invent the team name Double Y with 2 eyes. Hearing it, Rikiru falls flat on the ground, laughing hysterically. Double Y sounds completely cheap to him. Iberia angrily snaps. It is actually a great name. But their fun is cut short by a booming stadium announcement. 500 contestants are inside the inner zone, meaning everyone else is officially disqualified. Phase 2 is starting. The examiner's face pops up on the giant screen to detail the rules. For Phase 2, candidates must fight solo. They have exactly 1 hour inside the training grounds. Isuki, Tenma, Iberia, and Rikiru stare in absolute disbelief at the brutal rule. The second phase is finally here. Solo combat is it. In a dark corner, Heitan flashes a wild, savage grin. He has waited forever for this moment. Suddenly, the first phase rankings appear on screen, radiating sheer power. Let us see your real skills. Hani is rank 1, Takaru Oga is rank 3, and Horino is rank 5. And Isuki Tenma is rank 7. Akagami is rank 2, Iberia is rank 6, and Kisaragi is rank 4. From high above, the massive architecture of the next stage looms. As candidates file through the gates, tension peaks. So is the second phase arena actually inside here? Rikiru walks through the dark stadium, looking around warily. The place feels incredibly gloomy and terrifying. Shivering, he turns to Isuki Tenma to ask if he is really still level 0, wondering if his level is permanently locked. He continues to ask with a deeply worried expression. That means his stats will not increase easily either, so how can he get stronger? Isuki Tenma hesitates, feeling cornered. His teacher warned him never to tell a soul. Fortunately, Iberia quickly cuts in to save him. She reminds Rikuru that world-breaking skills are top national secrets, so Isuki Tenma does not have to answer. He smiles gratefully. They reach the assembly point. Suddenly, a booming, majestic voice echoes from high above asking if they are ready. Isuki Tenma, Iberia, and Rikuru look up at the high stage in shock as the crowd recognizes the legendary figures. That is Soryu Shinshihara, the supervisor of the annual tournament. Standing right beside him is the war veteran Akira Heiten, the legendary soldier with unmatched physical strength, right next to the masked mythic hero Izumi Nento. They are all absolute legends. Soryu speaks up, declaring that he will explain the second round rules right now. Pointing to a virtual hologram, he explains that various disaster beasts will spawn with defeat points based on difficulty. Beginner beasts grant 100 points, normal is 500, hard is 1000, and nightmare is 5000. Soryu explains the timing rules next. Candidates get a 1-minute break after defeating each disaster beast. After that, they are forced to advance to the next level. Suddenly, a 56-second countdown timer pops up. The third-ranked Takeru Oga grips his weapon tightly. He sneers arrogantly, muttering that he will go straight to nightmare difficulty. His stats display on screen showing he is a level 13 Earth Elementalist. Suddenly, Isuki Tenma speaks up. He raises his hand to ask a question in the silent crowd. The other candidates immediately start mocking him. A level 0 loser. He definitely got carried through the first round. Is he just trying to chicken out now? They laugh hysterically, assuming he is terrified. Soryu looks down warmly, encouraging him to ask his question. Isuki Tenma stands tall and confident. He asks if nightmare difficulty is truly the absolute limit of the test. Such a reckless question makes Soryu widen his eyes while Akira Heiten standing next to him grins with excitement. The crowd laughs, mocking him for showing off. If a level 0 weakling meets a nightmare beast, he dies instantly. Forget nightmare mode, he cannot even handle a beginner beast. He is just a mouthy loser who is all talk. Soryu explains solemnly. Theoretically, there is actually no upper limit to the difficulty of disaster beasts. He adds that Isuki Tenma will only understand that truth once he actually manages to defeat a nightmare-class beast. Rikuru whispers to Isuki Tenma in a panic. No upper limit. Thinking about that is completely pointless anyway. Nightmare beasts require at least level 10, and even surviving a hard-tier beast is already a massive achievement. Soryu announces that points from this prelim will carry over to the main tournament, making today's performance absolutely critical. It directly impacts their chances of joining the Savior Alliance in the future, driving Rikuru and Iberia to focus. Realizing these scores carry over, Isuki Tenma narrows his eyes. He has no other choice but to use that skill. Recalling the legendary record of 115,000 points, he resolves to use this chance to surpass him. The starting buzzer blares loudly. Suddenly, the massive metal gates slide open, revealing the training grounds. Hundreds of eager candidates charge forward at once, leaping off the massive cliffs and straight into battle. Making a safe landing, he takes a look around. The second preliminary round is finally starting. Turns out this training ground isn't much different from standard arenas. Total darkness wraps around the entire arena. Suddenly, a sea of glowing red eyes flashes with murderous intent from deep within the shadows. A notification pops up. It's 10 level 1 Calamity Mad Dogs. Killing them is worth 100 points. Isuki feels the adrenaline rush. He's pumped that he finally gets to fight actual Calamity Beasts. Without wasting a second, Isuki activates his skill, Black Wall Online. With a cold glare, he charges straight ahead. Since these low-tier mobs won't boost his stats, he wants to wrap this up as fast as possible. Up in the monitoring room, Nento asks Soryu Shinshihara if he's still keeping tabs on that kid. Soryu Shinshihara admits he is, but also wants to watch Hanyu's fight. Akira Heiten stands by with folded arms, letting out an amused smirk as his eyes lock onto Isuki's combat screen. That kid is way more interesting, he says. Suddenly, Soryu Shinshihara gasps in absolute shock, prompting Heiten to poke some fun at him. Is it really that shocking? Every single time down in the arena, Isuki moves like the wind, slicing through the monsters in the blink of an eye. Clear time 1 second. 100 points earned. Soryu Shinshihara breaks into a cold sweat. 1 second. Normally, this takes a few minutes. Heiten laughs triumphantly. See, I told you so, didn't I? This guy is built different. Soryu Shinshihara tries to stay calm and analyze the situation. Sure, there are many Calamity Mad Dogs, but they are only level 1. Going all out can easily wipe them out instantly. But the next opponent is level 8. Clearing it instantly is practically impossible. Right on cue, a massive burning monster emerges. Standing right in front of Isuki is a giant flaming beast. A standard Calamity Beast Salamander level 8. Worth 500 points. Soryu Shinshihara watches with deep concern. Facing a Calamity Beast 8 levels higher than himself, the kid is bound to struggle. But Heiten just smirks and questions him back. You really think so? I don't see a level 8 salamander posing any threat to him. Soryu Shinshihara turns his attention to the overall ranking, wondering how the other participants are doing before quickly tapping on the control panel. Apologizing for getting too distracted, he switches to multi-screen mode so they can observe the top 10 players at once. Scanning the feeds, he frowns in disappointment. Most of the other applicants are still struggling against the lower-tier monsters. The display shows C relying on water magic, while another candidate with a massive hammer barely holds his ground against his foe. Soryu Shinshihara's gaze shifts to another feed. Kana Hanyu seems to be the only one keeping pace with Isuki's insane clearing speed. The blue-haired girl unleashes her green light magic, completely overwhelming the wild dogs. But suddenly, Soryu Shinshihara gasps as he watches Isuki's screen. Oh no, Tenma is in trouble. To everyone's absolute shock, Isuki's figure is completely engulfed by a massive raging inferno, fully swallowed by the salamander's blazing breath. Soryu Shinshihara cries out in panic, wondering if the kid is completely exhausted. Did he burn too much energy fighting those mad dogs, leaving him unable to dodge? Taking that direct hit is going to end badly. Someone call the medical team fast, but Haiden calmly stops him, suggesting they wait and watch just a bit longer. Given the insane speed he showed earlier, dodging an attack of this level should have been a complete piece of cake. Out of the raging flames, a pitch-black spiky ice armor wraps around Isuki. The system screen flashes with a brand new notification. Black Wall has been successfully activated. A razor-sharp ice blade slices through the air as Isuki effortlessly cleaves the flames. The massive salamander is sliced clean in half. Its tough dragon-like scales shatter and fly everywhere under the overwhelming force. Isuki calmly walks away, leaving the monster's fading body behind him. Talk about a cold-blooded and stylish finisher. Clear time, 5 seconds. 500 points acquired. Soryu Shinshihara stares at the screen in complete disbelief, unable to process this. Not a single scratch on him. Did that ice armor actually cover his entire body? If he could end it instantly, why take the hit? Why did he deliberately tank that fire attack? Isuki just smirks with absolute satisfaction as another notification pops up on his screen. Defense increased by 10% for blocking a C-rank fire skill with Black Ice Wall. He's got to maximize every stat farming opportunity. His status window opens, revealing his stats in detail. His defense rating has now skyrocketed to 434. Isuki Tenma, human race level 0, unclass. The Order Breaker. Skills: Absolute Mimicry, Lightning Breaker, Black Ice Wall, and Lotus Barrage. Total stats: 1395. The system asks if he wants to skip the remaining 58 seconds of rest. Isuki decides to skip it and test his defenses on the next monster. Up in the control booth, Heitan crosses his arms. He notes that this difficulty level is designed to test the participants' reaction, speed, and combat instincts. Soryu Shinshihara nods in agreement. Exactly. Suddenly, details for the next threat flash onto the screen. The electric rhino channels lightning into its horn for a deadly combo. It unleashes a brutal physical and electrical double attack. A hard-tier Calamity Beast electric rhino level 10. Defeating it rewards 1,000 points. Soryu Shinshihara explains that if you get hit, your body will either be pierced by the horn, due to poor defense, or you'll end up paralyzed by the lightning charge, leaving you completely vulnerable and unable to move. He sternly stresses the optimal strategy. To defeat the electric rhino, you absolutely must rely on high speed to constantly move. He should maneuver skillfully and strike once it is exhausted. But suddenly, Soryu Shinshihara's eyes widen in sheer panic, sweat pouring down. Wait, what on earth is he trying to do? Down in the arena, Isuki makes absolutely no move to dodge. Instead, he just casually walks forward and reaches his hand out to touch the massive threat. He actually touches the sharp lightning-charged horn of the giant beast. Tapping his finger gently against the glowing tip, he quietly starts to measure its power. To him, this horn is the perfect tool to test his own defensive limits. Infuriated, the electric rhino snorts hot steam and prepares its counterattack. It channels every drop of lightning energy directly into its horn to obliterate this arrogant human. Then a massive explosion echoes as the beast charges. The monster slams straight toward Isuki at absolute breakneck speed. Violent electricity erupts everywhere, completely swallowing the arena as Isuki gets violently thrown backward. He takes the full force of that lightning-charged ram completely wide open without even trying to defend himself. Cho-Han leans in close to the monitor. She screams out in pure terror. Meanwhile, Heitan merely smirks with amusement. He notes that while this kid acts totally reckless, he delivers results. His moves are completely unpredictable, but the outcome always blows past everyone's wild expectations. Suddenly, out from the thick cloud of smoke, Isuki steps out completely untouched. The system alerts that he has absorbed a C-rank lightning skill, boosting his own lightning burst agility by 5%. He mutters that the test is complete. It looks like attacks from any disaster beast under level 10 cannot even scratch him. Isuki's eyes flash a deadly crimson. He lifts his head and calmly declares that it is time to wrap things up right now. He drops from the sky like a bolt of lightning. His system activates, triggering a lightning burst that instantly boosts his agility by 50%. A blinding slash slices cleanly right through the monster's neck, leaving it with barely enough time to exhale one last breath. The massive beast slides across the stone floor, completely split by an invisible shockwave. Isuki lands smoothly on top of its corpse. Suddenly, the results screen flashes. Clear time 7 seconds. Rewarded with 1,000 points. Watching this, Tan looks on with pure respect. His total time so far is under 15 seconds. He is way quicker than I was back in the day. Plus, it feels like he is not even trying yet. But suddenly, Soryu Shinshihara's expression turns incredibly dark and dead serious. The next challenge is the real problem. Soryu Shinshihara begins to describe the upcoming threat with a look of deep concern. It possesses lightning-fast movements to tear enemies apart with razor claws, spits, heavy iron chains, and has a mouth that swallows anything. Its massive frame is completely wrapped in an armor-hard exoskeleton. Soryu Shinshihara finishes his warning with a cold, piercing glare. A ferocious disaster beast with all these traits is easily the strongest opponent in this entire preliminary round. It is the ultimate target for every single contestant. Right on cue, a massive beast clad in heavy black armor emerges. The air gets heavy with intense pressure. It is a nightmare-ranked disaster beast, the Inferno Giant level 15 worth 5,000 points. Right then, his system triggers the Purification Orb. In a flash, a dark purple sphere of pure energy shoots forward at insane speeds. It rips through the air, slamming straight into the giant's chest. With just that single strike, the monster is completely obliterated. The level 15 Inferno Giant is down. The Purification Orb's flight speed rises by 200%, leaving the judges completely stunned. They stare in absolute dead silence at this impossible sight. Meanwhile, Isuki casually stands on the giant's corpse as his system updates. The Purification Orb's speed is now 9 meters per second, a 900% increase. Soryu Shinshihara stammers while staring at his screen. Even a nightmare-rank boss got taken out instantly. Clear time is 3 seconds, adding another 5,000 points to his score. Next up. Meanwhile, in another arena, a roaring beast is also getting absolutely pulverized with a single decisive strike. She triggers her C-rank skill, Water Bullet. A Kisaragi mutters to herself that if she can beat 2 more, she will advance. Her beginner rank progress is already at 80%. Elsewhere, Ugaku stands before a massive dragon wearing a cocky grin. He smugly skipped his resting period, entirely convinced he will beat Ugaku to the normal rank no matter what. Meanwhile, Hani calmly stands surrounded by a pack of beasts using recovery magic to completely replenish her consumed mana. With her progress hitting 100%, she is ready. But suddenly, a system announcement rings out, freezing everyone in their tracks. The Nightmare rank is officially cleared in just 21 seconds. C, currently holding the top spot, gasps in utter disbelief. He realizes someone beat his time. Could it be Kanahanyu? Kanahanyu remains completely silent, wearing a totally unreadable expression. But Isuki is not stopping. He conjures up yet another energy orb, calmly telling the system to keep them coming. Soryu Shinshihara tries to make sense of it. How did he bypass that heavy armor and one-shot a level 15 giant? Watching the madness unfold, Tan grins with excitement and orders the staff to crank up the difficulty immediately. The system updates instantly. Nightmare Tier Stage 2 featuring 2 level 15 Inferno Giants worth 10,000 points. As the 2 beasts spawn in front of him, Isuki simply sighs, noting that he expected a real change. Did they really just double the quantity? The twin giants let out an earth-shattering roar and charge at him together. Isuki calmly raises his hand, conjuring another dark sphere of energy without breaking a single sweat as they close in. Instead of letting them roar, it is better to take one out first. The dark sphere flies forward, piercing clean through a giant in the blink of an eye. The cleansing orb activates, and the level 15 Inferno Giant is defeated. This boost increases the flight speed of his cleansing orb by 200%. Flight speed is 11 meters per second, a massive 1100% boost. Soryu cries out in total panic. Another strike. What even is that orb, and is there no limit to them? Heitan calmly explains that while it is incredibly powerful, that skill has a fatal weakness. Soryu asks what it is, but suddenly the other massive Inferno Giant suddenly accelerates, charging forward at an unbelievable speed. Isuki Tenma is taken completely off guard, realizing this speed is faster than any disaster beast he has ever encountered. Izumi Nento explains that these Inferno Giants are often mistaken as slow due to their massive bodies. But Soryu quickly asks what he means by that as Isuki Tenma concentrates all his energy into his hands, preparing for a head-on clash. He fires straight at the oncoming monster, activating his signature skill, the Cleansing Orb. Heitan continues to explain that the unique traits of the Inferno Giant are actually a racial characteristic. They have absolutely no magic power, but their other attributes are significantly enhanced. Despite that massive size, they are technically a high-speed type. The stat screen flashes as the giant swiftly dodges Isuki Tenma's incoming attack, revealing that this Inferno Giant is a level 15 monster. It has a second-tier talent that blocks magic, but boosts all other stats by 25%. Its stats show an attack of 320 agility at 300 and defense at 320. Isuki Tenma is stunned when his strike completely misses. The beast actually dodged it. Back in the control room, Izumi Nento analyzes that while the black orb deals heavy damage, its flight speed is quite slow. Still, the kid has excellent combat instincts, utilizing the monster's pre-battle roar to land a surprise blow. But the seasoned veteran continues with a grave expression as the giant unleashes a terrifying punch at the boy. If Isuki Tenma cannot find a way to speed up his dark orb, he will not be able to survive this battle much longer. The raging beast unleashes a devastating spiral punch, creating razor-sharp wind currents that completely rip up the ground below. Isuki Tenma is blasted backward by the impact. He quickly realizes that from a mid-range distance, his skill is simply too easy to dodge. Soryu anxiously points out that using a move he knows will miss might mean the kid has run completely out of options. Heitan crosses his arms thoughtfully, questioning if that is really true. Soryu stares at the monitors, wondering then why. Is he smiling? Isuki Tenma smirks defiantly, muttering that the speed isn't bad, so he will just have to close the distance, as he stomps hard, activating his Thunderbreak skill. Blue lightning erupts around him as the two opponents charge at each other. They clash with terrifying speed. The monster's fist slams down, triggering a massive explosion that seems to engulf Isuki Tenma completely. At this, Choha gasps in panic. Soryu scrambles for the phone, shouting that this attack is completely different from the Thunder Rhino. If he takes a direct hit, even that kid will not be able to walk away in one piece. Get the rescue team on the line immediately. But Izumi Nento stops him, calmly observing that the fight is not over yet. That strike carries devastating power, but it is utterly meaningless if it misses. The giant's heavy fist only grazes by smashing a deep crater into the ground as Isuki Tenma completely vanishes. The rising dust clears to reveal a confused monster, searching for its target when suddenly a voice calls out from above, telling the giant that he is right here. The giant looks up in utter shock to see Isuki Tenma floating high in the air before diving down like an arrow. A dark purple orb of energy pierces straight through the monster's head from behind. He lands gracefully, his entire body crackling with powerful purple lightning. A massive explosion echoes as the giant's physical form shatters into tiny fragments. The system screen flashes Isuki Tenma's victory, confirming the level 15 Inferno Giant is defeated. The flight speed of his cleansing orb increases by 200%, hitting 13 meters per second. The system updates his total points recording, a 12-second clear time and 10,000 points. Choha cheers, happily praising Tenma's success, which surprises Soryu since she rarely gets this excited. Blushing, Choha awkwardly stammers that she was only praying for everyone's safety because losing promising young talents who carry humanity's future would be a massive loss. She says their families would be absolutely devastated, so she simply wanted them safe. She insists she doesn't think Tenma defeating the Inferno Giant is cool or anything like that, and she would have reacted this way for anyone. She warns them not to get any weird ideas. Izumi Nento stares at her with a bewildered look. Soryu quietly teases Choha for becoming so talkative since they last saw each other. Turning to Hayden, Soryu asks how he could possibly be so sure that Tenma would dodge the giant's strike. Hayden explains that while the boy's base speed is average, the moment lightning courses through his entire body, his velocity skyrockets. Once he reaches that state, there is simply no way any ordinary physical attack can land. An attack from the Inferno Giant could land. Soryu Shinshihara nods, noting he has successfully defeated 2 of those beasts already. There were some pretty close calls back there. With his current score, first place is locked, so if it were me, I would stop right here. But Tenma stands straight, his eyes burning with determination to surpass the legendary hunter, Taiwa Jin, the strongest human alive. Channeling power into his fists, he roars that he cannot pause for even a single second. 3 more Inferno Giants materialize right in front of him. The system updates to Nightmare Mode Stage 3. 3 level 15 Inferno Giants with 15,000 points on the line. Tenma does not hesitate for a second. He launches his Purifying Sphere to obliterate the first target. Heitan smirks with pride because, as expected, the boy chose to keep going. That is my guy, Soryu Shinshihara remarks thoughtfully, realizing Tenma is charging straight into Stage 4. Soryu Shinshihara turns to Heitan in utter disbelief, pointing out that even the physically strongest candidate only made it to Stage 3. Now they can only watch to see what becomes of Tenma. Back in the arena, the young challenger stands his ground. The tiny Isuki Tenma faces down a colossal beast charging at him with raw fury. He prepares to strike back. Using a lightning-fast electric strike, he punches directly into the beast's weak spot while rapidly formulating his next tactical move. He activates Lightning Breaker to boost his speed, slipping right behind the second target and closing the gap to strike. He fires his sphere straight at the giant monster and the system instantly flashes a victory notification. The level 15 Inferno Giant falls, boosting his purifying sphere speed by 200% to 17 meters per second. That is a 1700% increase. Tenma looks up with tense, sharp eyes as the third beast strikes. Suddenly, a massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth looms over his head. The monster roars, snapping shut to swallow him whole. Tenma maintains an eerie composure, staring directly into the abyss of its throat as he gathers his power. Fire energy ignites in his hand, and he declares he will tear the beast apart from the inside out. He unleashes his maximum power Lotus Strike, triggering a devastating explosion right inside the giant creature's mouth. The shockwave shakes the arena, and the system confirms the level 15 Purgatory Giant has been defeated. His skill range gains a 1% boost, bringing the total to 1101%. Tenma walks proudly through the smoke and fire, having earned 15,000 points in just 13 seconds. Up in the stands, Soryu Shinshihara is completely frozen, sweat dripping down his face as he recognizes that brilliant attack. It is the exact same skill that wiped out dozens of competitors in the first round. However, Tenma is heavily panting. Exhaustion washes over his face as his mana pool hits absolute rock bottom, dropping below his limit. With barely 310 mana left, he scans his status screen to find a way to recover. Fortunately, his mana detection passive skill triggers a 10% mana recovery for every enemy unit spotted. But the next challenge is truly overwhelming. The system announces Nightmare Mode Stage 4, summoning 4 giants. These level 15 Inferno Giants offer 20,000 points. Death Houndecting 4 enemies immediately restores 40% of his mana. His mana recovers to 124. Soryu Shinshihara and Heitan watch with tense, serious expressions. If the kid clears this, he will beat your old record. Yes, nobody besides me has ever cleared Stage 4. Stage 4. Honestly, you have to wonder how far this kid can actually go as he slips past their massive claws. He realizes that as the purifying sphere flight speed increases, the blue lightning enveloping his body makes him faster. He moves like a ghost while his accuracy climbs. Facing the charging horde, he begins to calculate his next move. If he can boost his speed a bit more, he will no longer need to close in at point-blank range to land hits. Since his mana is limited, he cannot afford to waste a single sphere. Tenma's eyes burn with resolve. He gathers all his strength for a final decisive strike, but massive iron chains suddenly whip out from the darkness. The eerie metallic screech echoes, and Tenma's eyes widen in shock as the heavy chains bear down on him. The monster roars, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that tears through the air. Caught off guard by the speed, he only catches a glimpse of a dark shadow, throwing his defensive stance completely off balance. A heavy crash follows. The strike lands cleanly. Tenma grits his teeth in agonizing pain as the giant's steel grip crushes his body. He is completely pinned down and unable to gather mana. The monster squeezes harder, crushing his bones. Under the overwhelming pressure, Tenma collapses on the battlefield. He lies motionless amidst the burning rubble, his suit stained crimson with blood. Watching this brutal defeat unfold, Soryu Shinshihara completely loses his calm composure. Soryu Shinshihara shouts out, "Heitan, quick, help him." But Heitan just stands there in silence, his eyes growing dark as he mutters, "Is this really his limit?" He remembers his own painful past, flashing back to when he collapsed on a bloody battlefield but refused to give up. Driven by that memory, Heitan prepares to step in. But Soryu Shinshihara tries to stop him, urging him to wait. Staring at the monitor, Soryu Shinshihara notices something strange. Tenma still has not given up. He addresses Izumi, saying even if he wants to quit, now is not the time to debate. Tenma is in extreme danger, and if they do not act fast, he is going to die. Yet Izumi remains incredibly calm. He calmly replies that he can still sense the boy holding onto a final trump card. A trump card, Soryu Shinshihara demands angrily. How could he possibly know that? In response, Izumi simply points at the monitor. "Look at his eyes," Izumi says. "Those are not the eyes of a defeated man." Back in the arena, Tenma slowly forces himself up. His eyes burn with absolute fury as he grits his teeth. He grunts that he put himself through hell just to destroy this monster. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue electricity wraps around him as he triggers his ultimate skill. Super Simulation activated, scanning targets. Memories of his battle against Kinoshita flood his mind, bringing back the image of the devastating purple lightning cannon he witnessed. Back then, Super Simulation copied that very skill, but he chose to halt the process at the very last second. The analysis paused at 99%, but now driven by sheer vengeance, he restarts the process. The delayed analysis hits 100%. All of this was carefully calculated to prepare him for a desperate moment like this. B-rank skill, Purple Lightning Cannon. Analysis complete, mastered level 2 Lightning Break. Soryu Shihara immediately senses a bizarre energy swathing Tenma. Look over there, he gasps, pointing at a familiar blue lotus. Is that also one of his special skills? But what good can a blue lotus do in this state? Meanwhile, Choha lets out a bright, radiant smile. Her expression is so genuinely happy that Heitan is taken aback, wondering if she knows something they do not. The system reveals the details of his new skill, Level 2 Lightning Break. The active effect absorbs any B rank or lower lightning attack. Upon releasing this stored power, his agility will boost by 100% with a maximum capacity of 5 charges. As for the passive effect, absorbing any B rank lightning strike grants a 10% agility buff, currently sitting at 15%. Tenma clenches his fists as violent electrical currents make his clothes flutter. Having acquired level 2 lightning break, his stats skyrocket. All stats receive a flat plus 20. All debuffs are purged and his wounds are completely healed. The monster roars. It slams its fist down to crush the ground, but Tenma is a changed man. Standing tall, he effortlessly blocks the heavy strike. Declaring his warm-up is over, he unleashes a staggering attack of 31,330. Agility defense, 31,000 magic 3,300. Total score 1240 out of 1320. Soryu Shihara stares at the screen in pure disbelief. Tenma was beaten half to death but fully recovered within seconds, a regeneration feat surpassing elite professional healers. And honestly, that absurd area of effect damage is just completely unfair. How many insane hidden skills does this kid actually have? Meanwhile, Tenma blitzes forward at sonic speeds, vaporizing 2 monsters in a single blow. Level 15 Inferno Giant defeated. Purifying Sphere flight speed increases by 200%. He charges forward absolutely unstoppable. Nightmare difficulty, Stage B, cleared. Clear time 31 seconds, earning 20,000 points. He declares that he will not lose no matter how many giants spawn. Defiant Tenma hurls another massive sphere of energy straight into the last standing beast. Another level 15 Inferno Giant falls. Purifying Sphere speed increases by 200%, now reaching 27 meters per second, a massive 2,700% boost. His raw power has transcended all known limits as he effortlessly sweeps the battlefield. Nightmare difficulty, Stage 5 cleared. Clear time 57 seconds, earning 25,000 points. Finally, Tenma finishes off the last threat with a lethal blow. Nightmare difficulty, Stage 6 cleared. Total clear time 1 minute and 34 seconds, earning 30,000 points. Soryu Shihara is completely speechless at Tenma's godlike display of power. Watching the carnage unfold, Heitan can only gasp in shock. I mean, look at this arena. He wonders who the real monster is here, Tenma or the giant. It is honestly hard to tell. Staring out over the desolate, smoking battlefield, sweat dripping from his forehead, Tenma gazes forward with a look of absolute determination. He demands to know when the next wave begins, but the remaining Inferno Giants are nowhere to be seen. Back in the control booth, Soryu Shihara stares at his monitor, utterly shell-shocked. He mutters that this is completely impossible. He never expected anyone to pull off a feat like this. His hand trembles as he slams down on the red emergency button. Soryu Shihara's voice crackles over the intercom as sweat pours down his face. He commands Tenma to halt, declaring the test over. From high above, the devastating sight is clear. Every single Inferno Giant prepared for the trial has been completely annihilated. Under his feet, the giant corpses of the monsters pile up into a massive mountain, proving Tenma's sheer destructive power. He is panting heavily with heavy chains wrapped around his body. He asks in confusion, did he really defeat them all, didn't they say? There was absolutely no upper limit to the difficulty. He walks through the bloody battlefield, muttering calculations, unable to remember how many monsters he actually killed, but wondering about his score. If he hit the ceiling, the gap between him and Taiwa Jin shouldn't be that massive. Suddenly, the system screen flashes his victory reward for defeating the giants. 11 level 15 Inferno Giants down. Purification orb speed plus 1100%. Current speed is 38 meters per second, a 3,800% increase. Not a bad harvest. Tenma compares his new speed, 38 meters per second, which is actually much faster than the average car. Suddenly, he stops, steam rising from his body after the intense and brutal battle. He stares directly at a glowing light ahead, momentarily thinking it is another enemy, but then he remembers. He totally forgot about the sparkling blue stone appearing, since he cannot level up any experience points earned from defeating Calamity Beasts convert directly into Karma Stones. Up in the control room, Soryu and Akira Heitan watch in awe. Is that actually a Karma Stone? Why is a blue one appearing in the training grounds? That represents at least 10,000 EXP. Since Tenma cannot absorb experience points, all of it turns into Karma Stones. Shivering Soryu continues to analyze the situation. He thought a fixed level just meant the kid was faking his stats, but it turns out he really cannot level up at all. That means if Tenma ever parties up and enters the gate, his lucky teammate will get all the dropped experience. Thank goodness the kid was born human. If he were a Calamity Beast, it would be too terrifying to even imagine. Tenma picks up the sparkling blue stone, smiling with satisfaction at this unexpected bounty. He turns away, leaving the heavy rubble behind him. He is done here, and it is time to exit. The heavy metal gate slowly opens with a sharp screech. Seeing this, Soryu gasps that he is finally out. The scoreboard flashes brightly too, crown the victor. Talk about a clean sweep. Isuki Tenma cleared stage 2, scoring 106,600. His clear time, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. First place. Soryu rushes over to block Tenma, eagerly calling out. Soryu says he witnessed his incredible performance and calls him pure potential, promising to personally arrange a master who is worthy of his talents. But Tenma coldly declines. He appreciates the offer, but he already has a mentor, training him, so he is perfectly fine. Soryu keeps pushing, arguing that having a teacher does not change anything. Not everyone is qualified to guide a rare prodigy like him. He would be far better off with someone like Soryu, who has the connections and resources. Seeing Tenma's annoyance, Akira Heitan steps in to warn Soryu about pushing too hard. He says the kid will hate him if he keeps forcing it, but Soryu snaps back that he cannot give up. Soryu tells Akira Heitan to talk some sense into him, asking if he is seriously okay with some nobody wasting Tenma's talent. Akira Heitan pats Tenma on the shoulder to reassure him, mentioning how he dealt with Kinoshida's annoying lackeys back then. Tenma says he only judged the rules breaker. Akira Heitan turns to Soryu with a confident smirk, saying Tenma is actually Izumi's disciple, so there is no way he would not help him out. Hearing that familiar name, Soryu freezes in shock, asking whose disciple he is. Soryu panics and stammers, asking if Tenma is truly Izumi's disciple. Meanwhile, Tenma bows respectfully to Izumi, thanking him once again for everything he did back then. Akira Heitan crosses his arms proudly, confirming that is the truth. Soryu is left completely frozen, staring at the three of them. A complete anomaly appears, and of course he is Izumi's student. Choha steps forward with a deeply red face, stammering out that she watched his performance very closely. She asks if he is hurt anywhere, offering to quickly get him treated. But after he boldly challenged stage 7, there is no way he is injured. Tenma scratches his head with a sheepish laugh, saying he is fine, just a bit exhausted and will recover after some rest. Soryu sighs with a wry smile, understanding his insane strength, now that he knows he is Izumi's disciple. Soryu mentions his other student also wiped out every single Calamity Beast, prepared for stage 2. Soryu asks if Taiwa Jin ever managed to reach stage 6, but Izumi shakes his head. Back then, stage 4 was the maximum. They expanded it to stage 6 later, but even that is apparently not enough anymore. Perhaps they should increase it to 8 next time. Akira Heitan turns back to the monitor, telling them to just sit down and watch. For the other participants, stage 2 is only just beginning. On screen, Rikiru is gasping for breath, completely exhausted. With hard mode clear progress at 100%, he is completely spent and can barely lift his arms. Rikiru Horino finishes stage 2 in 17 minutes, 17 seconds, scoring 1600. His progress in the hard difficulty reaches 100%. Lacking high damage skills, he tries to suffocate the beast by trapping it in a massive water sphere. But it takes too much time and his mana is running low. The next difficulty tier might be impossible. The second stage of Kisaragi's trial comes to an end. Time is 19 minutes and 1 second. Score 1600. Isuki watches the results. He comments that both Rikiru and CA Kisaragi stop at the hard difficulty, having expected them to go a bit further. Soryu Shinshihara looks grave. He sternly replies that not everyone is as strong as him. Most participants cannot even pass the normal tier, let alone anything higher. With how quickly they defeated the Lightning Rhino, both will easily make the top 10. Isuki wonders why they have not exited yet. Since their run ended in failure, they should be out. Soryu Shinshihara explains that unless severely injured, they must remain on the field. Leaving the training ground is forbidden, making Isuki a rare exception. Suddenly, the two turn their attention to another screen. Another challenger has apparently reached the Nightmare tier. Ugaku is swinging his weapon, dealing heavy blows with a rare Karma tool. He can definitely take down at least one Inferno Giant. Meanwhile, on another screen, Akagami is issuing orders. He commands his own Shikigami as well as the other summoner. Seeing him advance this far is genuinely impressive. His tiny black cat, Mian, instantly transforms into a giant ferocious beast. Its completed Shikigami form delivers a devastating punch down on the enemy. The terrifying power shakes the very ground. Witnessing this impressive display, Isuki turns to ask Choha if Shikigami can transform like that and if her Tamaku can do it too. Choha replies, no, saying it is her first time seeing it and Shikigami powers remain deeply mysterious. Isuki looks at the beast, with calculating eyes realizing how strong Shikigami truly are. From now on he will funnel all dropped experience into his own black dog. He sighs, looking tired but resolute, since Sei Kisaragi and Rikiru have already withdrawn, leaving him with no reason to stay. It is time to leave, but wait, a surprise catches his eye. He spots Iberia activating a brilliant red armor radiating a powerful aura. Isuki wonders what that is, asking if Iberia got it from his old man. Iberia proudly clenches his fist as the armor envelops his body, explaining it is the strongest epic-grade karma tool his father ever made, specifically for him. The system screen immediately displays the terrifying stats of this epic dragon armor. It gives plus 100 to attack and plus 100 to agility. The effect adds 20 points every minute worn, lasting up to 15 minutes. Iberia recalls the hard work it took to obtain. The tool has its own will, choosing its owner, and it took immense effort to master. He explains the risks of this power. Though strong, wearing it over 15 minutes triggers a terrible penalty, so he must end this fight within 15 minutes. With those words, Iberia leaps high into the air, his stats soaring to a temporary boost of plus 120 to both attack and agility. He dives like a flaming arrow, thinking of his teammate as the Nightmare Tier conquest is announced. It must be Isuki, and he must do his best not to become a burden. Iberia strikes the colossal monster, shouting with pride. They are, after all, the double E double I duo. From a distance, Isuki stands watching with a gentle smile. It suits Iberia well, he thinks. Soon after, the arena doors shut close and a loud announcement rings out. The second stage is officially over. In the main hall, Judge Soryu Shinchihara stands before the remaining candidates loudly, declaring that only the top 10 scorers will move on to the main event. The top 2 will receive special rewards. Below him, Ogaku lies sprawled on the floor, panting but confident that no one besides Kana Hanyu can score higher than him. He chuckles, claiming those special rewards as his own. Without keeping anyone waiting, Soryu Shinchihara begins to announce the results. The top 10 flashes on the big screen, shocking everyone. First is Isuki Tenma with 106,600 points. Second is Hani with 16,600. Third is Ogaku with 16,600, and fourth is Iberia with 6,600. The crowd gasps. Over 100,000 points. Even Taiwa Jin only scored 60,000. How many Inferno Giants did he have to slay for that? Ogaku leaps up, unable to believe his eyes. He wonders who this Isuki Tenma is, as he has never heard the name. In contrast, Kana Hanyu grips her sword, her eyes sharp and full of desire. She is determined to fight Isuki Tenma. Meanwhile, Sei Kisaragi looks at the scoreboard, feeling deeply insecure. Seeing the massive gap between herself and Isuki makes her wonder if a combat class was ever the right path. Soryu Shinchihara continues to announce the national leader with immense pride. He has a massive lead, beating second place by over 65,000 points. The number 1 hunter is Isuki. Standing quietly nearby, Izumi Nento thinks that although she cannot see his face, she can sense his quiet satisfaction. A new dawn for humanity is shining brighter than ever. Back on the field, Iberia lies flat on the cold ground. He smiles contentedly despite his exhaustion, marveling at the score of over 100,000. Winning first place is classic Isuki. That was obvious. Looking at the chain monster corpses scattered around, he told himself that he did well enough to not completely bring shame to the double E name. Isuki walked over, looking down at his exhausted friend on the ground, and praised his surprising effort. Iberia teared up from pure emotion and utter exhaustion, stuttering out a desperate question as the camera pulled back to show the massive arena, the grand stage of the 21st Savior Alliance National Tournament qualifiers. In the end, victory belonged to them. Isuki carried his friend on his back, walking away under the glorious spotlight. Meanwhile, over in District 1 of the southern continent, the morning sun began to warm a vast plaza filled with ancient solemn temples. Nearby, a group of restless guards started gossiping. "Why are we up so early? To watch some old guy meditate," one guard grumbled, but his friend quickly told him to watch his mouth. That meditating man was the supreme commander of the southern continent, a revered seer who possessed the legendary power to look straight into the future. His name was Elder Ban Ga. Yet one skeptical guard whispered a doubt, wondering why they only received warnings after the barriers went up. If the great prophet could actually foresee the future, shouldn't he have pinpointed exactly where the giant stone slabs would crash down beforehand? His buddy sighed, admitting that Elder Ban could only catch fleeting glimpses of destiny, but there was still a reason he stood tall. He was considered a pillar of humanity, standing on equal footing with the legendary Northern Continent Supreme Commander, the great Izumi Nento. Suddenly, the meditating elder snapped his eyes open, sweat pouring down his face, just as the soldier delivered the hilarious punchline to his friend. Elder Ban's visions were only 10% accurate. The old prophet suddenly collapsed in sheer panic, forcing his attendants to rush forward. They begged to know if he was all right, but the old man could only gasp out a terrifying warning about the northern continent. His face twisted in absolute horror as he predicted an imminent, devastating onslaught of Calamity Beasts marching straight toward the north. Some of those monsters even exceeded level 100. Meanwhile, in the quiet wind-swept forests of the northern continent, night had fallen. Isuki stood alone in the dark, pulling up his system screen. He grinned, seeing his total stats finally cross 1500. His system screen popped up detailed with 330 attack and 380 agility. With defense at 462 and magic at 330, his total score came to 1502. He remembered that normal people only got 50 stat points per level, which they had to manually distribute among their abilities. His 1500 points made him equal to a level 30 awakened, but his own defense and agility could grow infinitely. His passive skills continuously boosted those stats, but as he analyzed his build, he realized he had one glaring weakness. His mana regenerated infinitely thanks to his passive skills, but his raw offensive power had no direct way to increase. He wondered if there was a way to fix that, but his deep thoughts were suddenly cut short by a loud call. Dinner was ready. Rikuru waved a cooking spatula while Sei Kisaragi happily called out, telling him she made all his favorite dishes. Isuki walked over, letting his worries fade for a bit. He could always find a new offensive skill through system simulations later. Soon the whole party gathered around a massive steaming feast. Sei Kisaragi smiled, mentioning how long it had been since they ate a proper meal. Rikuru's incredible home cooking. But as Isuki looked around the table, he realized someone was missing from their little group. He asked where Iberia was, and Choha explained that while his physical wounds were completely healed, he was still resting. The guy was just utterly exhausted. Rikuru shook his head in disbelief, amazed that a level 7 hunter cleared a nightmare dungeon. It was a stage that he and Sei Kisaragi could not even scratch, yet Iberia did it. Suddenly, Sei Kisaragi froze mid-bite. Rikuru asked if she was crying tears of joy over his delicious cooking, but Sei Kisaragi could only tremble in sheer terror. She pointed, shaking fingers behind him. A massive, terrifying shadow with glowing red eyes was silently looming right over Rikuru's shoulder. Clueless Rikuru asked what was behind him just as a haunting low groan echoed from the dark figure. The monster demanded food, lunging at the dinner table with frightening speed and sending Rikuru screaming in absolute panic. It was just a starving Iberia stuffing his face. An annoyed Rikuru yelled at him for sneaking up like a ghost. He scolded him for stealing food without asking, but Iberia completely ignored the lecture, devouring everything in sight. He happily slurped down a bowl of soup, looking up with total innocence as his furious friend kept yelling. He asked why Rikuru was so mad, flash of a bright crumb-covered smile as he declared the food absolutely delicious. Hearing that, Rikuru puffed out his chest with pride, bragging that his cooking was the ultimate cure for fatigue. Iberia looked shocked while Sei Kisaragi teased that Rikuru should probably quit being a hunter and open a 5-star restaurant instead. Rikuru scratched his head, wondering if that was actually a compliment, but the cheerful atmosphere suddenly shifted into silence. Commander Izumi Nento spoke up, asking the young crew if they were all truly aiming to become humanity's saviors. His sharp, serious gaze swept across the table, locking onto each of them as he prepared to deliver a heavy question. Rested his chin on his hand, Rikuru casually pondered what his greatest fear was. To him, fear was simply the opposite of what they hoped for. His dream was becoming a savior, traveling the world and trying amazing foods while he was still young. That meant trying delicious food everywhere. But when he imagined the absolute worst-case scenario, the opposite of his dream was simply growing old. If he grew old, he wouldn't have the energy to travel anymore, and his taste buds might even deteriorate to the point of uselessness. He wouldn't distinguish flavors. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Next was Sei Kisaragi, hesitantly sharing her thoughts. Wondering what her own fear was, she explained that she grew up in a hospital since her family members were all doctors. Cold memories rushed back. From a young age, she had witnessed countless patients suffering from all kinds of terrible illnesses. Watching them endure that pain slowly became a deep trauma. Because of that, she now felt an overwhelming wave of terror at the slightest hint of a simple cold or a mild fever. Rikuru finally realized the truth, so that was why she had bolted the other day when he sneezed. It all made perfect sense now. Izumi Nento stepped in to reassure her, pointing out that an awakened's lifespan is twice as long and they almost never fall ill. She could finally say goodbye to that old fear. Hearing this, Iberia suddenly flinched as he realized everyone's eyes had turned toward him. Wondering if it was his turn, he admitted his greatest fear used to be failing the qualifiers, but his expression softened into a warm smile. Looking at his companion, he confessed he feared not being able to fight alongside Isuki. Then he eagerly asked the next question. What about Isuki? What did he fear most? Isuki blinked in surprise, wondering why they were suddenly asking him. Sei Kisaragi eagerly joined the conversation too. She teased, asking if a guy like him even experienced fear. Rikiru piped up, demanding he share and not pretend to be completely fearless. Rikiru couldn't even picture what that would look like. Isuki fell silent, his gaze drifting downward as heavy memories of his parents' deaths surfaced. Back then, he had no idea how to go on living and was consumed by constant anxiety. Sei Kisaragi watched him, her heart aching for him. Memories of his lonely past rushed back, filled with darkness, helplessness, anger, and deep hunger. Those toxic emotions had completely taken over his life. He remembered huddling in the dark alone, then Sei Kisaragi and Rikiru suddenly appeared. They had asked why he was crying under such a beautiful sky, telling him that staring at the dirt was just a waste. The memory of their warm smiles still melted his heart. They had fussed over him, asking if he was sick and offering to buy food. They promised a good meal would make all his worries vanish. Staring at them now, Isuki felt tears welling up with pure gratitude. The simple warmth they offered had dragged him out of his personal hell. Later on, he had met teacher Cho in Iberia too. Looking around the table, he gazed at his companions with quiet warmth. They were comrades, but more than that, they were family. His family had grown. He smiled softly, letting himself sink into this rare, peaceful moment. He hadn't felt this safe in years. Sometimes he secretly wished this exact moment could last forever. His absolute greatest fear was having to live completely alone again. Choha blushed while quietly watching him. In a world full of monsters, this incredibly peaceful moment felt almost too good to be true. Suddenly, Iberia lunged forward and threw his arms around Isuki, loudly declaring that he would never leave his side. Startled, Isuki quickly pushed him off, stammering that it wasn't what he meant. Izumi Nento spoke up to explain his original question. He wanted to make sure they wouldn't regret taking this path. Once they officially became saviors, they would face genuine life-threatening danger. And for any savior, carrying regret into battle was the one unforgivable sin. The commander stood up, his massive frame radiating authority. He ordered them to remember his words: a death completely free of regret was the ultimate goal for every single savior. The young warriors saluted in unison, promising to carve that lesson into their hearts. Izumi urged them to finish eating and rest. Kisaragi and Ino had to head back to North District 6 the very next day. When morning came, Iberia waved a warm farewell. He shouted for Rikiru to make him some more home-cooked meals next time. Rikiru laughed, shouting back that he happily handled the cooking. He just had to promise not to cause trouble for Isuki. Watching them, Isuki turned to Iberia and wondered when they got so close. Iberia quickly turned away, secretly wiping a stray tear from his eye. Shaking his head, Isuki turned to walk alongside Izumi. He suggested they head back too. While he had questions for Sei Kisaragi, he figured those could wait until the main tournament. Suddenly, Isuki stopped dead. Choha was sprinting toward them with an expression of sheer panic. He called out, asking why she was in such a frantic rush. Izumi Nento instantly sensed the danger, demanding to know what had happened. Gasping for breath, Choha prepared to deliver her urgent report. It was classified intel from the South Continent. Hesitating, she explained it was highly restricted information reserved only for elite high-ranking saviors, specifically those at level 50 or above and the Grand Commanders. Izumi glanced at his two young students standing nearby. He smiled, noting her trust in him, and assured her it was perfectly fine for the boys to hear the news. Choha took a deep breath and delivered a chilling new prophecy from Elder Ban, the commander of the South Continent. Within 3 days, a massive invasion of disaster beasts would strike the North Continent. Isuki gripped his fists in sheer worry. Asking if Elder Ban Ga's prophecy is truly reliable, Izumi Nento solemnly explains that Elder Ban Ga is indeed the most famous prophet in the 5 continents. His prophecies are essentially a confirmed glimpse into the future. Hearing this, Choha immediately speaks up with a look of extreme urgency. She desperately urges him to leave the North Continent right away, believing there must be a dark reason behind this massive beast attack. For the Calamity Beasts to launch such a massive offensive, their ultimate target this time is very likely her father himself. The North Continent's commander-in-chief Izumi Nento bows his head in deep thought, fully realizing that staying behind means making himself an easy target. He would become prime bait. Choha continues to press her point, arguing that direct combat is not even her father's main specialty. Since he knows he is the target, there is absolutely no reason to risk his life, so he should evacuate to the central continent immediately. Iberia agrees with Choha, offering to stay and fight if they are short-handed, but Izumi raises a hand to firmly cut him off. His decision is already made, and there is no room for argument. Instead, he turns to Tenma with a different mission. Tenma objects in surprise, arguing that protecting his master should be the absolute highest priority, but Izumi explains the secret assignment. Iberia's father, Aiden, is the most exceptional blacksmith in all of the 5 continents, and it would be absolutely disastrous if anything happened to him. He wants Tenma to protect Aiden alongside Iberia, promising to also send some high-level awaken from their base to assist them. Tenma frowns in suspicion, wondering why they would split their forces for one old man and if his master is just keeping him away from the battlefield. Once Tenma and Iberia depart, Choha stands quietly by Izumi's side, who then reveals he has 3 critical requests for her. Izumi issues his orders with authoritative glowing eyes, commanding her first to notify all residents of the North Continent about the impending strike. They must safely evacuate everyone, including any awakened under level 50, and then put all awakened of level 50 and above on standby. They need to be ready to fight the Calamity Beasts at any moment. Finally, he tells her to order the 2nd Division to advance. Moving to the sparsely populated North District 1, they can fight head-on without having to worry about any potential civilian casualties. After completing her duties, Choha bows respectfully and reports that everything has been arranged exactly as instructed and the 2nd Division will arrive shortly. Apologizing for the trouble, she suggests he get some rest, but as she turns to walk away, a look of deep worry clouds her face. Sweating and nervously biting her nails, she is consumed by tension, wondering if her father is deeply anxious about the upcoming battle. Even though Aiden is well guarded by skilled warriors, she figures her only job is to sweep away the small fry and draw out the boss. Suddenly, she blushes in embarrassment when she hears her father's voice warmly praising her for seeing through the entire situation just as he expected. She then analyzes the grim reality, noting that the prophecy foretold a Calamity Beast of level 100 or higher would appear. This means they will absolutely have to reveal all of their trump cards to stand a chance against such an overwhelming threat. The actual reason her father sent Tenma away is because of his unique abilities, which would be exposed if he fought this Calamity Beast. If the enemies analyze his combat style, they will stop at nothing to eliminate him, making him a prime target for destruction. Connecting the dots, she realizes his logic, which Izumi confirms while adding there is actually another crucial factor at play here. Judging from his past battles, Tenma still lacks raw destructive power, but rumors say Aiden possesses an artifact that can boost offensive strength. A hopeful image flashes of Tenma reaching toward a glowing cube. If he can secure that powerful artifact, a legendary warrior will be born. He will become the ultimate awakened, lacking absolutely nothing. But then the fateful hour arrives as darkness sweeps over the entire continent. It is the first day of the prophecy, and at 8 p.m., an eerie night descends upon every single district of the North Continent. Massive stone tablets begin raining down in a devastating attack, while in North District 2, Tenma and Iberia run desperately through the dark. Noticing it is already 8 p.m., Tenma asks how much further, and a panting Iberia replies it is about 100 kilometers away. Tenma looks at him with deep concern, knowing Iberia must be exhausted from this grueling sprint, yet he hasn't asked for a single break. He is clearly terrified for his father's safety, and with a potential calamity attack looming at any second, they must reach him immediately. Suddenly, Iberia points frantically toward the sky, screaming in sheer panic for Tenma to look up at what is heading their way. Tenma quickly looks up only to see a massive blazing meteor hurtling down toward the earth at a terrifying speed. It is one of the stone tablets, signaling that the nightmare has officially begun as it crashes directly into the city center. A deafening explosion shakes the ground upon impact, sending massive plumes of smoke into the sky as Tenma turns pale with worry. The evacuation warning was only issued recently, meaning countless civilians are still trapped, and if a Calamity Beast emerges right now, chaos is certain. Panicked citizens look up at the torn sky, and heavy casualties will be completely unavoidable if they do not act quickly. Screaming to run as the beast arrives, the terrified crowd scatters. This catastrophic arrival is exactly what Elder Ban Ga had prophesied. Damn it, it is coming far too early. A massive barrier begins forming around the impact site, leaving Tenma standing at a crossroads. The closing barrier forces a crucial choice. If they leave these innocent people behind, the resulting casualties will be absolutely devastating. Helping out would only delay their mission. Tenma glanced at Iberia, thinking his friend would hate the idea of saving these people. But Iberia completely shattered his expectations. Pointing straight at the burning city, he yelled with absolute determination. He urged Tenma to help. The disaster beast inside had to be at least level 20. Without high-level awakened, countless innocent people would die. The sudden plea left Tenma completely stunned. He quickly regained his composure. Changing plans, they would handle the disaster beast first. Meanwhile, a massive foot crashed down in the city. Out of the heavy smoke stepped a giant blazing monster. The level 21 fire golem radiated intense heat. A group of hunters surrounded it to calculate their next move. They had 3 level 15 fighters and 1 level 16. It would be tough, but they could win. The shield bearer roared, erecting his C-rank stone shield. He told his squad to hold formation while he blocked. Bracing against the scorching heat, he ordered his teammates to find an opening and counterattack as soon as possible. But the fire golem did not flinch. It slammed a flaming fist onto the pavement, shattering their defensive formation. The shield bearer stared in horror as his defense shattered completely. It was impossible, and his teammates immediately panicked. Their strongest defender was taken down instantly. With their main defense gone, panic quickly swept through the remaining group. They stood zero chance of winning. Overwhelmed by sheer fear, they scrambled to find any way to survive. Fear gripped them and they turned to flee, screaming that staying to fight was just throwing their lives away. Suddenly, another hunter blocked their path, mockingly telling them they should worry about their own lives instead. But a terrifying shadow loomed directly behind him. Sensing the sudden danger, his eyes trembled with absolute terror. He spun around in despair, frantically begging the beast to spare his life while preparing his final desperate attack. Activating his B-rank water cannon skill, he blasted a powerful stream, wondering how the beast got behind him. He regretted saying those pathetic words, but as a water mage, he was the perfect counter to this monster. Steam rose from the blast. Another swordsman rushed forward to steal the glory, wondering if it was really dead. Wanting all the credit, he swung his sword and yelled at everyone to stay back so he could finish it. But the flames suddenly erupted. The golem fully healed in an instant, leaving the selfish swordsman completely petrified. The beast roared, releasing intense heat. The panicked hunters screamed to kill it before they all burned to ashes. A massive firestorm was about to consume them all. Are we about to witness a wipeout? Then boom, a huge explosion rocked the area. Yet no one was hurt. Tenma Isuki had thrown himself into the blast, standing tall as a shield against the flames. Iberia yelled to leave this guy to the Double E duo. Holding back the attack, Tenma calmly gave his orders. He told Iberia to evacuate the civilians while his black wall boosted his defense by 10%, blocking the attack. The surviving hunters could only watch in utter disbelief as he easily blocked a massive destructive wave of fire. They gasped, asking if he was their savior. Tenma replied that though they weren't yet, he would eventually surpass Taiwa Jin. The saved hunters scoffed at the kid's big mouth, wondering how anyone could claim to be stronger than Taiwa Jin. Ungrateful and arrogant, they snapped that nobody had asked for his help, claiming they were about to win anyway. They mocked him as a normal awakened, questioning how someone like him could possibly handle a disaster beast. But one of them broke into a cold sweat, staring closely at the thick ice armor covering Tenma's body. He wondered if it was a rare artifact. Meanwhile, Tenma remembered his master's warnings right before they set off. His master had warned him that while his black orb skill was incredibly powerful, it required a lot of casting time. And compared to truly fast monsters, the orb was too slow. His master's advice echoed clearly in his mind. Missing the first shot meant the enemy would be fully alert. He had to avoid using it in combat. He was told to save the black orb as a hidden trump card, only to be used in absolute emergencies. Looking around at the crowd of onlookers, Tenma knew he couldn't use his signature black orb in front of everyone. He needed to be absolutely certain of a kill first. The onlookers whispered, wondering if he was a high-level hunter. Admiring his incredibly cool armor, they were convinced he was a top-tier expert. Meanwhile, Tenma clenched his fists tightly. Locking his sharp gaze onto the massive fire golem, he realized his only option was to rely on raw strength. Tenma launched himself into the air, sending a heavy lightning-infused black armored punch straight down onto the monster's skull. The system immediately announced his area of effect skill, activating Lightning Break. A massive wave of blue electricity erupted outward. A massive explosion. The fire golem is crushed onto the cracked pavement, completely overwhelmed by his sheer absolute power. Before the crowd, its raging flames fade away. Tenma rushes forward to deliver another heavy lightning-infused punch. Lightning strikes. The beast's giant head is crushed. From above, a devastating, terrifying blast erupts in all directions. Chaos. Everything nearby is blown away instantly as terrified, fleeing citizens look back at the scene in total disbelief. Whispers break out. Is a high-level disaster beast actually being pushed back? Someone claims they saw the mysterious young awakener, only 18. The beast must be severely wounded. Nearby, a veteran hunter stands completely frozen in absolute awe. A total joke, right? Before his eyes, a massive level 21 fire golem is getting utterly dominated by a teenager. Absolutely helpless. Who on earth is this mysterious young man with such absurd godlike strength? Total shock. Right after taking down the threat, Tenma vanishes into the ruined city streets with the blonde girl. Unbelievable. For a level 0 like him, doing this required stripping the fire golem of its massive health pool. Outpaced. Even a level 15 observer could not track his insane speed, let alone that raw bare-handed physical force. Unreal power. Punching a giant golem barehanded is crazy. Isuki Tenma dashes away, leaving the ruined city behind. Peak level 30. That is his comparable strength. Yet instantly wiping out a disaster beast is still completely impossible. Dark future. The battles ahead look dangerous. As Tenma runs through the wreckage, he deeply analyzes his current state. Power up. He must find a way to boost his attack. The clock ticks to 10:30 p.m. on day 1. Instant dodge. Tenma throws a punch, but the monster slips away. Behind him, Iberia watches in awe of his speed, gasping for air. She struggles to keep up with his pace. It is impossible to track him with the naked eye. Tenma stops. He turns to look back at the tired girl as she bends over with her hands on her knees. One perfect method. She offers him a glimmer of hope to increase his raw power, the bright, confident smile. Artifacts. Her father's warehouse has plenty. Surely one can help him, especially since he is Master Izumi Nento's star disciple. Approved. Tenma instantly imagines himself wearing some incredibly cool armor, while Iberia lets out a suspicious knowing giggle. Creepy giggles. He's told to just picture wearing it, making him wonder about her highly suspicious, unsettling laugh. What's the plan? Iberia excitedly urges him forward, promising to have her dad get a handy artifact ready for him. Way too fast. Even with her high agility, she is clearly struggling to keep up with his rapid pace. Grab. Suddenly, he holds her shoulder. She yells in surprise, demanding to know what he is doing in this state. Don't push it. Fighting a disaster while exhausted is suicide, so he must take charge of the situation immediately. No choice. He hoists her onto his shoulder and bolts as she screams in protest against the crazy speed. Out of time. He tells her they've wasted enough. Hold on tight as deep night falls over the forest. Late night. Insects chirp loudly in the deep woods as they stop before a very old wooden cabin. Exhausted, she complains. Her arms feel ready to fall off. Tenma wonders why her father lives so deep here. Quiet retreat. She explains he needs absolute focus to craft. Don't let the shabby look fool you, though. Dangerous traps. They are hidden everywhere. He nods in understanding, sensing a faint magical vibration pulsing through the dark air. Magic detection active. He scans the invisible defenses surrounding the dark perimeter, detecting a subtle flow of mana. Follow closely. She tells him to copy her steps carefully to avoid triggering any of the deadly security traps. Simple. He could easily bypass them alone using detection, but she confidently takes the lead with a proud grin. Snap. Suddenly, her foot steps right on a dry branch on the ground, letting out a sharp, terrifying crack. Frozen. Sweat drips down her face. She admits she got way too excited and forgot this exact defensive trap. Disaster. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as she screams in panic, making him wonder if this is her actual home. An iron golem rises. Mana spikes violently as a massive legendary humanoid beast emerges from deep beneath the dirt. Epic tier. 500 attack, 300 agility. Tenma is stunned. Her father actually owns such a humanoid artifact. Look out. The massive golem swings a giant fist directly at Iberia, forcing Tenma to dive in to protect her. Direct hit. He blocks it head-on, but the powerful impact sends him sliding backwards across the dirty ground. Too strong. Since it's meant to protect her father, destroying it with his usual skills is not an option. Useless skills. He turns, asking her if there is any way to safely shut the giant defense system down. Core stone. She shouts back, telling him to target the glowing karma stone located right in its chest. That is its weak point, its energy source. Destroying it will shut the machine down. The green gem on the golem's chest flashes, but Tenma just smiles. He smirks confidently and activates Lightning Quake Tier 3. Knowing its weakness makes this easy. It might have raw power, but he has something better. Absolute speed. Tenma lunges forward like a flash of lightning, dodging the golem's heavy swing to land a thunderous punch. The hit lands, but the giant is completely unharmed and counters even harder. Tenma quickly slips past, aiming straight for the target. He leaps high, snatching the green gem right off the golem's neck. Instantly, the massive stone beast freezes completely motionless. Just as the intense battle wraps up, a towering shadow suddenly looms over Tenma. He looks up, wondering if this is finally enough. Iberia gasps in panic, screaming for Josie to stop, but a blindingly fast blade is already tearing through the air, aimed straight at Tenma. The blade stops inches from Tenma's head, leaving him completely stunned. How did this guy manage to get close without making a sound? The swordsman Josuke Bokudo sheathes his weapon and looks coldly at Iberia, muttering that he thought some stray bandits had wandered in. Tenma calmly stands up and brushes off the dust. He wonders how he failed to sense even a shred of magic until the sword was swung. He looks over at his attacker, completely baffled. The sword is already gone. Iberia runs up to introduce them, her eyes shining with excitement. She happily announces that Tenma is her new partner. He is level 0 but incredibly strong, and they have officially formed a brand new duo. Josuke cuts her off, telling her to skip the useless talk. He points toward the wooden cabin, letting her know their master is in the back. He warns her to be careful, but Iberia is already running off. Josuke watches her go, his expression turning incredibly grim as he sighs. The old man does not seem happy. Still, the moment Iberia spots him, she excitedly boasts about passing the difficult qualifying rounds. She proudly boasts that she ranked 4th in the region on Nightmare difficulty. Now she expects him to let her choose any artifact she wants. Instead of praise, a sudden stinging slap lands right across her face. Iberia clutches her burning cheek, staring at her father in shock. She asks why he hit her, but Aiden just roars in absolute fury. He demands that she return the dragon gear she stole. Iberia protests, arguing she only borrowed an epic-grade artifact, and there was no reason to hit her. But the old blacksmith just growls. The dragon gear causes permanent damage if worn for too long. He warns her that if she steals from him again, he will not go easy. Feeling completely humiliated, Iberia slams her bag onto the ground. She yells that she will never touch his stupid artifacts again before storming off. Aiden turns his sharp, intense gaze toward Tenma. He asks the boy if he is really the second disciple of his old friend Izumi. Tenma bows, politely explaining that Master Izumi sent him to protect Aiden because of a terrible prophecy predicting a brutal attack in the north. Aiden says he has already heard about it. He studies the boy from head to toe with heavy doubt, noting how picky his old friend is. He wonders why such a master would choose a seemingly ordinary kid. But suddenly, Aiden freezes, his eyes widening in complete shock at what he sees. He asks if Tenma's level is actually locked. Right there in front of the old blacksmith, Tenma's glowing status window suddenly pops up. It displays Isuki Tenma, a level 0 human with a locked class titled the Order Breaker, with his skill talent completely hidden from view. Aiden asks suspiciously if he is using some karmic artifact to fake his stats, but Tenma just shakes his head calmly, denying the accusation. Aiden stares thoughtfully at the boy and nods. He finally understands why Nento Izumi went out of his way to request that specific item. Aiden walks ahead, muttering that Izumi is a highly calculating man who never does anything for free and always demands something in return. Tenma is confused, explaining that his master only told him to protect Aiden. He had no idea there was supposed to be a reward. Aiden explains that Izumi contacted him directly, insisting that in exchange for sending his disciple, Aiden must hand over a very specific karmic artifact. Tenma is genuinely touched, realizing his master went to bat for him. He tells Aiden that it is fine, he will protect him anyway. Aiden shakes his head, saying he has plenty of artifacts to spare. He is just deeply curious why the master demanded a broken one. Tenma is stunned to hear this. Aiden sighs and begins to describe what used to be a legendary, flawless masterpiece of a weapon. It was the unique critical crystal. It doubled attack power on every critical hit, boasting a whopping 99% critical rate. Every single attack was a guaranteed critical strike, but his face falls as he explains that a crack suddenly formed, completely reversing its power. It became a heavily cursed item instead. Aiden holds up the shattered, cracked crystal, showing Tenma how its status has changed to unknown. Its official rank became completely unidentifiable and a bizarre, glitchy curse was added. The new item details quickly screen in front of them. The broken critical crystal now multiplies critical damage by 10 times. However, the critical rate is locked at 0%, only rising slowly. It gains 1% only after defeating a stronger opponent. Aiden looks at Tenma, explaining why this makes the item totally useless. For any regular awakened hunter, that hard-earned critical rate is completely reset back to 0 every single time they level up. Aiden's eyes spark as he realizes the insane synergy. He admits he was baffled why Master Izumi wanted this garbage item. But looking at Tenma's bizarre status screen, everything suddenly clicks. The boy is a complete anomaly, an exception to the rules. Since Tenma is permanently locked at level 0 and can never level up, his critical rate will never reset, making this artifact perfect. Holding the glowing stone, Tenma envisions his future. If he keeps taking down those Calamity Beasts, his critical hit rate will eventually hit 100%. That means every single strike in his future gets massively boosted by 10 times. The system then alerts him that the broken critical crystal is equipped at 0.0%. Tenma silently ponders the brutal condition of this new item. The critical rate only rises when defeating enemies with higher attack power. That is pretty harsh, but he decides he will figure it out after clearing this massive wave first. Aiden nods in satisfaction as the artifact glows, syncing perfectly with Tenma. It looks like it was equipped properly. Aiden says it really suits him, and Tenma admits he was struggling with low attack power. This item helps a lot. He thanks Uncle Aiden, who turns away with a distant look, saying he only makes the weapons, while they do the fighting. They are all doing this for humanity's survival, so there is no need for thanks. Suddenly, Aiden stops dead in his tracks. A streak of light shoots from the sky unless someone knew his location. There is absolutely no way monsters would target a remote spot like this. For now, he tells them to rest. Then a massive explosion rips through the forest, sending up clouds of thick dust. The shockwave forces Josuke and Tenma to shield their eyes as the ground shakes violently. Iberia screams in terror from the rubble, wondering what is happening. Suddenly, a massive magic circle forms in the sky. Iberia watches in horror, questioning why a barrier is appearing here. Aiden grits his teeth, sensing a deep betrayal. Only the commanders of the 5 continents know this location. Was this falling stone a coincidence or a trap? Josuke draws his sword and shouts a warning to the others. He tells everyone to get back as the Calamity Beasts head straight for them. Tenma stands his ground, his eyes glowing with a sharp, cold blue light. He can feel something approaching at an absolutely terrifying speed. Shadowy figures dart through the forest amidst loud roars. First 6, then 8. A giant monster with a sharp horn bursts from the bushes. It is a level 14, one-horned demon. Everyone screams as Tenma moves like lightning too. intercept the first beast's deadly strike. Instantly, he counters with a strike that tears through the air, activating his system. An ice wall rises as the roaring horde surrounds Tenma, plunging them into a chaotic, violent battle. Tenma gathers energy in his hands, covering them in blue lightning. Against low-level enemies like these, numbers do not matter. He can finish them all instantly using Lotus Strike. But as he glances over, he sees Josuke fighting hard. Josuke could probably survive the aftershock of his Lotus Strike, but Tenma looks back toward the old wooden house. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the structure right behind him. To avoid hurting his allies, Tenma charges forward, luring the monsters away. Unleashing Lotus Strike recklessly right now would definitely sweep those two up in the blast. After a series of thunderous explosions, Tenma stands alone right amidst the piled-up corpses of the defeated monsters. He sighs, thinking he really might just be built for solo play. Suddenly, his sharp senses flare up again. Tenma whips around. Another surge of mana is rising, and this one is vastly stronger than the previous wave. A massive beast emerges sporting two glowing purple horns. It is a level 24 two-horned demon guardian. It radiates an oppressive and terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, in the dark underworld, molten lava flows through the jagged rocks. Sitting on a bone throne, a powerful shadow speaks. They have already deployed their first vanguard to the human realm. With those low-level slaves sent, which of the 8 demon kings should lead their main invasion force now? Glowing red eyes pierce the dark, issuing a cold command. Through the eye left behind in the human world, the Lord has located someone highly important, ordering his forces to capture them. In the shadows of the underworld, Enmaraku Yama, one of the 8 great demon kings, steps forward. A subordinate asks if they should entrust this task to a demon king, but the Supreme Lord worries that too much power might destroy the very eye he left behind. Instead, he decides to assign this mission to a demon general. His servant quickly bows down in absolute obedience. The Lord continues, eyes glowing purple. He hands over full command of the main invasion force to Enokuma, the terrifying primate eater. Enokuma, another of the 8 great demon kings, appears. He has not tasted human flesh in a very long time, and he is surely starving. Back in the human realm, a sudden scream rings out. Tenma freezes, recognizing Iberia's desperate voice. He wonders if a Calamity Beast has somehow broken into the cabin. Suddenly, a level 24 two-horned demon guardian number 815 lunges at him. Facing this threat, Tenma grits his teeth. With no other choice, he decides it is finally time to use that secret technique. Facing the monster's heavy punch head-on, he prepares to unleash a secret move. Tenma quickly calculates his chances. The beast's attack power is probably higher than his own, meaning defeating it will help raise his critical strike rate. A damaged critical crystal screen pops up, showing 0% rising by 1% with every stronger foe defeated. Purple light gathers. The system activates the piercing orb. The strike lands perfectly, raising his critical rate by 1%. Tenma exhales in relief. It actually worked exactly as he planned, putting his critical rate at 1%. Standing on the corpse, Tenma calls out to Josuke. He tells him to watch this area while he hunts down the Calamity Beast inside. Josuke simply nods, leave it to me. Tenma gathers his energy and dashes off like blue lightning toward the wooden cabin. Behind him, a severely wounded Iberia lies bleeding. He is in absolute despair, realizing he cannot win without his proper gear. Iberia's vision blurs with intense pain. As the monster prepares to deliver the final blow, a terrified, tearful Iberia screams out, begging Tenma to save him. Suddenly, crash. A massive iron anvil slams down, completely blocking the monster's strike dead in its tracks. Aiden, Iberia's father, stands tall before him. Iberia is stunned. His dad is a non-combat class, yet he feels no fear. Aiden stares coldly, calling the monster stubborn. The beast growls, turning its attention to the white-haired man. Staring back at the murderous white-haired warrior, the beast snarls. Aiden readies his stance, shouting that he will leave the rest to him. Right on cue, Tenma arrives like a savior, instantly blocking the massive attack of the looming beast. Transforming his arm into a sharp blade, he drives it clean through the monster's body. The system immediately registers the hit. His black ice wall activates, and the piercing blow drops the beast instantly. Tenma pulls back his hand. Turning to Aiden, he apologizes for being late, explaining he had to clear out the sentries first before asking about the situation outside. Looking down at the dark corpse, Tenma notes that he cannot sense any remaining magical fluctuations coming from the surrounding area. He figures Josuke has already handled things. Aiden looks out toward the courtyard where Josuke stands amidst a pile of bodies. Did he really clear out all of these monsters alone, sheathing his sword? Josuke warns everyone to stay on high alert. Unless they destroy the barrier, these Calamity Beasts will keep spawning infinitely, and they will only grow stronger over time. He outlines his plan to destroy the barrier, promising to eliminate any monsters he encounters along the way. But if any beasts happen to slip past his position, they will have to hold the line themselves. Tenma interrupts, his eyes glowing a terrifying, brilliant blue. He declares that he will be the one to wipe them out. He tells Josuke to stay behind to protect Aiden and Iberia. Aiden stands frozen, staring at the young warrior in silence. He studies Tenma's expression with growing awe. There is not a single trace of fear in those fierce eyes. Instead, they are filled with a burning desire to fight. Aiden makes his final decision, leaving the barrier to Tenma. Josuke asks with concern if he is sure, warning that a blue barrier means beasts of at least level 250. Tenma confidently assures him that he is ready. Soon, he is racing off at absolute breakneck speed, completely thrilled. He is finally getting the chance to fight to his heart's content. Struggling to stand, Iberia insists on going along. He asks Josuke to look after his father, but Aiden immediately stops him. Iberia is completely stunned by his father's refusal. He protests that they are teammates, but Aiden shuts him down coldly, calling the idea of them playing teammates pathetic. He tells him that he and Tenma live in entirely different worlds. Iberia screams back in frustration, pointing out their journey together. He demands to know what that even means, arguing that teammates are supposed to support each other and cover their weaknesses. Aiden shouts over him, declaring that Iberia is not supporting anyone but is instead acting as a total burden. At this rate, he warns bitterly, Iberia will only end up getting Tenma killed. Aiden turns away with a heavy heart. He explains that this is not just about Iberia because Tenma is a unique existence far beyond anyone in his generation. Nobody else can stand on his level. Watching Tenma disappear into the trees, he asks if Iberia ever noticed his eyes. He asks what kind of look Tenma has when facing those monsters, silently recalling the chilling intensity in the boy's eyes. It is the gaze of someone consumed entirely by hatred. Meanwhile, Tenma surges forward like a storm of crackling blue electricity. The system detects 5 enemy targets, immediately restoring 50% of his mana. He leaps high into the air with sharp eyes. He figures those 5 beasts must have just crawled out of the barrier, meaning their appearance will fully restore his mana pool. Shouting for them to move, he triggers a massive fiery explosion that engulfs the forest as the system registers his skill. His Lotus Burst is successful. 5 enemies are destroyed, boosting his skill range by 5% to 110%. His critical rate gains 1% while the damaged crystal hits 2%. Tenma glides through the night, calculating his next move. Tenma realized that Two-Horned Guardian had insane defense. He wasted 80% of his mana just executing a Lotus Strike to kill it. Still, he vowed to never let a single monster reach Iberia and the others. Far in the distance, Iberia watched in absolute shock as a massive pillar of fire and smoke shot up way past the treetops. Panicking, he turned to Josuke and demanded to know where that explosion came from. Josuke squinted immediately, sensing a very familiar presence. That distinct energy definitely belonged to Isuki, meaning the guy had just clashed head-on with the Calamity Beasts hiding in this forest. Josuke's gaze turned heavy as he pondered the situation. An explosion on that scale was definitely not something a level 0 should be able to trigger. Could Tenma's inability to level up actually stem from the stat-reducing effect of his unique talent? Meanwhile, Tenma was already standing before a massive wall of energy, the green barrier. It looked like the Calamity Beasts inside were on a completely different level than the ones he had fought before. He quickly activated Mana Death Hound action. He froze in surprise when his sensing skill got completely blocked. He couldn't estimate the exact number or raw power of the monsters waiting inside. Then he recalled his old training. His master had taught him that the color of a barrier reveals the monster's levels. Gray meant levels 1 to 25. Green was 26 to 50. Blue was 50, 1 to 75. Purple was 76 to 100. And red was over 100. Since this was green, these beasts were levels 26 to 50. Tenma looked down at the glowing white lotus mark on his palm. If he wiped them out, they would yield a massive mountain of experience. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his Shikigami. Black smoke quickly swirled together, condensing into a bizarre, terrifying shape. The Death Hound, a giant black wolf with scary stats. It was a B-rank level 16 creature, possessing skills like Mana Death, Hound Action, and Rebirth. Its attack and defense were 250 and 150. Tenma patted his summon's head, giving it a knowing look. He promised to feed the wolf all the experience points they gathered. Stepping into the barrier, he coldly warned the beast. Until he gave the command, it wasn't allowed to touch a single hair on the prey. Tenma's eyes suddenly flared with a deadly blue light. Every single Calamity Beast in there was his prey. Meanwhile, at 11:30 p.m. on the first day of prophecy, a girl standing on a balcony gave an update. Father, the awakened guardians have arrived. Soon after, a man dressed in blue armor proudly stepped forward. He introduced himself as Kei Chirijima, a first-class savior promising to protect Izumi from then on. He was a level 63 wind mage. Izumi calmly adjusted her glasses and thanked him. Along with Kei, 5 third-class and 3 second-class saviors were already assembled nearby. However, Akira Heitan was still completely missing despite being tasked with guarding the perimeter. Izumi looked down at her phone with anxiety. During their call 6 hours ago, he claimed to be on his way. Yet when she tried calling him again a few hours later, she couldn't reach him at all. Massive stone tablets had been crashing down across the northern province since 8 tonight. Maybe he hit some trouble, though ordinary beasts shouldn't pose a threat to someone like him. After all, he was one of the 6 pillars of the special class saviors. Izumi turned to her team and requested, "Please keep trying to reach him. Only special class saviors have what it takes to fight off the Calamity Beasts appearing here." Kay scoffed arrogantly, asking if she wasn't putting those special class saviors on too high of a pedestal. No matter how strong Wajin or Akira Heitan were, they were still just human. Clenching his fist with raw ambition, he claimed he didn't believe in a massive power gap between them and first-class saviors. They might struggle a little, but there was no way they couldn't defeat a beast that those special classes could. Izumi cast a cold, knowing look in his direction. While confidence was good, thinking he was on par with a special class was foolish. Looking out at the blood-red sky, she noted that he had clearly never faced a truly powerful Calamity Beast. Suddenly, a massive stone tablet crashed down from the heavens. Terrified, Kay drew his sword as a Calamity Beast emerged. Izumi stared up in absolute horror at the magic vortex, swirling high above. She murmured that it was useless since she still couldn't contact Akira. Kay just wore an arrogant, highly confident smirk. If a special class savior couldn't even make it here, they weren't worth relying on anyway. He boldly told her not to worry, promising they would wipe out every last beast. His gaze suddenly turned, extremely cold and filled with raw ambition. He wanted to prove that a first-class savior was just as capable as any special class. Meanwhile, in a different area, the massive green barrier still glowed silently in the deep forest. Tenma and his death hounds stepped right through. Looking around, the scenery inside didn't seem any different than the outside world. Yet, a heavy aura in the air made him quite uneasy. Standing perfectly still, he focused on the energy flow and activated Mana Death Hound action. He could clearly feel the mana fluctuating inside the barrier, but just as he had figured, he had zero awareness of the outside world. The space inside was completely cut off. Suddenly, a notification screen popped up. 5 enemy targets detected and 50% of his mana was restored. With the locations of those 5 targets successfully pinned down, Tenma turned to his black wolf and instructed it to stay put. He tells it to wait. If any Calamity Beasts escape this way, feel free to eat them. Patting his divine weapon, he praises it. Lightning break. Roaring wave. It is time to start moving. Instantly, his 2 loyal beasts charge deep into the forest. Tenma suddenly blurs forward with unbelievable speed. He strikes with a brutal punch, sending a massive monster flying backward. Next, he activates his barriers. Black ice walls rise instantly. A massive pillar of blue lightning crashes down with a truly deafening roar. The terrifying shockwave tears through the dark, scattering the beast horde as frozen blood splatters all over the ruins. A massive stone-armored monster with a giant purple horn rises from the debris to threaten him. Tenma barely blinks. He fires his clear orb skill, unleashing a dense purple beam that pierces the giant beast's skull in a flash. Notifications flood his system. Critical rate up 1%. The critical crystal itself is unfortunately broken. His current critical rate sits at 3%. Landing softly, Tenma glances toward the faint blue light pillar. Statistically, that means 3 critical hits out of every 100 strikes. He expects to see his first one soon. Still, this is the first time he has seen a magical stone monument this close. He walks forward. If he destroys the relic, the barrier should completely vanish. Let's see if one strong strike can do the trick. The system suddenly alerts him, restoring 10% mana. His eyes instantly narrow. Another beast is definitely hiding nearby. Dark tentacles whip through the air, striking from behind the monument. Tenma barely rolls out of danger in time. That was close. If he had not picked up on the mana fluctuation, he would have been skewered. He stares at the writhing darkness. It was hiding behind the monument. This creature is completely different from before. A strange, monstrous shadow slowly emerges from the bright blue glow. This is a very different kind of beast. The glowing blue barrier fills the sky, signaling a fierce battle ahead, and trust me, this is going to be epic. Iberia stands with his head hung low in guilt. Josuke warns him that even Tenma might not stop every beast. It is too dangerous out here, so wait inside. Iberia looks up, asking if he will really cause Isuki's death. Josuke tries to comfort the young man. Master always exaggerates things, so there is no need to worry much. Still, Iberia feels like he is a complete burden. Josuke simply points his finger toward the crackling energy barrier. The beasts inside range from level 20 to 50. Tell me, are you confident against even a single level 26 creature? Iberia honestly admits he has zero confidence. Josuke smiles warmly, telling him not to be so hard on himself. He gently adds that at Iberia's age, he did not even have the courage to enter a blue barrier. Iberia looks up in surprise, asking if even Josuke felt that way. Josuke nods, confirming the reality of his past. The difference between gray and blue zone beasts is not just their level, the senior hunter explains to him. Gray zone monsters are completely mindless beasts. They only exist to slaughter and destroy on an endless repeat. He recalls past battles. They are strong, yes, but predictable. You can beat them with a solid plan. But inside a blue barrier, they are different. They are more like us. A massive shadow looms. It is General Square 336, a level 34 opponent. Tenma instantly realizes this creature has actual intelligence. Did he make a mistake somewhere? It seems the beast has some kind of highly powerful detection skill active. In Tenma's entire generation, very few young hunters could hope to survive against a beast of this high caliber. Staring through his messy hair, Tenma notes this Calamity Beast is unlike anything he has ever faced. Outside, Josuke explains to the boy that he is not a burden because of his own personal weakness. He is a burden simply because Tenma is way too strong. Back inside, Tenma stands tall, completely defiant. The beast read through his skills in seconds. Worse, it actually speaks the human tongue with perfect ease. It mocks him baring razor-sharp teeth as it asks if he is just praying for his life. Glaring down at Tenma, the general calls him a level 0 coward who trembles at the sight of him. But Tenma is not afraid at all. Instead, he simply grins his expression, turning wildly excited and crazed. He admits he is just thrilled since he has wanted to ask their kind of question for ages. The beast channels crackling lightning around its body, agreeing to answer if it serves as his final wish. Tenma's eyes burn with a cold fire as he asks if these monsters actually feel any pain. The general sneers, mockingly asking if a mere human actually believes they have the power to hurt him. Hurting others is our ultimate privilege. A wind-cleaving strike rushes forward, but Tenma quickly shifts his body to evade the incoming blow. He suddenly appears right in front of his foe, his body violently erupting with powerful crackling blue lightning. Unleashing an earth-shattering punch, he sends the demon general flying hundreds of meters back. His glowing red eyes stare intently through the rising dust. Did he hit the target? No, the monster's mana is actually surging even stronger now as massive black tentacles begin to writhe. They lash out in a relentless high-speed frenzy. Tenma glides forward like a flash of lightning, closing the distance instantly. The monster brags about being one step ahead in speed. Tenma brings down a heavy slash, but it barely leaves a scratch. Tenma clicks his tongue in frustration. Without enough raw power, he cannot even slice the beast's head off. Even landing a direct hit does negligible damage. The monster watches Tenma's incredible agility with genuine surprise. He cannot believe a level 0 can move this fast, demanding to know what Tenma's actual rank is. A massive tentacle whips out, swatting Tenma aside as the beast mocks him for being nothing more than an insect. The creature unleashes a barrage of heavy attacks, boasting that Tenma's weak blows could land 100 times without doing anything. But if Tenma takes even a single return blow from him, his life will be over in an instant. Yet Tenma suddenly flashes forward, delivering a brutal punch straight to the monster's face. Simultaneously, those deadly tentacles strike. They whip violently toward him, narrowly grazing Tenma's body and leaving a bright glowing trail of residual mana behind. Tenma leaps onto a high tree branch, daring his foe to try and catch him as blue electricity erupts. He teleports away again. The monster assumes this electric aura is merely a temporary buff to boost his speed. He wonders how long Tenma's mana will hold out. Meanwhile, Tenma calmly analyzes the enemy's physical structure. Those tentacles are physical body parts, explaining why Overmimesis failed to activate. He counts his attacks mid-combat. Is this strike 18 or 19? His status screen shows his mana plunging to 97 out of 330. He has overused his skills, and his energy is running dangerously dry. Sweat pours down his face, yet his resolve remains unbroken. His stamina is dropping rapidly, and his speed will soon plummet. With no other choice, he decides to go all in. Rushing forward at breakneck speed, he bets everything on a tiny 3% chance of triggering a critical hit. One critical strike is all he needs to win. Metallic clashing echoes as Tenma trades furious blows with the beast. He grits his teeth, focusing entirely on the clash. His only hope is to stack more hits to trigger that critical blow. He needs to strike faster and more frequently. Blinding light and blue lightning weave a chaotic web inside the barrier. The relentless melee rages on. Suddenly, Tenma freezes as blood violently erupts from his mouth, his body pierced. The monster looks down triumphantly at the pinned boy, mockingly calling him a fool for rushing in so recklessly. Leaning close, the beast sneers, asking if he was not planning to make him feel real pain. Tenma simply chuckles, leaving the monster shocked. Squeezing his shoulder, the beast wonders how he is still alive. With blood streaming down his face, Tenma flashes a murderous smile as a crucial system notification finally pops up. The broken critical crystal activates, guaranteeing his next attack has a 100% chance to land a critical hit. He immediately drives a lightning punch straight into the chest, a glowing red critical hit banner flashing. Talk about perfect timing. The beast shrieks in agonizing pain, its face contorting under the devastating impact as a shockwave erupts. Dust and debris scatter everywhere in the chaos. The defeated demon general collapses heavily against a tree. Shaking in terror, the monster demands to know how a weak human suddenly wielded such terrifying godlike power. Tenma casually wipes the blood from his lip, keeping his gaze cold as he acknowledges the beast's surprising durability. He walks forward slowly, feeling a rush of intense emotions rising up inside his chest since landing that massive blow. It is a completely foreign feeling. Even with blood staining his clothes, his steady footsteps do not falter. Despite a severe wound bleeding heavily from his abdomen, he feels absolutely no pain looking up at the night sky. His breath fogs in the cold air. Tenma approaches tightly, grabbing the dying beast and asking if it hurts yet. The creature is utterly terrified, wondering how a human normally seen as weak and filthy could do this. Believing Tenma hit his true level of 46 or higher, the monster desperately asks what he plans to do. Tenma's eyes glow with a savage red light as he prepares to strike. Usually, these mindless calamity beasts never scream, but this one lets out a blood-curdling shriek of agony. Tenma wears a chilling, satisfied smile at the sound. Hearing a calamity beast scream in genuine agonizing pain is far more satisfying than he ever could have imagined. It is totally different. Tenma ruthlessly finishes off his opponent in a pool of blood, leaving the monster utterly helpless. Is he going to crush his own skull? This guy isn't even human, he's a straight-up demon. Once the dust finally settles, the system notification pops up to show the threat is finally cleared. Critical rate plus 1% from a broken crystal, bringing his current stat to 4%. As the hype dies down, Tenma collapses in sheer agony. With the danger gone, his body finally relaxes, shaking off that crazy surge of focus from earlier. Right on cue, a sharp wave of pain surges from his deep wounds. He looks up at the fading energy shield, watching its bright colors turn completely transparent. This is the sign that not a single calamity beast remains alive inside. Clutching his bloody side, Tenma drags his heavy steps toward the very center. Now his final task is to destroy the stone tablet. Summoning his last bit of strength, he throws a heavy punch, shattering the magic monument. It was way more fragile than expected. As it crumbles, he leans against the rubble, catching his breath. But before heading back to Iberia, there is still one crucial thing to check. He softly whispers a mystical command: death. Right on cue, a massive dark shadow drops down from above, answering its master's call. He commands it to show its face. Out steps a black wolf from the shadows, leaving Tenma completely stunned. Wait, has this beast grown even bigger than before? Staring into its glowing eyes, he realizes the truth. Even better, his summon status window pops up, revealing some massive, impressive upgrades. It turns out he just leaped 3 levels all at once, netting him an extra 150 stat points to use. The stats of the rank B level 16 Death Hound show his stats are now top tier. Gently stroking the wolf's thick fur, Tenma starts pondering. He finally gets it. As the wolf levels up, its physical body grows as well, proving his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. This means he can smile with high expectations, looking up at the beast that easily towers over him. If it gains another few dozen levels, just imagine how big it gets. Who knows how gigantic it will become? He cannot wait to see it. Meanwhile, at the Izumi mansion on the first day of prophecy, at 11:35 p.m., darkness wraps the forest in a sinister aura. Iberia points to the night sky, completely shocked, telling Josuke that the barrier is gone, meaning Tenma actually did it. Josuke silently watches the energy in the air shift. It only took him 10 minutes to tear down that massive silver barrier. There might not have been any highly intelligent beasts in there, but clearing it this fast is absolutely insane. Seriously, Tenma is on a whole different level now. Meanwhile, cutting back to Tenma, he sits slumped against a cold cliff, barely breathing. After such an exhausting journey and back-to-back battles, he has run completely out of stamina. Losing this much blood means his body is finally redlining. Even while suffering from these massive wounds, Tenma still desperately grabs onto his summon's broad shoulder. He tells Death to track his mana trail and carry him straight back to Iberia. Obeying without hesitation, the loyal black wolf lets out a low growl and darts through the dense dark woods like a bullet. At the cabin, Josuke suddenly freezes, his instincts instantly flaring up as a terrifying roar echoes in the distance. Is that another calamity beast? The barrier is supposed to be shattered, so why is this happening? Sensing imminent danger, Josuke quickly turns to shout a warning to his friend, telling Iberia to get back inside the room immediately. Meanwhile, Iberia stands paralyzed with deep worry written all over his face. He softly mumbles that he has definitely heard this roar somewhere before. Suddenly, a massive shadow with razor-sharp claws lunges out of the pitch-black forest at blinding speed. Josuke draws his massive greatsword, releasing a wave of pure killing intent into the dark. It is closing in fast. He promises to slice any calamity beast right in half. A wild clash erupts as Josuke swings his heavy blade directly at the lunging monster. But right as they collide, Iberia gasps in absolute shock. That is the exact beast Tenma tamed as his summon the other day. Realizing Josuke is about to deliver a fatal blow, Iberia screams at the top of his lungs, telling Josuke to stop. The razor-sharp blade slices through the air, barely missing the black wolf by a hair. Josuke freezes in his tracks, completely stunned to see Tenma lying unconscious right beside his massive beast. In that moment, Josuke starts connecting the dots about this mysterious young man. Only a true summoner can control these beasts, and yet Tenma possesses so many other skills. His combat power far exceeds his peers, his actual level never seems to go up, and he can even copy different classes. Iberia rushes over in a total panic, tears swelling up in his eyes. He begs to know if Tenma is going to be okay. Seeing the pool of blood on the ground, Iberia carefully lifts his friend's head. He cries out, asking what happened to cause this. Tenma weakly parts his lips, his voice barely a quiet whisper. He just asks to rest for a bit before his eyes slowly shut. Iberia completely breaks down, crying out in utter despair. Josuke calmly steps over to check Tenma's pulse, keeping his cool. He reassures Iberia that Tenma is still very much alive, so there is absolutely no need to keep sobbing like a baby. Iberia looks up with instant hope, asking if Tenma is really going to make it. Josuke just points to Tenma's chest, showing that he is still breathing completely fine. Without wasting another second, Josuke scoops him up and orders everyone to move. They ask Iberia if he has the Kodama bandages, warning that the wound needs immediate treatment, and he quickly responds. Reassuring them, Iberia promises to handle it. In the quiet room, Tenma lies motionless, bandages wrapped tight around his abdomen. Iberia resolves that while he might never catch up to Isuki Tenma in pure raw power, he has a unique role to play. He reflects on his own magical essence. He is a wind mage, a class meant to control air currents and gusts. It is a versatile class meant for combat and support, but his status window reveals a very specific special talent. His talent is second-class healing focus, which reduces his wind attack damage by 50% but offers a massive trade-off. It boosts his wind healing recovery speed by 50%, a low-tier skill usually restricted to self or ally recovery. Iberia stares at his hands, his eyes burning with resolve. He used to despise this side of his power, never using it. But for Double E and for Isuki Tenma, he will cast it as many times as needed. A surge of green mana erupts around Iberia as the system activates his C-rank healing window skill, casting a warm glow over his injured ally. He silently pleads for Tenma to recover quickly for the sake of their duo and for Isuki Tenma. Meanwhile, near the TMA mansion at 11:35 at night, a massive purple barrier deploys from a newly fallen stone tablet. A devastating strike rains down, shattering all defenses. Chirijima collapses miserably in the rising dust as Cho cries out in despair. Cho rushes over desperately, channeling healing magic into her teammate while begging him to hold on. She promises to heal him, but a weak, trembling Chirijima cuts her off, gasping for her to run. His face is twisted with absolute terror as he stares at the towering dark shadow looming right behind them. Its size, defense, speed, and power are on an entirely different level, far beyond what any special-grade savior could handle. Humanity stands no chance. An oppressive entity looms before them, identified as Warrior Number 14 of the UI clan, at level 81. In their dark hour, Nento steps in to protect them, prompting Chirijima to scream for Cho to escape. The monster sneers at the new challenger, mocking his strange outfit, and asks if he is indeed Izumi Nento. Finding the target so easily is pure luck, meaning they will not even have to bother Kyoku, but Nento remains calm. He is relieved to confirm he is their actual target, but a sudden earth-shaking collision instantly cuts his words short. A blinding flash of white light engulfs the battlefield, making Cho scream in terror, while Chirijima gives up entirely. As the smoke clears, Nento stands firm and casually remarks that his ally is late, revealing a new arrival. The man with bloodshot eyes is Akira Hayten, who steps forward to shield Nento and tells him he will handle it. The beast laughs with pure contempt, mocking the newcomer for acting so tough when he has no idea who he is facing. Chirijima frantically screams a warning about the beast's immense power, but Akira Hayten ignores it, focusing force into his fist. He delivers a strike that literally rips through the air, causing the giant beast to instantly detonate into black blood. Chirijima watches in stunned silence, his jaw dropping as he stares at the back of the warrior who saved them. He is left wondering if this is the true height of a special-grade savior, trembling at his realization. He once assumed they were still human, but this level of power is nothing short of a literal monster. Cho celebrates their narrow escape, hoping the crisis is finally over, but Akira Hayden shuts her down with a cold look. He warns her that the real battle is just starting as the sky above suddenly takes on a terrifying crimson hue. At 11:40 at night, the barrier near Nento's mansion shifts to deep red and a colossal hairy beast emerges. Enokuma is ready to bring ruin upon mankind, while a fire-haired demon watches with a sickening twisted grin. He is the level 37 Flame Archdemon, eagerly anticipating the slaughter as another ghostly white beast roars behind him. This level 49 White Oni stands ready, but their master, a hooded figure of immense authority, silences them. They are commanded to focus strictly on capturing their target, with a chilling reminder of the penalty for failure. The commander is the level 87 Frostbone general who questions why they were placed inside this specific red zone. They risk turning the entire barrier purple and alerting the humans if all of them gather in one place. However, the plan is to let Enokuma's red barrier act as bait to lure in the strongest human defenders. This diversion allows them to complete Ringa's orders undisturbed, utilizing the chaos caused by the legendary archdemon. While the distraction plays out, the generals make their move directly toward their destination, the mansion itself. Unconcerned about finding it, they rely on Ringa to guide them using the demon eye planted on Earth. Meanwhile, Tenma wakes up in his bed completely drenched in cold sweat, realizing that their enemy has obtained his coordinates. Through the demon eye, he could see the exact scenery it was looking at. Tenma's eyes suddenly transform into something terrifying. And right at this very moment, that eye is right there with our target. The clock strikes 11:35 p.m. on Prophecy Day. Tenma lies, motionless. Deep in his subconscious, he sees his childhood self standing before his mother, excited to have found a Calamity Beast. A beast that feels pain just like they do. Little Isuki smiles innocently, saying he crushed its head, so now her revenge is finally close. But his mother just looks at him with sad eyes, gently telling him that some things are far more important than revenge. Isuki is stunned. What could possibly be more important than wiping out every single Calamity Beast on Earth? His mother smiles gently, explaining that power is meant to protect the people he loves, not for seeking vengeance. Isuki bows, his head as darkness swallows him whole. It is impossible, he screams in pain, swearing he will never forgive the vile beasts that took his parents. Suddenly, the young boy's eyes burn a furious crimson as he vows to slaughter them all. His mother quietly turns away, her face heavy with sorrow over the dark path of hatred her son has chosen. She smiles sadly, starting to fade away as she says it is time to go. Isuki begs her to stay, wanting to speak. She gently caresses his cheek, leaving him with one last plea. Please, Isuki, do not let this hatred consume you. The boy weeps, reaching out his small hands into the empty air, screaming for his mother as she vanishes. He only catches fading specks of light. Tears stream down his face as the crushing reality sinks and she is gone. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice echoes from the darkness of his mind, asking if he is seriously weeping for the dead. It is such a pathetic display of weakness. Tenma grits his teeth, his eyes flashing crimson with pure rage. You bastard, he screams into the shadow, gripping his soul, demanding to know what kind of powerful demon is there. Emerging from a sea of blood, the demon of destruction sneers, mocking him for waking up from his pathetic nightmare. He remarks that Tenma only acts like a weak child around his mother. Enraged, Tenma unleashes a wave of deadly aura. He lunges at his tormentor with a ferocious roar, swearing to kill him, but the mysterious figure easily brushes the strike aside. The demon whispers a chilling threat to calm down before landing a devastating blow directly onto his fragile mind. Tenma screams in agony as he is thrown back, swearing that he will end Ringa no matter what it takes. Back in the real world, Iberia is desperately casting magic to keep the Calamity Beasts away from the unconscious Tenma. Tenma slowly opens his eyes to a weak breeze immediately, noting that a draft like this won't even scratch a monster. Iberia gasps in joy as she notices him stirring excitedly, throwing her arms around him as he sits up. An embarrassed Tenma can only endure the embrace as she cheerfully claims her healing magic must have finally done the trick. He wonders how long he was out this time. Iberia finally pulls back, saying it has only been 3 hours. 3 hours, he calculates. That means it is already around 3 a.m. on the second day of the Grim Prophecy. He asks if Josuke Bokuto and Ian are safe. Iberia smiles warmly, reassuring him that no Calamity Beasts have shown up since. Even so, Tenma cannot shake the chilling words of the demon from his nightmare, promising to return and break him again. It felt far too vivid to be a mere dream. The Calamity Beasts are clearly planning something massive, and we should all be worried. As the clock hits 3:30 a.m. on the second day, Tenma struggles to his feet, determined to stay alert. Iberia watches him with deep admiration, relieved to see that he appears to have fully recovered from his severe injuries. Heading out the door, Tenma notes that reinforcements should arrive soon, so he needs to check in with Josuke Bokuto first. As they walk, Iberia eagerly asks about his Black Wolf, wondering what kind of cool name his Shikigami actually has. She suggests that summoners can rename their familiars to whatever they want, offering to help him find a cooler moniker. She boasts about her naming skills, but Tenma quickly shuts her down, bluntly stating that he is not a summoner. Iberia pouts in disappointment, clearly saddened that she won't get to name his badass beast after all. Tenma sweats at the thought, secretly swearing he would never let her name his companion anyway, before noticing the courtyard golem. Inspecting his healed body, he realizes standard magic could never restore him this quickly. She must have used her real power. He glances at Iberia with newfound surprise, admitting he never expected her to secretly be such a highly capable healer. Flustered, she stammers that she can use offensive skills too, though they are honestly pretty weak compared to her recovery magic. Approaching Josuke Bokuto, who is standing near a smoldering monster carcass, Tenma quietly asks if any other awaken had arrived. but he only receives a sharp, brief denial. Josuke Bokuto narrows his eyes, analyzing the young warrior before him with suspicion. He asks Tenma why he is suddenly so curious, proceeding to explain the deep isolation they are currently facing out here. Master said they would send nearby awakened ones to this place. A day has already passed, and they should have been here by now. But since this place is deep in the woods, no one could navigate it this fast without Cho-ha guiding them. Ma contemplated. He stared with sharp, anxious eyes. That makes sense, but he still had a terrible feeling about this, peering deep into the dark. The thick shadows of the forest seemed to creep forward, carrying a dark, ominous aura as if some ancient evil was drawing near. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of trainees rushed through the forest. Their leader barked out Kobayashi how much further to the target. Kobayashi replied that they only had a few kilometers left and were almost there. Another teammate sprinted alongside, his mind racing. He excitedly realized that completing this mission would finally promote him from a mere trainee to a third-class savior. But seriously, this place is so remote. Does the best blacksmith in the northern continent really live in a wasteland like this? Suddenly, the pink-haired girl and their squad leaped into the air, throwing a powerful strike and screaming for everyone to stop immediately. The whole team halted on the spot, taking their combat stances on the dark, menacing forest path. The pink-haired girl spun around to face them. She asked her allies with extreme caution what was wrong and if they felt something strange, as another member quickly spoke up. Something is heading their way from the front. From the eerie darkness, two massive looming shadows emerged to block their path. They had been spotted. The trainees unsheathed their weapons, shouting to calm their nerves against the Calamity Beasts, gearing up for a brutal fight. But the figure emerging from the dark was actually a demon king wearing a mocking smirk, asking where they were rushing off to. He leaned in close with terrifying glowing red eyes, showing off his razor-sharp fangs. Are you all heading to the same place as us? Within a split second, the leader at the front was reduced to a blazing skeleton. The fire demon stood there calmly, completely relaxed. He crossed his arms, watching the sparks dance on his fingertips with a smug grin, shocked that a single fireball could do this. Humans truly are such fragile creatures. He casually turned to call out to the hulking muscular beast currently crushing another victim, asking if the white demon was finished over there yet. The beast's brutal hand clenched tighter, showing no mercy whatsoever. Fresh blood dripped from his giant knuckles. The white demon knelt beside the mangled remains as the flame demon tossed out a cruel jibe, mocking how they were flattened like pancakes, calling him a savage. In the distance, the terrified pink-haired girl stumbled back. She trembled violently, staring at the cloaked, dark figure looming directly over her, screaming in absolute despair. There were no protective barriers nearby. She shrieked, demanding to know what hellhole they had crawled out of. The flame demon conjured a blazing sphere of fire, flashing a wicked grin with sharp fangs, saying they had traveled quite a long way to get here. Tears streamed down the girl's face, her eyes wide with overwhelming horror, as she realized her time was finally up. Suddenly, from behind, the dark entity commanded in a deep, booming voice that he must not kill them. The flame demon scowled in frustration, snapping back that he was bored out of his mind and telling him not to ruin his fun. But before his twisted fun could even begin, the fire demon's body was instantly pierced and sealed by jagged shards of ice. The shadow entity glided slowly past the blazing frozen block, whispering a chilling threat that ignoring orders again would carry a much harsher penalty. The warning was crystal clear: if he ignored commands one more time, the next punishment would not be nearly as gentle. The fire demon's face warped inside the ice as he broke into a cold sweat, begging him to release the spell, or else his body would shatter into pieces. The ice crumbled, releasing the loudmouth demon as the dark entity turned toward their shivering prey. The fire demon burst back into flames, coughing heavily and muttering that he genuinely believed he was about to freeze to death. Clutching her chest, a faint glimmer of hope flickered across the pink-haired girl's tear-stained face. Were they going to spare her? The fire demon folded his arms, raising an eyebrow to ask if the only ones they were forbidden to kill were the target and the evil eye wielder. He questioned if this pathetic human actually possessed some kind of rare hidden power that made her valuable to them. The shadow entity, eyes glowing intensely, shut down the idea, stating there was absolutely nothing special about her. He simply wanted to test the new abilities granted to him by Lord Ringa. Instantly, countless dark tentacles erupted from the ground. They wrapped tightly around the screaming girl as swirling dark energy began consuming her body, forcing out an agonizing, gut-wrenching shriek. The scream echoed through the entire woods. As the shadows receded, the girl stood completely motionless, her head hung low, engulfed in dark energy. The flame demon clicked his tongue, muttering that she ended up dead anyway. But the dark entity remained perfectly calm. He explained that she was not dead but was merely undergoing a demonic transformation. Suddenly, the girl snapped her head up, revealing menacing crimson eyes and a glowing sinister brand right on her forehead. The fire demon gasped in sheer shock at the transformation. The shadow entity continued, explaining that humans who go through this process will completely submit to Lord Ringa's will. In other words, she is now on their side. Shaking off her previous terror, the girl submissively fell to her knees before them, hits the ground, and a mechanical voice rings out asking Lord Wraith King for his orders. Standing tall, the arrogant king gives his command. She must conceal her identity, continue lying to the humans, wait until the glorious day Lord Ringa descends. The girl bows, a mindless puppet obeying her new master. He then begins mapping out a flawless cover story for her. She will claim her squad was ambushed by disaster beasts in the woods, leaving her as the sole survivor of the tragedy. Understood. She replies with an empty stare. Satisfied with his new puppet, the Wraith King nods and tells her to get moving. She slowly stands up. Loose hair covers half of her face, which is now completely devoid of even a shred of humanity. Turning on her heel, she prepares to leave under the watchful eyes of the two demons, fully embracing her new role. Armed with a perfect pack of lies, she vanishes into the dark, leaving her fallen teammates and their broken dreams behind. The fire demon scowls. He grumbles that making humans their servants is fine, but why recruit someone so incredibly weak? Hearing this, the dark entity coldly points out that she is not the only one they have turned. Tens of thousands of humans have already been demonized, and that massive number includes plenty of powerful awakened ones as well. Floating right above a massive muscular monster, the dark entity speaks with immense pride about the grand scheme of things. Once Lord Ringa conquers this world, these brainwashed humans will play a vital role. The entity turns back to its companions. With a voice that demands absolute obedience, he orders them to stop wasting time and follow him. The mission is critical. Meanwhile, at another location, a massive iron golem with glowing eyes stands guard right outside a quiet wooden cabin. The system panel flashes. 3:05 a.m. signaling the arrival of the second prophecy day in this quiet place. Josuke Bokuto rubs his hands together, admiring the iron golem. Its stats are roughly on par with a level 30 awakened warrior. This will definitely make up for their lack of manpower. Standing nearby, Iberia gives a soft, slightly awkward smile. Honestly, she doubts they would even need this defense force if Josuke Bokuto and Isuki were actually here with them. Josuke Bokuto looks around. Where did Tenma wander off to? Iberia explains that he went straight to the blacksmith forge. Apparently, he wanted to ask the old blacksmith a few specific questions regarding the critical rate crystal. Inside the shop, the hammer-wielding blacksmith turns to Tenma, asking about the critical hit he landed during his last fight. He wants to know what Tenma's exact critical rate was back then. A broken critical crystal icon flashes on screen. The screen shows a measly 4%. Tenma admits it was only 3% before he defeated that monster. The blacksmith stares at him in sheer disbelief, muttering that triggering a critical hit with only 3% is pure luck. Tenma humbly agrees. Still, he cannot help but frown as he recalls that brief, surreal moment of hyper-focus. Immediately after that single strike, his focus surged and he entered a bizarre state where he felt completely all-powerful. He asks if this is another hidden effect of the crystal. Hearing this, the blacksmith freezes, lowering his heavy hammer. His eyes widen in absolute shock as he turns to the boy. It is a feeling where your senses become impossibly sharp. A state where you perceive everything around you, yet you somehow remain completely calm and unaffected by the sensory overload. Rubbing his chin, Tenma nods to confirm that is exactly what happened. The old blacksmith gasps in utter astonishment. He reveals that Tenma somehow accessed the legendary flow state. The young warrior just blinks, completely unfamiliar with the term. Like a seasoned scholar, the old man explains that the flow state triggers when someone becomes entirely absorbed in an action. Your very perception of time warps completely. In that exact moment, your focus and overall excitement peak to extreme levels. Seeing Tenma scratching his cheek with a blank look, the old man sighs, realizing he needs to simplify things. To put it simply, it is like slipping into a trance. He begins listing several real-world examples to help, like an obsessed painter forgetting to eat, or an athlete moving on pure instinct as if his body has a mind of its own. It moves by itself, totally hyper-focused, just like a student completely losing track of time while solving a really complex equation. Pointing to a system diagram, the old man adds that when an awakened hunter enters this legendary state, everything changes. Not only does their raw concentration soar, but their physical senses become sharpened to an almost unbelievable degree. Stat screens flash as his attributes skyrocket. You won't believe how broken this hidden mechanic actually is. All skills and core attributes instantly boost to 120% of their base value. Tenma is absolutely stunned. He admits he has never heard his master or any other hunter mention this, let alone witness someone doing it. The old blacksmith scoffingly snaps back, asking if Tenma thinks entering the flow state is as common as buying groceries. Only a tiny handful of people on the planet can actually pull it off. He continues with a stern warning. Power requires the awakener's own raw skill, a perfectly clear mind, and an unbelievable amount of luck. Missing even one of those things entering the flow state is impossible. Tenma mutters under his breath, surprised by how brutal the requirements are. Hands behind his back, the old man confidently asserts that entering this flow state is indeed the ultimate separator. It separates true geniuses from ordinary people. Among all the awakeners across the 5 continents, including their strongest, Taiwa Jin, not a single soul can enter the flow state at will. Even the legendary Taiwa Jin cannot do it. Reminiscing about his sweat-drenched youth at the blazing anvil, the old man swells with pride. He entered the flow state for the first time, 2 years after becoming an awakener. Looking at the young man, his eyes now hold a mix of profound admiration and shock. 2 years is considered exceptionally fast, but for Tenma to achieve this in just 1 month of awakening is flat-out ridiculous. Before the old man can finish, he notices Tenma freezing up. The young man stares blankly at the door, making the elder snap in annoyance, asking if he is even listening. Tuning him out completely, Tenma's expression tightens with extreme dread. 3 entities harboring massive mana pools are rapidly closing in. The old man waves off the concern, thinking they must be awakeners sent by Lord Izumi to act as personal bodyguards. But Tenma's eyes turn razor-sharp, instantly rejecting that peaceful theory. No, this heavy, stagnant, and violent aura feels exactly like a Calamity Beast rather than any human awakener. With that, Tenma spins around and bolts toward the exit, shouting back that he is going to check just in case. Gritting his teeth as he runs, he calculates that he already cleared all Calamity Beasts within the barrier. There are no signs of any being released nearby, so he desperately hopes it is just his imagination. Clearing his mind of all useless worries, Tenma slides the door wide open, fully prepared to face whatever danger lurks in the pitch-black night outside. Spotting Tenma rushing out in panic, Iberia calls out cheerfully, asking if he is done, while Josuke Bokudo frowns in concern. Asking what is wrong, Josuke Bokudo notes how tense he looks. Drenched in sweat, Tenma answers gravely that he sensed a mana wave. It could be a powerful Calamity Beast. Iberia waves her hand dismissively, giggling that there are no active barriers nearby. It has to be a mistake. Josuke Bokudo joins in with confident reassurance, claiming that even if it is a Calamity Beast, he has reactivated the Iron Golem. Honestly, his overconfidence is about to blow up in his face, but then, the smile instantly vanishes from Iberia's face. She gasps in horror as an invisible force tears through the air. Before anyone can blink, the mighty Iron Golem, Josuke Bokudo's ultimate defense, has its chest completely blown open by a brutal punch. The massive machine shatters into pieces amidst a cloud of thick smoke. Josuke Bokudo quickly draws his sword, pale as a ghost. How was the Iron Golem destroyed before it could even react? Out from the darkness, the uninvited guests finally emerge. The Flame Demon King smirks, mocking them by saying there are only 3 pests and this will be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, the system screen pops up, displaying a power gap that makes them want to weep. Level 37, Red Flame Demon King. Level 87, Frost Wraith King. Level 54, White Demon. At 3:01 a.m., on the second prophecy day, evil shadows tower over them. Tenma grits his teeth, keeping his tense gaze locked on the invaders. They are leagues stronger than the ones inside the barrier. He shivers as he looks closely at the leader standing in front. This terrifying level of mana is something else entirely. He has never felt magic waves this massive. Ignoring the desperate caution of the weak humans, the Wraith King calmly commands. He will capture the target himself and leave the rest of the garbage to his allies. His glowing eyes narrow dangerously. He warns them not to damage the magic eye, no matter what they do. The Flame Demon casually plays with fire. He smirks slyly, telling him not to worry. Iberia asks, trembling, what target they mean, while Tenma breaks into a cold sweat. He realizes a horrifying truth. These Calamity Beasts can actually talk. Seeing the Wraith King prepare to leave, Josuke Bokudo charges forward, swinging his sword and shouting that he will not let them pass. But the Wraith King moves, like a silent drifting ghost, effortlessly closing the gap between Tenma and Josuke Bokudo without making a single sound. Josuke Bokudo's eyes widen, pure shock. His brain cannot register the speed. When did he even get there? Even Tenma turns pale at this speed. Refusing to back down, Josuke Bokudo spins around to launch another strike. He swears to stop the monster. Tenma also charges forward to assist, determined to keep the enemy away from Aiden. But the Wraith King merely raises a grotesque clawed hand, brushing them aside like flies. A terrifying shockwave explodes. Josuke Bokudo's body is thrown backwards, slamming hard against a freezing, slippery surface that locks him in place. He groans, realizing it is a wall of solid ice. He repeatedly strikes it with his sword, but it is way too hard. Before he can recover, Tenma yells out a panicked warning. Watch your back, Josuke Bokudo. From above, the muscular white demon lunges. Jaws packed with sharp fangs, the monster swings a heavy, crushing fist. Josuke Bokudo barely manages to raise his sword to block. The metallic clash against that muscular fist rings out through violent shockwaves. The impact is so brutal it literally blasts. Tenma tumbles backward, crashing hard. Sweating, he looks over at Josuke Bokudo. But the enemy gives him zero time to play the hero. The fire demon gathers a massive blazing fireball, mocking him. You have no time to worry about others. With a cruel wave of his hand, he launches the blinding orb. Instantly, the system screen flashes a deadly warning red flame bullet. As intense burning heat rushes in, Tenma quickly deploys his shield and screams out, "Iberia, get out of here right now." Iberia immediately scrambles backward in terror. The system alerts that the black shield is active, but the flames crash hard against the earth. An explosion rips through the ground, blasting debris right behind Iberia. Tenma's proud black wall slowly melts away under the overwhelming heat. It sizzles and dissolves under that savage heat. Suddenly, a bright green system screen pops up to analyze the deteriorating situation. It detects an A-rank red flame bullet with extreme output. With analysis at only 1%, Tenma grimaces, enduring the searing wave. He kneels in the thick smoke. His badly burned arms smolder. He silently curses himself for being incredibly reckless. Is that monster's skill really A-rank? If he had used Lightning Break, he could have dodged. He simply overestimated his black wall. Seeing this, the fire demon laughs hysterically, mocking the young man's absolute naivety. "Did you really think you could block my flames with that weak ice?" he jeers, calling him a fool. But then the demon suddenly stops in his tracks. Cold sweat drips down his face as panic sets in. What if he overdid it, and this kid is actually the magic eye bearer? He immediately uses his system privilege to scan his battered target on the ground. The status screen clearly displays the name Isuki Tenma, a mere human, level unfixed. His sudden anxiety vanishes, replaced by a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. He is only level 0. Since he is just a lowly human, he cannot possibly be the magic eye bearer. He can burn him alive, without a single worry in the world. Yet that despised level 0 human suddenly slams his palm onto the ground, sparking blue magic. The system window flashes, announcing that the Hellhound has been summoned. A massive black hound with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows, stepping right out of the grave. The fire demon gets into a stance, gathering more fire to mock this new 2-on-1 setup. "You think using a familiar will help you beat me?" The Demon King sneers, unleashing a massive roaring pillar of fire. It sweeps across the battlefield as he roars with pride. "Even if you summon 10 more familiars, you still cannot defeat me." Tenma, his face covered in dirt and wounds, glances back at his loyal wolf. He whispers, telling him that he is counting on Kim. "Go, Aiden." The pillar of fire crashes down, lighting up the entire forest in a blinding explosion, but the target suddenly vanishes. The Demon King stands there, dumbfounded. Did they actually dodge? His glowing red eyes narrow in deep suspicion. "That familiar crossed right through the flames," he mutters. Aiden charges ahead with blinding speed, leaving the demon completely stunned. Is he aiming directly for me? Ignoring the wolf entirely, the Demon King turns back, looking down on Tenma with sheer arrogance. "Do you really think you can defeat me all by yourself?" Meanwhile, Tenma keeps his head down, arms heavily charred, acting weak. He plays the victim perfectly. The system shows the analysis is at 36%. He silently calculates that the demon is overconfident. If he keeps acting weak, the monster might delay the killing blow. And right on cue, a cunning smirk flashes across his face. Behind his long bangs, he knows he could easily stall for time. Yet he refuses to act like a coward before, a mere Calamity Beast. Instantly discarding the weak victim act, Tenma suddenly snaps his head up, looking straight at his foe. A wild, arrogant grin spreads across his face as bright magic lightning crackles around him. "Yeah, so what?" he sneers. Lowering his stance, his eyes glow with the sheer intensity of a wrathful god delivering a brutal, direct challenge. "You look pretty pathetic," he mockingly whispers. The Demon King's face immediately twists in raw rage, veins bulging wildly. How dare a lowly human act so proud? With a furious swipe, he summons a massive blaze that lights up the dark sky. "I was going to play with you," he roars, "but now I will burn you to absolute ash right this second." Instead of waiting for death, Tenma turns into a streak of light blazing through the fire. His mind remains deadly calm. The target is massive, but his speed is completely unchanged. Tenma slides low, weaving expertly through the deadly sparks of fire. He quickly closes the gap, knowing his opponent relies heavily on long-range skill attacks. Once he closes in, it is over. The Demon King's eyes widen. Absolute shock. How on earth is this level 0 human moving this fast? With a flawlessly smooth motion, Tenma strikes with blinding speed, parting the very flames and forcing the demon to gasp in terror. How is he this fast? Cold sweat pours down the monster's face as he suddenly realizes his massive tactical error. He closed the distance in a mere blink of an eye. Yet a wicked grin slowly spreads across the demon's face. Tenma drives his lightning-charged strike straight down, only to crash directly into a massive fire shield raised by the demon. Acting as a wall, it leaves Tenma completely shocked as his confident smile instantly fades. A fire shield, the Demon King seizes the opening, thrusting his blazing, fiery hand forward for a lightning-fast counter, asking if Tenma thought he did not know his own weakness. The fireball detonates at point-blank range, completely swallowing Tenma inside a blinding flash of light and destructive power. Tenma free falls straight to the ground, his charred, smoking body writhing in pain as he grimly mutters, admitting the bitter truth. He slides a massive distance, plowing face-first through the dirt while completely unable to regain his balance. Covered in blood and soot, Tenma is absolutely furious, and honestly, who wouldn't be after falling straight into a trap? How could he possibly make such a stupid mistake? Meanwhile, the smug Demon King steps closer, taunting him with a cold stare. He asks if Tenma is truly level 0 with that kind of speed, but despite his fatal injuries, Tenma struggles back up. He wobbles onto his feet, his pitch-black charred arms hanging completely useless as he draws one heavy breath after another. The Demon King laughs, savoring his enemy's hopeless struggle, whispering that Tenma actually had him fooled for a second. Leaning in with his hideous face and glowing red eye, he whispers that death would be much easier if he just stayed down. But instead of begging for mercy, Tenma just hangs his head, catches his breath, and calmly complains to his own system. He asks if it is taking this long because the enemy is in A rank, grumbling at the slow analysis screen. The screen slowly ticks up percent by percent, 79, 80, 81 as the clock keeps ticking. It is 3:14 in the morning on the second day of the prophecy while a menacing black dog growls in the distance. Aiden growls as the scene cuts inside the forge where the massive shadow of the Wraith King looms over an old blacksmith. He delivers a threatening compliment, noting that the old man has forged 3 unique relics, 16 epic relics, and countless rare ones. He calls him humanity's most talented blacksmith, but even facing the literal personification of death, the old man remains completely calm. He casually asks why the giant is listing his life achievements like that, wondering if it means he is about to die. The Wraith King tells him to relax arrogantly, pointing out that as long as he stays useful, there is no reason to kill him. The old blacksmith hunches forward slightly, secretly hiding his hand behind his back as his eyes narrow with a dangerous glare. He mutters that it is a shame he is not the type to take orders from anyone showing a fierce, determined expression. He whips out a dagger, ready to go down fighting, but things are about to take a turn for the worse. In a split second, his entire body and weapon are frozen solid inside a sharp block of ice before he can even strike. He cannot move a single muscle as cold sweat pours down his face, instantly realizing the terrifying gap in their power. Encasing his target in ice so instantly means this must be an A-rank skill at the very least. Floating arrogantly in the air, the Wraith King looks down on him like an ant, telling him to just give up. He declares that the blacksmith's life is entirely in his hands, while nearby a terrified Iberia watches from the shadows. Shaking with fear, she covers her mouth. At this rate, her father is going to get kidnapped, and she has no idea what to do. Should she launch a surprise attack? Just as she hesitates, a giant shadow suddenly cuts through the air, charging straight inside. Iberia's eyes widen in absolute shock as she recognizes their savior flying right past her and straight into the forge. It is Isuki summon the black dog Aiden, bearing his fangs with glowing red eyes as he leaps into the air. He aims straight for the Wraith King's neck, but the entity barely even glances back, his eye glowing with a deadly blue light. Without even lifting a finger, a wave of freezing cold energy instantly erupts from behind his cracked mask. The freezing energy instantly traps the lunging black dog midair, turning him into a lifeless frozen ice statue. The frozen beast crashes heavily onto the wooden floor of the forge, remaining completely motionless as the Wraith King looks down. He glances at his accidental sculpture before asking the old blacksmith what the 2 guards outside are even doing. He wonders how they could let a summons slip past like this, openly questioning if reinforcements have already arrived at the scene. Watching this hopeless display of power, Iberia drops to her knees as her eyes lose all focus from sheer terror. Even a powerful summon could not get close to him, and absolute despair begins to swallow her whole. There is no way she can win this. Maybe she should go find Isuki instead to save them. Suddenly, her father's harsh warning from the past hits her like a splash of cold water, telling her she would get Tenma killed. The image of Tenma with his charred, smoking arms flashes in her mind, a cruel reminder of the current reality. Isuki was already severely injured before even coming here, and she can only bow her head in torment, quietly weeping. She realizes that if Isuki Tenma had any strength left, he would have come himself instead of just sending a familiar. If she goes looking for him now, searching for him might put Isuki Tenma in an even more dangerous situation. Suddenly, Iberia's gaze shifts, her fear vanishes. Deathhound determination burns. She cannot let that happen. She will save her father herself. A ray of hope flashes through her mind. That is it, the dragon gear. Casting aside all fear, Iberia dashes out through the wooden door into the dark night. With that weapon, even she might stand a chance at winning. It should be right under her father's bed. She sprints forward, sweat dripping down her face, telling herself to hang on as she rushes to save her father. Meanwhile, inside the forge, the Wraith King listens with his sharp ears and mutters with pure contempt. It seems someone was hiding but decided to run instead of helping. What a truly pathetic coward. Meanwhile, frozen inside the block of ice nearby, the old blacksmith can only use his mind to think about his daughter. to warn his daughter Iberia. The enemy is an absolute monster that even Tenma and Josu combined would struggle to defeat. No matter what she does, she must not return. Ignoring the quiet night, a dark surge of blue magical energy erupts from the Wraith King. He declares that he will now take the old man to their gathering point. Meanwhile, back on the blazing battlefield outside, the Flame Demon King burns fiercely as he loudly declares that they will leave the cleanup to those two. He fires his signature red flame bullets. The system screen flashes. Black ice wall activated. Facing the devastating barrage of fire, Tenma grits his teeth, summoning ice magic to shield his severely burned leg. He calculates his next move, planning to use the black ice wall as cover to mask his injury so he can keep moving. Suddenly, the system announces the activation of the Roaring Wave skill. Right after, a massive fiery vortex erupts, sweeping everything away. The Demon King smirks, mocking Tenma for trying to dodge in his battered state. He calls him incredibly stubborn but notes that his speed has dropped significantly. With a loud roar, the beast gathers more power, unleashing another deadly massive fireball. He challenges Tenma to see how long he can survive before unleashing another barrage of red flame bullets. Tenma desperately rolls to avoid the burning blast, realizing with horror that his enemy is now using both hands. The Demon King unleashes a merciless non-stop barrage of fireballs. Tenma grits, his teeth sweat dripping from his brow as he stares up in absolute tension at the descending storm. Dozens of red flame bullets rain down, completely blocking his vision and surrounding his small, vulnerable body. He twists and rolls through the blinding explosions, gritting his teeth. Talk about a desperate struggle to keep up with these attacks. Glancing at his scorched, blackened arm, he realizes how bad things are. Normally, he could dodge them easily, but in this battered state, a massive fireball closes in right in front of his face. He gasps in panic. It is too close to dodge. The explosion hits him head-on, blowing him back into a thick sea of fire. He shields himself with his own body while the system coldly announces that the analysis progress is reaching 90 and 92%. Yet another explosive blast hurls him through the air, like a broken ragdoll. Still, the system slowly creeps forward, reaching 94 and 96% completion. Tenma's scorched body is nearly consumed by the raging red flames. The system reaches 98%. In his fading consciousness, he remembers a similar flame from his past. A tragic memory flashes through his mind, a girl smiling warmly at him even though half of her face is burned by a blue flame. Returning to reality, the Flame Demon King laughs maniacally through the sea of fire, taking cruel pleasure in the absolute destruction. He raises his hand to unleash his most brutal finishing blow, screaming for Tenma to die as he fires a penetrating red flame bullet. But at the very last second, a brilliant blue barrier deploys, stopping the attack dead. The system finally announces that the analysis is 100% complete. Tenma weakly asks himself if he made it as the magic shield flares and completely deflects the deadly blow. The Flame Demon King stares in utter shock, his smug grin completely vanishing. The system immediately floods the screen with notifications. The analysis of the red flame bullet is finished, granting him level 3 black ice wall. And trust me, things are about to get wild. He did not acquire a brand new skill. The level of his existing black ice wall has simply increased. The system displays the new details. The skill continuously generates ice on his body by consuming mana, allowing him to block fire-type skills of rank A or below. The passive effect adds 15% defense when blocking these attacks, which is currently boosted to a massive 50%. Next, the system generously triggers a complete recovery, adding 50 to all of his stats, clearing all debuffs and healing his wounds. His injuries vanish instantly as his stats surge from 330 to 380. With his body fully restored, he marvels at how all his attributes jumped by 50 at once. Tenma sits straight up as a brilliant aura of magic power wraps around his strengthened body. He confidently calculates that this massive stat boost is equivalent to gaining 4 entire levels for a normal awakened hunter. Not bad at all, those fiery projectiles can no longer touch him. Once he finally closes the distance, victory will be completely his. The Flame Demon King stares blankly at the invisible barrier, shocked that his red flame bullets did not even scratch him. He wonders if it is some sort of high-level defensive skill, but assumes Tenma cannot possibly maintain it with such a battered body. That power won't last long anyway. Ignoring the mockery, a deep blue, icy aura explodes from Tenma, bursting outward like crazy. Tearing up the ground like giant foxtails, the foolish Demon King chuckles wickedly, confidently flaring up his massive flames. He loudly declares that the game is over and it is finally time to end this little fight. But as the smoke clears, his smirk completely vanishes, replaced by absolute horror. How is this possible? Tenma is standing tall. His body is completely uninjured without a single scratch under his tattered clothes. The panicked demon screams, "How is your body fully healed? You were half dead just a second ago." Tenma lowers his head, shadows casting over his eyes as he speaks in a freezing tone. "I originally planned to deal with you later and go save Aiden." He steps out of the shattering ice, dripping with sheer malice. But your pathetic flames just brought back some pretty bad memories. I changed my mind. His glowing crimson eyes glare right through the darkness. Tenma passes a cold death sentence on his foe. I will crush you first. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark forest, violent winds whip up dry leaves all over the place. Josuke Bokudo is forced back across the rough dirt, gritting his teeth hard. The impact is absolutely insane. He remembers the giant white ogre roaring in his face, making him break out in a cold sweat. If he had not used his heavy armor to block that savage blow, things would be bad. He slams his greatsword down to slow himself. He would be dead right now. Dust storms swirl around as he finally grinds to a halt, wondering how far he got thrown. The moment he catches his breath, intense worry for his friends hits him. Those guys are literal monsters, so he has to hurry back. But before Josuke Bokudo can even take a step, a massive force slams down right behind him, tearing the forest floor apart. The shockwave blows away everything nearby. Josuke Bokudo gasps, glancing over his shoulder with his heart pounding in utter shock. Did that beast actually follow him here? The massive white ogre stares down at him, its hideous long tongue dripping with saliva. The monster roars and charges forward, eager to rip him to shreds. Josuke Bokudo grips his gleaming greatsword tighter, his eyes turning cold. Perfect. He thinks this actually makes things a lot easier for Tenma. He narrows his sharp red eyes, analyzing the battlefield. Tenma can easily escape if he wants to, but the biggest issue right now is their master and Iberia. Josuke Bokudo takes a firm stance, a brilliant blue magic coating his blade. He has to defeat this beast fast to go help them. So please, everyone just hold on until then. The scene shifts to a wooden cabin where Iberia is searching frantically. He searches under a small table holding a family photo, muttering to himself that he is pretty sure it is around here. He drops flat onto the floor, reaching deep into the dusty darkness beneath the bed. His fingers brush against something cold. Feeling a secret compartment, he pulls it open with a hard tug. Iberia's eyes widen with hope at what is inside. Found it, he whispers with a confident smile, completely shedding the weak and teary-eyed look from earlier. With this dragon gear, he can finally fight. Inside the wooden chest lies a stunning set of spiky crimson armor. The system screen flashes with insane stats: epic grade dragon gear. Attack power plus 100 and agility plus 100. Its epic effect adds an extra 20 to both stats every single minute up to a strict 15-minute limit. Donning the tight crimson dragon scale armor, his entire vibe transforms completely. He sends a silent message across his mind. Just focus on the enemy ahead of you, Isuki Tenma. He tightens his clawed gauntlets, his eyes filled with absolute determination. He promises he won't be a burden this time. Heavy crimson magic flares around the armor, but Iberia remembers the warning. His father warned him about the horrific side effects if this dragon gear is worn for too long. Exceeding 15 minutes will ruin his body, but without hesitation he crashes through the door and bolts into the night. He vows to save his dad in 15 minutes as the system coldly begins counting down his active gear time. The stat screen shows agility and attack hitting plus 120. Back with the Wraith King and the frozen blacksmith. The old man mocks him telepathically, asking if he is seriously okay with being so careless while the others catch up. The Wraith King glances back, deep blue eyes full of arrogant pride. Only a special grade savior could ever hope to challenge him. He glances over at the white ogre fighting in the distance, confidently calculating that the pests are too distracted. They are completely busy dealing with the Demon King right now. The old man glares through the ice, seeing right through him. If they are deploying Demon King class generals, they definitely have another goal. The blacksmith decides to throw some bait. He asks if they really came all this way just for him. The Wraith King laughs, instantly crushing his ego. Don't flatter yourself, because we have plenty of other targets. Hearing this, the old man smiles inwardly, knowing he was right. His guess was correct. But before he can say another word, the Wraith King suddenly halts dead in midair. His sharp demonic senses warn him that someone is approaching fast. He glares over his shoulder, growing pretty annoyed. How annoying, he grumbles, damn you persistent pests. Suddenly, glowing red magical footsteps dart out from the dark forest, rushing through the branches at wind-splitting speed. The old man watches in absolute shock, terrified for the children's safety. Could it be Joe's, or is it Tenma? But if he is all alone, his chance of winning is incredibly slim. Still, the one who rips through the dark is a knight clad in fiery red dragon armor, unleashing a devastating strike right at the demon. Her magic blade slashes relentlessly as Iberia screams in pure rage, "Give me back my father." Meanwhile, the system constantly updates the death countdown equipment duration: 2 minutes attack, plus 140 agility, plus 140. The Wraith King slightly tilts his head to dodge his voice, bored and filled with open contempt. First a summon and now a mere human brat. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, the Flame Demon King stands dazed, staring toward the Wraith King and grumbling in confusion. What on earth are they doing? He mutters, gaping and staring blankly ahead as cold sweat starts pouring down. His opponent's body was clearly scorched black, yet as the smoke clears, Tenma stands there with a perfectly sculpted six-pack and a flawless body without a single scratch. The Demon King shrieks in panic, wondering how on earth he recovered so completely. Suppressing his sheer dread, the Demon King channels his inner energy again, a massive burst of hellfire completely enveloping his body. He reassures himself by shouting even louder, "No matter how many times you heal, the outcome will never change." The Demon King frantically unleashes a massive fire tornado that sweeps across the earth, howling in triumph as flaming projectiles rain down rapidly. Ignoring the sea of fire waiting to consume him, Tenma hovers proudly in mid-air and activates his defensive system, activating the dark ice wall. Brutal pillars of fire rain down on the ground in rapid succession, triggering a series of devastating explosions that obliterate everything. Sneering in satisfaction, the Demon King confidently mocks his opponent's foolish stubbornness. "You are foolish to face me head-on instead of running," he jeers. "I will roast you like meat." Yet Tenma strolls out of the smoke, his body clad in jagged ice armor, as he mocks his opponent. "Fire of this level has no effect on me anymore." The system screen immediately displays a brilliant alert: blocked an A-rank fire skill. Using Dark Ice Wall defense plus 15%. Defense 627 plus 65 from Dark Ice Wall. Tenma's entire body crackles with violent blue lightning. Charging forward with a chilling, villainous smile, he mocks you are the helpless fish on the chopping block now. The system syncs up, lightning burst activated. The Demon King's jaw drops in horror as he sees Tenma closing in, with a mocking smirk. Sweating bullets, the demon tries to reassure himself that even if his enemy's speed increase, he still has his flame shield. Tenma's eyes flash with a red murderous gleam as he roars, "First, I will peel off your scales. I'll strip you clean, leaving absolutely nothing." He lunges forward, black lightning slamming hard against the brilliant fire shield of the Demon King. Confidently, the monster mutters, "Has this fool forgotten about my protective barrier?" But before his smug smile can even form, his proud barrier begins to splinter and crack under the terrifying pressure of the dark lightning. The next second, his entire defense shatters into 100 pieces, throwing open the gates of death for the fire demon. Tenma roars with savage excitement as the system continuously dishes out incredibly biased power buffs. Blocked an A-rank fire skill using Dark Ice Wall defense plus 15%. Defense 684 plus 80 from Dark Ice Wall. The Demon King turns pale and gets drenched in sweat, realizing that level 0 label was a massive lie. And here comes the pain without hesitation. Tenma swings his leg, delivering a brutal kick straight to the demon's face, coldly declaring that now it is finally cooking time. Instantly, the Flame Demon King grimaces in sheer panic. His arrogant pride shattered, he knows he must run or he's dead. For sure. Unable to escape on foot, he screams for help, desperately calling for the White Ghost Wraith King. The plea for help barely finishes when his body is slammed with a fatal blow onto the rough ground, creating a deep crater. Grimacing, he tries to lift his head from the rubble, throwing away his pride to scream, "Save me." This once arrogant demon, who threatened to roast people like meat, is now cowering, crawling away from death. Yet, a flicker of pride demands some dignity. He spins around, channeling his final embers as he roars, "No way will I let a human kill me." But a deadly black shadow with crackling eyes is already looming right in front of him, fast as a ghost. The Demon King collapses to the ground, staring blankly as he mutters in disbelief he is just a level 0 weakling. Swirling purple-black magic gathers on Tenma's hand, manifesting the phantom of a colossal magic dragon. Meanwhile, the system coldly decides life and death, warning of a shattering critical crystal. The next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit with a rate of 100%. Facing this overwhelming pressure, the Demon King tearfully makes a highly accurate observation. Since the start of the fight, he is a monster. He falls backward, giving up all useless resistance completely. He is a total monster. Ignoring the praise, Tenma stretches out his arm, glowing with red and blue magical aura. He throws a furious, fatal finishing blow. The punch shatters space, striking the target to trigger a massive explosion. The terrifying blast tears through the night. Dust and debris scatter everywhere, shaking the deep forest. As the thick smoke slowly clears, Tenma stands tall, showing off his six-pack right above the stiff gray corpse of the Red Flame Demon King. After crushing the sub-boss, the young man clicks his tongue in frustration, his eyes glowing with murderous intent as he complains. "Why did it have to hit now? A critical strike out of nowhere." "I have entered the flow state again." Tenma turns his back on the ruins of battle, his scratched bare back radiating deep regret. "I wanted to make him suffer even more." He sighs once again. After the critical strike, he squints and stares at the colored, glowing green screen. He wonders to himself if landing a critical strike will automatically activate the flow tended state. His eyes reflect an unbelievably hacked stat screen. His stats have increased to 120%. His attack is 456. Agility is 456 plus 68. Mana is 456. Defense is 456 with Dark Ice boost, totaling 2,188. Tenma folds his arms proudly, watching a glowing green orb rise from the ABS. Demon King silently noting that with his flow state and passive skill effects, his total stats have exceeded 2,000. Then curiously, he wonders if this is the karma from the Calamity Beast he just defeated. But before he can ponder any further, the green karmic orb suddenly shoots deep into the dark forest. Tenma frowns his eyes, following the glowing streak of light as his mind races. That karmic orb is heading straight toward a certain direction in the forest, Yoshisuke's workshop. Looking further, he notices something abnormal. Is that the blacksmith forge Shinigami and Aiden-san are supposed to be there. The life signals should have split in two. Why are they still joined? Without wasting another single second, Tenma stomps his foot, transforming into black lightning and dashing forward. Running at full speed, he anxiously reasons with himself. Shinigami is an immortal summon unless I recall it myself. Please don't tell me Aiden-san is already. Meanwhile, back at the forge, things are getting incredibly intense. A shadowed figure in glowing red armor leaps down like a spear at the Wraith King. Iberia grits her teeth, her face showing extreme tension inside her dragon mask. Even her full-powered attack, which is boosted by her dragon gear, is unable to break through his defense. Even so, she refuses to back down, readying herself for the next strike. If one blow isn't enough, I will just keep on attacking, she vows. Behind the demon, the old blacksmith remains frozen solid. The Wraith King snorts in utter disgust. She is just a foolish brat if she cannot see the gap between them. At this, the old blacksmith screams in panic. Iberia. His face contorts with rage and extreme worry. He screams out, "You fool, I don't need your help, take off that dragon gear right now. I already told you that armor has terrible side effects. If you don't remove it immediately, I will disown you." Ignoring her father's threat, Iberia stomps her foot, cracking the stone floor as she prepares to charge. She turns into a streak of red light, dashing forward with a resounding vow. "Even if you disown me, I will still save you." In this life-or-death moment, her companion's face flashes through her mind as inspiration. If Tenma were here, he would definitely make the exact same choice. Seeing his daughter rushing to her death, the old blacksmith yells helplessly for her to stop. The Wraith King uses magic to lift the ice block containing the old man, who can only groan. The demon sneers, asking if this is what they call family love. Humans truly are disgusting creatures with such repulsive feelings. He casually waves his hand to clear the obstacle, muttering that he has no time to play around with her anymore. A giant, sharp, icy hand immediately rises from the ground, delivering a brutal blow to her small frame. Iberia is sent flying into the bushes, gritting her teeth in pain, while the Wraith King coldly turns away, telling her to know her place. The old blacksmith's unfrozen half-face shows pure shock and despair at his daughter's defeat. Iberia collapses onto the grass as the system ruthlessly warns that her time is running out with only 3 minutes left. Meanwhile, the second prophecy clock flashes 3 out of 20. Suddenly, things take a wild turn. The ice trapping the Dark Hound cracks, accompanied by a bright level-up notification. The ice block shatters into 100 pieces. Shinigami roars, shaking the ceiling, its blood-red eyes glowing fiercely as it successfully breaks free. Just then, Tenma rushes to the forge entrance, spots his summon, and yells out Shinigami. He looks at his summon thoughtfully, noting it leveled up again. Just as he suspected, Shinigami has absorbed the karmic energy. The Black Wolf nuzzles against him to report the situation. Tenma asks anxiously, what about Aiden? What about Din-san and that Calamity Beast? Hearing the Shikigami's report, Tenma's eyes widen in pure shock. He rushes straight inside the blacksmith's shop, only to be greeted by a completely frozen and shattered space. What on earth happened here, he mutters in absolute shock, staring at the swirling mass of dark purple magic. The chaotic energy leaves behind massive chunks of ice. Realizing there is no time to waste, Tenma covers himself in crackling blue lightning. He rockets forward at absolute maximum speed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the forgotten man, Josuke Bokuto, locked in a brutal clash. Josuke Bokuto swings his massive greatsword, leaving a fiery red trail across the arm of the giant white demon. He immediately leaps back to dodge a swift counterattack from the colossal beast. The white demon reveals its grotesque long tongue. Countless slimy tentacles shoot forward, trying to corner him. Josuke Bokuto narrows his bloodshot eyes as the tension reaches a boiling point. He frowns, realizing the wound he just inflicted has already closed up. A Calamity Beast with regeneration is his absolute least favorite opponent. Suddenly, a bright green streak of light flashes right past him, leaving him completely stunned. Is that a soul orb? It seems Tenma has already finished his opponent, so now Josuke Bokuto has to step up and hold his own ground. With his aura exploding, Josuke Bokuto's greatsword glows with a brilliant red light as he quickly analyzes the situation. The beast can regenerate, but it always shields its head and neck. Spotting this fatal habit, he prepares to strike. He unleashes a devastating slash right at the giant creature's raised arm. His burning blade cuts clean through the guard. The white demon's limb is severed, spraying thick, dark blood everywhere. Josuke Bokudo smirks, knowing he has finally found its weak spot. Red mana and terrifying bloodlust erupt from his body. Now that he knows the secret, this fight is as good as won. Moving with incredible agility, Josuke Bokudo vaults high into the air, dodging a lethal tentacle sweep in one smooth motion. He swings his massive sword downward, slicing through the air. The bright red trail easily tears apart the beast's defenses. A gorgeous crimson arc carves through the battlefield. He plans his next move first. He will take out both arms. His expression hardens, his eyes sharp as daggers. Since regeneration takes at least 1 second, he has a tiny window. In that split second, the white demon stumbles backward, dark blood pouring heavily from its freshly severed stumps. Seizing his golden opportunity, Josuke Bokudo charges directly at his target with burning eyes and intense bloodlust. The giant sword comes crashing down with terrifying force, splitting the massive monster clean in half amidst a fountain of gore. With a massive crash, the colossal body of the white demon collapses lifelessly, leaving Josuke Bokudo drenched in sweat. He can barely believe he struggled this much against a single Calamity Beast, especially one that could not even speak. Exhausted but refusing to rest, he immediately turns and runs back toward the blacksmith shop to meet up with Tenma. He needs to regroup with his ally. At the same time, inside the shop, the Wraith King glides forward. Sharp ice shards levitate and spin around him as he complains about how annoying that ice-controlling Calamity Beast was. Staring at the old blacksmith who is frozen solid but still glaring with absolute fury, the Wraith King speaks casually. "You look like you have wanted to say something for a while now," the demon mocks, folding his arms. "Speak up, I will accept any condition, just please let my son go," he mimics with a cruel sneer. His piercing blue eyes gleam behind his mask as he explains that from this distance, he can no longer control the ice. Besides, everyone here will soon fall under their complete control anyway. He glances over at the battered young girl. He recognizes the armor she is wearing immediately, and a vision of a fiery red dragon appears to illustrate his words. Crafted from the demon dragon race, these creatures possess an incredibly resilient, terrifying life force that defies death itself. Even after they die, their flesh, blood, and scales can develop a twisted, independent consciousness of their own. Suddenly, dark lightning crackles all over Iberia's crimson armor. The Wraith King smirks at the grim reality of it. Equipment made from the demon dragon still harbors their lingering vengeful will. Wearing it too long has a terrible price. Eventually, the wearer's conscious mind is completely devoured. Iberia writhes in agonizing pain, desperately fighting the overwhelming demonic power. The demon delivers his final cruel verdict. In the end, their physical bodies will be completely overtaken by the armor. Spikes and scales wrap around her small body, preparing her for a horrifying transformation. Talk about a nightmare scenario. Glowing text announces the horrifying truth: dragon armor fully synchronized. Suddenly, the story rewinds slightly to the first prophecy. Before Tenma set off toward the blue barrier, Iberia bowed her head, clasped her hands, and prayed for his safety. "Please be safe," she whispered. Walking right behind her, Josuke Bokudo observed her closely and made a sudden comment. "You really admire Tenma, don't you?" Iberia turned around, clenching her fists, with determination, admitting she wants to be like him. Josuke Bokudo tilts his chin up and fires back with a single word. "Why?" The question catches Iberia completely off guard. "What do you mean by why?" she asks. Josuke Bokudo's face remains calm, but his bloodshot eyes are incredibly sharp, reflecting his battle experience. "You've met plenty of incredible people before, right?" Instantly, memories of powerful figures flash through her mind. Legends like Aiden Dowan and Isumanen. Josuke Bokudo lowers his voice, pointing at himself, noting that even he has far more fame and combat experience than Tenma. He looks directly into her eyes, delivering a sharp, probing question. "So why do you want to be just like Tenma?" Iberia freezes, her mouth hanging open as she struggles to find a cool response. Seeing his junior completely flustered, Josuke Bokudo places a heavy hand on her shoulder with a reassuring chuckle to ease the tension. He tells her he was just curious and she shouldn't mind it. But Iberia's eyes drift away, filled with sudden, deep contemplation. She had never actually stopped to think about it. Slipping into a hazy memory, a young Iberia wonders why she wanted to be like him. The clock winds back 10 years. A little blonde child in a bright blue t-shirt runs around the yard. She happily swings a wooden toy sword, shouting about how cool it is. Little Iberia has zero cares in the world. Her mother smiles warmly and asks if she likes her birthday present. Iberia beams, giving a loud, happy nod of approval. Placing her hands on her hips, she proudly thrusts the toy sword into the air, making a grand declaration of absolute determination. She decides to name it the undefeated Sword of Justice. Her mother just sweats at the cheesy name, offering a forced laugh. Under the brilliant afternoon sun, Iberia points her sword to the heavens and shouts out for the entire neighborhood to hear. An awakener has arrived, warning all Calamity Beasts to prepare themselves. Full of pure, innocent childhood imagination, she skips right out the front gate to show off her new weapon. Watching from the doorway with arms crossed, her grumpy blacksmith father grunts a warning to be careful. He then turns to his wife asking if their kid even has friends. Over at the plaza, things seem fine at first. Iberia proudly raises her wooden sword as the nearby kids look on in awe. Suddenly, three bigger mean-looking boys swagger over. The chubby one sneers, looking like he is up to no good. The leader of the group steps forward, reaching out with a mocking grin and demanding a turn with the cool toy. Iberia immediately clutches the toy close, backing away in sheer panic while stammering that she cannot do that. The bullies crowd around her, throwing nasty threats. They mockingly point out that her dad is a famous blacksmith who can make plenty more. They promise to return it right away. Surrounded by their menacing shadows, Iberia trembles, holding her precious gift tight. Tears well up in her eyes as she desperately reminds them that this is her birthday present and it belongs to her. The lead bully leans and closes his face, looming over her as he growls, asking if she is really going to say no. She bites her lip, completely paralyzed by absolute terror. With tears streaming down her face and a forced broken smile, Iberia reluctantly hands over her sword. The bullies immediately snatch it and sprint away, laughing at her weakness. Mocking her silly warning about the Calamity Beasts, they leave little Iberia face down on the cold dirt road. Later, she dejectedly walks back home, her blonde hair messy as she bites her lip, trying to convince herself they will return it. Her mother is reading on the porch, looking up to greet her with a warm smile as she asks how her day went. Iberia forces a massive bright smile, desperately trying to mask the deep aching sadness hidden in her puffy eyes. She insists she had a blast, but her mother immediately spots the red eyes and senses something is terribly wrong. Her father emerges from the workshop carrying a heavy hammer, bluntly asking where her wooden sword went. He asks if those bullies stole it again. Her mother leaps to her feet in anger, declaring she's going to get it back. The father raises a callous hand to stop her, pointing out that even if they get it back, it will just happen again. Slamming his hammer onto the table, he turns to Iberia with cold, harsh criticism, demanding to know why she cannot even protect her own precious belongings or find the courage to ask for help. The verbal blows keep raining down on her, like hammer strikes. Later, in a dark bedroom, little Iberia curls up under her blanket, sobbing in the dark. Tears stream down her face as she quietly asks herself why she looked up to Josuke Bokuto so much. But get this, things only get worse from here. A few months later, her father desperately grabs a doctor by the collar. The doctor frantically apologizes, explaining that they did everything they could, but her mother has always been frail. With wide, panicked eyes, the father asks if they are just supposed to stand by and watch her die. The doctor bows his head gently, advising them to stay by her side. A heavy silence fills the hospital room. As a heartbreaking whisper echoes, she does not have much time left. Hovering between life and death, the mother, his sickly mother, lies in bed weakly, calling out to young Iberia as he stands frozen by her side, seeing her fade like a dying candle. In the wind, the boy whimpers in fear. She merely smiles, gently squeezing her son's small, trembling hands to reassure him. She tells him not to cry, her voice barely a whisper. With fading breath, she gazes up at him with pure devotion and deep understanding. She whispers that while his father might call him weak, she knows he is simply too kind for this world. Then her gaze turns heavy, carrying a harsh lesson of reality. She warns him that without strength, kindness becomes a cruel liability. Without power, he will never be able to protect the ones he loves, and in the end, he will only hurt himself. So she asks him to make her a promise, their hands gripping tightly together as if sealing a sacred, unbreakable oath. Her dying words echo in his ears. She begs him to grow strong and to use that power with true courage. She knows that one day her beloved Iberia will grow up to become a kind, brave, and incredibly powerful awakener. Slowly closing her eyes, she uses her final ounce of strength to leave him one last duty before letting go. She tells him to look after his father. Suddenly, a cold, continuous beep from the heart monitor cuts through the room. Her hand grows cold and slips from his grasp. Tears stream down young Iberia's face as the reality of death sets in. Clenching his teeth and balling his fists to suppress the agonizing pain, he screams out a desperate oath from his soul. He swears to her that he will become the strongest, bravest, and kindest awakener this world has ever seen. But hold on, as his tragic memories fade, we are brought right back to the burning question that has consumed him for years. He wonders to himself in the empty hospital room, why exactly does he want to be just like Isuki? Memories of the muscular, dark-haired man throttling a giant werewolf with his bare hands flash in his mind. Iberia recalls how he trembled before that raw, overwhelming strength during their first encounter. Standing together in a vast, windy wheat field, Iberia had rubbed his hands with a flustered smile, originally planning only a temporary alliance until they spent more time together. But he soon realized Isuki was far more than just a powerful warrior. Even when surrounded in a lightning-filled arena, the man fought alone against over 10 awakeners at once. He charged directly into a towering fire-cloaked stone beast. Like an absolute madman, he never hesitated no matter how terrifying the Calamity-class monster in front of him was. The man possesses an insane level of courage, but beneath that ruthless exterior he once snatched a terrified Iberia from the jaws of danger. He looked incredibly cool, showing an unexpected warmth despite his usually stern, grumpy attitude. He turned out to be surprisingly kind to his allies. Now back in reality, Iberia watches Isuki's broad shoulders, understanding his own motivation. The real reason he wants to walk in Izuki's footsteps is simple. Just then the man turns and asks if he is still daydreaming. Suddenly, Iberia's expression shifts, hardening with an unusually fierce determination. Isuki is formidable and brave, yet possesses a remarkably kind heart. He is exactly the kind of awakener Iberia has always dreamed of becoming. Knowing his own limits, the boy scratches his head, mocking his own general uselessness. Taemin would probably laugh if he heard this. For a self-proclaimed coward with no talent, aiming to be like Izuki seems completely impossible. Yet despite his bruised and dirt-stained face, a genuine smile spreads across his lips. He places a hand over his chest and declares that if he can just fight alongside Isuki, that will be. Just as he finishes this heartfelt promise, reality hits like a truck as we cut back to the present danger. A massive spike monster that once was Iberia appears, spewing out scorching waves of heat, ready to devour them. Through the thick swirling dust, the crimson-armored beast stands proudly atop a high cliff. Suddenly, a deep voice calls out from below in disbelief, calling Iberia's name. Hearing this, the spiked head of the creature snaps around instantly. It bears its rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth, while its crimson eyes glow intensely through the darkness of the night. Down below, a shirtless Isuki stands calmly, his muscular physique on full display. He casually keeps his hands in his pockets, staring up with an indifferent gaze at the colossal beast towering directly in front of him. The monstrous beast locks its savage, glowing red eyes onto its target. Its jagged jaws slowly part, exhaling a heavy, deadly breath. A suffocating silence hangs over the quiet forest under the faint, pale glow of the moon. Suddenly, the system alerts a fated moment. The prophecy of the second day at 3:31 a.m. Unfazed by the warning, Isuki narrows his eyes, his sharp face reflecting confusion as he analyzes the situation. He wonders why Iberia is wearing the dragon armor again, especially since that forbidden gear should be banned. But his questions are only met by a menacing huff from the armored dragon as thick dark energy swirls wildly from its massive fanged jaw. Isuki's emerald green eyes narrow, completely flashing with the sharp, calculated gaze of an experienced predator. He quickly catches on to the anomaly. Iberia's reaction is incredibly strange. Moreover, he observes the sharp, spiky armor and the dark, swirling energy around him, making a highly accurate assessment. His physical appearance looks quite different from how he used to look. Then, completely out of nowhere, a series of bizarre sounds erupts from the beast's throat, a twisted, ancient demonic language echoing through the air. What on earth is that? Isuki, with his nerves of steel, seems completely oblivious to the sheer danger around him, blinking blankly as he asks a ridiculously clueless question. What did you actually just say just now? And by the way, where is Aiden anyway? Seemingly enraged by this incredibly casual attitude, the beast opens its massive jaws and roars, with earth-shattering fury as its answer. The raging tempest from its roar creates a massive storm of dark pressure, tearing the rocky ground to pieces and blowing everything away toward the tiny opponent standing completely defenseless in its path. In a flash, the massive black shadow lunges forward, swinging its gigantic arm tipped with razor-sharp claws to rip through the air, straight down at Isuki with absolute ruthlessness. But here's the crazy part: instead of being crushed to dust, the shirtless young man simply raises his bare hands, effortlessly catching the beast's devastating strike like catching a basketball. Gripping the massive armored arm, Isuki glares with pure anger, his emerald green eyes glowing with intense, radiant bloodlust, as he shouts out to snap his companion out of it. Wake up, Iberia! With an insane burst of physical strength, Isuki flings the giant armored beast backward, tearing up the rocky ground and carving out deep smoking trenches. The monster growls and skids to a halt, dark black saliva dripping from its jagged fangs. It continues, chanting bizarre, deadly runes like some kind of evil curse. Extending its razor claws, a swirling dark aura gathers into a sharp, cutting vortex. The system notification suddenly rings out as the monster activates Storm Blade, swinging its arm to unleash a massive crescent-shaped wind slash that slices through space at terrifying speed. Yet facing this fatal strike, Isuki's face remains completely expressionless as his eyes suddenly glow a brilliant neon blue. His personal system quickly counters the enemy's attack, activating Mana Death Hound Action to trace the magic flow of the slash. The massive crescent-shaped magic strike tears through the air. Isuki curses inwardly as he realizes a bitter truth. This is clearly a skill belonging to a wind mage. He quickly tilts his body to dodge the incoming blast. Now he is starting to get fired up. Flexing his muscles, blue lightning crackles across his massive frame. He frowns and says, "I do not know if this is a side effect of your dragon armor or if you are being possessed by some evil spirit, Iberia." He commands with supreme authority, "Just sit still for a moment." His personal system flashes, immediately activating Lightning Strike. A massive pillar of lightning cleaves the air and slams straight down on the target. He leaps high into the air and dives down, reaching out to tightly grab the fanged maw of the armored beast. The evil monster struggles, wildly hot steam venting from its jagged teeth as it thrashes in pure frustration. Pinning the target firmly to the ground, Isuki narrows his eyes to analyze the grim situation with absolute seriousness. This man's signature is definitely Iberia's without a doubt, but he cannot imagine why his friend would ever attack him. Suddenly, his eyes flash a deep crimson with sheer fiery rage. Now watch his terrifying, killing intent flares intensely. What on earth happened here? Suddenly, amidst the heavy panting, a faint, agonizing voice wheezes from within the armor. A faint, agonizing, bloody voice gasps from deep within the armor, begging Isuki to just kill him. Hearing his companion's desperate plea, Izuki's pupils shrink as cold sweat breaks out on his forehead in absolute shock. But that tiny broken sliver of humanity quickly fades away. The monster snaps back, instantly roaring in fury as it brutally flings its savior away. Seizing the perfect opening, the giant armored claw of the beast lunges forward, with a devastating strike aimed directly at Isuki. At that crucial split second, a massive broadsword flies in to parry the deadly claw, accompanied by a desperate warning shout that suddenly echoes through the area. Right after, a heavily armored figure clad in silver armor leaps from the sky like a falling meteor. The devastating impact completely shatters the grassy ground, unleashing a massive shockwave that knocks the beast backward. Standing tall, Josu's face is filled with extreme tension as he speaks up in a huge rush. Josu tries to speak, but Izuki cuts him off in a low, heavy voice, stating he already knows. The worst-case scenario has indeed happened, giving them absolutely no time to rest. The beast in the distance curls its spiked body into a ball, transforming into a savage, blood-red tornado that charges forward, shredding the field. Grass whipping up a massive hurricane that traps both men right in the center of the deadly storm. Staring at the swirling chaos of the vortex, Isuki frowns and analyzes that at this insane speed, Iberia has completely lost control. Meanwhile, Josu stands nearby and delivers a chilling verdict, stating that the dragon armor has fully consumed him. Despite being trapped in the storm, Isuki remains completely calm. He flatly suggests it is just a side effect, so they must rip that cursed gear off him immediately. But Josu only furrows his brow in helplessness. It is useless. The armor has already fused directly with Iberia's body. Dark memories flood back. The squad leader recalls the horror, his voice cracking with emotion. He remembers another awakened hunter losing their body to that armor. Clutching his sword hilt, Josu drops a brutal truth that shatters any hope of a cure. It will never come off unless the user dies. The word hits like a thunderbolt. Isuki's eyes widen in disbelief as he mutters in denial that it is impossible. Gritting his teeth, Josu makes a painful call. They have no other choice but to kill Iberia themselves. He aims his sharp blade directly at the bloody Tempest. He takes full responsibility for this tattered fate. Josu tells him to leave, but honestly, what Isuki does next is pure heartbreak. He steps forward with cold determination, insisting that he will do it. Immediately, Josu reaches out to stop him from taking on this burden. Josu argues that he cannot let him carry such a sin, but Isuki swiftly brushes his hand aside. Changing the subject with absolute resolve, Isuki points out that Aiden was kidnapped by that ice Calamity Beast. He tells Josu to go rescue the boy. Death will track them. But seeing his comrade's stunned face, Isuki's blue eyes gleam with tragic sadness. The system screen flashes, initiating the summoning of his death hound. As he bows his head, he begs Josu, explaining there are things he must say to Iberia alone. Facing Isuki's stubborn insistence, Josu lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. He closes his eyes and yields to the plan. He warns that if Iberia escapes, he will only grow wilder. He must be finished off right here. Isuki wastes no more words. He transforms into a streak of blue lightning shooting straight into the sky. He roars, urging death to charge. The moment they clash, the red beast snarls and slams its claws down. It screeches to a halt, tearing deep smoking trenches into the ground. It refuses to give the enemy any time to breathe. The beast opens its jagged maw. With a cold system alert, a violent, invisible hurricane of wind blades erupts. Facing the incoming lethal storm, Isuki remains unfazed. His sharp gaze calculates the monster's movements with extreme precision. He notes that the enemy just used a skill, but overlimit did not activate. The price for his recklessness is high. A razor-sharp wind blade grazes his cheek, carving his flesh. A bright crimson spray flies right before his eyes. But look at him go. Despite bleeding, the bare-chested youth stands firm, smirking as he senses the beast's inner conflict. He asks if Iberia really does not want to hurt him. Stung by the truth, the beast roars in agony. The monster crosses its armored arms. It channels all of its rage into a massive, suffocating sphere of energy. Instantly, the cold system flashes a grim notification. A devastating attack is about to rain down on them. The heavenly wind blade activates. High above, thousands of massive wind cutters slice through the dark night sky. They weave into a deadly net of destruction. They hurtle straight down to crush Isuki into dust. Yet he does not dodge or defend. Closing his eyes, the young hunter stands perfectly still, welcoming the incoming storm. Countless invisible blades rip into his bare flesh, tearing his body to shreds. He refuses to take a single step back. Covered in blood, Isuki silently grits his teeth. He takes slow, deliberate steps forward right through the raging storm. Witnessing his savior endure such horrific torture, tears stream from the glowing red eyes of the savage beast. Clear tears flow over its spiked armor. The monster lets out a cry of sheer, heartbreaking anguish. While the battle hangs by a thread, the scene shifts. We are taken to the dark, gloomy hideout of the villains. Their annealing minion reports to Lord Ringa, confirming they captured the target, though Red Flame and White Ghost are dead. They were killed by the humans. Hearing this, the leader with a strange mark on his forehead barely blinks. He raises his sharp black claws, scoffing that warriors at that level are easily replaced. Capturing Aiden is enough. But the trembling lackey adds more bad news. It seems Lord Saru Sokuma is struggling out there as well. The boss waves it off with cold calculation. It does not matter, since they never expected him to defeat Izumi anyway. His sole purpose was simply to stall the special grade reinforcements. Suddenly, a bizarre hooded figure with an unsettling presence approaches. The cluster of blood-red spider eyes on his face blinks in confusion. It seems Saru Sokuma is only fighting a single, special grade opponent. A sudden spark of curiosity flashes through the leader's eyes. So besides Taiwa Jin, there is actually another human who can single-handedly hold off Saru Sokuma. What is his name? The multi-eyed spy reads the intel. According to their insider, this man possesses the ultimate physical body. His name is Akira Heitan Akira. And to prove that claim of being the strongest, the scene cuts back to the brutal battlefield. The muscular powerhouse unleashes a devastating punch, unleashing a swirling blood-red shockwave that flattens everything. The collision of two massive energy currents triggers a violent explosion, tearing the earth to absolute dust. The shockwave blows everything away, carving a massive trench that stretches into the distance, painting the entire horizon crimson and tearing through every single obstacle in its path. Standing frozen at this absurd sight, green-haired special grade breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering in shock. What is this? The battle started yesterday afternoon and still hasn't ended yet. He can't believe it, especially since his own severe wounds have already healed. Amidst the blinding, earth-shattering explosions erupting everywhere, he mutters in absolute awe. He never expected to witness a god-level clash like this from so close. Suddenly, tearing through the smoke, a white-furred demon ape with bloodshot eyes roars and charges forward with savage fury. The system screen flashes a severe danger warning. This is Saru Sokuma, one of the 8 demon kings. Watching every single breath of the battle, the girl in glasses breaks into a cold sweat. She bites her lip, realizing Akira Heitan is directly taking hits powerful enough to shatter the entire planet. Unable to just stand by, she dashes forward like a bullet filled with pure determination. If Akira Heitan falls, absolutely no one can stop that disastrous beast. She has to do something, anything. But before she can take another step, a black-gloved hand calmly grips her shoulder, stopping her rash actions. She spins around and sees her father standing tall. His tone is completely relaxed, yet filled with absolute confidence. "Don't worry," he says calmly. "Akira Heitan isn't weak enough to die from simple tickling attacks like that." And as if to prove his point, Akira Heitan unleashes a terrifying punch from the cliff tops, striking the Demon King with a force so massive, it splits the giant stone mountain right behind them. The green-haired guy drops his jaw, screaming in absolute panic. What kind of insane level is this? Seeing this absurd show of force, her father calmly reminds the dazed girl. All special grades are monsters standing at the very peak of humanity, so don't ever be foolish enough to underestimate them. Sure enough, the moment the words leave his mouth, the giant arm of the demon ape begins to tremble violently, forced backward by an overwhelming power surging from beneath the ground. Sensing is being overpowered, the hideous beast grimaces in pure frustration, heavy sweat pouring down its face in sheer panic. In absolute contrast to the giant size of his opponent, the muscular warrior below is using just a single hand to lift the beast's giant arm high into the air, with absolute ease. Watching this mind-blowing scene, the father calmly nods. It has been a long time since he last saw Akira Heitan's second form, making the glasses-wearing girl turn to him in confusion. His second form, as if on cue to answer her question, Akira Heitan's body suddenly erupts with a surging dark aura. his muscles bulging as his eyes glow blood red like a demon incarnate. Sweating profusely, she realizes his entire presence has completely shifted. It is like he is a totally different person. The masked father calmly explains the brutal truth. When Akira Hayten enters this state, his abilities experience a massive surge, exploding his stats, but in exchange he becomes incredibly aggressive and completely savage. And as if to prove those words, Akira Hayten lets out a bone-chilling roar. His dark energy erupts, turning the sky pitch black like a descending demon god. Without hesitation, he slams a monstrous strike down, a destructive force that completely crushes the demon ape, triggering a massive shockwave that flattens everything. The system coldly displays the bloody achievements of this absolute madman. His legendary title in this form is, and tearing through the dust, Akira Hayten charges at extreme speed, shattering the air, carrying the phantom of a roaring predator. The tyrant, like lightning, he unleashes a brutal punch straight into the Demon King's chest, tearing chunks of flesh and blood into the air. Taking this devastating direct hit, the massive beast stumbles backward and crashes heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the absolute beast who delivered the blow lands with perfect grace, sliding across the stone and cutting through the air. Slowly standing upright, his muscular, blood-drenched back radiates a terrifying wave of killing intent, completely dominating the entire battlefield. But seeing him suddenly walk away, the girl stutters, asking where he could possibly be going. Her father shrugs, guessing he is probably going to destroy the barrier's main stone pillar. Hearing this, the glasses-wearing girl sighs in relief with a smile. She admitted she thought he would just go on a mindless rampage, surprised that he still keeps his cool head. Rational. He really is a cut above the rest as a special grade. Her father nods in agreement and adds that if he simply attacks without caring about friend or foe, then no matter how strong he gets, he will only bring disaster. If that happens, he will never be able to become a true special grade protector of humanity. Just as he lands, the tyrant swings his arm to throw a brutally heavy punch, shattering the obstacles in his path. His eyes, burning with pure, murderous intent, roll back in sheer madness, ruthless and showing no mercy. At the same time, the blood-smeared face of the tyrant scowls, his sharp gaze showing his patience has reached its absolute limit. Amidst the ruins, the shirtless youth rests his hands on his knees, panting and exhausted. Why on earth is he even here? Looking up, he sees the demon beast lying, crushed in the distance. He mutters, the enemies are all dead, so why did that lunatic show up? Clutching the bleeding chest, he slumps down on a rock, smiling wryly to mock his teammates' over-enthusiasm. That guy still likes to meddle in everyone's business, doesn't he? But trouble never leaves them alone. Suddenly, in the night sky, a massive blood-red rift tears open like a lurking demon eye, utterly unaware of the disaster about to strike. The girl with glasses looks up at the quiet sky, placing a hand on her chest with a naive sigh of relief. It is finally over, right? Neto questions her with a knowing look. Just now you tried to heal your comrades at the cost of your own life, didn't you? She flinches and quietly agrees. He continues, exposing the sudden absurd change in her. Normally, instead of risking your life for some tiny chance of victory, you would be the very first to suggest a retreat. This is unlike you, who's always so calm and composed. You are starting to sound a lot like Tenma these days. Having her deepest secrets exposed, her cheeks flush bright red as she quickly turns away in denial. It is not like that at all. To cover her embarrassment, she quickly shifts the subject, anxiously wondering how Tenma is doing lately. They are currently out in the forest, but with powerful awakened allies like Isuki by his side, they should be fine, right? But as if to shatter that hopeful feeling, we cut to Iberia, holding his head and crying hysterically in absolute panic. Screaming, Isuki, why did you not dodge? Floating in mid-air, Isuki lets a barrage of intense energy rays slam directly into his battered body, calmly stating a crazy philosophy: physical pain numbs the mind. That is why he will intentionally make no effort to dodge the attacks. Covered entirely in fresh blood, the shirtless youth closes in, staring down the razor-sharp jaws of the armored beast, waiting to devour him whole. Despite death staring him in the face, he reaches out and grabs the beast's snout, stopping the deadly bite with sheer, raw power. Whispering Iberia's name with deep sorrow, Isuki raises his other hand, aiming it straight at the monster's face. The system coldly activates his ultimate skill, launching the void of the ninth heaven. A pitch-black orb of darkness swirls in his palm, unleashing a devastating wave of pure destruction. He growls his final sentence, "This is the end." Without hesitation, Isuki thrusts the sphere of absolute doom right into the armored beast's mouth at point-blank range. The dark energy explodes, tearing through his target with brutal force and carving a massive pillar of dark energy deep into the earth. Everything then falls completely silent. The massive beast goes limp, slowly drooping its spiked head onto the bloody broad shoulder of the hero who just delivered the final blow. The heavy sound of the end rings out as cold metal armor begins to crack apart the night. Fragments of demonic armor shatter, clattering loudly onto the blood-soaked ground. Stripped of its evil shell, the beast completely collapses, slumping powerlessly onto the young man's shoulder. As the neck armor breaks away, it reveals the familiar blonde hair of Iberia. Back in his human form, blood spills from the corner of his mouth. Iberia gasps out a few guilt-ridden sobbing words. He is sorry he went and ruined everything again. Tears mix with blood as the insecure boy cries out in sheer regret. He just did not want to be a burden to his friend. Hearing this, Isuki bows his head, brushing away his friend's insecurities with words of pure sincerity that echo deeply. He has never once considered him a burden. Hearing those words of absolution, a painful yet radiant smile appears on Iberia's bloody face. Really, he asks. Isuki responds with a quiet, gentle reassurance that they are simply good at different things. Gathering his remaining strength, Iberia clutches his savior's arm, whispering the bitter truth. He faintly heard the Calamity Beast earlier. It did not want to kill his father, but to manipulate his mind. The light in his eyes slowly fades, but his trust remains unshaken. If it is you, Isuki, you can surely save him from its grasp. I leave him in your hands. Hearing these final words, a terrifying image flashes in Isuki's mind, the towering dark silhouette of the mastermind behind all of this, the wicked Calamity Beast. The tragedy is almost too much to bear. Tears of raw anger stream down his cheeks, but those green eyes burn with an absolute lethal bloodlust. He silently vows to crush the enemy with his own hands. As if waiting for that promise, Iberia's heavy eyelids slowly close. Fresh crimson blood continues to drip down his chin, but a peaceful smile lingers on his lips, marking a tragic end to a short life. With his last breath, Iberia whispered his final words. He was glad to talk again. Holding his cooling body tight, the young man whispers a gut-wrenching command into the silence, telling Double E that he is counting on her. Amidst the heartbreak, the ruthless and indifferent system delivers a fateful notification. On the second day at 3:33 a.m., Iberia has died. The camera suddenly cuts to a fiery lair where a masked demon sits cross-legged on his throne, mockingly sneering at humanity's struggles and laughing that this is only the absolute beginning of their torment. With a grotesque grin stretching from ear to ear, the monster promises a pitch-black future, whispering that he will erase everything the boy cherishes in a far more sick and twisted way. Trust me, this enemy is completely out of his mind. The camera pans quickly across a silent night forest where small figures are moving urgently through the deep shadow of the trees. Pushing his way through the dense branches, the green-haired swordsman grumbles in deep frustration, having expected everything to finally go smoothly. He thought defeating that Calamity Beast would be the end of it, but now they are escorting Commander Izumi deep into the mountains. He glances back at his battered comrade being carried, clicking his tongue and noting this should have been Josu's job. But the guy could barely even stand after that intense battle. Suddenly, the spirit butterfly Gyokuchu flaps its wings, glowing with light. Choha, wearing her signature glasses, suddenly gasps, warning everyone that Gyokuchu has just detected an incredibly bizarre wave of emotion. Pointing her hands straight ahead, she tenses up and yells that the source of the emotional wave is right in front of them. There they see the silhouette of a man holding a corpse, kneeling quietly in the moonlight. With lightning reflexes, the swordsman draws his blade. Drawing his blade, he snaps into a defensive stance. Who goes there? Is it another humanoid Calamity Beast? Choha steps forward and squints into the darkness. A sudden sense of familiarity makes her heart skip a beat at that back. The shadows part. Instead of a monster, they find a devastating, tragic scene. She gasps in utter disbelief. She whispers his name, Tenma. The young man slowly turns his bloody face, staring with completely lifeless green eyes. Choha stands frozen. The sight of her battered student is too much. Her eyes widen in absolute panic. What happened here? How did he get those horrific wounds? Suddenly, a tall figure steps out from the bushes. He is accompanied by a giant death dog with glowing red eyes. A calm, familiar voice speaks up to explain. The green-haired swordsman flinches, tightening his grip on his hilt as he warily scans the surroundings for other threats. He demands to know who else is hiding there. Stepping into the moonlight, a man in gleaming silver armor appears. It is the special-grade savior, Josu Bakudo. The green-haired swordsman gasps in recognition, asking a critical and sharp question. He demands to know why Aiden's personal guardian is here, instead of protecting him, connecting the pieces of this horrific night. In the quiet night, the shadow of their brutal enemies looms over their minds. Facing the swordsman's biting question, Josu's face darkens. His voice drops low. He prepares to deliver the brutal truth to Commander Izumi. Swallowing down his absolute helplessness, Josu bitterly admits the worst. Humanity has officially lost this battle, and it hurts. Meanwhile, the cold system mercilessly updates the overall status of this fateful night. The prophecy. Day 2, 3:34 a.m. The battle is over. And it ended with the absolute worst possible outcome. 50% of Sector 7 is destroyed. Legendary blacksmith Aiden has been kidnapped and his son Iberia is confirmed dead, leaving the ruined battlefield behind. Josu recounts the sequence of disastrous events. After his master was captured, they gathered inside a small wooden cabin. Josu sits with his arms crossed, frowning deeply as he remembers the enemy's cunning. He had ordered Double E to track the magic trail left by that Calamity Beast. A quick memory of his giant death dog growling at the enemy flashes. He continues his grim report of defeat, stating that they only found useless and highly frustrating clones of the monster. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Josu's eyes burn with anger at being so easily fooled. That Calamity Beast was incredibly cunning, clearly anticipating their pursuit and leaving behind countless decoys to make it impossible to pinpoint its actual location. Nento suddenly interrupts the report, asking with a highly worried expression how young Tenma is holding up after all this. Choha glances through the cracked door, sharing her student's status with a heavy heart. Most of his wounds are superficial, and the bleeding has finally stopped, but the stubborn boy completely refuses any treatment. Her gaze drops, hiding a very deep and unsettling anxiety, noting that she can feel the black fires of hatred burning inside him hotter than ever before. She mumbled like a grim prophecy. At this rate, his heart would soon be completely swallowed by hatred. Inside the pitch-black room, Tenma sat huddled on the bed like a lifeless statue, ignoring his giant death hound standing guard. His empty eyes were glued to a family photo on the desk, a happy memory mocking his cruel reality. In that frame, a muscular blacksmith father laughed heartily next to a gentle mother and their happy little boy. It was a young blonde Iberia sporting a bright smile, completely untouched by the harsh cruelty of the world. Memories came flooding back, starting with the day they first met when a little Iberia trotted over to introduce himself. Then came the day he collapsed and that frail boy carried him through a dangerous battlefield without a single complaint. In that life-or-death moment, the foolish kid had hugged him tight, screaming a naive but deeply moving vow. He promised he would never leave his side, a sincere declaration that still echoed in his mind. There were also those silly quiet days when Iberia would beam with joy, insisting on giving him a name. He asked if Isuki knew summoners could name their familiars, boasting confidently about his great naming skills. Now each shattered memory felt like a blade stabbing his heart. Isuki slowly turned his head around. His green eyes burned with intense rage, and a terrifying aura rolled off his heavily scarred body. Without a word, he marched heavily toward the door, spitting out a cold command for death to follow. The giant hellhound let out a fierce roar as the system screen popped up, confirming its true predator power. It was a B-rank death hound at level 20, boasting 350 attack and 300 speed. Carrying a burning desire for revenge, Isuki stepped out, his heavy footsteps filled with deep-seated hatred. He swore to hunt down that Calamity Beast and crush it with his own bare hands. His eyes flashed red like a madman pushed to the edge with nothing left but a thirst for blood. But as he reached the main hall, his steps halted. Blocking the entrance was Nento in his dark cloak. Faced with this sudden blockade by the higher-ups, Isuki furrowed his brows in deep confusion. He demanded to know what was going on. Meanwhile, Josu, the blue-haired guy, and Xiaoha just stared back. They looked at him with complex expressions of pity and suspicion as the blue-haired guy quietly evaluated him. He realized that this battered, blood-stained young man was indeed the second disciple of Izumi Sano. Recalling the rumors, he knew this kid had single-handedly cast a blue barrier and slain a high-level Calamity Beast. He had even taken his own friend's life, proving his strength but showing how cold-blooded he could be. Brushing aside the silent judgment of the room, Nento stared directly into the boy's eyes. When asked where he was going, Isuki firmly replied that he would hunt the Ice Calamity Beast and save Ian. But instead of approving, Nento raised his arm to block his path, completely shutting him down. Furious at this interference, Isuki's green eyes flared with rage as he demanded to know why. His bottled-up anger was right on the verge of exploding, but Nento didn't even flinch. He calmly explained that Isuki was not a savior yet, and the Alliance had classified this threat as special grade. Glancing out the window, Nento continued to coldly lay down the strict regulations of their organization. To participate in a dangerous rescue campaign like this, you have to be at least a rank 2 savior. Turning to face him directly, Nento delivered a harsh truth that made the young man's face darken completely. Isuki simply lacked the official license. Outraged, he tensed up, blue veins popping across his face as he roared. He demanded to know if not being a savior meant he had no right to help those in need. He had promised Iberia he would save Ian, and he was going even if Nento stood in his way. This sheer defiance left the blue-haired guy completely stunned by how he dared speak to Nento. Meanwhile, Xiaoha watched anxiously, wishing her father hadn't been so blunt with the boy's fragile state. Unbothered by the murmurs, Nento delivered a direct verbal blow to the young man's crushing guilt. He quietly asked if Isuki was really prepared to let someone else die because of him. The question hit like a bucket of ice water, freezing Isuki in place as his mind went blank. Seeing his words strike a nerve, Nento softened his tone, acknowledging his own failure in this disaster. He admitted he understood the pain, confessing he had mistakenly believed the Calamity Beast was only a minor threat. By targeting me, they let their guard down around Aiden. Continuing his basic lecture, he analyzes the situation logically. But after going through all that trouble to capture Aiden, they won't kill him easily. With your current strength, challenging that Calamity Beast is just throwing your life away in vain. Isuki can only stand there in silence, bowing his head as his fists clench in absolute helplessness. But then his mentor plays the classic carrot and stick card. Looking toward the window where the dawn is breaking, noting that this stubborn boy actually possesses infinite potential. Reaching the special tier is not just a pipe dream. Turning to his student, he makes a firm promise. If you pull that off, I will ask the Alliance to let you rescue Aiden yourself. Hearing a glimmer of hope, Isuki immediately snaps his head up. Hooked. He asks what he can do right now to surpass the special tier. Finally getting to the point, the mentor drops the big offer he needs to join the Peak Training Camp. Isuki blankly repeats the sketchy yet fancy-sounding name Peak Training Camp. Talk about a questionable branding choice. The man patiently explains that awakened players ranking in the top 10 of the Savior Alliance national qualifiers will be invited to this exclusive camp in Nakasu, organized by the Alliance. A flashy promotional slideshow of incredibly cool characters pops up on screen showing elite powerhouses like Taiwan and Akira who survived that brutal training course. Those who survive the ordeal go on to become humanity's ultimate shield, and this year's camp starts in just 3 days. Observing his deep-in-thought student, the mentor continues his pitch. If you survive these deadly trials safely, you will not just secure a top rank in the main tournament, but as he emphasizes the one thing Isuki needs most, it is also a shortcut to becoming a special tier savior. Without hesitating for a single second, Isuki accepts. He wants in. It is an absolute bargain. Understood, he says, I will join the camp. Nodding in satisfaction, the mentor turns around to reply. First, they need to do something about his heavily battered body. Right on cue, Juha steps forward. Her hands glow with a gentle green aura, immediately starting the healing process for this stubborn young warrior. While receiving treatment, Isuki turns to ask her with pure curiosity, asking if she knows about this peak training camp. Juha continues her therapy, sounding surprised as she asks why he is suddenly so interested in that place. Isuki asks if there is a problem, noting his teacher called it the perfect place to grow stronger. Juha frowns, revealing a harsh truth: only the absolute elite among geniuses are even invited there. The healing glow on his chest suddenly flashes with intense light as she continues in a low voice. She recalls a remarkably powerful warrior from her past, her tone growing heavy with deep lingering sorrow. These legends were praised as top-tier geniuses their entire lives, but after entering that brutal peak camp, they end up cowering in dark corners, completely broken. They realize they are just ordinary, and their minds snap. I have seen so many people break down, she warns him, her eyes turning sharp and serious. This place is a training ground for elite geniuses, but it ultimately becomes their graveyard. No pressure, right? Remembering a massive monster standing over a dead trainee, she warns him that the training is beyond brutal. The difficulty of these trials is insanely high, which is why fatal accidents occur there every single year. She fully expects the kid to back down in fear, but no. Isuki just smirks with absolute excitement. That is perfect, he says. Juha gasps in shock, almost stopping her healing magic as he stands up. Fully healed, he explains his battle maniac logic. He was worried he wouldn't find any worthy opponents. But now those worries are gone. Weak Calamity Beasts and half-baked Awakened don't even trigger his copying skill. His eyes flash with a sharp blue light as he realizes he must push his absolute limits. He can only grow stronger by fighting massive Calamity Beasts on the very edge of life and death. Fighting powerful monsters is the true duty of the Awakened. Hearing this incredibly heroic declaration from him, Juha suddenly freezes as a soft blush creeps onto her cheeks. Isuki, possessing absolute zero relationship intelligence, looks back, asks if she is exhausted from using too much healing magic. Flustered at being read so easily, she panics. Juha waves her hands frantically and stammers that keeping active skills bottled up just makes the body hot. She turns away, clutching her chest as her heart races wildly. She can actually hear her own pulse. It is the first time she has ever heard her own heartbeat so loudly in her entire life. Her face blushes, red steam practically coming out of her head as she curses herself. What was she thinking? After Isuki puts his coat back on, Juha struggles to regain her composure, telling him his wounds are almost completely healed. Isuki nods, thanking Juha-san, then turns to walk away. Seeing this, she quickly asks where he is going. Isuki's long shadow stretches across the dark night as he gives a cold but emotional farewell. The camera cuts to a quiet, peaceful forest, where Isuki and Josu stand before a freshly dug grave, the atmosphere turning incredibly heavy. A close-up shows a tombstone carved with the name Iberia hit, and below lies a bouquet of yellow roses alongside the poor boy's sword, a truly heartbreaking sight. Josu turns to him, his voice filled with regret, apologizing for forcing him to do something so cruel. But Isuki calmly replies that it is fine as it was his own choice. Josu asks with concern if he is leaving. Isuki nods firmly, already picturing a fierce path ahead. He says he will join the Apex camp, improve his skills so that one day he can personally slay that Calamity Beast. In turn, Isuki asks his comrade about his own plans, prompting Josu to open up and share the details of his harsh, difficult past. If he had not met his master, a Calamity Beast would have killed him long ago, and he never would have awakened. The young man looks down at his gear, his voice dropping as he mentions his armor and weapons. Josu stands tall, eyes filled with absolute determination. He swears that even his life was given by his master, so no matter what he will find his master. Suddenly, Isuki raises his fist toward Josu, breaking the solemn atmosphere with a brotherly gesture. The camera pans out to show the two preparing to fist bump before their fallen friend's grave. Isuki looks straight at Josu, making a rock-solid promise that he will become a savior and help rescue both Iden-san and Josu-san. He tells him not to die before then. Deeply moved by this sudden, heartfelt declaration, Josu looks away, feeling pathetic in front of the kid, but he manages a soft smile and responds with a fist bump and a promise. He agrees that he will wait. The moment their fists touch, a blinding light bursts forth in the darkness, marking the official birth of a highly promising vengeance alliance. The scene cuts to Juha as she reports to her father with pride, saying he is exactly as expected from the Tenma. Just hours ago, his body and mind were completely broken, yet he recovered so quickly and is likely just suppressing his negative, dark emotions deep down for now. A sharp glint flashes from behind her father's armored helmet. Juha continues her expert psychological analysis of the boy, explaining he will unleash that power one day. Standing together in the gloomy forest, her father gives his orders. There are too many suspicious details about this attack. He plans to gather commanders from every continent for a meeting. Before flying off, he tasks his daughter with keeping an eye on the boy, trusting her to look after him, to take care of Tenma-kun. Juha puffs out her chest, a confident smile, failing to hide her sheer delight. "Leave it to me, father," she says. But whether from pure excitement or something else, she suddenly freezes like a statue, with a sheepish grin on her face. Isuki, clueless as always, scratches his head and asks what is wrong. He wonders why she looks so unusually happy. Snapping out of it, the two head out. Isuki curiously asks where they are going. Juha clears her throat, keeping it a secret. It is classified, so she cannot tell him. She suddenly stops, placing her hands on her hips in a dramatic pose, claiming her authority since her father entrusted him to her. She is his guardian now. Isuki grumbles, questioning if she thinks he is a child, but reluctantly accepts anyway. He then asks what they are supposed to do next in their journey together. Juha points forward, her voice bursting with excitement. Is it not obvious? She reaches her hand out, officially starting their wild journey. They are heading straight to Nakasu for the Apex camp. Isuki follows her, with a bright green aura surrounding him. Suddenly, a fragment of someone's memory appears. A dark figure with glowing red eyes leaps from the dust like lightning. Before a poor guy can even realize what is actually happening in front of him, he takes a devastating punch straight to the face, his glasses shattering to pieces. The unfortunate man collapses, completely knocked out on the ground. Behind him, a massive imposing figure stands tall, cloaked in crackling lightning. Red eyes gleam in the dark, looking terrifyingly familiar. A glowing fist filled with destructive power is raised toward him, pointing right at him. Back in reality, the poor guy who took the hit is wrapped in white bandages, like an Egyptian mummy screaming in agony on a hospital bed. Seeing her beloved son crying in such pain, a lavishly dressed lady rushes over to embrace him, coddling him like a toddler, telling him not to fear. Mother is right here. Tears well in her eyes as her face twists with sorrow and rage, gently asking if he had that nightmare again. Did he see the bastard who hurt him? Gritting his teeth through messy tears and snot, the spoiled brat spits out a hateful vow. Damn it, I will make them pay back my pain 100 times over. I will drag them straight into a living hell. Just then, a cold, ruthless glint flashes in his mother's eyes. To comfort her precious baby boy, she drops a bombshell. Do not worry, your brother is back and you will definitely get revenge. Right on cue, a massive silhouette looms over the hospital bed. The bandaged Raj looks up in awe. The newcomer speaks in a deep, heavy rumble. Just hearing about it makes my skin crawl. Raj must have been in so much pain. The camera pans back, revealing a muscular giant of a man towering over his mother. Thick, menacing bloodlust rolls off him, completely obscuring his face. With his powerhouse brother here, Raj wastes no time playing the crying victim again. Please, brother, punish the guy who did this to me. The older brother smirks, his white teeth gleaming through the dark. He growls to lock in his target. So his name is Isuki Tenma, the one who put you in this pathetic state. Yes, he is just a worthless orphan. They say he took first place in the preliminaries, but his actual level is 0. He cannot even hold a candle to me. But at the mention of first place, the older brother literally fires up. A blazing crimson aura erupts from his body like a demon breaking free. His voice drops to a dark mutter. First place in the preliminaries, huh? Then he will definitely show up at the Apex camp. A savage grin spreads across his face. He finalizes his brutal revenge plan. If that is the case, I will crush him right there in front of everyone. While enemies plot his demise, our main character Isuki is casually heading out to camp like he does not have a care in the world. His guide Juha looks up at the sky and lets out a relieved sigh, announcing that they have finally arrived. Standing before them is a massive sci-fi glass dome. Isuki stands frozen, his jaw dropping in pure awe. It is seriously impressive and totally different from what he imagined. The two blend into the crowd heading toward the main gates. And just as Ju had warned him earlier, the surrounding area is packed with some seriously heavy hitters. We are talking armored giants with massive gold shields and tamers casually walking around with terrifying skeletal beasts. Everyone here seems incredibly smug. As they walk, Juha suddenly stops and adjusts her glasses with a dead serious look. I cannot go inside with you, she warns him, so you are entirely on your own from here on out. Isuki nods, simply telling her he understands. She then pulls out a futuristic bracelet and hands it over. This is your registration bracelet that I kept safe for you. You will definitely need it for this training camp. He takes it with a flat thank you. Looking at the device in his palm, Juha adds one final crucial warning. Listen to me, try your best not to do anything that draws too much attention. You do not want a target on your back. Completely ignoring her worried advice, our stubborn main character turns around and heads straight toward the glowing gateway. He tosses back a quick, careless answer, saying he already knows, leaving Juha staring at his cocky back. Cold sweat drops down her forehead as she sighs, fully aware of Tenma's reckless personality, making it impossible not to worry. Entering the reception lobby, Izuki calmly approaches the registration desk and addresses the staff with polite manners. Excuse me, I would like to register as a participant, he says. Behind the counter sits an incredibly exhausted clerk. With a scruffy beard, a toothpick in his mouth, and looking completely sleep-deprived, the guy casually holds out his hand for the bracelet. Isuki obediently places his device in the rude clerk's hand, who lazily slaps it onto a scanning machine. Instantly, a bright blue holographic beam sweeps over the device to extract all of his registration data. Isuki narrows his green eyes quietly, sizing up the lazy clerk. Even the front desk staff here is at least level 40. The Apex camp operates on a completely different level. Just then, the system screen flashes his bizarre profile. Name Isuki Tenma, level 0, class none. And his skill is listed as a special class order breaker. Seeing that big fat 0, the clerk sneers, rolling the toothpick in his mouth as he mutters in disbelief. How did a level 0 even get in here? I bet this brat used some serious connections to pass the prelims. He glares at the waiting boy out of the corner of his eye, secretly amused by a harsh reality. Connections mean absolutely nothing here. Without real strength to back you up, getting crushed is only a matter of time. Maintaining his terrible one-star service, the clerk waves his hand dismissively and tells Isuki to move along. Go pick a room and pay the accommodation fee. Hearing this absurd demand, Isuki freezes dead in his tracks. Cold sweat breaks out as he stammers in utter disbelief, asking if he actually has to pay to stay here. The clerk gives him a look of absolute disdain, scoffing a pretty harsh reality check. Obviously, this place is not some charity. Isuki's face immediately darkens like a storm, and he hangs his head in despair. Why did Xiaohua not warn him about this? He has absolutely no money. Seeing him stand there like a statue, the clerk decides to act reasonable, pointing out that since Isuki passed the prelims, he must have points. Isuki just blinks, completely clueless. Thinking he found a total rookie, the clerk starts explaining how currency works here. A player's entire wealth is determined by the points they racked up in the qualifiers. If he earned 1,000 points in those qualifiers, that exact amount would be transferred to his account the second he walked in. Scenes of luxury versus absolute poverty flash by. Naturally, rookies can also earn more points by taking on various camp quests. Points are basically money. He needs them for food, daily essentials, and even to pay rent. Isuki rests his chin in his hand, processing this. Everything makes sense now. He made quite a haul in the qualifiers, so he should be fine. But then the clerk taps the counter impatiently. He snaps at Isuki to choose. Fast. Isuki looks up with a shocking question. How much for the luxury villa? The clerk's eyes bulge as standard room options flash in his mind. A normal 35 square meter space costs 100 points a month. A premium one is 500, while a 200 square meter villa costs 2,000. Meanwhile, Isuki hesitates, glancing at his bear-sized companion, sleeping like a log. A basic room would normally be fine for him, but that massive beast has to live there too. They will never squeeze into a tiny, cramped apartment. He makes an expensive choice. He will take the villa. The clerk's jaw hits the floor. He suddenly acts like a concerned older brother, asking what Isuki is thinking. Sure, the kid might have points now, but wasting them is a terrible idea since daily life here drains resources fast. Ignoring the well-meaning advice, Isuki rests his hand on the counter, replying with a completely chill demeanor. He has made his choice and just wants it processed quickly. Realizing this, stubborn kid will not budge. The clerk angrily grumbles while typing away. He mutters about clueless brats, hoping Isuki won't come back crying to him later. He begrudgingly hands over the activated bracelet. But before the young hunter can walk away, the clerk adds one major warning. Once inside the camp, everyone's stats will be hidden. He won't be able to check anyone's name, skills, or levels. Isuki nods in understanding. As he walks away, the clerk watches his retreating figure. He wonders just how many points a rookie must have to casually book a luxury villa like that. Let's see what happens when curiosity gets the better of him. He clicks on Isuki's profile and instantly freezes in pure shock. What he rubs his eyes, praying, this is a mistake. There is no way these are actually his points. The computer screen displays a number that is completely beyond belief. 106,600. He collapses back, utterly terrified. He compares it to his own pathetic balance of just 1,600. Meanwhile, Isuki is already walking outside. He strolls through a crowd of some seriously intense-looking people, quickly realizing that the youth of today are absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, he freezes mid-stride. Face darkening, he clutches his head in sheer frustration as cold sweat runs down his cheek. His memory is a complete joke. He forgot to ask where the villa is. Having no choice, the filthy rich but forgetful young man turns around to head back to the reception counter. But the moment he turns, two guys block his path. Isuki looks up at these strangers, asking what they want. The duo consists of a massive giant and a grinning blonde kid. The big guy speaks up first with a smile. They are awakeners from the south who just arrived yesterday, and they want to help him since he looks pretty lost. Since they seem friendly, Isuki does not hesitate. He tells them he is trying to get to the villa district. The big guy scratches his head, pointing in a vague direction and wondering if the villas are over that way. The blonde kid starts to agree, but the second the word villa registers, both of them instantly freeze right in their tracks. They freeze like they saw a ghost. Is everything okay? The blonde kid quickly waves his hands, stuttering that he is trying to remember the exact location right now. Watching them whisper and trade suspicious looks, Isuki narrows his eyes. Why are they acting so shady just to give directions? Are you guys plotting something? Suddenly, a sharp, sweet voice rings out from behind and a stunning cat-eared beauty appears. She has a black cat perched lazily on her shoulder, introducing herself with absolute authority as Akagami Fifth in the north. The black cat on her shoulder even speaks up to expose the scammers, revealing their little trick to everyone around. They are trying to scam a newcomer's points under the guise of giving directions. The cat-eared girl smirks, her eyes narrowing. She wonders which clueless idiot is about to become their next victim. But as she takes a closer look at the prey, her purple eyes widen in pure shock. The scammers have absolutely no idea that death is standing right in front of them. She immediately recognizes the monster with over 100,000 points. She slowly licks her lips, her eyes flashing with pure excitement. This is starting to get very interesting. Meanwhile, the two scammers are still whispering. The big guy is skeptical, wondering if their target is some continent's champion. The blonde kid scoffs, claiming even a champion wouldn't spend 2,000 points on a room just for one night. He confidently analyzes the target like an expert scammer, assuming the guy is just some spoiled, wealthy, rich kid. Someone who has no concept of what points are actually worth. The big guy asks, blankly, what do you mean by that? The blonde kid's eyes gleam with malice. He confidently claims that these sheltered rich weaklings are always completely useless. He declares that this guy is the perfect prey and they are going to strip him of every single point. Meanwhile, Isuki loses his patience and turns to walk away. If they do not remember, he will just find it himself. Panicking as their prey slips away, the kid grabs his partner and laughs, shouting that he finally remembers the way. He promises to lead the way. And just like that, the trio heads off toward the villa under a brilliant sunset. Watching from a distance, two older guys immediately recognize the notorious scammers who have been causing trouble around here. They point out the southern continent outcasts, Fumiya, Futaki, and Ichitora Sano, noting the poor kid in the middle is trapped. The other clicks his tongue in pity, noting how weak the kid looks even before losing all his points. It is a pretty sad sight. However, among the crowd of onlookers, a muscular guy carrying a massive hammer stops. He narrows his eyes at the victim, muttering that this is the same kid who asked those bizarre questions earlier. Out of everyone, he had to get caught by those two scammers. The hammer-wielding giant shakes his head. This is Gaku of third place in the Northern Continent's preliminaries. He walks away, deciding it is none of his business. His absolute goal is to surpass that ultimate monster Isuki Tenma, the reigning champion of the Northern Continent's preliminary rounds. Talk about a massive misunderstanding. Soon enough, the two scammers successfully lead Isuki to the luxurious villa district. The blonde kid proudly points to the modern mansion in front of them. Isuki stares at it, thoroughly impressed. It is huge, he mutters. But as he admires the view, the scammers block his path, grins spreading across their faces. The kid rubs his hands together, cracking his knuckles with a sly grin. All right, time to pay the guiding fee. Isuki looks back, surprisingly cooperative. He agrees that since they walked him all this way, he should tip them. Stunned by how easily their prey is giving in, both scammers freeze, wondering if this is really happening. Isuki casually lifts his bracelet and asks an incredibly innocent question, wondering exactly how many points they want from him. The big guy is about to ask for 500, but the blonde kid muffs his mouth, screaming out for 1,000. Give us 1,000 points, he demands. Isuki frowns slightly, murmuring that it is quite a lot, but he accepts. The big guy looks completely bewildered, asking if he is serious. The blonde kid leans in, whispering with absolute glee. He is paying 1,000 points for simple directions. This guy is not just incredibly weak, but completely stupid too. Isuki looks up, asking how exactly he transfers the points. Realizing they have an absolute sucker, they raise the stakes. The big guy steps forward with a sneer, telling him it took way longer than expected, so the price went up. The kid nods along, demanding 5,000 points now. The giant threatens him, warning him not to push his luck. Both of them charge. The giant raises his shield with a terrifying grin, telling Isuki to hand over everything he has. Faced with this blatant extortion, Isuki simply lowers his head, his voice dropping to a cold, flat tone. He says he understands. He slowly raises his head, face shadowed with only his blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. His voice turns deeply menacing, asking if they are extortionists. Seeing their easy target shift so drastically, both scammers freeze. A blood-red aura of pure killing intent erupts around him. The kid stumbles back, stammering about what is wrong with him. He feels like a completely different person. But the giant, still clueless, roars out and asks what he plans to do. Isuki blames himself for being so careless. Hand over the points right now, or you will regret it, he warns, striding forward. A crimson aura flares around him, his voice dropping to absolute zero. He is extremely annoyed right now, so no matter what happens, they better not complain. The blonde kid refuses to back down, purple lightning crackling around him as he roars that he is sixth in the southern continent, preliminaries roaring that he would never lose to a piece of trash. He tenses up, gathering a massive ball of lightning in his hand, and charges straight at Isuki, yelling that he will turn him to ash with his lightning punch. B-rank skill, lightning fist. Right as the electric punch is about to strike, Isuki does not even bother to block, and lets the fist slam right into him. The system screen instantly pops up, showing he absorbed the B-rank lightning skill using Lightning Breaker agility plus 10% absorption, count 2 out of 5 speed, 475 up 25%. The self-proclaimed 6th place blonde stares in absolute horror, sweating buckets and gasping like a dying dog, realizing that Isuki did not even budge a single inch. Before he can even process this, a devastating slap lands squarely on his face, sending him flying backward in a perfect arc. His giant companion, standing nearby, cannot even process what just happened, his jaw dropping as he watches his friend fly away like a broken kite, thinking, in terror, how insanely fast he is. Even with maximum focus, he could not keep up with his movements at all. Immediately, the giant bulges his right arm muscles, swelling with terrifying blue veins as he decides to go all out. Facing the opponent who relies on speed, he must finish him in one shot using a Z-rank skill, right arm body reinforcement. With a fist as thick as a pillar, he charges forward with a devastating punch, unleashing an overwhelming wave of pressure. However, Isuki effortlessly blocks the blow. He then bulges his own arm, his muscles swelling just as impressively. The massive thug stares in horror as he realizes his opponent possesses the exact same power, the ability to morph his own body. He is just like him, and irregular. Refusing to lose, the brute bulges his other arm, reinforcing both hands to see if Isuki can block this. A barrage of giant fists rains down in rapid succession, forming a dense and inescapable net of attacks with absolutely no openings. But to Isuki, who just received a massive speed buff, those punches are nothing more than child's play. He effortlessly throws out his own counterpunches, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Too slow. He unleashes a flurry of strikes at an even more terrifying speed, forcing the giant to desperately block in vain. A split second later, the brute lets out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream as both of his reinforced arms are effortlessly snapped like twigs. He stumbles back, staring at his horribly mangled limbs in absolute terror, stammering in complete disbelief. This cannot be happening. His reinforced arms have combined attack and defense stats of almost 300. What on earth is he? Isuki suddenly materializes right in front of him, leaning down to whisper a chilling, lethal message. Even after your reinforcement, your stats cannot possibly hope to compare to mine. The defeated brute collapses heavily to the ground, completely stripped of his will to fight, stammering in sheer despair that Isuki cannot possibly be a regular student. Who are you, and which continent are you from? A dark purple aura erupts around Isuki as he speaks in a low, menacing voice, officially declaring the identity of the Grim Reaper Isuki Tenma of the Northern Continent. He raises his fist, ready to finish him. Suddenly, the system pops up with a critical notification. Broken critical crystal alert. The next strike will be a guaranteed 100% critical blow. The giant senses the terrifying murder intent radiating from the incoming fist, cold sweat pouring down his face as his eyes roll back. He stammers in terror, but Isuki stops right in front of him. The clenched fist halts just inches from his horrified face. If a direct, critical hit lands, his opponent's head will surely explode. That was a close call, almost completely beyond saving. He pulls back his fist, his bloodshot eyes looking down at the two trembling fools, coldly throwing out a single word to dismiss them. Get lost. Hearing this, the two scammers flee for their lives, screaming at the top of their lungs to run because he is a complete monster. From a nearby rooftop, the cat-eared girl, Akagami, has witnessed the entire one-sided clash. She folds her arms, frowning as she notes that they were the 5th and 6th ranks of the southern continent. She expected him to struggle a bit, but it ended in his absolute overwhelming victory. He is truly a terrifying man. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the camp broadcast system. All candidates are requested to gather at Apex Square immediately, as the official entrance examination will commence in just a few minutes. Hearing the announcement, the cat-eared girl stretches her body, getting ready to join. She tells her companion, "It is time to move. Let us go, Mi-chan, time to get to work." The black cat on her shoulder lets out a soft meow. Hearing the announcement, Isuki looks up at the speaker, thinking about the entrance exam. According to Xiao Ha-sa, 50% of the participants will be eliminated during this stage. He strides toward the square, his long shadow casting behind him, fueled by deep determination. He will have to give it everything he has. Amidst a crowd of heavy hitters, Isuki walks calmly, taking in the scene. These must be the elites from various continents, and they all look incredibly tough. The atmosphere around them is tense. Tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Menacing faces gather everywhere with shining weapons ready for war. While he is lost in thought, and taking in the scene, a hand suddenly taps his shoulder out of nowhere. His lightning-fast reflexes kick in instantly. Isuki's eyes flash a deadly crimson. He immediately spins around, throwing a massive punch at the intruder, but that deadly fist screeches to a halt, stopping just inches away from the nose of his target. It reveals the terrified face of a familiar pink-haired girl. The bloodlust vanishes instantly, leaving him confused. Isuki blinks and calls out her name, Ca Kisaragi. Right next to her, his best friend Ribo chuckles and asks what kind of violent greeting that is. Ribo teases him about being brave enough to punch Ca Kisaragi. Meanwhile, the poor girl is still looking incredibly pale from the shock. Isuki scratches his head apologetically, saying he thought she was an enemy. Sei Kisaragi just sighs, completely exhausted by his dramatic reaction. She tells him he is as paranoid as ever. Noticing someone is missing, Ribo curiously asks where Iberia is. Ribo mentions they are usually glued to each other. Suddenly, a painful memory flashes through Isuki's mind. He remembers his blonde friend being brutally beaten, and his expression instantly darkens. Quickly noticing the sudden shift in mood, Sei Kisaragi hesitantly asks if Iberia was seriously injured during that previous attack, sensing the sudden heavy mood around them. Isuki looks up at the sky quietly, saying that Iberia stayed behind in their hometown. To break the heavy silence, Ribo throws an arm around his shoulder, trying to cheer him up by saying that injuries will heal with some rest. He tells him to stop worrying, then whispers that Ca Kisaragi has been completely distracted during training because of him. Apparently, she had her head in the clouds the entire time because she was so worried. Furious at being sold out, a blushing Sei Kisaragi delivers a massive punch straight to Ribo's face, sending him screaming. Ignoring their little comedy act, Isuki ignores their chaotic comedy routine and quietly admits the recent attack made him realize how weak he truly is. He is determined to grow stronger here, using everything he has. Hearing his incredibly powerful friend act so humble, Ribo reacts with shock, questioning how someone as strong as Isuki could be weak, but before they can discuss it further, Ca Kisaragi shushes them, pointing out that the entrance exam is about to begin. High up on a towering platform, a mysterious examiner uses a massive loudspeaker to shout like thunder, demanding absolute silence from the entire crowd. Everyone turns to look as the examiner declares that before their new life at the camp begins, they must know one vital thing. He strictly warns them that in this place, every single piece of personal information is kept completely secret. Only their names will be visible. This means that no matter how legendary or glorious their past achievements were, everyone here must start over from absolute zero. This harsh reality immediately puts our main trio on high alert. Ribo scratches his chin in confusion, wondering if it is actually true that all their stats are hidden. Eager to test it out right away, he decides to open his status screen to verify the examiner's claim. He tells Isuki to take a look and see for himself. Sure enough, a glowing status window pops up. It lists his name as Ribo Horino, but his level, talent, skills, and overall status are all labeled secret. Isuki nods, confirming everything is indeed locked. Suddenly, a massive glowing blue dimensional portal rips open in front of them. The examiner announces that the entrance exam officially begins now, his booming voice echoing as the massive portal glows. Overwhelmed by the portal's presence, thousands of candidates quietly line up and begin filing into the exam arena. Watching from the shadows, the examiner smirks with a sinister grin, and you just know some real trouble is brewing. The moment they step through, Rebo gasps in sheer awe at the impossibly massive arena hidden inside. He marvels at how incredibly vast it is. Seiya Kisaragi looks up in amazement, noting it dwarfs their previous arena. As they walk and enjoy the view, a smug, mocking voice suddenly calls out from behind, directed straight at Isuki. The stranger sneers, asking if it is really him, calling Isuki a brat who dared insult all fighters from the southern continent. Annoyed by the sudden confrontation, Isuki looks back with a cold, completely indifferent stare and simply asks what they want. The system identifies the arrogant challenger as Kajin Imam, the top-ranked fighter from the southern qualifiers. Hiding behind him are the two beaten-up punks from earlier, pointing aggressively at Isuki. They complain to Kagan that this is the guy. They lie, claiming they politely guided him, but he suddenly went wild, attacked them, and insulted the entire southern region. Kagan raises an eyebrow, staring down at Isuki with a cold, calculating look that shows he is not pleased. He demands to know if Isuki has any explanation for this. Seeing her friend falsely accused, Seiya Kisaragi quickly steps in. She defends him, arguing that Isuki would never do something so petty and that this is clearly a huge misunderstanding. Talk about adding fuel to the fire. Those two clearly tried to extort points only to get beaten up instead. But it didn't stop there. Raibo proudly points right at their leader's face, saying that since he taught his lackeys a lesson for him, he should actually be thanked. But before he can even finish, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly erupts from Kagan, slamming into Raibo and instantly blowing him backward. Kagan glares down with utter contempt, warning him, "Do not touch me with your filthy hands or I will rip your arm off." Raibo chokes with rage, veins popping on his forehead as he growls. But Isuki Tenma gently places a hand on his shoulder to stop him stepping forward, to declare he has no time to explain minor details. "And as for you," he warns coldly, "do not lay a single finger on my friend or I will put you in the ground." The atmosphere instantly freezes as two massive surges of magic clash violently, dark energy versus freezing ice, ready to spark an absolute war. Luckily, Seiya quickly jumps in to stop them, before anyone gets killed, telling them to break it up since the exam is starting. At the same time, a lackey nervously pleads, warning Kagan that starting a fight here will get him penalized. Realizing they are at a disadvantage, Kagan clicks his tongue, proposing a different violent option. He mentions a training area in the camp where they can fight without getting penalized, challenging them to settle it right after the exam. Isuki Tenma calmly closes his eyes, indifferent to the idea. He shrugs, saying he does not care. Soon, the group heads to the testing gate, where Raibo gasps in total shock. The entrance is completely pitch black with no light at all. Stepping into the darkness, Raibo immediately starts to worry about how they are supposed to take a test in this pitch black room. Suddenly, intense floodlights cut through the dark. Shining straight down, the examiner from earlier suddenly appears right behind them out of the shadows, wearing a sly grin. He remarks how pleased he is to see everyone so enthusiastic, hoping they will maintain that high energy until the end. Strolling around with his hands behind his back, he calmly announces that it is time to explain the entrance exam, though honestly there is not much to say. And here is where it gets crazy, because this entire exam has absolutely no rules. The examiner turns around with a creepy grin, immediately throwing the gathered crowd into complete panic. Sweat pours down their panicked faces as they whisper, wondering what he means, completely shocked by this bizarre setup. The examiner simply points toward 4 glowing doors standing right behind him, continuing his explanation of the test. Everyone must enter those rooms to tackle 4 distinct challenges, but they get to decide the order themselves. Most importantly, there are absolutely no limits on items, equipment, or skills. That is when the scoring system appears. Using highly intuitive icons, it shows that their sole goal is to push their stats as high as possible. Their scores depend entirely on their performance, with any mark over 80 being ranked as an outstanding and excellent level. That comes with bonus points. Getting 60 to 80 means being placed on a watch list with mandatory extra training, while anyone under 60 faces an instant fail and immediate expulsion. Hearing these generous rules, one clever rich student immediately pulls out a booster potion with a smug grin, celebrating that there are no gear or item limits. This will be a total piece of cake. Watching him show off, Raibo cries inside, wishing he had prepared better. He regrets not asking his master for some high-tier items, feeling at a massive disadvantage. But Seiya remains extremely positive, puffing her chest out. They trained incredibly hard for this moment, so everything will definitely turn out fine. The trio makes their way over to the testing zones, with Seiya asking Isuki Tenma which challenge they should tackle first. Isuki Tenma maintains his usual calm and indifferent expression, replying that it does not matter since they must complete them all. He casually suggests just picking whichever door is closest, which immediately makes Ribo sweat over his team leader's relaxed attitude. He complains that Isuki Tenma is way too laid back, but as they reach the nearest door, his eyes light up. He squeals in absolute delight because the defense room door is standing right in front of them, looking absolutely perfect. As a metal element user, his defense is top tier. Let us see if he can back up that talk as the doors open. They step inside a massive plain white room where a heavily built figure is already waiting in the distance. Ribo squints his eyes, eagerly pointing and asking if that is the examiner. The imposing figure then slowly approaches. His silent, intense pressure immediately makes Ribo realize that this guy is the real deal. Then the examiner speaks. He delivers a cold welcome, introducing himself as their defense examiner and a level 40 earth element user. He slowly channels his magic effortlessly, causing massive stone boulders to levitate in the air all around them. He announces that he will attack them using 5 distinct types of stone with difficulty scaling from 1 to 5. Your mission is simple. Pointing a finger straight at the trio, he delivers a final challenge: stop those things right now. The examiner clears his throat, loudly. His voice echoes across the entire arena, demanding all called students to step forward right now. First candidate up, Ribo Horino of the Northern Continent. Caught off guard while gossiping, Ribo points at himself in pure shock. Me first. Seeing his friend look completely bewildered, Seiya raises a fist to encourage him. Fight on. Ribo just flexes his muscles, trying to look tough. Relax. He boasts that blocking these stupid rocks will be a total piece of cake. Facing him on the field, the serious examiner stands. The official test starts right now. He coldly announces that using any defensive skills beforehand to prepare is fully allowed. Just what Ribo wanted. Grinning wildly, he activates his absolute best move. Time to go completely all out right from the start. Class C skill. Metallization. His defense instantly boosts by 50%. Arms coated in shining metal, he roars out a challenge. Bring it on. His defense stat spikes instantly to a whopping 258. The examiner, completely expressionless, remains totally unmoved. He lifts a tiny sparkling golden stone. Difficulty, level 1. He flicks his wrist, sending the rock flying forward at breakneck speed. The golden projectile tears through the air, heading straight for Ribo. It slams hard against his metal arm and bounces harmlessly away. Ribo grins. Easy. It did not even hurt. Riding high on confidence, he waves his hand to mock the examiner, craving more. Looking totally bored, he tells the examiner to skip straight to level 2. This is too easy. The examiner silently nods. No problem. Instantly, a blazing sphere of burning stone materializes in his palm. A massive flaming projectile is primed for launch. It flies. Fast. Far more powerful than before, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Feeling the sudden pressure, Ribo panics. He quickly raises both metallic arms to shield his chest. Boom. A devastating impact triggers a massive explosion of fire and thick smoke. Dust swallows him whole. Completely gone. Watching anxiously from the sidelines, Seiya screams out her friend's name in absolute panic. Are you okay? From the thick rising smoke, Ribo raises a weak thumbs up. He acts tough, trying to prove he is fine. No problem, he claims, though sweat is pouring down. Sensing something is off, Isuki quietly activates his magic detection skill. His eyes glow with a brilliant blue light, analyzing the scene. He realizes the truth. Those are not ordinary stones. They are magic stones forged from the examiner's own energy pool. Isuki quickly calculates the severe danger of this entire test. Their hardness is on a completely different level, meaning the impact delivers a truly devastating amount of damage. But looking closely, Ribo's iron-coated hands are actually shaking like crazy. Internally, the poor guy is crying his eyes out. His hands are completely numb, even with his defense active. These attacks are way more powerful than he ever anticipated. The examiner coldly asks if he wants to continue the challenge. Stubborn pride taking over, Ribo refuses to back down. Bring on level 3. He boasts loudly, but inside his courage is rapidly crumbling. He is absolutely shaking like a leaf. It is only 1 level higher. Surely he will be fine. Right. The serious examiner does not plan on holding back. Without hesitation, he conjures a flaming boulder twice the size of the last one, hurling it forward with terrifying pressure. Seeing the massive rock hurtle toward him like a monster, Ribo closes his eyes and braces himself. No way he is running. The colossal impact erupts instantly, shattering Ribo's metallic defense barrier and completely tearing his armored forearms apart. The poor guy is sent flying backward like a leaf in the wind, foaming at the mouth from the impact. Seeing this absolute disaster, Seiya covers her mouth in horror. Meanwhile, Isuki silently watches the defeat unfold with folded arms. Ribo lies face down, completely motionless on the ground, his metallic armor entirely shattered. His friends immediately rush to his side. Seiya anxiously asks if he is okay. Mustering the absolute last bit of his remaining strength, Ribo weakly raises his hand. He raises a trembling blackened hand and whispers that he is still breathing. Sitting up, he bitterly blames himself for this. Pathetic. He never expected level 3 to be this brutal. It feels at least 3 times stronger than level 2. Folding his arms, the examiner looks down and offers a rare compliment. Surviving a level 3 blast without passing out is impressive. He tells Raibo that he will likely get a decent score. Checking his registry, he loudly calls the next name. Next up, Isuki Tenma of the Northern Continent. Hearing his name called out, Isuki calmly steps forward. He helps his battered friend Raibo stand up, handing him to the medical team. Raibo leans on Isuki, weakly offering some hard-earned advice. The warning is clear: every difficulty spike makes those rocks exponentially stronger, so he shouldn't overdo it. Isuki simply nods, letting his friend know he's got this. Standing right across from the rookie, the stern examiner coldly speaks up. He asks what level the rookie wants to start with. Isuki stands in absolute silence, already calculating his own massive stats. Even after metallizing, Raibo's defense is definitely under 300, but thanks to the protection of his dark water wall, his own defense sits at a massive 627. Seeing him stand there completely frozen like a statue, the examiner smirks with silent contempt, expecting the kid to run. Well, he cannot really blame him. He waves his hand, offering a safe low-level choice. Since the boy refuses to choose, they will start from level 1. But Isuki calmly drops a single sharp word. All 5 examiners stare in absolute disbelief, unable to believe their ears. What did he say? Isuki extends his hand with pure dominance, calmly repeating his insane request to challenge level 5. Directly at level 5. Clutching his injuries, Raibo shakes and yells in pure panic, begging his friend not to push things too far. He knows his own limits too well. Even with his metal skin skill, level 3 was a struggle. Challenging level 5 is pure madness. The crowd immediately starts whispering and mocking the kid. Who does he think he is, starting right at level 5, like a show-off? Another recruit asks timidly if this guy was actually the top scorer from the northern region, which basically makes him number 1 nationwide. One of them suddenly remembers hearing the name Isuki Tenma, wondering if the kid standing there could actually be that legendary top recruit, but his friend quickly laughs it off. There is absolutely no way a scrawny kid like him is the nation's number 1. The examiner smirks, summoning a massive blazing stone boulder above his head. He silently groups the boy with all the other show-offs. Every year, some reckless fool tries to grab attention like this. The examiner already knows exactly how badly this will end for him. The previous show-offs all ended up severely broken or completely knocked out, completely ruined before they could even finish the training camp. Most of them were forced to pack up and go home. Heavy, terrifying energy begins to radiate from the examiner's entire body. With his massive boulder hovering, the examiner is ready. If a brutal beating is what this kid wants, he is happy to oblige. And honestly, who can blame them? The crowd behind gasps in absolute terror because a level 5 projectile is just ridiculously huge. Getting hit by that would instantly vaporize anyone. No wonder people call the Apex camp a dangerous, lawless wasteland of a training ground. The examiner gives one final cold warning, telling him to activate his defensive skills first, but Isuki just stands there. He calmly says he does not have any skills to use. This is more than enough. The examiner is absolutely furious. How dare this arrogant brat look down on them? Deciding not to hold back even a tiny bit, the examiner roars. He hurls the massive boulder straight at the boy. Prepare yourself, because the impact is absolutely devastating, unleashing a blinding explosion of light. Shockwaves tear through the training hall, whipping up a violent gale that forces everyone nearby to shield their eyes in panic. As the thick smoke slowly clears, the absolute destruction of the arena is laid bare after that terrifying, catastrophic strike. The onlookers sweat bullets, whispering that the strike felt less like an exam and more like a literal meteor crash. Another recruit shakes his head, assuming the kid is history. The examiner lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh at the sheer foolishness. He grabs his radio urgently, calling the medical team to report a severe, life-threatening injury. But then a sudden shout cuts him off. A recruit points into the clearing, dust his eyes wide with absolute shock as he spots a silhouette still standing. The examiner freezes mid-sentence, his eyes wide in sheer horror as he stares blankly into the settling ruins of the stage. A tall figure stands perfectly straight in the wreckage, sending shockwaves through the crowd. How on earth is he still on his feet? Over the radio, the head of Medical Team 1 keeps shouting urgently, demanding the exact coordinates of the severely injured recruit. The radio static keeps buzzing with impatient calls, but stepping out from the shattered debris with absolute grace and elegance is Isuki. Completely unscathed, he gently brushes some dust off his shoulder and casually asks if that was really all level 5 had to offer. The examiner is sweating profusely, completely speechless in front of this absolute monster. In his 3 years of administering these exams, he has tested hundreds of recruits. Yet witnessing someone take a level 5 spell head-on without using a single skill is unreal. To walk away without even a single scratch is something he has never seen. Isuki simply gives a polite bow and walks off. He takes his leave, leaving the examiner completely frozen. He realizes Isuki Tenma from the northern continent is on a whole different level. This kid is an absolute high-tier monster, easily outclassing any recruit from previous years. The watching crowd quickly scrambles to get out of his way. They part like the red Sei Kisaragi, terrified of his sheer presence. Now they know he really is the top-ranked recruit in the nation. His aura has completely shifted. As people scramble away in fear, Isuki just scratches his head, pretty confused by their sudden, dramatic panic. C runs over, clapping cheerfully and shouting that he was absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, Raibo is over in the corner looking pretty miserable. Raibo clutches his face, lamenting that he actually thought he had a chance of beating Isuki in defense. Instead, the gap just grew wider. Seeing his friends so down, Isuki offers a warm, comforting smile. He reminds Raibo that no awakened warrior is absolutely perfect at everything. Surely there are plenty of areas where Raibo easily outshines him. Hearing this, Raibo perks up instantly, his eyes shining with hope. He eagerly asks for an example. Isuki blinks, thinking hard for a moment, but quickly changes the subject when nothing comes to mind. Telling Raibo to just forget it, Isuki sends his poor friend right back into a dark corner to sulk. Just then, the PA system crackles. The announcement echoes. Next up is C.A. Kisaragi Kisarage from the northern continent. Raibo waves, cheering her on, while C.A. Kisarage and Isuki offers warm words of encouragement. He tells her to be careful out there. She flashes a confident smile, telling him not to worry. Meanwhile, the examiner has finally regained his professional cool. He calmly tells her she's free to use her skills. She doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately unleashing her move. A beautiful stream of cool blue water swirls around her body. It's a B-rank skill, Flow Shift Water Wall. With her defense ready, she confidently demands her difficulty level. Please let me try level 3, she requests. The examiner smirks and nods in approval. Brave choice, he says. Now, take this. A fiery boulder rushes toward her like a storm. Sei Kisaragi concentrates deeply, wrapping the rushing water around herself to reduce the impact of the blow. The massive boulder collides directly, with the dark water vortex creating a violent disturbance. C.A. Kisaragi's eyes flash with sharp determination as she struggles to regain control. To control the flow, to completely redirect the attack. Just as she expected, the water parts to both sides, dragging the giant boulder with it as it slowly decelerates. Clearing the aftermath, Sei Kisaragi falls to her knees, panting in the smoke, pours down, but she is completely unharmed. The examiner nods in quiet approval, muttering that she was clever. He starts analyzing her sharp tactics. Instead of using raw strength to stop the boulder, this clever girl used the natural water flow to redirect the heavy impact. He continues to praise her, noting that quick adaptability in battle is the most important quality of a savior. Hearing this, C.A. Kisaragi bows politely, thanking the examiner for his kind words. Walking back to her friends, C.A. Kisaragi is immediately showered with praise from Isuki, who tells her she was incredible, while the examiner continues to call out the next name over the loudspeaker, Manamagari of the eastern continent. Sei Kisaragi is absolutely thrilled, walking away with a silly grin on her face. He, she giggles. Isuki praised me. To pull her back to reality, Raibo asks what test they should take next. Isuki points ahead, suggesting the next room is likely the attack power test area. The doors swing open and get ready because this next hall is absolutely packed. This is the attack power testing zone. Sitting high up on a platform with his legs crossed, sipping a cup of hot tea, the sunglasses-wearing examiner looks down, noting that the second group has finally gathered. He grabs his megaphone and yells like thunder, telling them to listen up. Pointing his finger with authority, he proudly explains the rules. In this attack power test, you will be graded on the force of your blows. Hearing this, Raibo whispers to Sei Kisaragi, asking who they are supposed to attack, hoping it is not the examiner. This makes Sei Kisaragi scold him playfully, calling him an idiot who talks too much. Overhearing their chatter, the examiner flashes a sly grin. Good question, he says, but of course your target is not me. It will be my summoned beast. With a wave of his hand, a plume of dark purple smoke erupts, summoning a giant patchwork teddy bear. This B-rank beast is Nendoroi Tenma. Seeing this bizarre creature, our heroes react in completely different ways. Raibo drops his jaw, complaining that it looks like a cheap, poorly made toy. Meanwhile, Sei Kisaragi trembles, hugging her shoulders in fear. But completely opposite to his friends, Isuki blushes, his eyes sparkling as if he just found a treasure. He screams internally that it is just too cute. The examiner pats the giant teddy bear's belly and continues, explaining that they can use their bare hands or any weapon. Go ahead and attack with all your might, he instructs. A red-haired youth in the crowd laughs mockingly, claiming that the beast looks like nothing but a punching bag. He then slyly asks what would happen if they accidentally end up ripping the summon to shreds. The examiner snorts with arrogance, telling them that even a level 50 awakened would struggle to scratch it, so they should worry about themselves first. Furthermore, Tenma will score them based on the impact force of their attacks. To demonstrate the system to the candidates, the examiner lightly throws a quick punch right into the stuffed bear. As his fist sinks deep into its cheek, the scoreboard immediately leaps up to register 50 points. Standing with his hands on his hips, he proudly explains that this standard punch is exactly 50 points, and the absolute maximum score is 100. Leaning in close, he challenges them, and trust me, he's not making this easy. He notes that while 99 is the theoretical high score, getting a perfect score requires reaching his level, meaning at least level 40. So no matter how hard you low-level kids struggle, a perfect score is impossible. Having fully explained the rules, he casually steps back to relax, completely unfazed by their worries, sitting cross-legged on a rocking chair. He announces that the test officially starts now. The assistant then calls out the first name. Up first is Iron Ma of the Eastern Continent. The ponytail guy steps forward, cockily calculating. He is bursting with confidence. If that examiner's lazy tap scored 50 points, then his own full-power strike will easily rake in a perfect 100. No doubt about it. Down below, Rebo frowns slightly and mutters that the Shikigami summon actually looks pretty weak. But Isuki quickly warns him not to be fooled by its sleek appearance. That examiner has already surpassed level 40, meaning even his most casual strike holds power that completely eclipses theirs. Meanwhile, the examiner leisurely sips his hot tea, lazily urging them on. Once you are ready, just go ahead and attack Tenma. Do not make me repeat myself. His status screen pops up: level 45 Shikigami Master. Durohen channels his mana and his entire body begins to glow with a powerful green aura. He sighs, feeling a bit bad about having to unleash his full power on a harmless-looking toy. He swings his arm, unleashing all his elemental energy, and yells out to stay at Apex Camp. Do not blame me. That massive punch, shrouded in green light, slams straight into the giant teddy bear's stomach. Just crumble into dust already. The score flashes across Tenma's face. 37 points. Talk about an absolutely brutal reality check for him. Only 37. He thinks I clearly used my best skill to boost that punch. The examiner sips his hot tea, and the examiner indifferently waves him off, telling him to stop whining. Next up, the following students step up, but they all fail miserably. One student barely manages 28. Another scrapes by with 49 with his sword. Then one guy, using a blue ice spell, does slightly better, denting the bear's cheek to score 77 points. Still, the examiner remains glued to his bikini model magazine, lazily reading off the next name. Dako of the Northern Continent step up. The red-haired brute carries a giant hammer onto the stage, sneering at the failures who could not even reach 80 points. Pathetic. He stops to closely examine the patched-up teddy bear, realizing this summon must have some serious defense. He channels roaring flames of mana straight into his arm, boasting absolute confidence in his own power. He swings his massive blazing hammer, ripping through the air to deliver a devastating downward smash. The impact erupts into a violent, fiery red explosion against the giant Shikigami. The shockwave is so heavy that even the examiner has to peek over his magazine and nod. Across Tenma's face, a new record flashes: 91 points. The red-haired brawler clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed that he did not hit a perfect 100. Smugly resting the hammer on his shoulder, he struts back down. He believes nobody here can match his strength, meaning 91 points is more than enough. He pushes through the crowd of weaklings, looking for a certain face. Where are you, Isuki Tenma? The examiner flips to a new page, lazily calling out the next challenger. Next up, Isuki Tenma from the Northern Continent. Hearing that name, the red-haired brute freezes right in his tracks. He whips his head around, eyes gleaming with excitement. So there you are. He grins like a madman, finally getting to witness his rival's true power with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Isuki calmly steps onto the stage under the spotlight. The red-haired brute glares at Isuki, tightening his grip on his weapon. He remembers that this guy scored high, raking in 100,000 points during qualifiers, but nobody can match him when he holds this hammer. With this unique weapon granting 100 extra attack, his confidence is completely through the roof. Even if Isuki took first place, his actual destructive force cannot possibly exceed what this massive weapon can do. Standing in front of the giant teddy bear, Isuki sighs. Hitting something this cute feels like a real shame. But the examiner is still completely distracted, keeping his eyes firmly glued to the pages of his spicy magazine. He clicks his tongue fully, expecting another useless challenger to score under 50. This is getting pretty boring. Isuki begins gathering his power as dark red mana wraps around his right arm. His eyes glow like twin fires, radiating pure dominance. In a flash, he throws a lightning-fast punch, sending a shockwave of red energy tearing forward. The air splits as the strike creates a massive vortex of pure energy, engulfing the unfortunate teddy bear completely. And just watch how this devastating wave slams directly into the Shikigami. Absolutely zero chance of survival. It is ripped completely in half instantly. Yet, amidst the loud explosion, the examiner is still happily drooling over the models. He mutters about how hot they are. But a split second later, a massive shockwave detonates right behind him. Dirt and debris fly everywhere. The examiner nearly drops his magazine, whipping his head around to see what happened. Cold sweat drips down as he stares at the total devastation. The boy literally tore Tama apart with his bare hands. Who is this monster? Is he actually a student? Isuki simply pulls back his fist, calmly wondering if his unused critical strike from before was saved up and triggered just now. He looks back at the ruins. Spotting something, he mutters in surprise, "Oh, you are actually still alive." It turns out the summoned bear Tama's head is rolling on the floor, rolling on the ground, leaking a dark fluid with a truly miserable face. Isuki bends down to pick up the battered toy head. He lifts it up and asks calmly what his score is. Terrified and sobbing, Tama stammers out that it is a perfect 100. The entire hall immediately erupts in utter shock. A perfect score, is not that summoned beast supposed to be completely unbeatable? Even for a level 50 awakened warrior, plus he only used his bare hands, yet his score is still 9 points higher than OA. Standing defeated in a corner, OE clenches his fists tightly, cold sweat pouring down his pale, trembling face in total shock. No, this is definitely not just a simple 9-point gap between them. He bows his head in sheer, trembling helplessness. He only got 100 points because the scoring system hit its absolute limit. That single casual punch easily surpassed O's maximum power. O slams his giant hammer heavily into the ground, completely losing every shred of his previous arrogance and pride. So much for not losing in raw strength. He realizes he was just a self-conceited fool. Even the sunglasses-wearing examiner is pale. He is sweating profusely, thinking to himself that he set the system so only those above level 50 could ever reach 100. Gulping hard, he stares at Isuki in complete disbelief, wondering if this young kid has already reached that legendary tier. Seeing the examiner staring at him with a dark, intense expression, Isuki breaks into a sweat and starts to panic. He worries the examiner is furious because he accidentally destroyed the precious summon. It is definitely best to escape before trouble starts. Making a quick exit, he waves awkwardly as he runs off, leaving the poor examiner to kneel by the ruined toy. Clutching the remains of the teddy bear, the examiner sadly announces over the speaker that the exam is temporarily suspended. "Please wait for 10 minutes, he says. Immediately, C and Rebo rush over, poking and prodding Isuki like he is an alien. C gasps at how incredible he is, praising both his flawless defense and his monstrous physical power. Isuki just scratches his head. He modestly claims it was just pure luck, insisting he cannot pull off that kind of crazy strength every time, making Raibo pout. Raibo tells him not to be so humble, then proudly brags to the surrounding crowd about who dared mock Isuki earlier. Who said Isuki would not even get 30 points? Step up now. Look at that, he just grabbed a perfect 100. C rolls his eyes and calls Rebo out, asking why he is acting so proud when he was not the one who scored. Seeing the cleanup crew busy, Isuki figures it will take quite a while for the exam to resume. C quickly chimes in. C thoughtfully suggests that Isuki should take another test first while they wait there. Isuki nods in agreement with a warm smile. He says they should meet up at the plaza once everyone is completely finished. He walks away, passing the red-haired guy, Oe. Oe is still standing there looking completely dazed. Isuki reminds himself that the mana capacity test should be next on his list. Soon a massive door with a glowing sign for magic power comes into view. Inside the testing area, a beautiful examiner awaits. Standing with folded arms, the gorgeous red-haired examiner confidently announces that since everyone has gathered, they can finally begin. She prepares to explain the test rules, showing off a level 42 crafter class interface. Meanwhile, the male students below instantly freeze their eyes, literally turning into hearts. They swoon over how stunning she is, wishing they could go on a date. One guy even starts daydreaming that if he scores high enough, she might actually ask him out for a nice dinner. Watching from a corner, a cat-eared girl crosses her arms in disgust, muttering that all men are exactly the same. Rolling her eyes, her gaze suddenly stops in surprise as her purple eyes land on a familiar face. Wait, he is here too. Seeing Isuki staring intently at the front stage, the cat-eared girl tuts in disappointment while the black cat on her shoulder meows. She sighs that he is just ogling the examiner like the rest of them, proving all guys really are cut from the same cloth. But in reality, Isuki is completely immune to any distraction, his eyes locked entirely on the covered object on the stage. Beneath the red cloth is the actual testing device. The examiner pulls it off to reveal a mesmerizing, glowing blue crystal ball. This special device was handcrafted by her to measure magical energy using a highly rare magic storing crystal. Lifting the sphere with practice ease, she explains that the rules are incredibly simple, requiring only one basic action from them. Just place a hand on the crystal and channel magic power inside. She gently rests her slender hand to demonstrate her own energy. The more mana poured in, the higher the score. Hearing this, a student timidly raises his hand to ask a question. But what if we use up all our magic power here? How will we manage the other tests? The stunning examiner smiles. Gently pressing a finger to her lips, she winks playfully and reassures them not to worry about running out of mana. The crystal ball will fully absorb the energy, but then it returns it entirely afterward. Her charm works instantly on the boys, making the questioning student turn red and nod in rapid agreement. The beautiful teacher then strikes an elegant, playful pose. She finishes with a tease, asking if there are any more questions before they start. There's no set order here. Whoever wants to try, feel free to step up. An eager boy instantly raises his hand to impress the beauty. He volunteers to go first, thinking smugly to himself that girls always love a man who takes the initiative. She leans in close with a seductive smile and whispers that he can start whenever he is ready. Motivated by her look, the boy fires himself up, swearing he absolutely cannot mess this up in front of her. Even if he has to drain every drop of his magic, he must get a high score today, no matter what. Acting immediately, he places his hands on the device, screaming at the top of his lungs like he is transforming. He yells for his mana to explode, but reality quickly slaps him in the face as his jaw drops in shock. How could the meter not even be half full after he poured absolutely every single drop of his energy into it? Seeing his breakdown, the examiner gently taps his forehead to restore his magic with a reassuring smile. She mentions she forgot to warn everyone, her smile suddenly radiating an intense pressure that makes him feel tiny. She proudly declares this magic crystal once easily absorbed the entire power output of a level 40 awakened warrior. The crowd below instantly drops their jaws in disbelief upon hearing that a level 40 fighter could not fill it. Another student sighs, noting that low-level rookies like them stand absolutely no chance of filling even half of it. Ignoring the chatter, the red-haired beauty tells the poor guy to stay still while she returns his mana. She leans close to his ear and whispers a secret, telling him this is just between the two of them. She claims she can read someone's personality based on the amount of magic power they feed into the crystal. Gently lifting his chin with a soft chuckle, she tells him he actually has an incredibly pure heart, you know. After teasing the blushing idiot, the examiner turns back to the crowd, swaying her hips as she invites others. Who wants to be next, she asks. But, unlike before, the guys in the crowd are totally terrified. One mutters he might just stick to the defense test, while another agrees he would rather get hit by rocks. A third student quickly makes an excuse, claiming he just finished the agility test and needs to recover. Watching everyone retreat so quickly, Isuki breaks into a cold sweat at their sudden drastic change of heart. They flip their attitudes instantly despite being completely crazy about the test just a single minute ago. With no volunteers in sight, he sighs and steps forward to offer himself, but she interrupts him immediately. Excitingly, she announces they have their second challenger, urging them to come up as Isuki freezes mid-motion. He raises his hand halfway in complete confusion, realizing the examiner was not actually calling him at all. Instead, a cold beauty with blue hair strides past him. She is the second-place qualifier, Kana Hanyu. The crowd immediately whispers, recognizing Kana Hanyu as the legendary runner-up of the Northern qualifying round. One guy drools, marveling at her stunning looks and her top rank, completely falling in love on the spot. Meanwhile, Isuki rubs his chin, realizing why she looks familiar, while a cat-eared girl watches with a smirk. Now this is getting good. She finds it amusing that both top ranks of the North are here. Her black cat meows in agreement. Stepping up to the platform, Kana remains completely silent as she is briefed. The examiner welcomes her warmly, telling her the rules and letting her start whenever she is ready. Instantly, Kana places her black gloved hand on the cold crystal, unleashing a mysterious green energy into the device. As the green light rises rather slowly, the surrounding crowd starts to whisper in disappointment. One guy sneers, whispering that she is barely doing any better than the first boy who tried. Another whispers back, wondering if this is truly all the second-ranked fighter of the North is capable of. Amid the mocking chatter, dark and painful memories from her past begin to echo inside her mind once again. They mockingly laugh, saying she should have aimed for first place or let someone else take her spot entirely. They rudely tell her to move aside and let the Southern fighters show her how it is really done. Ignoring the toxic trash talk, Kana's eyes sharpen as she slowly reaches back to grasp her massive sword. The moment the seal unlocks, a brilliant green magic erupts violently from the blade as she steels herself. She releases a howling storm of magical energy that sweeps across the entire room like a hurricane. Her eyes glow with electric light, completely immersed in the massive flow of power, while the crowd panics. Someone gasps in shock at her sudden surge of magic. One guy tries to stand firm and yells that the waves are incredibly intense. They are several times stronger than before. Watching with folded arms, Isuki nods. He gets it. So that is how it works. That sword is the source of her magical power. Isuki stands there quietly analyzing the situation. When she draws the blade, all that stored magic flows directly into her body. Below them, the crowd begins to murmur. Look, the crystal ball is almost full. The female examiner smiles with satisfaction. It is at about 80%. With a score like that, she could easily rank first over the last 5 years. Kana gently holds the sphere, keeping the flow steady. As she pulls back, the examiner approaches to flirt, filling 80% capacity is amazing. She is so happy to meet someone like her. Meeting a girl who is both strong and cute is wonderful. But Kana immediately ruins the mood. He is actually a boy. That brutal truth completely freezes the male students. They scream in absolute despair, demanding someone return their broken, fluttering hearts. But that name and face belong to a girl. Even Isuki starts sweating bullets, realizing he was totally fooled this entire time. He actually thought Kana was a girl because the voice and face simply do not match up. The beautiful female examiner is also completely stunned. She sweats in sheer embarrassment. She knows the boys must be devastated. The examiner quickly clears her throat to regain her composure. She tries to act professional. She is ready to return his magic now. Kana calmly nods and says he is ready. The transfer finishes. The examiner wipes her brow with a heavy sigh. Returning that much magic at once is way harder than it looks. It takes a toll on her energy. She quickly forces a bright smile and asks who is next in line to step up. Learning from his previous hesitation, Isuki immediately shoots his hand straight up. He pleads to be the next one to take the test. Seeing a handsome guy, her eyes immediately light up. She thinks he is quite good-looking and tells him to start by introducing himself. He steps forward and confidently announces his name, Isuki Tenma, stating that he is from the northern continent. The crowd whispers in surprise that it is another northern student. They wonder if this is the rank one from the northern trials. One guy scoffs, saying he does not look any stronger than Kana Hanyu. Passing him on the platform, Kana gives him a look. He tosses a provocative challenge, warning Isuki to show what he is made of. The audience below continues whispering and judging him. He does not look like a mage at all. They assume magic is his weakness, especially since he does not even have a weapon. There is no way he beats Kana Hanyu. Someone even bets 50 points that his magic power is only 300 at best. The examiner ignores the noisy crowd and signals him to start when ready. Isuki gathers his thoughts, knowing his base power is low. At only 380, he will not even fill half the crystal ball. He places his hand on the device anyway, but he has a trick, his magic detection passive. The system alerts that level 1 magic detection is now active and consuming mana. It scans a 1200-meter radius. Crucially, the passive restores 10% of his magic every time he detects an enemy unit. A wave of dark energy erupts around him. He smirks. Just one magic user will trigger his boost. Finding anyone within 1200 meters boosts his energy by 10%. Suddenly, the entire hall grows incredibly dark and heavy. Everyone from the students to the cat-eared girl looks up in shock. Isuki realizes that every single person here counts, even the examiner. He scans the vast hall, realizing every awakened person here is about to fuel his power. A massive dark aura lifts his cloak. The system screen starts flashing endlessly, confirming he has detected another enemy unit. Each notification adds 10% to his pool. As long as they stand in this room, his magic is practically infinite. The crowd watches in absolute panic, wondering how he still has energy left. Another student trembles at the sight. He is doing all this with his bare hands, while even Kana Hanyu needed a weapon. The examiner turns pale with sweat. She watches the crystal ball fill up at an impossible speed. The sphere begins to shake violently and starts to crack. It fractures under the immense pressure. Isuki's eyes glow a fierce blue, noting that while it looks full, he can push more. The dark energy threatens to swallow the entire hall. He decides to go all out and keep pouring his power inside. He wants to see its absolute limit. Seeing this, the terrified examiner rushes forward, screaming that the device is already full. His power shows no signs of slowing down. She desperately reaches out and orders him to stop before it is too late. Isuki looks back with total confusion, but it is already too late. The sphere explodes, sending a violent shockwave outward. A dark energy wave rips through the air. The students cover their faces in terror, completely bewildered by the sudden blast. The examiner squeezes her eyes shut against the impact. Kana also struggles against the heavy wind, hearing a strange cracking noise. As the dark mist finally clears, nothing but a smoking ruin remains of the test device. Isuki scratches his head in embarrassment. He looks at the frozen examiner and explains that the device just broke by itself while he was still channeling his energy. They are not going to make me pay for that, are they? The entire hall finally snaps out of its trance, exploding in sheer panic. Was it unable to handle his magic power? Is this guy some kind of monster? Ignoring the rising noise, the gorgeous judge steps back in disbelief. She trembles, biting her nails. How many years has it been since something like this last happened? Her mind automatically flashes back to the past. The last person to achieve this was a glorious blazing figure who now appears in her mind. 10 years ago. Yes, that was Taiwa Jin. Her red eyes widen to their absolute limit, her pupils shaking in pure shock. And now, 10 years later, another abnormal existence just like him has appeared. Quickly regaining her composure, she forces a soft smile. Saving Isuki's wallet, she assures him not to worry since they have spares. But then she asks with deep concern, is his magic completely drained? Will he be okay with the remaining tests? Isuki pats his chest, letting out a sigh of relief, then casually delivers a shocking response. Don't worry about the tests, he says, I still have magic left. This completely stuns her. She can only stare as he walks away. Watching him walk off with his hands in his pockets, the female judge remains frozen. "Can you believe this guy still has magic?" Her curiosity gets the better of her. She murmurs, staring at the faint trace of energy still lingering on the testing device. Since there is a tiny fragment of his mana left, she decides to take a quick secret peek to see who he truly is. The moment she touches her slender finger to the faint smoke, a pale, terrifying face with glaring eyes strikes directly into her mind. The crushing pressure makes the gorgeous judge stagger backward, breaking into a cold sweat as she clutches her chest in absolute terror. What on earth was that? Her beautiful red eyes shrink with dread as she senses the true horrifying nature of his power. It is a mixture of boiling wrath, bone-deep regret, and a freezing lethal intent. It feels like a chaotic vortex of negative emotions. It is a chaotic mess of pure negativity. Staring blankly toward the crowd where Isuki is slowly fading away, she shudders. Carrying a dark emotional vortex of this scale is something a normal human being could never endure. Meanwhile, the culprit behind this chaos, Isuki, is calmly walking away, reflecting on his own actions. Using his magic detection skill in a heavily crowded place like this really does feel a bit like cheating. But then again, using active skills is not actually forbidden. Now, only the agility test remains. Just as he stops, a familiar voice calls out from behind. It is A Kisaragi rushing toward him alongside Rebo. A Kisaragi excitedly blinks and asks if he's already done with his magic test. Isuki just smiles and nods. He says he is on his way to the agility test. Then glancing at Rebo, who looks completely deflated, he asks what happened. He looks so depressed, Isuki whispers, asking what went wrong. A Kisaragi immediately covers her mouth to spill the tea. She whispers that his pride is shattered because he ended up scoring lower than her in the physical attack test. Before she can finish, the depressed boy turns into a demon with glowing red eyes, roaring that he can hear everything. Instantly slumping back down in a dark, gloomy aura, Rebo sighs that getting an elite evaluation is now totally impossible. At this rate, an outstanding evaluation is out of reach. All he can do now is pray his score does not drop below 60. Seeing his friend so miserable, Isuki smiles warmly, offering some friendly encouragement. "Don't worry, you two will definitely make it." But the friendly encouragement completely backfires. Rebo suddenly lunges forward, grabbing Isuki by the collar and shaking him like crazy. "Easy for you to say," he yells, "you are already set. You withstood a level 5 difficulty stone and destroyed the summon. An outstanding grade is already guaranteed for you, but we are going to end up stuck in the lowest observation group. Our situation is completely different from yours." Kisaragi, annoyed by his whining, puts her hands on her hips and scolds him. "That is because you always slack off during practice," she says. "Do not go taking your anger out on Isuki." Raibo completely ignores her, looking up at the ceiling with clasped hands as he begs, "Please, just do not let me fail." Giving up on her dramatic friend Kisaragi turns back to Isuki with a warm, steady gaze. "Ignore him and focus. Just focus on your final test, we will give it our all too." She also gently reminds him to get some rest. He looks absolutely exhausted after all. Nodding gratefully, Isuki bids them goodbye, wishing them both the best of luck. Appreciating her concern, Isuki waves goodbye as he turns to leave, telling his friends to do their best. Kisaragi waves back with a bright smile, promising to see him later, completely ignoring Rebo, who is still sulking in his dark corner. However, the moment Izuki is out of sight, Kisaragi's bright smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a dark, furious expression. She instantly unleashes a furious strike on Rebo's back, demanding to know why he would say such discouraging things to Isuki. Holding his head in pain, Rebo whines that they have been friends for years, so Isuki definitely won't mind. But Kisaragi only clasps her hands, tightly biting her lip. She is deeply worried about the mental toll he is carrying. Sia worries that Isuki Tenma might deliberately hold back during the test just to join their observation group and stay with them. Rebo just laughs it off, waving his hand in dismissal since Isuki Tenma already aced all of his previous exams. Even if Isuki Tenma slacks off on this final test, his total score definitely won't drop below 80. Rebo continues his logical breakdown. The top-tier group is way more relaxed, so there's no way he purposely failed just to end up in the extra training course. After all, Isuki Tenma isn't an idiot. Still, Sia can't help but worry, feeling like they don't truly understand him. Sure enough, her intuition is spot on. Nearby, Isuki Tenma is strolling with his hands in his pockets, fully planning to throw the exam. His goal is to keep his score below 80. Checking his watch, the wealthy heir sees his remaining balance is 104,600 points. He calmly figures he has no use for the elite bonus points anyway, and joining the observation group lets him stay close to Sia. He can keep working with her and the others. Looking up at the flashing sign for the agility test, a major plan forms in his mind. But more importantly, failing means he gets access to the extra training sessions. Staring down at his hands, his scheme is set. He's plotting the ultimate game-throwing strategy. Since he wasn't paying close attention before, he probably got perfect marks on all earlier exams. That means he has to score as low as possible on this agility test to drag his overall average down. In fact, getting a clean 0 would be absolutely perfect. But his plotting is suddenly cut short by a highly provocative shout. An annoying voice calls out to him from behind, mocking the guy from the northern continent for hiding from them this whole time. Isuki Tenma gives a half-hearted sideways glance at the group of local thugs blocking his path, completely unbothered by their presence. He casually asks if they want another beating. The silver-haired leader brushes back his hair with extreme confidence, smirking back at Isuki Tenma. The guy boasts about how glad he is that Isuki Tenma is so eager to fight him, assuming the promise is still fresh. Tension sparks between them as their eyes lock. The silver-haired guy tells him to relax, promising plenty of time once the test is over. With that, he proudly turns on his heel and struts away, leaving Isuki Tenma standing there utterly baffled by the strange exchange. A blonde lackey quickly runs after his leader. Watching that self-satisfied departure, Isuki Tenma breaks into a cold sweat. He wonders if the guy somehow hit his head during the exams. After all, the silver-haired kid was the one who challenged him first. Isuki Tenma shakes his head to clear the confusion, wondering why he's suddenly being treated like the one who begged for mercy. He decides to drop the matter and focus on the test ahead as he finally arrives at the agility testing area. A brown-haired examiner claps his hands to gather the students' attention before starting his explanation of the upcoming trial. To put it simply, this agility test is a classic game of cat and mouse, complete with a helpful illustration behind him. The cat chases and the mice must do everything they can to escape. A massive glowing cat head blazes with blue magical energy. With a mischievous smirk, the examiner announces that he will be the cat, which most of them probably already guessed. The status screen reveals him as a level 40 order breaker. He grins down wickedly at the nervous crowd. He declares that all the students will be the mice, pointing to a boundary line to announce the rules of the game. They must stay within a designated red circle, running to survive and avoid being caught for as long as possible. Holding up a single finger, he adds that they need a time limit to prevent the test from dragging on forever. Just 1 minute. Any mouse who manages to evade capture for a full 60 seconds will receive a perfect score. Hearing such a brief time limit, the trainee crowd immediately starts celebrating and boasting about how easy it sounds. One arrogant student even complains that the examiner is seriously underestimating them, claiming this feels more like a freebie. He confidently brags about taking the easy perfect score, but the examiner only responds with a deeply mysterious grin. The examiner calls up the first victim, Fumiya Futaki from the southern continent. The silver-haired bully shoves his friend forward. He tells the pale-faced blonde kid to go out there and represent the southern continent proudly. Trying to look cool, Fumiya raises a thumb. Despite sweating bullets, Fumiya boasts about his incredible speed, proudly claiming his lightning affinity makes him completely untouchable. But from across the arena, the examiner drops a critical rule he forgot to mention earlier: a single touch means instant disqualification. He asks if they are ready as crackling purple lightning immediately wraps around Fumiya, preparing him for the sprint. Fumiya smirks, warning the examiner not to get outrun by a mere mouse. The examiner only responds with a subtle, cunning look. He remarks that it depends on the mouse. Then in the blink of an eye, the examiner's entire body blurs and completely vanishes. Fumiya gasps in shock as the man disappears right before his eyes. But in the next second, a massive dark shadow looms behind him. A demonic figure with glowing red eyes silently materializes right behind the boy. A cold, black-gloved hand gently rests on his head. The examiner whispers a chilling message right into the terrified lightning user's ear, sending shivers down his entire spine. A noisy mouse with slow reflexes makes the perfect prey. Before Fumiya can even utter a sound, his head is pinned down. His face is twisted in shock. Total confusion. What just happened? The examiner stands up and casually announces a record time. 0.47 seconds. The crowd gasps. Caught in less than a second. How is that even possible? Another trainee panics. When did the examiner get behind Futaki? Beside him, someone stammers that it happened too fast to even see. Absolutely blind. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Isuki and the silver-haired guy narrow their eyes, analyzing the move. Rather than natural speed, he used a skill. A flash of cold arrogance crosses the eyes of these two top geniuses. Sure, he is fast. Very fast, but he is not completely unreadable. Smiling brightly, the examiner points to the stage, calling up the next challenger. The second mouse also hails from the southern continent, Kagan Imamichi. His lackeys wave and cheer him on enthusiastically, yelling, "Go get them, Kagan." The silver-haired youth simply raises a hand in a cool, confident wave. Telling them not to worry, he casts a challenging glance back at Isuki before stepping up. "I will get a perfect score, so watch closely." The examiner smirks at the silver-haired boy. "So you are the #1 prospect of the southern continent." Just as expected from a member of the prestigious Imamichi clan, but Kagan coldly cuts him off. "Do not misunderstand," he says, raising his chin and proudly declaring that his family has nothing to do with him being #1. It is simply because He is strong. His eyes flare with proud magic power as he growls his claim. The examiner grins mischievously, then suddenly vanishes into an afterimage, hoping that confidence is more than just empty talk. Standing on the sidelines, Fumiya panics and points, shouting that it is that same move again, warning Kagan to watch his back. Instantly, the examiner's hand cloaked in green magic tears through the air toward the crown of Kajan's head from behind, but Kajan spins around his eyes, flashing like lightning, confident that he saw it coming. He drops low to the ground in a spectacular dodge, easily evading the examiner's swift ambush. His followers outside cheer in sheer admiration, amazed at a dodge executed at a speed their eyes could barely even track. Simply incredible, Kagan. Futaki quickly takes credit, claiming it was all his warning. Watching with crossed arms, Isuki calmly analyzes the play. Note his body reacted way before Futaki could even warn him. He closely studies Kagan's defense. He is not using his eyes. So how on earth does he track the examiner's exact position? The examiner brushes off his hands with an amused chuckle. Not bad. Kagan grits his teeth, sweating but smiling. Tough but manageable. Before Kagan can even catch his breath, the examiner lunges like a bolt of lightning. Is this really the time to daydream? Kagan gasps in shock, forcing himself into absolute focus. Right, facing a seasoned pro like this examiner means he has to give it 100%. The examiner keeps up the pressure, refusing to give him a single second of rest. The two dive into a wild game of cat and mouse, their afterimages tearing the very air apart. The surrounding crowd is absolutely mesmerized. This is insane. All they see are blurs, yet this exchange of blows is breathtaking. Is Imamichi really a trainee like the rest of SEF? The top ranker of the southern continent is definitely the real deal. At this rate, a perfect score is well within reach. Isuki's eyes glow with lightning magic. Activating his Thunder Beast wave allows him to clearly track both of their high-speed movements. Imamichi is likely pushing his body into an overload state to temporarily boost his stats. Isuki continues to observe the opponent's fading momentum. He is dodging well, but his speed is dropping. This is bad. He is hitting his limit. If he cannot pick up the pace again, getting caught is only a matter of time. Locking onto Kajan's breathing pattern, the examiner closes in with claw-like hands. You are cornered now, little mouse. Kagan grits his teeth in desperation, thinking Taiwo Wajin would surely have lasted much longer. Since he set his sights on surpassing him, he cannot afford to get caught here. He swings his arm to unleash his hidden trump card, the C-Rank Skill Air Cannon. The system interface immediately pops up to explain. C-Rank Skill Air Cannon is a wind attribute ability that compresses air around the hand to its limit and releases it instantly. Because it inflicts almost zero actual damage and generates an intense recoil, most wind users tend to avoid it. Yet Imamichi turns this drawback into a genius advantage, utilizing the air cannon's massive recoil to adjust his mid-air stance and dodge the examiner's grab. The powerful blast sends him flipping through the air, barely escaping the examiner's reach. Looking up, the examiner smiles in genuine appreciation of his clever use of the skill's recoil to slip away. Pretty smart, but the examiner instantly repositions directly beneath the airborne target. How will Kajan dodge from that position? Gathering his remaining energy, Kajan fires his air cannon straight down. A massive pillar of pressurized air erupts, launching him high into the sky and creating a massive gap. Hindered by the gale, the examiner can only admire the move. He restricted the examiner's movement while buying precious time to recover his stamina. A brilliant tactical play. Kagan slides back onto the ground in a flawless, stylish landing, leaving the crowd completely stunned. The crowd gasps in admiration. Just when it looks like he's about to get caught, he widens the distance again. What did he just do? Kagan just launched a skill right at the examiner. Even his C-rank ability completely depends on how someone utilizes it. Lowering his hands, the examiner nods in approval at how the boy maximized his skill's potential in real combat. He is truly a genius. However, seeing Kajan hunched over and panting, he points out a fatal weakness. But you are already exhausted, right? The giant blue cat's overwhelming magic aura flares up again. The examiner declares the game over while Isuki watches. Kajan's trembling legs and analyzes the situation. The examiner is right, he has almost no physical stamina left. If he could rest for even a few seconds, he might hold on, but he is completely cornered with nowhere left to run. But Isuki's eyes flash as he spots a tiny opening. Kajan still has one escape route left. Kajan looks up and screams into the air. Stomping his foot, he squeezes out his remaining energy to launch himself straight up. A skill screen appears confirming the C-rank survival skill, air jump. The crowd immediately begins buzzing, shocked by Kajan's clever trick. Is he actually flying? Someone nods in agreement, noting that he is still inside the circle, so he did not break any rules. His underlings puff their chests out with immense pride. Wind attribute users are incredibly rare and carry the absolute highest potential after all. Plus, Kagan is a once-in-a-millennium awakened genius. He is on a completely different level compared to ordinary element users. Analyzing the situation, Isuki silently praises him. Kagan is solidifying the air beneath his feet to act as a platform. He uses it to sprint through the air easily, dodging the examiner's pursuit. Watching him soar effortlessly through the sky, Isuki notes that Kagan's understanding and application of his abilities are truly exceptional. Judging by everything that has happened so far, the examiner likely cannot fly or hover in mid-air. There is absolutely no way he can pursue him up there. But not long after Kagan flies upward, he suddenly freezes, his eyes wide with pure, unexpected terror. Out of nowhere, the examiner has already closed the gap, grabbing his collar from behind with a bone-chilling smirk. Caught you. The two plunge downward like a falling bomb, slamming hard into the arena floor and triggering a massive shockwave of air. Flat on the ground, Kagan holds his chest and coughs violently while the examiner stands over him, casually dusting off his hands. Holding a stopwatch, he clicks his tongue with a mock sigh of pity, remarking that Kagan was incredibly close. Then the examiner proudly announces the official result: survival time is 1 minute and 2 seconds. Hearing this, Kagan wipes the sweat dripping down his face and lets out a very satisfied smile. Even though he has completely spent, his crew in the stands immediately erupts in wild celebration, shouting that he actually did it. Kagan is absolutely incredible, proving his top rank in the qualifiers was not just for show. Another teammate sighs in relief. That was way too close. He thought his heart was going to leap right out of his chest. Watching nearby, Isuki nods. He respects Kagan's smart pacing and tactical use of skills, quietly looking forward to their upcoming duel. Down in the arena, a massive muscular teammate rushes over and hugs Kagan so tightly he can barely breathe. He shouts that Kagan is truly the pride of the southern continent. Meanwhile, Kagan's knees buckle from exhaustion. The examiner offers a warm, genuine smile. Over the past 9 years, he has seen countless trainees come and go, but Kagan is easily the most outstanding. At this rate, becoming a special grade savior who carries humanity's future is definitely not just a dream. He encourages Kagan to keep pushing forward, receiving such high praise. Kagan blushes slightly and looks away, proudly thanking him. Once the heartwarming moment wraps up, the examiner puts back on his polite corporate smile and calls out the next victim. Next up is Ichitorano of the southern continent. Before stepping up, the hulking trainee confidently thumps his chest, responding to Kagan's quick words of encouragement. The big guy boasts that because Kagan set such a clear example, he has already figured out the examiner's movement patterns. Walking back to Isuki, Kagan throws him a side-eye and speaks with supreme arrogance. He will decide if they should move on to the next phase after watching Isuki perform, warning him not to waste his time. Isuki calmly shrugs it off blankly, stating that he might just end up disappointing him. Kagan raises an eyebrow in irritation, but before they can even trade more words, the system broadcast cuts in. Ichitorano of the southern continent, survival time 0.55 seconds. Down on the field, the boastful giant is pinned flat against the wall, sweating profusely as he stammers that the examiner was supposed to strike from behind. Smiling wickedly, the examiner points out that a cat has more than one way to hunt. Isuki glances at Kagan with a subtle mocking smirk, noting that his example was not very helpful. This makes Kagan grit his teeth in frustration. Gritting his teeth. That idiot. The big guy drags himself back, weeping. He gasps that he is sorry for embarrassing Kagan. Furious, Kagan snaps right at his face. The idiot just disgraced the entire southern continent with his pathetic display. The South is done. Now the North steps up. On stage, the examiner strokes his chin to announce the next phase. Time for the northern mouse to run. The examiner notes there is only one trainee from that region here today. Step up, Isuki Tenma. Instantly, the crowd starts whispering as Isuki calmly raises his hand and walks out. Rumors fly. Is he really the North's best, the national #1? Some spectators rub their hands in pure excitement. Watching the national champion perform right after seeing the best of the South is a massive treat for everyone. But others scoff. He walks past, quiet sneers. They do not feel any powerful presence radiating from this kid. To them, he lacks Kagan's overwhelming pressure. He will not last a single minute. Yet Isuki remains completely unbothered. Wearing a harmless smile, he quietly plots to fail the test. He wants to pretend he cannot keep up. He planned to score 0. But watching Kagan's performance changes his mind. A subtle, confident smirk plays on his lips. His hidden gaze sharpens. This test might actually be pretty fun. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Kagan's impatient lackeys grow restless. They grumble about wanting to leave for the magic test, complaining that staying here is a total waste of time. We would be finished by now. The buck-toothed lackey resentfully chimes in, demanding to know who caused this delay. Who on earth destroyed that massive Shikigami? Kagan snaps back at them, commanding them to just shut their mouths and watch. The silver-haired prodigy narrows his eyes, staring down. He wants to see how capable this national #1 really is. At the starting line, the examiner faces Isuki. His tone shifts, becoming full of interest and genuine respect. Isuki Tenma, the highly anticipated national number 1. He is the prodigy who broke the legendary Taiwa Jin's records. I have been looking forward to meeting you. Isuki just shrugs casually, stretching his arms as he makes a decision. He calmly tells the examiner to wrap this up in 5 seconds, flashing a serene, completely untroubled look. He warns that he might disappoint him. The examiner smirks, charging forward like a whirlwind, telling him not to be humble. Closing the distance in a flash, the examiner swings his claws, praising the boy for living up to the hype. But Isuki smoothly glides backward, sliding across the floor to dodge the strike before the pro can even celebrate. Flipping midair, the examiner cuts him off with a wicked smirk, asking where he thinks he is going. Isuki's gaze sharpens. He calmly counts the seconds in his head, 1, 2, sticking perfectly to his plan. The examiner pursues him relentlessly. Out in the crowd, spectators erupt in excitement, commenting on their insane speed. Some note his pace is just as fast as Kajin's, but others wonder why he is backing toward the boundary line. Is he cutting off his own retreat? The buck-toothed lackey sneers that the kid is simply panicking under pressure. Kagin Imamichi watches with folded arms. He scoffs, assuming the boy is just running on pure, mindless instinct. He mutters that he expected a worthy rival, but it seems Isuki is just another fool, digging his own grave. Seeing him turn to leave, the giant blankly asks if they are done watching. Kagin arrogantly waves his hand. Cornered in under 3 seconds, the outcome is too obvious. Watching any further is just a waste of time. Meanwhile, the examiner breaks into a sweat, growing increasingly confused by the bizarre strategy his opponent is using. No skills used, no speed bursts. He is literally choosing the absolute worst path. What is he thinking? Retreating at high speed, Isuki suddenly digs his heels into the stone floor, preparing for a sharp turn. His eyes glow with brilliant blue electricity. He commands the system to activate his lightning wave skill immediately. A system prompt pops up, granting him a 100% boost to his agility. The examiner lunges like a beast. He roars that it is too late to use skills, but in a blinding flash, Isuki completely vanishes. He reappears right behind the examiner, casually tapping the man's shoulder. Instantly, the pro's eyes shrink in horror. Did he just dodge? Cold sweat breaks out as the examiner realizes the boy is too fast to track. His professional pride is utterly shattered. He could not even see the movement in that split second. He grits his teeth, fuming that Isuki dared to tap his shoulder during a dodge. He feels mocked. Meanwhile, the innocent youth clutches his chest. He only tapped his shoulder to warn him, feeling unfairly judged. He wanted to play it safe, but somehow his friendly gesture has driven the examiner into an absolute rage. The atmosphere grows incredibly heavy. The examiner closes his eyes, unleashing a massive, brilliantly glowing spectral cat. As a cat, the examiner has caught countless mice before. There have been a few interesting ones that made him sweat a bit, but it never went beyond a simple game. Suddenly, the luminous cat transforms into a terrifying demon. The examiner's eyes snap open, glowing with power. But this is the very first time he is going all out against a mouse, because this is no longer a game. His face twists into a hair-raising grin as dense murder lust erupts. Just a tiny, insignificant mouse, the examiner sneers. Yet you dare mock me, the cat in this arena. His massive foot stomp shakes the stage as he launches forward with insane speed, flying like a literal cannonball. His furious roar echoes, trailing a bright blue aura. I will make you regret everything you have done, he screams. Closing in at near light speed, he smugly swings his claws, boasting that he will end this before. The visual signals can even travel from your eyes to your brain. In that ultimate split second of extreme danger, Isuki's eyes flash with absolute calm. He tracks the movement, counting down according to plan. At 4 seconds, the examiner feels a sudden chill, his eyes widening in pure shock as he realizes his prey is looking right at him. Has he actually caught my movements? The man wonders. A massive earth-shattering explosion erupts right at the boundary line. Thick dust immediately blanks out everyone's vision. The crowd cranes their necks in excitement, wondering if he dodged it again or what just happened. Meanwhile, Kajin stands still, stopping in his tracks to deliver a cold verdict. No, it is over. As the smoke clears, the reality is revealed. The examiner has pinned Isuki flat to the ground, clutching his collar tightly as hundreds of shocked onlookers watch in utter disbelief. Squinting at him, the examiner tries to evaluate the boy. If he was fast enough to react in time, why did he not dodge? He wonders. Yet pinned helplessly on the ground, Isuki remains completely relaxed, smugly muttering a certain number of seconds. Seconds. The examiner is completely baffled. What right, then, the digital stopwatch in his hand displays? A clean 5.00 seconds. The examiner stares blankly at the timer, descending into absolute confusion as cold sweat pours down. Seeing the tense, dark posture of the examiner, a nearby student whispers, asking what is up with his bizarre facial expression. Even with his neck pinned down, Isuki remains entirely unbothered. He looks up and gently reminds the man, "Please announce the result and let me go already." The examiner gulps, covering his face in humiliation as he delivers the bitter news. He announces that Isuki Tenma from the northern continent has scored a survival time of exactly 5 seconds. Dusting off his coat as he stands up, Isuki calculates with great satisfaction. Perfect 5 seconds means his score will be close to 0. The plan went beautifully. This way, even if he aced the previous 3 tests, he will still end up in the observation group. Kagan approaches him wearing an arrogant, mocking smirk. He admits the boy is fast, but sneers that his combat awareness and adaptability are downright pathetic. At that level, Kagan claims there is no way he can win, asking where and when they should duel. You will never defeat me, so when and where are we dueling? Leaving behind a totally blank look, Isuki replies coldly, naming training ground number 1 after the main tests. Kagan does not miss the chance to threaten him from where he completely crushes the boy. Kagan's eyes sharpen to a point, flashing with intense rivalry and burning intent. Snorting coldly, he turns on his heel and walks away. A muscular giant walking beside him asks out of curiosity, since the boy is the number 1 from the northern continent, what Kagan's actual winning rate would be against him. Kagan confidently reminds him of his previous answer. Closing his eyes, he calmly declares with absolute certainty that the boy cannot beat him. His lackeys immediately cheer in excitement. After all, across the entire southern continent, only a handful of people their age can last 3 minutes against Kagan. Another buck-toothed follower chimes in, saying even the number 1 of the north would probably last only 6 minutes. The big guy proudly concludes that Kagan is definitely the strongest rookie of the year. Arriving at the magic test room, Kagan gives his followers a cold warning, telling them to stop wasting time talking and focus on their own tests. If they fail, they better never call themselves people from the southern continent again. The buck-toothed teen breaks into a nervous sweat, nodding quickly. Stepping into the testing area, the muscular giant gasps in shock, wondering why it is so incredibly crowded. A nearby student eagerly fills them in, explaining that the testing crystal ball shattered. The examiner had to go fetch another one from storage. Gesturing excitedly, he continues that some absolute monster channeled so much raw magic into the crystal that it could not handle the insane pressure and blew up completely. Listening intently, Kagan rubs his chin and asks if the student knows the person's name. The guy thinks back, recalling that the guy is the top rookie from the north and his name is Tenma. The silver-haired youth freezes, repeating the name Isuki Tenma under his breath. The student cheerfully confirms, asking Kagan if he is also from the north. His lackeys instantly snap in annoyance, telling him not to be stupid since they are proudly from the south. Hearing that, the crowd gasps. The southern continent, they heard the number 1, there is a total monster. People wonder who is stronger. Who is stronger, him or the northern champion? The giant beats his chest, ready to brag that it is obviously their leader Kagan. But Kagan raises his hand, stopping him. At that exact moment, a stunning female examiner steps forward holding a brand new crystal ball. She sways suggestively, calling out for volunteers to raise their hands. Kagan coldly pushes his way through and steps right up. He tells himself that strength is not decided by words, it is proven by pure ability. An imposing figure steps forward next. Parting the crowd, Kagan Imamishi of the southern continent steps onto the podium, requesting to go first. The beautiful examiner stares directly at him. Her eyes are filled with surprise and shyness as she notices his silver hair and striking silver eyes. She gently starts explaining the rules. The test is simple, just channel your magic power. But Kagan immediately places his hand on the device, arrogantly interrupting her. He knows. He only needs to channel it into the crystal ball. Below the stage, the students start whispering and placing bets on who has more power. Is it Kagan Imamishi or Isuki Tenma? Many argue it is obviously Tenma since he has enough magic to blow up the crystal ball. Hearing this, Kagan's lackeys angrily argue back. They claim that when it comes to raw magic power, everything else is completely irrelevant. Kagan will not lose to anyone. Right on cue, Kagan's hand begins to glow with blinding light as he pours energy into the crystal. His followers declare that his magic power is practically infinite, but right in the middle of this intense test, the examiner starts to flirt. She suggests getting food together after the test is over. Kagan initially planned to stop at a level just enough to get perfect marks. He grunts, his eyes flashing with extreme competitive fire. But if that other guy made the crystal ball explode, then he will too. The crystal sphere immediately begins to shake violently as a massive wave of energy floods into it. The examiner can only watch in awe. She holds her blushing cheeks, completely captivated by how easily he fills the ball. Kagan warns her not to worry about the energy. He will return it all later anyway. Kagan does not reply, gritting his teeth to channel even more power, making the entire hall shake. Cracks rapidly spread across the surface as the winds howl. The examiner panics and screams for him to stop before it is too late. She breaks out in a cold sweat, fearing history will repeat itself. And just as she feared, a blinding explosion of magical energy erupts. The blast tears through the room, forcing the panicking crowd to cover their eyes. He actually blew up the crystal ball, just like Tenma. What kind of monster is this guy? His followers cheer wildly, raising their hands because they knew Kagan could easily pull this off. The giant notes that the examiner looks completely shell-shocked. Kagan simply waves his hand and turns to walk away with immense pride. He coolly tells her there is no need to return the energy since he still has plenty left. He leaves her crying on her knees. She hugs the ruined pedestal, mourning her precious crystal ball. Meanwhile, Kajan's lackeys crowd around him, showering him with endless flattery. Destroying a sphere designed to absorb the magic of a level 40 awakened is insane. His first-place finish is absolutely guaranteed now. Despite the endless praise, Kagan frowns in annoyance. A deep sense of irritation continues to linger inside his heart. It is completely meaningless to him. Even taking first place in a low-level test like this offers no real satisfaction. The only thing he cares about is Isuki. Meanwhile, back at the scoreboard, Rebo adjusts his glasses, staring in absolute disbelief. He gasps, asking how he only survived 5 seconds in the agility test. That examiner's speed was just completely unfair. Besides, speed is not his specialty anyway. Standing next to him, Isuki starts sweating, worried that Sei is staring right through him. He hopes she has not realized that he held back on purpose. Suddenly, Rebo bursts out, laughing like he hit the jackpot. He brags that he managed to survive for a whole 8 seconds, never expecting to actually beat Isuki in any test. But his brief moment of joy is suddenly cut short as an announcement echoes loudly across the entire examination hall. All entrance tests are officially complete. Scores are now being calculated and will be sent to everyone's registration bracelets in 1 minute. Hearing this, Rebo anxiously clasps his hands together over his chest, his heart pounding in anticipation of the upcoming results. He prays to get at least 60 points, loving how convenient it is to check the scores directly on his bracelet. The bracelet rings. Holding his breath, Rebo looks down at the screen, showing 11 points for his attack stat, 15 for agility, 18 for magic, 17 for defense, totaling 61 points. His overall rating is the observation group. He jumps for joy, celebrating his 61 points that secure his stay. Sei is left completely speechless by his dramatic reaction. She points out that he barely passed, yet is acting like he got a perfect score. Meanwhile, her own results pop up. Sei Kisaragiki, Sarge got 12 for attack, 16 for agility and magic, 18 for defense, totaling 62 points under the same category. Seeing this, Rebo immediately teases his friend about her 62 points, smugly pointing out she only beat him by 1. Since they are both in the observation group, he suggests they get along. Meanwhile, standing off in the corner, Isuki calculates his score. If 8 seconds equals 15 points, then 5 seconds should give him 10. This is looking pretty bad for his ranking. He was going to end up in the elite class. After all, he really shouldn't have done anything. Raibo turned his head to ask curiously, asking what his score was. Ca Kisaragi crossed her arms and declared that there was no need to ask as he was obviously in the elite student group. Those other 3 tests were definitely perfect scores, and even his agility test had to be at least 6 points. The black-haired youth could only smile awkwardly and play along, saying he thought so too. But when, looking at Isuki Tenma's screen, both Rebo and Sei Kisaragi gasped in utter shock. No way, they wondered, did he do something to make the examiner hate him? He only got 5 points on the agility test. If he had scored just 1 more point, he would have. The scorecard clearly displayed 25 for attack, 5 for agility, 25 for magic, 25 for defense, with a total score of 80. His overall rating was the observation group. Patting Isuki Tenma on the shoulder, Rebo offered comfort and said that while it must be frustrating, they should not despair since the 3 of them could now train together again. Isuki Tenma played along with a fake sigh, acting disappointed. Inside, though, he was absolutely celebrating since he had hit his target of exactly 80 points. But their happy moment was cut short when Kagan's giant goon stepped in with a sarcastic sneer, mocking them for being so excited over just the observation group, asking if Northern Continent trash had no real ambition. Raibo got furious and snapped back, demanding to know what his own score was. The goon puffed out his chest and boasted proudly, telling them to prepare for a shock because Kagan had achieved a perfect score on all 4 of his tests for a total of 100 points. Kagan walked up and coldly told him to shut up, snapping that he did not come here to brag. The silver-haired rival strode closer, glaring intensely at Isuki Tenma. He asked if Isuki Tenma remembered their promise to teach him a very painful lesson, and warned that he would never let it go. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, a slow clap echoed nearby, praising the intense sparks between them. Startled, the entire group whipped their heads around to see who had just interrupted their intert conversation and gasped in surprise to see the examiner. The sneaky tester strolled over to them with a very knowing grin, mentioning that he heard they were planning a duel. Kagan frowned tensely, asking if there was some sort of rule against that, but the examiner quickly wagged his finger. On the contrary, he highly welcomed it. But right then his eyes suddenly gleamed with a wicked light. He noted that a duel would be pretty boring without an audience to watch it. Spreading his arms wide, the cheerful examiner announced that as their tester, he was going to invite everyone to spectate. And right on cue, a loud announcement blared through the speakers. Tonight, at 8 p.m. on Training Ground Number 1, a massive duel was scheduled. Isuki Tenma of the northern continent would face off against Kajin Imamichi of the southern continent, complete with a playful warning not to miss it. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in massive excitement over the upcoming fight. To settle a grudge between the strongest from the north and the top dog from the south, everyone loved a good show, grand spectacle. Right after the tests ended, everyone started placing bets on who would win, making the atmosphere heat up, more than ever feeling like a championship final. It was going to be an epic showdown between two top prospects. Indeed. Kajin glared over at Isuki Tenma, telling him that while he did not want a spectacle, any grudges should be blamed on that meddlesome examiner. In response to that arrogant declaration of war, a small smirk played on Isuki Tenma's lips, revealing a fleeting glint of pure killing intent as he calmly whispered that he was looking forward to it. Soon, the excited crowd began to scatter. The examiner waved them off, telling them they could watch all they wanted tonight. One student groaned about starving and headed for the cafeteria, while another yawned and made plans to get some sleep to recharge before securing a front-row seat for the big fight. The excitement was building up fast as they cheered about, waiting for 8 p.m. Once the crowd thinned out, the examiner called back to Isuki Tenma, asking for a moment. Isuki Tenma politely turned around and agreed. Meanwhile, Kagan gestured to his subordinates that they should grab some food. But before they could even agree, he coldly told them to go ahead without him while he got some fresh air. Back with Isuki Tenma, the examiner crossed his arms and got straight to the point, claiming he was the only one who knew how incredible the youth actually was during the agility test. But Isuki Tenma kept up his modest act, claiming the examiner was overestimating him since he only lasted 5 seconds. Smiling knowingly, the tester began peeling away the mask, saying he would normally give a much higher score for 5 seconds, so why did Isuki Tenma get 5 points? Isuki Tenma stubbornly played dumb, insisting he really only lasted 5 seconds. The examiner leaned in close, whispering that he had been caught. He admitted he did not know the goal, but Isuki Tenma was clearly hiding his true power, and that was why he lent a hand to clear the path, calling it his own way of showing kindness. Isuki sighs in defeat and lays his cards on the table. If you already knew that, then why did you push this duel? Why throw the spotlight on him? The examiner chuckles mockingly, calling it a small punishment for his half-hearted effort during the exam. The examiner's eyes suddenly turn icy and glow red with a warning. If Isuki wants to hide his true power, he must be careful. He warns Isuki not to go all out. The young man raises an eyebrow, confidently shooting back, asking why he should be careful. Does the examiner really think Imamichi can force him to use his full power? The man shrugs mysteriously, saying who knows what could happen, but he warns Isuki not to underestimate his opponent. After all, Imamichi possesses a special grade talent. After finishing his little mind game, the examiner waves his hand to dismiss him, telling him to go back and rest. He then turns away with a brief parting wish. Good luck. On his way back, Isuki ponders silently, is Imamichi's special grade talent like his own nirvana? The examiner mentioned that a special grade talent holds the power to distort the very laws of reality. In Isuki's mind, a glowing system screen automatically flashes. Under his stats, Nirvana is listed as a special grade talent with a fixed level where stats increase upon gaining skills. It also purges any negative status effects applied to his body while completely healing all of his wounds. The young man, he grins. A clash between two special grade talents is bound to be absolutely brutal and intense. He never expected to run into another special grade talent so early in his journey. Suddenly, the system displays his ultimate trump card. Transcendent Simulation, a rank Z skill that analyzes enemy attacks and allows the user to instantly learn the perfect counter skill. Isuki notes excitedly that Transcendent Simulation has not been activated in a long time. Fighting Imamichi might push his limits even further, pushing his strength to a whole new level. But while he is plotting, Riku wraps an arm around his neck, dragging him back to reality. Riku asks why he is so dazed. C.A. Kisaragi also leans forward, anxiously asking if he is okay and what the examiner said to him. Isuki calmly brushes it off, saying the man only went over the rules of the duel. Then he quickly changes the subject, adding that he is exhausted and wants everyone to head to his place to rest. Hearing this, Riku widens his eyes in shock, asking if Isuki actually rented a high-end suite with a living area big enough for all three of them. Isuki smiles mysteriously and winks, teasing that it is actually much bigger, leaving Riku open-mouthed at his friend's lavish spending habits. Don't say it. But sure enough, standing before a massive mansion, Riku clutches his head and screams out in disbelief. Riku asks if he really rented an entire villa. Once inside, the guy turns into a hyperactive monkey, jumping around to inspect everything. He marvels at the incredibly soft sofa, the crystal-clear windows, the luxury carpets, and even the squeaky clean walls. The place is massive and insanely luxurious. Riku then dashes straight into the kitchen to continue his endless stream of praise. He shouts that there is even a fully equipped kitchen featuring high-end cookware, a fridge packed with fresh meat and veggies, and literally a ton of rice. Even Sei Kisaragi has to nod in agreement, admitting that the place is incredibly spacious. Isuki smiles warmly, welcoming his friends to their new base, telling them to drop by whenever they like. Once they finally settle down, Riku remembers their main concern and seriously warns Isuki, asking if he is truly going to fight that silver-haired idiot. He notes that the guy looks extremely dangerous and suggests backing out. Sei Kisaragi also frowns in agreement, backing up Riku's warning. She explains that this entire fight is completely unnecessary and warns that getting injured could easily ruin their upcoming training. Isuki clenches his fists, his eyes burning with absolute determination as he explains that his talents and skills can only grow by fighting truly powerful opponents, and Imamichi is exactly the kind of rival he needs. To get stronger, he must face this challenge. Hearing his classic heroic reasoning, Sei Kisaragi simply sighs, completely speechless at his attitude. She tells him he sounds like a total battle junkie. Sensing the growing tension, Isuki quickly smiles and tries to change the subject. He complains that he is starving and asks Riku to whip up some food, promising he will win 100% after eating Riku's meals. Riku is instantly hyped up by the compliment, rolling up his sleeves and proudly slapping his chest as he takes on the task. Once Riku disappears into the kitchen, Isuki turns to gently reassure Sei Kisaragi, telling her to trust him because he is definitely going to win. But Sei Kisaragi does not buy his sweet talk for a second, immediately pointing out that he said those exact words before. She reminds him of when that hideous skeleton soldier attacked their school as dark memories of the past begin to rush back. Trust me. Isuki guiltily defends himself, pointing out that in the end he did win the battle. But Sei Kisaragi's eyes well up with tears as she shouts back, crying that it was only because he broke his promise. The haunting memory of Isuki tearing his shirt to reveal his wounds flashes by as she tearfully points out he could have easily dodged that attack. She demands to know why he chose to take the blow head-on instead. Isuki awkwardly raises his hands, attempting to explain. He tries to say it was because of his skill, but Sei Kisaragi sadly cuts him off, reminding him that he isn't allowed to reveal that. How an order breaker's skill works is a total mystery, even to her. But that miraculous resurrection, absolutely unforgettable. Shio whispers that he summoned a giant blue lotus right after instantly patching up every single wound, and then he crushed that skeleton. Gone. She hesitates, fully aware of his absurd godlike immortality. She knows he took that brutal hit head-on because he knew he could heal. But then she looks up. Tears well up in her eyes as she angrily scolds him, saying he could have won much more safely. She is furious. Why must he always throw himself into extreme danger like it is absolutely nothing? This leaves Isuki scratching his head. He quickly apologizes, begging her not to be so mad at him. Seeing her tears, he blankly asks if she is still mad. Naturally, the crying girl yells at him. She grumbles that girls never admit they are annoyed when they are actually furious, calling him a complete idiot. He has zero clue about a girl's heart, but she reminds him that he is not alone. He has her and Riku. He hasn't changed at all since they were kids, always overworking himself, so he needs to start valuing his own life. Right during this emotional talk, Chef Riku walks out with steaming stir-fried ribs and clicks his tongue. Lecture time again. Riku teases, making Shio turn completely red as she frantically denies everything. Ignoring their bickering, Riku sets the table happily, urging them to eat up since there is plenty of food. No fighting on an empty stomach. Time flies by and soon enough the clock is ticking. It is 7:55 p.m. at Apex Camp Training Ground Number 1. The stands are chaotic with students placing bets. A student yells out, asking who everyone is betting on: Isuki Tenma or Kajin. Imamichi points only. Someone puts 10 points on Isuki Tenma, but another immediately scoffs, saying a level 80 is obviously way stronger. The gap is too massive. He bets everything on Kajin Imamichi. Meanwhile, a smart-looking student chimes in. He feels sure Tenma has an ace hidden away, but he still bets 50 points on Imamichi to win. Amidst the noisy crowd, the Academy's top beauties and strongest fighters silently watch, waiting for the action to begin. Up high, a shady examiner smiles with hands in pockets. There have been plenty of duels before. This is the very first time a match has drawn such a massive, hyped-up crowd of eager Academy students. Hearing this, a female instructor sighs, resting her chin on her hand, admitting even she is pretty curious. Another examiner grumbles, calling it a mere playground brawl between children, questioning if all this hype is necessary. Complaints ignored. The brown-haired instructor's eyes flash with a dangerous light as he prepares to speak. He loudly announces that since all key players are present, it is finally time to declare the rules of this duel. Instantly, another examiner screams through his megaphone, demanding total absolute silence across the training ground. Once the arena falls dead, silent, the announcer instructs both fighters to step onto the stage as he explains the rules. Our two main characters stride onto the field under the wild, deafening cheers of their passionate fans. Some shout wishes of good luck to Kagan, while others yell for Isuki to absolutely trash that silver-haired punk. They scream to teach that northern continent guy a lesson. Then the megaphone blares with the first rule. Rule number 1, the winner is decided by knockout, incapacitation, or forcing the opponent out of the ring. Anyone meeting even one of these conditions is immediately declared the loser. The examiner moves on to rule number 2. Equipment is limited, but magic tools are fully allowed. And trust me, this final rule is where things get wild. Rule number 3, shared responsibility. This duel is fully consensual, meaning both sides assume all risks of the fight. They must take full responsibility for any severe injuries or even death. The students gasp in sheer horror. Death wagering their lives on a simple school duel seems completely insane, and they wonder who would ever accept this. Ignoring the chaotic chatter, the scarred examiner coldly shuts down the whispers with his final warning. If there are no objections, the battle starts right now. Up on the stage, Kagan smirks mockingly. He mockingly asks if the word death scares him. Isuki responds playfully, calling him a massive pain. He wonders if everyone from the southern continent is this annoying, wanting to skip the small talk. With a smirk, Isuki agrees, and the referee instantly waves the flag, declaring the start of the match. Kagan raises his glowing hand, warning Isuki that he will end this quickly, so he better prepare himself. He immediately triggers his C-rank vacuum skill, unleashing a powerful upward torrent of crushing air currents. He pulls off this move by vacuuming up all the air in a set radius, dragging every single object nearby straight toward him. Instantly, a massive vortex sweeps across the arena, tearing up the stone tiles and sucking all the debris directly toward his opponent. Yet, our main guy Isuki stands completely unfazed, his face deadpan and calm as Kagan watches him get dragged closer and decides to strike. Kagan unleashes a devastating full-power air cannon, firing a massive beam of energy that rips through the very air, aiming directly at his target. The terrifying blast hits Isuki head-on, triggering an absolutely earth-shattering explosion that fills the entire stage with a thick blanket of blinding dust. Standing in the smoke, the smug silver-haired guy mocks him. If you cannot even handle a basic warm-up attack, you should give up now. Otherwise, you are going to end up dead. He is totally convinced that this fight is already over. Suddenly, Isuki strolls out of the dust with a sarcastic smirk. Do not get cocky just because you landed one cheap shot. He reaches out with a challenging gesture, marking the exact moment their true duel begins. Two of the absolute strongest are finally going head-to-head. The real show starts now. The arena floor is completely torn apart, leaving a deep trench running from Kagan all the way to Isuki. The spectators are completely speechless, their jaws hitting the floor. Are those two monsters really in the same class as us? Another shocked student panics, wondering how a mere C-tier skill could possibly pack that kind of insane, devastating power. A third bystander breaks into a cold sweat, trying to analyze the situation. How on earth is Isuki Tenma's defense this insanely broken? He took a direct hit from a full-power air cannon and just walked out completely untouched. Up in the VIP stands the mysterious Judge Smirks. It seems he has already figured everything out. Wine-based skills naturally lose their destructive force the further they travel from the user. He breaks down the strategy. Kagan uses the vacuum to close the distance, making sure his heaviest blows land with maximum impact. That keeps his damage from dropping off while completely throwing off his opponent's rhythm at the exact same time. Another judge nods in agreement, noting that any average awakened fighter would have been utterly obliterated after taking a blast like that. But the head judge just smiles cryptically. That is true, but his opponent down on the stage is a completely different story. Isuki's eyes flare with pure chilling killer instinct. He is every bit the monster Kagan is, and their clash is only just starting. Instantly, Kagan charges forward, channeling his energy and unleashing a flurry of wild sweeping strikes. He rushes in with absolute fury. Both fighters refuse to yield an inch. They collide head-on, trading brutal punches that send glowing red shockwaves echoing through the arena. The sheer impact of the clash is so immense that their heels tear deep gouges into the solid stone floor just to break. Before the dust even settles, Kagan finds himself completely overshadowed by Isuki's massive imposing presence looming right over him. They lunged at each other once more, the shockwaves spiderwebbing the floor. Ditching any flashy skills, they go for raw, brutal strength. They lock hands, engaging in an intense test of pure power. Watching this savage, primitive struggle, the crowd can only watch in awe. Spectators stare with wide eyes, asking what on earth those two are doing. It is literally the most primal showdown possible. A scruffy student nearby gulps in disbelief. Watching from afar, an orange-haired teen nods, trying to size up their absurd physical power. It looks like they are evenly matched, but the fox-eared girl beside him immediately disagrees. No, Kagan is clearly losing ground. If this keeps up, he's going to lose. And she is absolutely right. Kagan is sweating bullets, gritting his teeth in frustration. What on earth is this? He curses internally. The sheer overwhelming pressure radiating from Isuki leaves the silver-haired fighter completely panicked. This crushing helplessness makes him feel like he is trying to push an unmovable mountain. He strains with every ounce of his strength. Just then, Isuki shoots him a piercing glare and drops a savage insult. Did you skip breakfast or something? Talk about emotional damage. Utterly humiliated, Kajin's eyes flash with a furious purple light. He drives his sharp knee directly into his opponent to force some space. Desperate, the silver-haired boy leaps back, pooling all his energy into his palms and roaring as he fires another massive air cannon. A blinding beam of raw energy cuts through the wind and slams directly into Isuki. Pulling his hands back, Kagan grins triumphantly. A point-blank headshot is guaranteed to end this, he thinks. But as the smoke clears, his confidence instantly vanishes into thin air. Seeing his target standing there completely untouched, the silver-haired boy's jaw drops. How is he not even slightly hurt by that? Is this guy some kind of broken hybrid tank with maxed-out offense and defense? While Kajin panics, Isuki calmly cracks his neck. He scoffs at his opponent, asking what that pathetic attack was even supposed to be. Are you seriously joking with me right now? With his pride completely shattered, Kagan grimaces. Fine, if power won't work, he will just have to outrun him. Regaining his focus, he blitzes forward like a hurricane, throwing a punch that tears through the air. Fast, sure, but Isuki just tilts his head. He casually dodges the blow without breaking a sweat. Refusing to back down, Kagan unleashes his second cyclone punch, but before it lands, Isuki's crimson eyes suddenly appear right next to him like a phantom, closing the gap before Kagan can even touch his clothes. Sensing imminent danger, Kagan frantically raises his hands to cast a spell, trying to invoke his C-tier wind magic. Unfortunately, time runs out. He waits for no one as Isuki delivers a devastating punch that sends his opponent flying before his skill can even activate. That terrifying power triggers a massive explosion, tearing up the stone arena. Up in the stands, the audience gasps in absolute horror. His lackeys jump up, screaming for Kagan. Pure chaos. The crowd has absolutely no idea what just happened on the field. What on earth just happened? One guy stammers. Just a second ago, Imamichi charged in, and now he is already blown away. Someone else asks, does that mean Tenma's attack actually landed? Nearby, a more experienced student whispers in absolute awe. Delivering a single punch with the force of a full-power air cannon is just straight-up cheating. Deep in the rubble, Kagan clutches his broken ribs and struggles to stand, glaring bitterly. He demands to know if his rival is holding back. Are you holding back just to keep me alive? Unlike his furious opponent, Isuki remains completely calm, carefully calculating his next move. This is the first time an opponent has ever gone easy on him. At this rate, the fight ends before he can trigger his skill. He needs to provoke the guy enough to trigger his absolute bloodlust. With that in mind, Isuki slowly steps forward. He approaches like a grim reaper, knocking on the door. And honestly, it is time for him to play the bad guy. Playing the bad guy perfectly, Isuki looks down at his gasping enemy and delivers some incredibly harsh, mocking words. You talk so much trash just to end up like this. He deliberately adds another insult, asking if he feels any shame. Before the silver-haired guy can even recover, Isuki grabs him by the throat and lifts him off the ground effortlessly. Showing absolutely zero mercy, he slams the guy face first into the dirt, dragging him across the floor in a long, brutal skid. Kagan kneels in the dirt, desperately clinging to whatever dignity he has left, while Isuki relentlessly crushes his remaining pride, telling him to look closely at his pathetic face in the mirror. Isuki's eyes turn dark and cold with pure malice. This is a slaughter. A one-sided beatdown like this cannot even be called a match, he coldly declares. You coward. Seeing their leader completely humiliated, Kajan's followers immediately lose their minds and start shouting in absolute rage. They scream in fury, demanding to know what he just said, yelling at him to stop insulting Kagan. Just because you won does not give you the right to talk down to him like that. I completely lost respect. They keep shouting that Imamichi is a proud warrior who deserves respect. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Sei Kisaragi whispers in deep worry. She notes that Isuki would never say things like that, wondering why he is acting this way. Luckily, his friend Riku steps in. Riku reassures her that Isuki must have his reasons, so they should just trust him and watch. Back on the stage, the provocation works. Massive killing intent begins to roll off Kajan, accompanied by a low, furious growl. He vows to show him. His face twists in madness, with blood dripping from his mouth, seething with hatred as he promises a painful lesson. Channeling all his repressed rage, the silver-haired fighter suddenly explodes with power, unleashing a massive dark purple aura. The blast pushes everything back. Seeing his opponent completely consumed by bloodlust, Isuki smiles. His plan worked perfectly. Pushing past his limits, Kagan unleashes his ultimate lightning-fast trump card, a rank C skill called Wind Blade. A massive razor-sharp energy slash tears through the night, carrying overwhelming killing intent as it flies directly at his enemy. In response, Isuki's eyes flash with a brilliant blue analytical light as his internal system rapidly begins calculating. He immediately recognizes this familiar trick, the exact same wind blade technique that Iberia used against him before. Without even bothering to take a step back, he stands completely still, frozen. He lets the slash tear right through. The brutal energy slash cuts right through his defenses, carving a deep diagonal wound across his chest. Seconds later, fresh blood sprays out, staining his clothes deep red. Yet our temporary villain remains standing tall and proud, completely unfazed. He ignores the agonizing pain of the wound tearing his body.